It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. I said you
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello and welcome everybody to DreamLeague Season 20. It is of course MLP, Dota and JoinX5 joining you for the Storm stream once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. A brand new day of DreamLeague. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great, Mike. You know, we're still getting a lot of ties, but the group stage is winding down to a close. This is the second to last day, the penultimate day for group stage. So any team that ties here, if we get any more ties, they're in for a nightmare situation come the last day. Well, let's see. You know, some of the teams that we've watched already managed to get a couple of 2-0s. Some surprising, and one of them is one of the teams we'll watch today.
It should be a very, very interesting time, Jonathan. I mean, a bad time for them if it's a tiebreaker hell kind of situation. Great time for us, though, as we get to sit here and enjoy them battle it out in tiebreakers if we do get to that, Jonathan. You know, I'm a real sicko. I love myself some tiebreakers. I need to see the players squirm, John. I can't have them just enjoying themselves, having an easy time. I need more games, more international Dota, and that's exactly what we're getting here today with the series coming up on the Storm stream. A really hyped series. I won't spoil it quite yet, Jonathan, but we've got a big day ahead of us. And so much riding on the line. You've already just kind of mentioned it, but these teams got to start getting some wins. There's too many ties, especially in Group A right now in the standings, which we'll look at in a little bit. We need to see some 2-0 victories here. Otherwise, there is a hell of a day 5 we're in for, as it looks like we're going to look at some highlights from our previous day, of course. LGD versus Secret, Jonathan, you see it here. It was a great day of Dota. Yesterday was.
It absolutely was. It was really interesting to see Secret perform like this up against... You know, I mean, let's be frank here, Mike. Team Secret is a Div 2 team now, and PSG LGD is a team going to the major. And Secret managed to take a very convincing Game 1 up against them with some great moments right there that we're seeing. Of course, LGD managing to rally in Game 2, but still a good back and forth between both teams. Secret trying something different with that Marcy there, which is rather interesting to see Puppy play it. Again, some experimentation. We're seeing a lot of teams experiment as the days go by, but it leads to some great games, Mike.
Certainly does. There were some fantastic games going on yesterday, some very hype games that happened yesterday. And of course, there was Asta versus 9 Pandas as well. 9 Pandas looking so powerful right now. You had Tundra versus LGD to boot as well. Of course, Tundra, nothing to really sneeze at. These boys are just so damn dominant as per always. But yeah, this DreamLeague Season 20, Jonathan, it's been a very even affair. Like, especially for Group A, you've already kind of talked about it, but there's just so many ties right now, I think, for third place. Between like 5 or 6 different teams, so it's good to see everything's been going on quite evenly, and it seems like most teams have a decent understanding of 7.33C so far at the very least, though of course changes are still happening and different heroes are consistently coming out. I can only imagine what we're about to see today. I can only imagine, because I feel like every day has been full of surprises.
Yeah, like it can go either way. I feel like any team can beat any team in group stages, and that just tends to be the pattern that we see in our groups in DreamLeague, in Dota in general. Group stages are almost always like a draw fest when it's best of 2s, which is enjoyable to watch, but as you mentioned, makes these players squirm, and it's always fun to watch players squirm, Mikey. I mean, who knows? Again, we could end up in a circumstance where potentially, I'm never ever sure about the tiebreaker rules, but potentially we could end up in a 1v1 tiebreaker. So that's always fun to watch. I'm sure, again, memories from ESL Ginting, where Fnatic has never been happier about anything else. Literally, you see Sunday smile. The only time that man's ever smiled is when Armel won that.
Yeah. Well, we're going to look at the standings here for Group A. Jonathan, that team in first place right now, that's confusing because they're not going to the major, but they're sitting in first place here in the standings. Talon, all the way at the top. Of course, Tundra Esports is tied up with them basically at the moment for first place. Then you have AG, PSG, OGD, Team Secret, Team Spirit, TSM, all tied in third place basically. And ironically enough, the one thing nobody expected is Team Liquid's at the bottom in 8th place. I mean, even I can't believe them.
Yeah, it's an incredible result for Group A. Again, a lot of ties, a lot of unexpected results. Team Liquid, let's see if they can rally. They've got a few more matches today. I'm sure they're looking to get some 2-0s. A bunch of 2-0s can drag you up. Of course, we do have a second group, Group B. 9 Pandas and Betboom. EEU domination in the top 2 there. Followed by Gaming Gladiators, tied up still. And a bunch of ties once more. Beast Coast, OG, Aster, all tied up 4-4. Shopify Rebellion lagging behind at 3-5. And Entity down at 2-6. Not the result a lot of people were looking at, especially with Shopify Rebellion. You know, with Miracle standing in. I think a lot of people had high hopes for that one.
Well, let's have a bit of a refresher on the prize pool, Jonathan, because there's a lot of numbers here in the prize pool chart that I tend to forget, so I need a bit of a refresher. First place, 300,000 USD. Second place, of course, 175,000 USD, excuse me. Of course, both first and second place will qualify directly to the Riyadh Masters, which is arguably the most important part about all of this. And then, of course, 3rd to 16th place, like, you still get some really good money, especially on the top end of that. But without the qualification to the Riyadh Masters, the money just doesn't look as appealing as the qualification, you know? It's like the Riyadh Masters is such a high prize pool. These numbers just look small in comparison.
Absolutely. That's the position every team wants to be in. Top 2, because who knows how the rest of the slots for Riyadh will be determined. You want to have your shot right here, right now. Of course, we have our schedule on hand. The mainstream, Michael Phoenix, they will have Team Liquid up against PSG LGD first, followed by Aster versus Shopify Rebellion, Team Spirit versus Tundra, and Gaming Gladiators versus OG. So, of course, the mainstream having some pretty hype matches, but the other streams not left behind too badly here, Mike.
So we should have a look at the Ember stream, I believe it is. See what they've got going on. Of course, you've got TSM up against Evil Geniuses, Gaming Gladiators against Entity, Team Liquid against Team Secret, and then Entity versus Betboom to finish things off here for the Dota 2 Ember stream. However, we do have 2 more streams. Of course, the best stream out of all of them, John, the ESL_Dota 2 Storm stream, is going to be Talon versus Team Spirit to start things off. Then you've got 9 Pandas against OG. Evil Geniuses versus Talon as the 3rd series, and then 9 Pandas against Shopify Rebellion. Very, very exciting series here up for today on the Storm stream. And of course, one more stream to go. We've got the Earth stream, which is, you know, it's Earth, John. Everyone forgets about the Earth stream sounding. It's like Earth Spirit, you know. Tundra Esports versus Team Secret, Beast Coast versus Betboom, PSG LGD versus TSM, and of course, Beast Coast versus Team Aster. Another great stream, Jonathan, another great schedule.
Yeah, a lot of good matches lined up ahead. Again, all best of 2 matches, so every single match will count. God help us if we get a whole bunch of draws. I mean, we're going to enjoy it as viewers, but the teams will definitely be sweating it out going to that second group stage.
Bring it.
Who knows?
Who knows, indeed, Jonathan. Talk to me about this first series for a little bit, because I know you've had some very base takes about one of these teams recently. I know you were part of the SCA DPC, a certain panel that I remember seeing on Reddit and on Twitch clips. I believe the quote was, "They don't deserve it." I am indeed speaking, of course, about Talon Esports, who didn't make it to the major, Jonathan, yet they are sitting in first place at DreamLeague Season 20. So either the team was upset or somebody did something to get them very upset, because they are here with a vengeance.
Yep.
Do you have any inside sources? I mean, I know you are theoretically with the organization. Of course, no bias here from John X Bias, but put the bottle down now, Jonathan. You're not making good on my point here. Have we got any inside info? What the hell has been happening with Talon?
Well, they've been trying a bunch of stuff. You know, they've been experimenting. They've been running this Jabs offlane anti-mage. That clip was hilarious, by the way, when the bomb went off. And they seem extra motivated. You know, I managed to catch up with them in a content piece right after they lost. That was the most depressing content piece we've ever done. But they definitely look like they got kicked up the bum So, hopefully that motivates them. Of course, we're taking a look at our player highlight, Mikado on the mid. Mikado has been really the key factor, I feel like, that has enabled Talon to go as far as it has. I think he's kind of tied in the team. He reminds me of, Boom with Yopaj back when Boom was, an actual Div 1 team.
Oh,
Yopaj would have the same performance as Mikado would,
just
right?
catching strays every time we stream.
I'm sorry, Zach. I'm sorry, Gary. But, Mikado would play the same way where he just makes that momentum happen if the team even has a rough start. As long as Mikado's lane goes well, he will make things happen on the map. And I think that's been really impactful for Talon. Mikado's been a shining star for Talon since its inception. And it's so funny that we mentioned Boom as well because, he came from Boom before, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the boys from Team Spirit. Of course, your Toro, Lal, Collapse, Mira, Maposhka. These boys looking so hot as well throughout the group stages. See, not sitting quite as high as where Talon is right now. They are tied up in third place with the rest of the, 6 teams? 5 teams sitting in third place right now. So a win over Talon, if they could achieve it, would actually bring them up to first place and tied up with Tundra and Talon. So that'd be very exciting for the boys. Of course, you are going to get to see the average stats of Lal as we are comparing mid laners here between these two teams. And I think Team Spirit are going to be coming into this matchup very hungry for that 2-0 victory and not just another tie here against Talon. But of course, Talon, they're playing the more defensive game now. You've got a great position in the Group A standings. You don't want to mess that up going into the playoffs. See if they can maintain that position, Jonathan. For now, Talon in a great position at number 1. All they've got to do is at minimum tie. And at best, you want a 2-0 victory against Team Spirit. But Team Spirit, again, I think these boys will come in very, very hungry today.
For sure. And historically, these two teams, they faced off against each other in multiple group stages. There's only been one circumstance where they didn't get a draw, and that was in the last tour of DreamLeague 19, where Team Spirit managed to get a 2-0 in the group stage. Beyond that, it's literally all been 1-1s. So I'm keen to see if that pattern holds here. Again, a draw is not the worst result for Talon, not the worst result either for Team Spirit, but a little bit more devastating, I think, for Team Spirit overall. Because again, they need to start climbing up, find some 2-0s to get out of this deadlock for third place and fourth place. So we'll see if that happens. Again, this should be a fairly competitive matchup. I feel like, in my view, Talon versus Spirit feels like the one matchup that, I don't know why, but Talon always looks extra motivated to kind of play this one out of all the matches. I'm not sure why. This goes back to the last TI cycle, and it just feels like these two teams bring out the best in each other almost. So I'm keen to see some high quality Dota between these two guys, and I'm hoping that we don't get anything too experimental in that draft, Mikey. Jabs has had a reputation for picking some unorthodox off lanes. Again,
I mean, on the bright
the
side,
offlane
Jonathan,
AM worked at least.
you're gonna have plenty of time to break down the games if Talon do end up choosing interesting things and losing. So I know how forward you're looking to for that if it does come to that. You were so happy last time, so I'm sure you're gonna be even happier this time. And yeah, I mean, like you said, experimentation is great. From what I saw, John, it has been working. I mean, the stats don't lie; they are in first place. I remember that anti-mage from Jabs you talked about. I saw the clip where he did do a mana bomb on the... I can't remember what team it was, but it was a very, very nice mana void here from Jabs. Talon are looking hot. I can't take that away from the boys. Right? I'm not one to judge too harshly here with Talon. I just think Spirit, like you said, historically speaking, things get pretty tough when it goes for Talon versus Team Spirit. Last time around, they got 0-2'd by Spirit. You did say Talon come in extra motivated against like Spirit, but are they the kryptonite of Talon is my question, Jonathan. Are they the ones that just understand how to beat this team?
I don't necessarily think so. I think it's rather even. I think for Team Spirit, DreamLeague was a better showing. I think especially with that 2-0 last time around, but everywhere else, it has just, again, been a draw outside of playoffs where it does go 3 games, and that's the one circumstance we see Talon kind of take a 2-1. So it's rather open. I think it's going to be interesting to see the adjustments. And I think for Team Spirit, again, this is a team that has looked very hungry in the group stages. They've had something to prove coming out of the EU DPC. And, on paper, they should be the favorites. Because Talon, well, they're not going to Bali, Mike.
Well, hold on a minute, Jonathan. We can't say favorites. The Talon are in first place. So I don't think I'm being harsh in saying Talon should be theoretically the favorites based on the current standings, John. Let's not start making excuses for the boys, right? They're big boys. They can defend themselves here. Game 1 draft will be underway rather soon. We'll get to see exactly what they're up to. Can't wait to see what Spirit's got planned here for today as well, because again, from the games we've casted, they've been looking fantastic. Sitting in third place, again, tied with 5 other teams right now in Group A, and hopefully those ties are either going to get significantly worse or get resolved today. Either way, I'm more than happy to see what the result of this, cataclysmic tiebreak is going to be if it does come to that. So I don't mind. Anything to worry about during the draft phase here between these two teams? Like, do you think there's going to be any highly contested heroes we should talk about between Talon and Team Spirit?
I feel like the mid pool of Mikado and Laurel overlaps quite a fair bit. Then again, you have been seeing a lot of the same heroes down mid. The Spirit Brothers, basically, minus Earth Spirit. The Pangolier. A little bit more of the Snapfire come out, which is a little bit more unique to Laurel. But yeah, I think the mid is where some of that overlap is. Perhaps the safe lane as well. I think Yato and 23 also share the same pool. And stuff like Faces Void, stuff like the Bloodseeker is in there. Slark as well. So I think that's where most of the crossover is. It's between the pause 1 and 2. I'm keen to see if any of that is an early priority. As the draft is on hand, Mike Talon taking care of that Storm Spirit. Team Spirit taking care of the Doom. Are we going to see something like the Techies ban? Are we going to see the Beastmaster ban? I think a Timbersaw has also been rising up in priority. Take care of the Techies here on Talon. Team Spirit. Still a couple of offlanes that could take care of if they're worried about that. I would say there is some, again, potential for experimentation here. Spirit Breaker, I think, is one hero that has been popping up there. I think Talon's also been flexing the Wind Ranger to every core position. So 1, 2, 3. I wonder if that's something Spirit's worried about as well. But even with the popularity of Wind Ranger, you don't tend to see it first phase banned too often. So I wouldn't expect that out from Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hit or miss kind of hero, that Wind Ranger. I think teams just feel like they know how to deal with it, and generally speaking, it is usually just build a nullifier at some point, and you'll be able to deal with the Wind Ranger just fine. See if Talon do prioritize it though. They do have first pick between these two. So you've got Void Spirit, you've got Medusa, you've got the SB you spoke about, you've got the Wind Ranger. Plenty of options. They're going to go down the Timber route. That was left unbanned as they chose to ban the Bat Rider here for Team Spirit. So Timbersaw, you kind of just mentioned it, John, has been pretty damn busted in this 7.33C patch, especially with the new Aghanim Scepter. Looks like Talon will go ahead and take it. Have we seen Makoto playing the Timber much, John, or is that more of a Jabs hero?
It's definitely more of a Jabs hero. He's always played that, even in his time in, say, Fnatic when he played core there for a bit as well. So I think this is straight up just the Jabs hero, prioritized very early on. They can ban to protect it. Again, there's some flex on hand, but I don't recall ever seeing Mikado play it on mid. Not that he probably wouldn't be able to play it, it's just that Mikado has a very special set of heroes that he's known for, and Timbersaw is definitely not up there. Jab's much more known for this one. So I'm keen to see if that's the game plan here from Talon. Obviously, again, Timbersaw has been popular in the meta. It's been popping back in on both mid and off lane. I think if the matchup works out for the Timbersaw, then it kind of just crushes whichever lane it's in. It's much more evident in mid up against, say, Void Spirit matchups. I think that's where the Timbersaw really shines. But even on the off lane, it's not the worst team in the world. So it's a safe pickup, Team Spirit. They take up the Enchantress now as well. So you've got some pure damage to deal with it in lane, especially if you run the pause 5 Ench. I think that just gives you a solid way of making the first 3 levels of the Timbersaw pretty bad. Like you can't do anything against the Ench as a Timp. You can try to run up and get some harassment off with your Q, but every time you run up, I mean, Ench is just going to stand back, impetus shot you, at some point enchant you up so you can't even walk up. And if you try to chain around, well, Ench has enough move speed to actually dance around you in lane.
Yeah, shout out to Yotoro, by the way. Johnny couldn't help but fix his camera so we can only see the forehead. So, very, very good. Oh, never mind. He heard me. There you go. Oh, there you go, Yotoro. Right, fix it up real quick. They do go for the Beastmaster pick up from Team Spirit. Ench Beastmaster, one of those classic opening duos here from multiple teams. Team Spirit will be no different. I think you already spoke about it. Ench first Timber during the lane feels quite nice, at least for the first few levels. I was going to mention it could potentially be a flex pick with the offlane Ench as well, because we did see it was Pure that was running the offlane Ench looking fantastic on it, but considering they've already chose the Beastmaster, that is probably not going to be the case. Talon, in the meantime, they have chose a Slark here, John.
Yeah, early priority in just getting this Savage special out. It does match pretty decently into the Beastmaster. You can kind of dance around the axis, although, to be fair, the laning phase will still feel pretty annoying to kind of deal with there. But we have seen Savage play a lot of this Slark. I don't mind it. It's probably one of his best heroes at the moment, along with his Face's Void, but we don't see that as often. So just having the Slark does feel pretty good. Again, into the Beastmaster, it's not the worst thing in the world. I do want to see a support that can kind of enable it. I like the Team Spirit ban out the Lich. I think that's where Talon's been finding a lot of success. Just Lich Slark is a pretty overwhelming lane, and now you don't really have that option. To be fair, even if you picked up the Lich on Talon, I mean, up against Enchantress, we see that as a direct counter just because of Enchant. Like, you lose your Frost Shield, the Lich loses out a lot of his buffing in the lane, and it just feels a little bit lackluster. So, rather interesting that Team Spirit still opts to ban out the Lich, but probably just doesn't want to give that opportunity to Talon. Talon, again, focusing on some Yatora specials, Bloodseeker out as a direct counter to the Slark, along with a Face's Void. Just heroes that the Slark doesn't really play nicely into. So, don't mind that at all too much. Nothing too strange just yet. A lot of options being left on the mid for both sides here.
We'll see what they do if they do start prioritizing some mid bans, John. Team Spirit. For now, focusing on the position 5s that the Talon could look at. Only 40 seconds reserve time left here for Spirit to make these bans. Took so long for them to choose that opening joy that they got with the Ench Beastmaster. They're going to get rid of the Oracle for now. So the Oracle pretty good against the Beastmaster, just a nice way of purging off the Primal Roar. That's a hero I'm surprised we haven't been seeing more of as well. The Oracle just feels so broken right now as a position 5, but haven't been seeing it quite as much as I would have expected. Obviously, the new tech we haven't seen either, John, the Oracle Phylactery I keep talking about. Yep, Core Oracle, that is. I'm sure if Thompson was here, he'd be running it. So we do have the Viper ban out from Talon. So just making sure you don't have that super toxic lane against the Timbersaw. That's fair.
Yeah, kind of is a good counter as well to Slark. Just some AoE damage to make him uncomfy during the Shadow Dance. Even the Depth Shroud, so I like that being taken out, but again, you're leaving a lot of options for, say, the mids here. All the Spirit Brothers still on hand. A lot of combinations left for either side to kind of dip into. I don't think either side's played a lot of that Kotl plus 1 Spirit, but that option still hangs up there. The Pugna plus Storm, Pugna plus Void Spirit still available for either side as well. So a lot of comfort still left for them to kind of get done here. And we'll have to see what they will opt for. The Disruptor is the priority from Team Spirit, banning out the Silencer. So there's some team fight on hand here for the side of Team Spirit. This tends to be a pretty strong counter to Spirit Brothers, just with a static Storm Tread. And look at Sunbeam. I've never seen him so relaxed. Why is he's so relaxed?
For now,
damn.
Jonathan, for now. His team's in first place, John. If they lose this game 1, I guarantee somebody will be standing right behind Jab, staring deeply into the camera. Looking at the reflections of Jab's eyes, staring back at the reflection of somebody. You'll see. I mean, if they do lose, that is. See what Team Spirit can do here. Of course, Talon third pick for themselves. One of my favorite players here, Q, of course, with the best hair in Dota. Always has a different hair color going on. Decided purple this time around. You love to see it.
Yeah. Then they pick up the Clink support now for themselves. That should be Q's hero. Has been playing it a lot in Pause 4. So you just have a lot of physical output. This does play pretty nicely into the Disruptor. Very easy target to kind of burst down before these fights break out. It will kind of force Team Spirit, of course, to invest heavily in detection, impact their economy on the support duo. Particularly the Ench doesn't enjoy kind of sacrificing her farm, as you tend to want to go a bit greedier on Ench. Hurricane Pike is something you want. Even the Ags as a support is pretty impactful. So just having the Clinks to drain that gold away feels pretty nice to force Team Spirit to, waste their economy just a little bit to counteract this one hero. Wondering how else Talon ties this in. Again, you still have options available like the Pugna, and they'll go with a Rubik instead. So, rather interesting. This should be our Ollie Rubik coming out. Good spells to steal. Pretty solid lanes coming out. No direct synergies, it's nothing like big wombo combos coming out, but a lot of counterplay potential here from Talon at least.
Yeah, I mean, you loved seeing the Rubik against heroes like the Disruptor, right? Because like the Glimpse is amazing to steal, the Static Storm can be quite nice, even Kinetic Field can be quite a nice ability. Of course, you do have Roar as well from the Beastmaster, but it's mostly about the Glimpse, I believe, for the Rubik, as we are going to have Team Spirit going for the Yatoro Morphling, which is a very scary pickup to see if you are a Talon fan. Yatoro just so potent when it comes to playing the Morph, and well, he's going to have a nice Slark to morph into here this game, John. You don't mind morphing into the Slark with the Ags up, get that pounce going, and just be a better Slark.
Yeah, it's just a better hero for the most part on that morph. We have seen a couple of games where the Morphling has lost, but I'm not sure if those are statistically relevant. It has tended to just win out every single time, and the tough part here for Talon is they don't really have the best control for something like the Morphling. No great silences coming out, no great control unless you steal something like the Roar on Ollie on that Rubik. So it's a pretty free Morphling game. The only threat you have is being pounced on that stops your mobility. Even then, probably not the scariest thing in the world for a Morphling to deal with. Liking what Team Spirit has. I think this is a really well-rounded draft. It looks like a really damn good Morphling game. I don't see anything from the mid lane that repairs these issues and kind of trying to suppress Yatori here. So you should be set for a pretty good time. Perhaps the laning phases, maybe the more challenging part to lane into a Timbersaw, but even then, you have enough protection there. Just Disruptor to glimpse back and the Kinetic Field. It should be more than enough to get some spacing here for Yatoro.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of what Spirit's got here with their own draft. Final bans to come both sides, focusing on the mid lane at the moment, as that's what's really left over here from Makoto and Lal. Pango being removed, Puck being removed. One more ban each, and we can see the finishes of these drafts. Surprisingly, Void Spirit is still left in the pool, which is a hero that I'm always surprised to see has been left. It's one of the most broken heroes in 7.33C at the moment. I mean, surely one of these teams ban it out now. Like, there's no way you just leave it.
It's rather surprising. Like, only the Storm out of all the Spirit Brother mids have been banned. I think the Void Spirit fits for either side. You might be able to maximize it a little bit more on Team Spirit in comparison to Talon. They don't really have, again, not the best ways of enabling a more aggressive mid, it feels like, unless you're just willing to run around here on the Clinks very early on, and they will ban it out in Talon's hands. Team Spirit mids. I mean, Ember is probably the last safe ban, but that leaves you with very little options as well in Spirit. They don't have the first pick in the last phase, so they will have to ban out a more favorable mid. Wouldn't mind the Ember. What else is there that Mikado likes to play? The Wind Ranger's still left in the pool, although that's a little bit of a gambit for Talon, not knowing what the matchup would be.
Yeah, that's fair. And surprisingly enough as well, like, you have Medusa that hasn't been banned. Now, I don't think either side really can fit a Medusa into their draft, but if you had, like, a spot in the offlane, for example, or you wanted to play a tempo setting Medusa, then it wouldn't be the worst. In fact, Team Spirit do ban out AM. So they could go for a mid Medusa themselves and just go for that Phylactery build up and just be as annoying as humanly possible. I don't necessarily think it's good here, John, but it is still a very broken hero. Mind you, it would be up against the Slark, so chances are they won't do it. One of the heroes that Slark really enjoys just hitting over and over again throughout a team fight and just taking stats away. Talon. Oh, they do go for the Wind Range. All right.
Oh.
Makoto, and Q just runs out the door. Q's like, no, I'm out, boys. You guys lose this game on your own. I ain't dealing with this Wind Ranger pick.
It's rather interesting to end with a Wind Ranger. Like we mentioned, it's a little bit of a gambit not knowing what your mid matchup will be. Then again, there's some potential for some really hard flexes on Talon. At the least, you can still run Wind Ranger safe lane for 23. You can run a Slark mid if the matchup is favorable. So the Quap does come out for Team Spirit. Kind of covers their bases against any flex that Timbersaw or Wind Ranger will look for, and Laurel will just pick it up. So a straightforward draft now for Talon, going for the 23 Savage. Slark, I don't know how to feel about this. I think overall it has a draft that's much together. I think there's less pressure to win out early on with draft. You can just get tempo on with your Morphling, your Queen of Pain, burst damage to kind of the top team fight with the hand, with the control collapse with the beast. And for Talon, it looks a little bit harder to like get these plays out. Like with the Clint, you're waiting for Solar Crest, Leon Rubik, of course, 6 that take more time in pod. Nowadays, I actually do like what Team Spirit has a little bit more. I think this is a lot more aggressive. It fits the meta quite well, and it has a very clear identity. Whereas Talon, it's a little bit more scattershot. Like there's some potential for everything to connect together, but you don't have team fight control. You don't have the best hard lockdown in comparison to Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and Roar. So your control for something like Larl here is a lot harder to pull off. Like you're gonna have to line up your pounces on 23 or really ensure Mikado lands these shackles every single time.
We'll have to see how this does pan out. It's a very important series for both sides. Of course, Team Talon are trying to just hold their place in first place in the standings. Getting a Tyro or 2-0 series here against Team Spirit would make that happen, and Team Spirit tied up in third place with 5 other teams, so trying to get through that and just kind of break away from this tiebreaker going on in Group A right now. Obviously not looking for a tie against Talon if they can avoid it, looking for a 2-0 victory. And with the draft, I think we both agree Team Spirit looking very, very strong going into this Game 1. But of course, Talon being in first place right now aren't to be underestimated. They do look kind of rejuvenated and revitalized and remotivated after that DPC season they just had. So we'll see how this game number 1 does go between these two teams. I can't wait to see how it breaks out, Jonathan. I can't say there's a real outright favorite. I mean, I said earlier, based on standings, Talon should theoretically be a favorite in this, but you know, I was kind of just messing around. I think it's going to be pretty even between these two if there were odds.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think either side has a big edge. And again, historically, this matchup has gone to draws in group stage outside of DreamLeague 19. So I'm keen to see if this still maintains. Going to be interesting to watch. Early smoke out from both sides. See if any shenanigans come out.
See if there's a level 1 team fight to break out here. Wards down from Lal. Nobody to spot that out. Hugh's going through a twin gate at the moment. He's going to head down bot lane as well. I think Team Spirit would be more likely the kind of team that would want the level 1 team fight. Talon look a little bit more happy to just try and get to the laning stage after taking 2 bounties.
30 seconds to battle.
Just play it safe. Their level 1s on Talon isn't necessarily the best. Again, there's a bit of a lack of control. You wouldn't necessarily want to get level 1 pounce on 23 to try to get a kill. Neither would you really want level 1 telekinesis here for Ollie or level 1 shackles for Mikado, so not in their favor to truly force something out. Jabs will take point though. I mean, he is a Timbersaw.
Yatora going to be spotted. Jabs will move in. Glimpse is back already onto
The
Jabs.
battle begins.
Ollie going to show up now to make sure they secure both bounties here. Team Spirit will do the exact same thing down to the bottom bounty rune spot. So 2 for 2 trade on the bounties. Nice even start between the two teams. I suppose we should start with the mid lane while we're around here. We've got Makoto, of course. He's playing that mid Wind Ranger against Lal on the Queen of Pain mid. The mid Wind Ranger versing the Quap matchup, John, do you kind of favor one hero over the other in the 1v1 matchup?
I'd say it's not too bad for either side. You do have the Wind Run to at least outrun and dodge out the physical right click Laurel might want to do to harass. Both sides do have a decent enough time in clearing out the creep wave with their own spells. Power shot up against Scream of Pain, not too bad, not too shabby. I think the one concern is down the line. With a couple of levels, Mikado's right clicks will be better. It's just a matter of fact with universal hero typing and with a couple of stat items up. So I think that's the one thing Laurel will have to watch out for as the lane develops.
Bottom lane, First Blood already breaking out. Collapse able to secure the kill. Excuse me, rather going down. 23 securing the kill here on the Slark. That was a little bit surprising. I thought the Beastmaster Ench lane was going to be a little bit more dominant than that, but it turns out Talon, they find a way to secure First Blood.
They just run down. That's 23 with just the Essence Shift. You didn't really have control in this lane. No telekinesis out as well from Ollie. And you do have to kind of just maintain your spacing here in Miposhka, because overall you should have very safe harassment to apply onto the Slark with the impetus, with the axes coming out. This should not be a simple lane for 23 Savage, but the First Blood definitely allowing him a little bit more room to breed, although as the levels go up, it does not simplify for Talon. Team Spirit should get more and more as you get more experience. Granted, your large camp is blocked off, so the impact of the Ench not as big without the creep, but you almost don't even need the creep to kind of play here anyway. just impetus alone up against a melee hero feels pretty damn good.
Well, he can de-ward it now. Like, he'll notice that the large camp is blocked. Needs the level 2 enchant anyway to really get the large creep, so just kind of waits it out a little bit. Not too big of a deal.
Radiant's
Levels are
courier
coming up
has
though.
been
This
killed.
this bottom duo of Team Spirit are going to get much stronger, but for now 23 Savage is going to have a pretty good time. Not too much pressure being applied onto the Slark. Of course, top lane, Yatoro and Mira against Jabs and Q on the Clinks. We did see a lot of pressure being applied to Yatoro, but he's having a much better time now. Does hit that level 2 mark, so it feels a lot safer. Because you do have to be a little bit wary about the whirling death of the Timbersaw, because you can kind of underestimate how much stat steal is going to be there with the whirling death and how much damage it does deal. And Yatoro, if he does get caught, can be a little bit dangerous. But again, this guy's kind of like a Morphling specialist, so it's hard to imagine Yatoro messing up with the stats.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard for him to just maintain the lane. The farming pace is a little bit slower than you'd want it to be, but it's also not too bad. And Mira already had to salve up, but that's just a consequence of laning up against a Clinks as a disruptor. And the Clinks just enjoys low armor heroes. But shoving out Yatoro himself can be a bit of a tall order. Maybe by level 5 you can start to see some kill threat on either side. As it is right now, not the worst thing in the world. Again, the tree line's already cut down as well, so the impact of some whirling deaths here not as big as you'd want it to be for Jabs.
Yeah. Mid lane quite passive here between Lal and Mikoto. The XP is practically exactly the same. Lal finding himself slightly ahead, but nothing to write home about. As bottom lane, Maposhka about to drop does go down. Oli able to pick up that kill on the Enchantress. So Maposhka literally just getting run down there. You see, the Pounce was committed to hold him down for a second, but yeah, ultimately just running him down, and the Ench just could not survive through the onslaught.
This is some good aggression coming out from Talon. Getting a bit of an early level 3 spike on 23, utilizing having the Dark Pact and the Pounce at hand to just punish a lower level Enchantress. Again, with no creep to play with, it feels a little bit rougher. Savage is alone right now, so is a bit susceptible to harass, but isn't going to be really bullied out too hard while Ollie goes to secure a rune. Aggressive blink forward from Laurel here, though.
He's trying to get aggressive here onto Makoto. Makoto is taking a lot of damage. He might just actually be dead. Makoto, 1 charges are there. He'll pop a bottle charge. Lal's still going in. Makoto might just die to the Shadow Strike, and he will. Lal, understanding exactly how far he needed to go, does just blink out. Those cool guys do not look at explosions. And poor old Makoto, he will die alone.
It's a big kill for Laurel. Gonna land a early level 6, perhaps threatened with a Sonic Wave down the line here. Mikado, a little bit behind now. Not gonna be feeling too good, stalling out on his own 6 timing with a Focus Fire. Has the pocket level 5 point, so can kind of decide whether or not he needs the extra Wind Run or the Shackle Shot in this lane. At the least, he does have his Bracer up, so again, the right-click harass for the Wind Ranger is pretty damn good at this point. A lot more durability to play with as well, but the level 3 Shadow Strike is a little bit overwhelming for the Wind Ranger to deal with. Can't really do much with a Wind Run to try to dodge that out. It's just gonna constantly tick you down here.
3 heroes down here in the bottom lane from Talon. Both supports have rotated around with the Slark. Though no kind of harassment really coming out against Spirit down the bot lane. Of course, they do leave Jabs up top by himself here against Yatoro. And Yatoro getting a little bit low. Jabs really playing around here with the Morphling. Has the Whirling Death up, but Yatoro is just making sure he's always keeping healthy with the strength gain. Of course, Jabs doesn't need any supports around at this point, being level 5. Yatoro is probably the one that actually needs the help, because Jabs just continues moving in, not leaving the Morphling alone. But he's going to be fine to back off for now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Mira is hanging around with Lal. Ollie's going to show himself as well on the Rubik. But it seems like Ollie's looking to just head up towards the top lane and maybe try to help out Jabs a little bit. See if they can find a kill onto Yatoro. Yatoro is consistently just very low in terms of HP. Like 1 Whirling Death plus a Fate Bolt, and Yatoro's just dead as bottom lane. Poshka again gonna die. 23 Savage able to secure that one. Now top, Ollie is waiting patiently for Yatoro. Jabs, Whirling Death is gonna be there. No, he's not even gonna commit it. Yatoro is still just perfectly fine. They just don't have the burst damage right now for the Morph. He will be able to escape.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mira, he's just stealing a 7-minute Wisdom Rune away. So Talon, they kind of forget about it.
They're just really focused in on the lanes. Managed to slide away there for Team Spirit. Pretty big takes considering how the lanes are going. Again, your supports aren't really hanging in lane. You've been dying quite a fair bit on Miposhka. So the double rune does help out for both the Disruptor and the Ench. And that's really important. You need to find that level 6, in particular for Mira. Mikado.
Yeah, getting jumped. He'll go for the focus fire onto Lal. Try to go for the man fight. And that's a great shackle out, but Lal is fine. Lal is going to be able to blink out just in the nick of time. Just trying for the life of Makoto, but not having enough spells to throw out to really secure the kill. And Makoto making the right choice to just man up there and force Lal back to the fountain.
Yeah, gets a little bit of room for himself now to catch up after getting killed by Laurel. Might be able to get kill opportunity onto Mira if he's not careful, but the TPs are coming back in. They are dragging in Miposhka down here as well.
They've got the Sonic Wave, so they want to just try and secure a kill. They're going to find Q on the Clinks. Q. TP attempt, but Mira has got the glimpse back. And that'll be the Clinks gone. No Sonic Wave necessary for that one. They'll just give it the screen. Mira is going to survive the damage output of Ollie and Makoto as Lal looking to keep going. Does just blink right in with a massive Sonic Wave, and Ollie is going to die to the impetus of Miposhka. 2 down in the mid lane for Talon and Team Spirit getting warmed up.
You're finding the punishment now. That focus onto mid, throwing off Mikado's tempo is going to be really big. This is a lot of room for the side lanes though. Jabs just finds the top tier 1 with no contestation. So you do manage to get a little bit more going here for Talon up top. And of course, Savage has had a pretty free lane as well down south. Number 1 in net worth is going to have a really early timing on that defusal on the Slark. So that might be a mild concern here. Overall, you're trading pretty nicely. Mikado is not having that early timing you'd want here, although.
I think it does get a nice shackle. Mira gonna drop. Lal still playing here with Ollie, looking for the Rubik kill. Almost has it and will get it eventually before he does blink up. 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. I'm pretty sure Lal is sitting very pretty here now. 3 kills going to the Queen of Pain. 3rd in net worth on the Quap, and having a fantastic game so far.
He's just managing to really push the Quap to its limits. Use its magical damage well, and the priority from Team Spirit is to constantly keep eyes on mid. That investment is paying off. Laurel going into that Witchblade we tend to see in the Quap, into Akaya, more than likely into the Ags that we tend to see now as well. And that timing is going to be really key. Mikoto still a ways off from finding anything like the Aetos or the Gleipnir. And it's going to be a long time for him to kind of build up bottom net worth. Well, second to bottom net worth core, right above Collapse still.
Attempt on
full
Lal,
lock-in.
no shackles coming out on the Quap. He's going to be just fine. They do secure at least the regen runes themselves here on Talon as they are making the jump in on Mira. Oh, and a very awkward pause coming out here from Jabs. Power shot is up for Makoto, and that is a max level power shot, so if he does land it, Mira is just as good as dead. No chance of survival, doesn't have any raindrops on the Disruptor.
Slowing down as well, has a tar bomb on. Even if it doesn't land, I think you might be able to chase down on the supports after the kinetic field.
Ooh.
How did
no.
Did he instantly cancel?
He instantly cancelled because he must have casted it pre-pause. So he messes it up a little bit, but they get the kill anyway. Q will take.
Radiant's bottom tower
Still
is
happy
under
enough
attack.
finding that kill. Again, all the attention is being dragged in here into that mid lane. Savage showing up for a little bit to poke and prod, show off his new defusal. Doesn't really land a kill himself. So misses out an opportunity. We'll go back to farming. Again, most of this focus has been on mid. And it is starting to seem a bit harder for Mikado to land any control. Like, just shackle. He's managed to find a few good ones, but it's still level 1. That duration not long enough to find the burst onto something like the Quap here.
No, certainly not. That was always going to be the deal, right? Because you saw the Quap coming out as the last pick for Team Spirit, and you kind of knew straight away that there wasn't as much lockdown as you would hope for against the Queen of Pain. It just feels like a very free game for Lal, as long as he doesn't get caught by a rogue shackle or a pounce.
Radiant
Sure, maybe
are
later on
scattered.
you can work towards an Orchid build-up here if you are the Clinks. But generally speaking, after the Solar Crest, they usually want to go Nullifier. But the Orchid still could work very effectively against Team Spirit because you are up against the Quap and a Morphling. That might be the play for Q if he can find the farm. There's going to be a two-man smoke being popped here. Talon looking to rotate down towards the south side of the map. Two-man smoke now from Lal and Mira, who are heading up top. Bottom lane, though, they are going to intervene first with Team Spirit. Maposhka and Collapse are hanging out, farming the creep wave. Meanwhile, top lane, Jabs is going to be spotted now by Team Spirit, but oh, they missed the static storm. Glimpse is going to be back, but it doesn't hold him in the kinetic field. Bit of a misplay here from Mira. Savage now going to join Jabs, chasing Team Spirit down. But it seems like Team Spirit are going to be more than out of here, just very far away. No chance of Talon catching them. But I think as Talon, you'll be happy to just avoid the gank attempt that was incoming. This bottom lane, Q, going to get started on Collapse, but it's just a Clinks hitting him. Jab's going to show up now, but it's a bit too late. Maposhka is fine. They do force a rotation. Mira is here. But I don't think Mira's going to be quite enough to help kill off the Timbersaw. Like, you need at least the quad.
Yeah, you don't have the static storm either, so you can't really do too much here on that disruptor. And they do have the roar ready and Collapse if they want to go, and he is working towards the early ags here. So wanting more impact in these fights. Wanting a little bit sustained coming out. Constant damage onto the Slark when he does pop that Shadow Dance as well. Not too far off here for Collapse, just 2 parts away. Just a little bit more farm time, as it does look like we've just done a lane swap here for Talon. 23 holding up top now. He is pretty close to getting his next itemization, I'm fairly certain. I'm not sure if there was the Echo Saber coming out, which it should be. It is. Smoke out from Talon once more. 3-man smoke.
So they're going to try and bait in the mid lane. Makoto might just really push forward and start pressuring the mid-tier 1 tower. While his team just stays smoked around him. And here come the TPs. Mal is going to show up. Q does reveal himself. There is Ollie moving in with a lift up. Does find the quad, but now there is going to be a nice sonic wave out from Lal, but he has no blink away. So Talon finding that big target. Yutora actually going to come in and morph into the Rubik, but now 23 Savage. He's looking to move in and fight, but no, it looks like they want to retreat. Talon, Jabs, he wants to keep going. Mira immediately going to drop here on the disruptor, as Jabs might want to keep going forward, but decides better of it. They've already found 2 very nice targets, and the mid-tier 1 tower is freely now just going to be taken by Talon. No chance of stopping that.
Big kills coming out for Talon there. Really good rotation onto the mid, even though the smoke was, just instantly popped. They just force in mid. The response from Team Spirit a little bit scattered, not able to really get their spell usage out the way they'd want to. The use of Blink from Laurel, exposing him there. Really long cooldown when it's stuck at level 1. Shouldn't be an issue as the game goes on, but that is something Talon can use against him at this point in the game. And again, just really good force movement out. Savage did pop Shadow Dance pretty early, so he couldn't come in and get some permanent agi stacks. That's probably the one silver lining here for Team Spirit.
I think he was trying to avoid Yutora morphing into the Slark. That's why he went to the Shadow Dance, which is perfectly fine, because he ended up morphing into the Rubik of all things. Q gonna get glimpsed back here by Miro. Won't amount to a kill for Team Spirit. The tier 1 tower about to drop, but Jabs is going to stand in the way of that. There's Talon now grouping up as 5 by the looks of it as they do move in. Collapse going to be the target here on the Beastmaster. Is going to go down very early into the backside. They've got Ollie. They've got the Wind Ranger locked in a static storm, but it's not going to matter because Team Spirit, they are the ones that need to run. Jabs will get a double. Lal is going to try and TP out and will barely make it. Makoto unable to find anyone else. But Talon, they are just smothering Team Spirit in this game one so far.
Movement's just been on point. Team Spirit, this is a little bit of a consequence from their lanes. Miposhka with all those stats, not having too much to show for it yet on that Enchantress. Isn't really able to apply as much pressure. You're at the point where Savage is just free to jump in, even with just the Echo Saber. No ags up yet on the Slark. Doesn't even matter, as he's just willing to jump forward. Again, you let Jabs take the Timbersaw. This is one thing that's been consistent for him across the years. And they managed to catch out with the Static Storm. The worst part is, all he does is grab it. So in the next team fight, you will have Static Storm ready here from the Rubik.
Yeah. Right. Lal, again being caught out. Makoto and Savage finding a massive pick-off onto the Queen of Pain once again. They knew somebody was hanging around there. They will catch them with their pants down. Lal, I mean, he had a great laning stage, but now sitting at 3-2-1 in terms of KDA. Not feeling very good about himself. And Talon, I mean, there's just no need to slow down, it feels like. This side is just so far ahead now. 5k advantage, 16.5 minutes. They can just keep going, and look at this. Collapse is going to be spotted here by Q immediately into the static storm of the Rubik. Ollie with no hesitation. Collapse so close to having the Ags up, but just still 400 gold away. Is mid lane. Run of Atos catching up Aposhka. Talon will not give them any breathing room. My God.
This is relentless coming out from Talon. It almost makes me ask, where was this Talon in the DPC? This felt a little bit lacking from them. Again, maybe that ass whooping kicks them into gear, lets them. They got Sunby riled up. And I saw him actually on Twitter say that he was still traumatized from the DPC losses. So I'm sure, it's just Sunby in the room is getting them to like, all right, guys, we got to play proper. Team Spirit. Again, this draft wasn't too bad. I think the lanes just doesn't work out the way they'd want to. Especially since you didn't lane the Enchantress into the Timber Saw to just try to get the impetus shots off, so Jabs has a little bit of a freer time. You're seeing Q just melt through a lot with his movement, getting a lot of information out as well with the Skeleton Walk. For Team Spirit, all their hopes are hinging on Yatora now to get big on this Morphling. He's not too far behind the top cores on Talon, but it's also not the healthiest position to be in right now.
Mid lane, Team Spirit, they might be setting up for a team fight attempt, but Talon again still feeling like they're the stronger team. Mirror's gonna move in. Static Storm is out. He caught Makoto. It's a good start, but look at the damage. Jabs is dealing to the side of Spirit. Collapse is already gone. They're trying to deal with Jabs, but Jabs is a temper. He's too tanky. Spirit need to run. Q is still on the chase. Mirror being slowed up should just drop as Savage. On the chase is securing the kill.
Oh.
Now a shackle. Makoto on the creep wave is going to have to watch Yatora waveform out. But making sure he knew that the shackle hit before he left.
Man, this is just on point. Talon covering each other's backs really well. The one-man Static Storm. Spirit just looking for a pickoff, can't even find it. Jabs intercepts, gets the great Timber Chain across to prevent them from running forward, using his body as a shield to protect their mid. And it just pays off. Only one outer tower left for Team Spirit, 19 minutes in. 15-4, 11k lead for Talon. The BKB for 23 Savage flying out now with the disassembly play on the Echo Saber. So he's going to be fine in the middle of these engagements. We're seeing that replay again. Just a movement from Jabs. Cuts him off. They want to run in. They want to keep chain stunning Mikado. Burst him down, but you can't burst through a Timber Saw.
You certainly can't. This hero is just proving to be way too strong right now. And you got to give all props to Jabs. He's been having a real clean performance as mid lane. Makoto with these shackles.
Jeez.
Someone went to geometry class, or rather trigonometry here, Johnny. He's got all the angles going. Top lane. Savage, though, he didn't, because he goes down. Wrong area for Savage. Back to the classroom for him.
It's been a big kill for Team Spirit to find, to trade away just for the inch. You're more than happy for Team Spirit to actually get that. Catching the fish out of water right there. Savage cooking up a little bit too far outside the kitchen. It's going to be punished out for it. Talon still in a pretty good spot. Again, at the least for Savage, he didn't pop the BKB. So he still has that 9-second charge ready to go. Just have to be cautious about playing greedy here, Talon. Team Spirit, the kind of team that can punish when you start slipping up on map control, when you start playing a little bit undisciplined here.
I mean, Team Spirit are nowhere near out of this game yet. Like, Dota Plus currently sitting at 14% for Team Spirit, but we've seen bigger comebacks from this side. The group up will be there from Spirit. Manta Style now up on Yatoro. They are just going to try and secure the Tormentor on the dire end of things. Free shots here for Maposhka, but Roshan is happening in the meantime. Talon getting away with this for completely nothing. Just absolutely free Roshan here for Talon. Although Team Spirit did pop the smoke, they are not going to make it in time. There's no point trying to force the fight now. They'll retreat immediately after seeing the Roshan had already gone. And Talon, they're just back to split pushing the top lane. They seem to know Spirit are hanging around the bottom lane somewhere, as they did just take their own Tormentor. If you are Talon, you can start thinking about that top tier 2 tower now.
Just take care of the last outer tower left from Team Spirit. Start thinking about that high ground pressure that your lineup can bring with a front line of jabs. Shouldn't be too hard to pull off. The bot tier 1 finally falls for Team Spirit, so they get some map control back their way, just not enough to offset what Talon's found, but at the least there's some farming room now for Laurel, for Collapse, for Yatoro to kind of work towards. Top tier 2 will go down without defense. Again, with all outer towers gone, Talon, they've got a lot of room to do what they want right now.
And they're just rotating across the map. Like, they want the fight. They don't believe Spirit has what it takes to fight back right now. And I can't quite blame them for thinking that way with the Aegis up on their Wind Ranger. Q. It's going to find Mirror. Can't cancel the TP, however. Will eventually reveal himself down on this bottom wave. Lal is nearby, but it's going to be quite hard to hold down the Queen of Pain. And they aren't going to know he's there anyway, so he's going to be just fine.
Dire are scanning.
Talon is still just roaming the map, trying to find somebody to pick off. Team Spirit doing a very, very good job of just staying completely away from Talon, though as I say that, Yatoro is currently being stalked by Savage. But I don't believe Savage quite saw him. Yatoro does back off towards the base at the right moment. It's very important Yatoro gets to that Ags timing before they can get going again as Spirit. Talon, though, grouping up now for the top tier 3 tower, perhaps. Collapse. Oh, he's in a very awkward position. Caught out with the shackle on the neutral camp. And Collapse just has no chance of survival.
Just melts. Not much you can really do there. High ground opens up without that Beastmaster.
Atos out. They've got Mirror. Mirror is going to drop. Power shot is perfect from Makoto. Depth Shroud even being placed down just in case Makoto needed it. But now the tier 3 top tower is already under siege from Talon. Team Spirit are the ones that need to find a way to defend this, but it's looking rather tough as they've already got 2 heroes down. Now Savage, he'll jump in onto Maposhka. Sonic Wave, it will do nothing. This top racks, it looks like you just have to give it up. You haven't got the bodies to throw at Talon at the moment. And hell, even if you did, I just don't think you could take the fight. You need more time to Spirit.
You need Yatoro to be ready to come in, and he's just not. One part away from that full axe, does have the gold for it. So perhaps now you can take a follow-up fight. You've only sacrificed 1 set of racks, not the worst in the world. Now we've got to see what Yatoro can do with that morph. What form will he prioritize? A lot of good forms. As you mentioned, the Slark probably the biggest one, but turning into a universal type isn't too shabby as well if you feel like all you need is some durability and damage in the middle of these engagements. Like the Wind Ranger could be one as well for the Morphling if Yatoro feels like it. Again, 40% stat steal, nothing to laugh at. Softens up Mikado in a huge way.
Yeah.
Let's see. Talon, they've fully pulled back. Just kind of hanging around their triangle, maybe looking to wait out a smoke as they will smoke in, but Spirit's also smoked out here.
They certainly are. Thing is, though, John, Q just picked up a Scythe of Vice, so this could be a pretty big surprise reveal from the Clinks. Obviously, you have the Ags and Yatoro, which is their own like kind of item power spike, as they are going to run right into Talon. 23 has his smoke broken, but Team Spirit, they'll hold on to the high ground advantage for now. Talon will just rush right up. They won't even think about it. Yatoro, Collapse, they're just farming the Ancient at the moment. Trying to get rid of this camp before they do retreat. Makoto gets a shackle off though. They found the Morphling. Yatoro, he got the strength morph in time. He's going to be fine as Q is the first one to drop on the Clinks, and now Savage, he's dropping low as well. Pound's going to cancel the TP, but no, he had the BKB off. Sonic Wave will do nothing. Ollie, he will drop. Jabs being left behind. He's going to try for the chains TP away, and he's going to make it. But it is a successful team fight for Team Spirit. Finding 2 for nothing. Something they desperately needed.
It's a very forced fight coming out from Talon. They don't have the easiest ways to bring their heroes to bear. And the only highly mobile here is really Jab. So even with that lockdown onto Yatoro, they couldn't quite get the output. I mean, Savage still doesn't have the full Ags. He needs that added pounce range. He needs the pounce charges up here as well to be able to start clearing out these heroes. And without it, it's just a little bit awkward for them to reach out. And that is a Hex reveal coming out from Q as well. It's really impactful in getting that control. Just, again, the follow-through is lacking. At the least, for Talon, they only lose their supports. So you could have asked for more here in Team Spirit, but beggars can't be choosers.
Lal, side device is there from Q. Blink up in a couple, but it won't matter. Jabs gets it done just in time. It's just a hard part as a quap against the Clinks with the scythe devices. You never know when it's coming. Nothing like a Lincoln's or a BKB up on the Queen of Paint to try and avoid all this. So Talon, even with that lost engagement they just had, they are once again applying pressure, understanding they are still the stronger team at this point in time. Understanding as well, the more time they give to Yatoro, the scarier this Morphling is going to get. Don't forget either, like Miposhka on this Ench, while it is a support, these Ench, they do tend to scale very nicely into the late game. You already see Miposhka with the Dragonlance, Grove Bow, and even in that last engagement, looking at the highlights, like he was hitting very hard with the Impetus already.
Oh.
Rod of Atos. They've caught Mirror with the Shackle. Focus Fire is going to be there as well from Makoto, taking Mirror down. Yatoro has jumped in. A stolen Static Storm now from Oli, trying to hold the Morphling, but Yatoro is still fine. They will go for the fight. They are still trying to target the Morph, but he just waveforms out. Now Savage, does he really want a man fight? The Raw holds him down. Savage is gone. Uh-oh. 3 down for Talon. Team Spirit suddenly looking very good as a second team fight in a row has been won.
Dire are scanning.
If you're Talon, John, I don't know. I think you might need to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, it's a massive win for Spirit. Like, they get the chain stuns off once more. They focus everything they have on Talon to just take out Mira, but he already dropped the Static Storm. Sure, the stolen Static Storm was nice from Ollie, but where's your lockdown to keep them in there?
Dust that on Q. Scythe device onto the Queen of Pain, but Lal is going to survive the damage from Jabs. So even Q going down now on the Clinks. That'll be the 4th hero of Talon going down. So Talon down to a 4k net worth advantage from 10k just a minute ago. More importantly, Team Spirit is slowly starting to look like the stronger draft. And the big boy, of course, Yatoro on this Morphling is proving to be the big issue now. Sitting at top net worth on the board. As you can see, the highlights here from that last fight. Everything thrown onto the Morph, but he just manages to waveform away. And Savage just getting caught with his pants down here in the triangle, getting roared up by Collapse, and just unable to survive through it.
Yeah, just couldn't use that Shadow Dance fast enough with a BKB. Severe punishment coming out from Team Spirit. Again, as the game goes on, this draft just gets stronger and stronger. Your presence on the Quap or the Ags is just devastating in these prolonged team fights with a constant spam. Yatoro gets a lot more damage as the game goes on, has a lot of utility in turning into the Wind Ranger or the Slark here. And the Beastmaster Roar stays relevant. It's your debuff immunity's piercing stun. Nothing like that exists on Talon's end unless Ollie manages to get a great steal. At the least now for Talon, the Ags is up for 23. So finding the angles in to jump is a little bit easier for him. Rush control is the way of Team Spirit though. Still 2 minutes until the respawn. That does mean it will spawn down south in daytime. Looks like they are just going to focus in on that objective. If they do manage to take that Rosh for free on Team Spirit's end, that could be a very easy high ground. Their push is pretty damn fast. It's still a Beastmaster alignment up with an Ench. Doesn't take too long for them to multi objectives once they're on top of it.
And they have a stronger Roshing lineup, right? Because they have all these units and Hawks that they can throw out around the Roshan pit for vision. Which makes it very hard for Talon to actually close into the Roshan pit if Team Spirit do start it. And around this kind of enclosed area, the Team Spirit can be very confident knowing when Talon are coming for that counter of the Roshan attempters. Smoke on smoke? Team Spirit? Forget about the Roshan pit, they're going straight for the fight and both sides are running right into each other. Who sees who first though? There is nice vision here around from Team Spirit. Keep in mind the Hawks and the Observer Wards are giving a lot of info here once the smoke wears off. Talon need to be very cautious about this one because Roshan will go for free if they lose this fight. Jab's going to jump in, seeing Miposhka. They've already got one. It's a good start for Talon, but the buyback is there from Miposhka. It's now Spirit. They want the fight, but Talon want to waste the buyback. Jabs, he'll get glimpsed back into the Static Storm. He is melting real darn quick, but a great shackle shot from Makoto. Holding down 2 of them once again. Jabs, barely alive. A shackle though from Yatoro going to lock him down and make sure he does end up dying. As Savage has to pop the BKB to run. Lal will be on the chase, but Savage going to TP out. Shackle, it's not going to matter, but the glimpse is there. The glimpse is there. Savage is not going to make it. 2 cores down for Talon. And now Spirit, they will have free entry to the Roshan pit. and it's going to be up in 24 seconds. But I highly doubt Talon can try to contest this now.
It's not one they can afford to contest now. Just stem the bleeding, hold back, maybe try to shove in the lanes while Team Spirit go for that objective. A little bit of an awkward fight for Talon. Again, they are fighting under really good vision control from the side of Team Spirit. 23 tries to pounce forward but doesn't find anything. He did pop the Shadow Dance early once more. And if you can't land that pounce in the Slark, it just feels like waiting for that cooldown, despite it being fairly low, is painful. It's a lot of time for you to reposition, to try to find an advantage here on the side of Team Spirit. Again, just the glimpse coming through as the debuff immunity fades there from 23. Catches him off guard and finds that kill.
Roshan's going to get started, but Talon have pushed out the top and mid lane here, John. So Q's being very annoying because he's just keeping the mid lane forced in. Only Mira is around to try and defend this. Roshan, though, extremely low now. Makoto will get the vision, but it's all too late. Team Spirit, they'll pick up the Aegis cheese for themselves and immediately retreat to base to try and defend this mid lane. Now Q, raw out. Yatoro, he got stuck. Yatoro caught by himself, but Manta is there to dodge out the route. He'll just morph into the Wind Ranger and just run away. Q is out though with the Scythe device, holding down the morphling. Yatoro, he can't make it. They've lost the Aegis. Yatoro, surely no way out now. He'll BKB though. He'll be fine. How did he get caught the first time? I didn't quite catch it.
They had a stolen roar already on Ollie. He had it from the last fight. Instantly gets that control out. Nothing like a Linken's up on Yatoro. He's just pinned down, and the follow-through is there from Talon. Talon, that's a pretty big kill. That prevents that momentum for Team Spirit to threaten high ground realistically here, as long as Talon doesn't drop any other fights. And that's all off the back of this play from Q, forcing the TPs into the mid-tier tree, and then opening up this opportunity to punish Yatoro, who stays behind. It's not enough to equalize the game once more, but again, the threat of high ground from Team Spirit, the threat of a very fast push coming out with that secondary life, dissipates just a little bit more. And Talon has some breathing room for themselves. Still have a lot of issues to fix up, but if Ollie's positioning in the middle of these fights is great, then a stolen roar like that, a stolen static storm, can still kind of set up for themselves here. Still, Team Spirit, not the biggest loss. That is just Aegis. You still have the cheese sitting comfy here on Laurel's pocket. And again, you're just growing bigger and bigger in Yatoro, working his way towards the Scotty, more stats to play with. The Wind Ranger form is not something Talon can deal with. They just have no way of piercing through, and you can see again that stolen roar being so impactful there.
Yep. Yatoro losing the Aegis here. Pretty big play from Talon. Something that Team Spirit did not really want to have to see, but nevertheless, still in a very strong position is Team Spirit. So is Talon, though. When you look at Q on the Clinks, he's getting to that point now where he's really starting to turn into a big core here. Has the Desolator now up on the Clinks. So those right clicks are starting to hurt, and he has much more ability to just rat out the lanes with that minus armor on these towers. As the mid-tier 2 tower is going to go down to Team Spirit, but Q already in the Dire base, forcing Lyle back. Now Talon, knowing the Quap is not around, they want the fight, they'll move in with the Shackle, finding Collapse immediately. That is your Beastmaster gone. Makoto, he's going to have a look for a bit more. Q's going to move in from the north, locking down another, and that is going to be mirrored down. So 2 immediately dead for Team Spirit. And it's back to the drawing board for them. Time to hold high ground once again.
At least you still have this flash buyback ready for our Disruptor to come in with a Static Storm if necessary. That will impact Zag's timing, but if the opportunity presents itself, Team Spirit should be able to still take that fight here for the high ground defense, if Talon forces the issue. Mind you, this is not the safest position for Talon to still force the advantage. You still have to worry about Yatoro, you still have to worry about holding down Laurel. I think the hit and run strategy from Talon is probably their safest bet here, if they can just constantly force these pickoffs away. Still keeping every lane shoved in, and Q doing a fantastic job of keeping Talon in a strong position in this game. Really just down to this Clinks being so disruptive, forcing out every single lane, threatening kills by himself. And once Q gets a BKB, I mean, he's pretty much just another core. This is just classic Q gameplay. He scales up, he plays a greedier position 4, but if the investment's there, the payoff is quite huge.
Another smoke from Spirit. They'll smoke behind Yatoro up at top lane. Hoping perhaps that Talon are trying to find the Morphling, but Talon not around that area. They've been hanging out at around mid. Just around the diet triangle right now is Talon. Bottom lane's actually being pinged out because Collapse is there to try and defend this lane. They can just start on pushing the bottom tier 3 tower. You can actually push multiple lanes at once as well, because again, Q can just kind of do one lane himself if he really wants to. We'll start moving in with the skeleton archers. They do a lot of damage to these tier 3s.
Jeez.
Such an annoying thing about the support Clinks. Even with no items, he would be able to do this, and it's just kind of ridiculous how much damage this support does right now.
Quite a fair bit, and again, it's forcing Team Spirit to play further back than they'd want to. They can keep stalling out for the next Roche and try to force a fight right before the spawn. Then just, again, overwhelm Talon into the pit. Next Roshan's going to be a big one for both sides here to set their eyes on. Talon still in an aggressive position here.
Yeah, but Spirit's got the high ground. Oh, nice shackle. Makoto, great start. Has got Maposhka. Lim's back on jabs, making his life a little bit more challenging, but Team Spirit, I don't think, can fight without the Pulse 5-inch. That'll be about it for them. Talon, they could attempt high ground, knowing that he is down for a minute. No buyback available right now on Maposhka.
Yeah. It's an opportunity. Again, the push comes out fast with Q here.
Skadi was also just bought out by Yatoro, so he's not going to have gold for buyback if he does end up going down in the next team fight, by the way. Feeling as though he may have just needed the Skadi for this high ground defense, though, as the game might just be over anyway. Q, Lincoln's is broken. Mirror unable to get the glimpse off. They'll get the D-ward immediately on the sentry. Lal can have a bit of a jump in. Yatoro trying to chase for more as well. Yatoro needs to be a little bit cautious. Instead, they'll sight the vice up Lal, but he's still jumping forward. Shackles will lock him down. The Team Spirit, just with the aggressive posturing, are forcing Talon back successfully. And Talon unwilling to risk it without a free Aegis on their side of things. They'll have to leave it be for now. It's Team Spirit. Very, very good kind of high ground defense here from them. And for Talon, again, they're not interested in rushing this game if they can avoid it.
No. Have to take it easy, take it slow, don't give any openings out to the side of Team Spirit, especially with Roche hanging on the line. We'll see that respawn timer in about a minute here. If it's a quick one, it's actually a little bit easier for Spirit up top. So they can access the dire Roshan spawn a little bit better if it does stay at night, but daytime is coming in 30 seconds, so it's always going to be a day spawn here. BKB fully up for Q, so you can get down to even more shenanigans to clear out. That mid-tier tree, not the healthiest now. A threat for the racks is open. Talon just into the Tormentors. Blink up and running for Collapse. Some easier time to follow through from when Larl does commit. And just the Blink Roar. Again, that's been a big issue for Talon. Nothing like a Lincoln's up, although you do have one in 23 at the very least. Catching out the Slark's a little bit of a taller order, and Mikado has one as well. Right, they're sort of set up for the Roar plays. But if Collapse manages to get a pop from someone else, then that's the opening they could use. Smoke out here.
Well, they want to try and abuse it. The Blink surprise reveal from Collapse could really pay off dividends here from Spirit. Talon doing a very good job of going back towards the base, though. And Q is alone down at the bottom lane, but he's in that skeletal walk right now, so you can't really see him at the moment. He'll be just fine to retreat, as it seems like Talon might start slowly setting up for a counter smoke attempt. And they will. They seem to know Spirit around the bot lane somewhere, so they draw the line out right through the Radiant jungle. They'll run towards the east of the map. Team Spirit just waiting on that southern side by the high ground. They've got wards around this area with Hawks. So they want to play around their own vision, get the big jump they're looking for. So much pressure on Collapse to find the roar that the team needs, preferably on a Wind Ranger or Slark. But again, you need to break these Lincolns first. Roshan now revealing itself as well, has respawned early.
Radiant's bottom
So even
tower
more
has
important for this
fallen.
next team fight is Spirit. Do they expect the high ground position? Lal, he's going to jump in. He had the Hawk to provide the vision, but he jumped in a little bit too early. He will still be fine to blink out.
Dire's middle
Not getting caught off guard here.
Oh, no, why switch? Oh my god. You're stuck in that little triangle.
Roar out. So they have caught jabs here on the timber. Jabs proving to be very tanky though, and now a shackle coming
Oh my
out.
God.
Makoto! He's done it again. Finding 2 targets. Meanwhile, Q's pushing in the mid wave. By the way, he's into the dire base.
What a player.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Q and Maposhka are going at it. The mid-rax is gone. Bottom lane, they're chasing for more now. Team Spirit are 2 split up. They can't take this fight any longer. Yatoro trying to hide in the tree line. He'll go for a shackle, revealing himself onto Makoto, moving in. Yatoro, he does take down the Wind Ranger. Immediate BKB TP out as well. So he gets some value for his team. Sadly, Mira is going to be left behind. Just wasting a lot of time for Spirit. As Talon is still chasing him down. They've got the glimpse up and they've got the vision. So Mira is not going to be able to escape. Sadly for Team Spirit, they did lose a mid-rax while all that was happening. And you can't really say Roshan is guaranteed for either side yet. 3 heroes down on both teams. And I think both of them may just wait for the respawns first.
It's going to be a little bit faster for Spirit to at least have their core respawn here. A Hex up now for Jabs. A little bit of an easier time to try to reel in control in these team fights. Spirit rushing in. Can't afford to give this Roshan away. Talon's still hanging around in the area. A very risky fight to take with Yatoro enabled the way he is. They have the Roche advantage. And with an early respawn for Collapse, they can't just gun for this.
The Talon can't really afford to let this one go, I don't think. Team Spirit, they hit the Roshan a little bit, but seeing how slowly it's being taken, they are going to retreat for now. Collapse wants to go through the twin gates, but Talon are literally just waiting in that area. He's going to go now. His team will try to protect him. Lal going to jump in to make sure Collapse is fine. Collapse just blinking away towards the north. Team Spirit successfully protect the Beastmaster as he is able to rejoin the team. But now Yatoro is going for a bit of a holiday across the map. So they don't have their Morphling now. Yatoro, I think, just left his Mantra Illusions to push out the top wave. As the creeps are in the dire base at the moment. Lal, he blinks in. They found Makoto. That's a huge kill, but the Depth Shroud is going to allow him time to get out of this. Savage will pounce out. Meanwhile, towards the north, Q moving in onto Mira, unable to finish the kill, is forced to run away. In comes Jabs again on the timber, trying to go after Yatoro. No, they want Lal. They pounce and lock him down, but Lal's still alive, but not for long. The shackle, it's going to lock him down again, but he's got
Jabs?
the buyback. He'll try to return back into this team fight. As Jabs is gone, no buyback for the timber. Mira going down to boot here on the Disruptor, but he can rejoin the fight with the buyback. Problem is, lines have been drawn out again through the mid lane, so Talon, they're going to leave Roshan, but they're going to force the retreat from Spirit by going through mid. In fact, Savage picked up a DD rune, so now they found Lal.
Laurel?
Sight the Vice going to lock him down into the pounce. Lal is gone.
Dieback.
That's a dieback on your Queen of Pain. This is very problematic now for Spirit. They are trying to fight down a bot lane, but Makoto is just hiding them out. I don't think they have time for Roshan. They can't do it.
They can't. They're still hanging around the area, though. Talon not fully committing for the push. But they've got them backing off. They might be able to snipe some people here.
Yatoro?
Oh,
Slark? 23 Savage? He's pounced onto him. Side
Hex?
device is out. He hasn't
No
got the strength
way.
off Yatoro. He's alright. The Manta gonna save his life. Q, he's the one to go down as Savage. Gonna keep going with this fight. A great Gleipnir from Makoto. Moving on to Collapse.
The
Look at the
shackle.
shackle. Makoto! He just can't miss. Maposhka trying to salvage the situation. Makoto is still going. Savage on the chase, but doesn't have any pounce charges. And Mira is going to make it out. So Talon still finding 2 for their trouble. We're forced to buy back on Q, but they are able to go after the Roshan now. Problem is, Roshan went to the other side of the map, so time for the Twin Gates, boys.
Twin Gate across, take that Roshan. It's a much better position for them to actually take this Rosh. No vision here from Team Spirit, so they can't even think about a snipe. So we can take a look at a replay in that fight. Again, a great movement coming out there from Talon to go into the side, sniping out. If they manage to land that first pounce, that could have been a very different fight coming in. Mikado just on point with these shackles every single time. And now the Aegis going the way of Talon. Secondary life actually up on Q. So they give the Aegis out to our pause 4 quote-unquote Plinks. And Q can now do some funky stuff on this high ground push. He can just make some forced plays. He could threaten for the mega creeps all by himself here.
Yeah, Q is such a menace. Q is such a damn menace on this Clinks. He's done so much work for Talon in this game 1. Talon looking for the final lane of Barracks. Keeping in mind, they do still have a range Barracks to take down in the mid lane, but it's on 180 HP. Not going to take too much time. Mira, top lane, going to get bounced on here by Jabs. Side device immediately out, and Mira is down. A nice start as Mira does not have buyback. Team Spirit now playing 4v5 to try and defend high ground. Some impetus being thrown out on 23 Savage, but he is able to just pounce away. It's Talon. One hero advantage, even having the Aegis up on the Clinks. Should want to go for the last lane of Barracks and get the Megas up. Team Spirit, the ones that need to find a way to defend this. They do at least have buyback on their carry morph, and they do have one on their Beastmaster, as well as Maposhka. Jump is there, sight device out, immediately onto Yatoro. Lal's trying to protect him, but the Morphling, he just can't get back to his normal form. The Mantra is there, but he's been pounced on, he is gone. Buyback is immediate. Yatoro TPing back into the bot lane. Trying to get prepared for this defense once again. Looking for a target, but Talon, they're happy with the buyback being committed. As they will refresh and look to move back in again. Team Spirit on a knife's edge now. If they lose this Morphling, the game is as good as done. But do Talon stick around? It seems like they will try. Savage counts in on Maposhka. He has buyback. He will commit immediately. But the melee barracks is gone. Lal trying to jump in, but the side device immediately out from Q, not allowing the Quap to get away. They'll try to just force-staff him out. Lal will barely make it. Meanwhile, Yatoro, he'll move forward as the Morphling, but he's going to make magic happen. He'll move into 23 Savage. The Slug trying to run.
Oh, the
a shackle though. Yatoro going to lock him down. Savage is down. No buyback available now for the Slug, but they have Megas. They do have the Megas up here, John. It's not going to be an easy game for Spirit to try and come back from.
Definitely not. They've already got one tier 4 gone as well, so they can't really afford to leave their base for too long. Inside of Talon, in a pretty precarious spot. Same thing goes for Spirit, though. Like one loss on any of their cores, and the game will open up for Talon in a big way. Very disciplined from both sides to poke back and forth like that. Eventually, though, Talon coming out on top. Just easier to commit for the push when you've got that Plinks up. Buyback ready on Savage now. Does come out with some gold coming through. They might be able to find something. Spirit, Roshan still a long ways off. The push going out. It is pretty fast from the side of Spirit, to be fair. They have fairly decent wave clear. But they have to be careful. All this control from Talon, the multiple hexes they have on hand, causing a lot of issues for a lot of these heroes. Heck, even Ollie queuing up a Sight of Vice as well. Just have to be careful here. And they have a good understanding on Talon. Once you pin one of these heroes down, clean him up, it doesn't take too much. Even Yatoro, he's not invulnerable once he's turned into a nice little chicken there.
Yeah, I mean, you're about to have 3 scythes up. For Talon, that is. They are certainly paying off very, very nicely here for the Talon boys. Again, Team Spirit, they're not out of this game yet. But being up against Megas, it'll have to be a very big comeback. Dota Plus giving them 4% chance of a comeback this game. So not too bad, because you'd expect it to be like 1% at this point. That is not the case, however. 4% is the number Game has decided to give them. Team Spirit now going to go for that Tormentor on the Dire side. We'll be able to take it fairly easily, trying to avoid the supports dying. It's like Yatoro will be able to pick up the Morph now, or rather the Shards, excuse me. So the Adaptive Strike bonuses and the Attribute Shift bonuses is going to feel very nice for him. It'll be much harder to try and pin down Yatoro and just finish off the kill. Talon, smoked up as 4. They are trying to move in through the bot lane. Nobody around to break this smoke, but they are very hesitant to move up without vision. He comes slowly but surely. Makoto will win run up. Collapse is spotted. Pings are out. They'd love a target like this, and the side device is going to make it very easy for Collapse to be bursted down. So they have dropped the Static Storm preemptively, but it's a 4v5 situation now for Team Spirit. They're trying to deal with jabs on the Timber, but with the Depth Strat, he is taking no damage. Can they do it? Team Spirit, 4v5. They'll hold on to one T4 tower. Talon moving in, looking for the Jugular. They'll jump in now. Psych device is out. Yatoro immediately targeted, but he does get his way out as he pops the BKB. Morphs, looking for jabs. Immediately onto the Timber. Never mind that. He wants Ollie on the Rubik, but the Glimmer Cape is going to save the Rubik for now. As Yatoro, a double shackle out. Jabs, he might die and he's gone. They've got the Timber. They've got Savage. What a defense from Team Spirit. And I'll tell you, Yatoro, he's looking like a bit of Wind Ranger than Makoto has this game. What are these shackles?
He's just as sharp as Mikado is. Landing the shackles that they need to find these opportunities without the Beastmaster. Talon, they're looking for that endgame, but not able to find it. They might be able to maybe catch someone off guard. Still, got enough control with the 3 heroes they have on hand. The double hex still a threat. If someone overextends, they will snipe a courier from Ryatoro. So that is the Satanic then be stalled out a little bit here.
Oh, playing with fire at the bot lane. Talon are waiting around that area, and the Scythe device could come out. Lyle does have teammates around him though. Mira's going to show up to break the Lincolns on Makoto, as Lyle's just going to blink right into him with the focus fire already going. Ollie and Q just holding the high ground position now, as Lyle is still blinking forward, trying to keep the vision up on Makoto, but decides better of it. Still does force them away from the bot lane. Yatoro will be there to join them, so suddenly Talon need to be a lot more cautious about being in this position. They'll head towards the west of the map. The mid lane Spirit will reveal themselves on the creep wave, but I don't think Talon can really afford to jump in without jabs and Savage being available.
That's a massive risk. They will respawn shortly, and again, they still have buybacks available here. Team Spirit, they've stalled out long enough.
Makoto's thinking about it. He had nice angles for the shackles. Meanwhile, Q is actually destroying Yatoro in terms of the HP pool. This Clinks is basically its own core now. Can't underestimate the amount of damage Q can pump out, as Maposhka's about to find out the hard way, I think, here, John. So no, he will be able to run away. Q not popping the Scythe device. Maposhka actually has his own Moonshot up now with the Hurricane Pike, so needing all the damage they can get, and certainly the Enches are very hard here at this stage of the game. 54 minutes in, Talon still finding a way to get through that final tier 4 tower and go after the Ancient. Team Spirit more than happy to just hold high ground for now and try and increase their probability of having a comeback this game 1. Again, it's been proving to be very important for these teams in Group A to try and get some 2-0 victories here, because the tiebreaker could be absolutely huge with the amount of teams tied right now in the standings. In Team Spirit, they are very desperate for a 2-0 victory, if anything. Talon not minding quite as much because they are in first place at the moment, I believe tied with Tundra. Still. 22k advantage, Talon. They'll take this one easy. They'll take their time.
We're at the point
4%
where
win probability is still the number that Gaben is providing for us here for Team Spirit. 4%'s better than 0, John.
it is. Dota Plus, again, a little bit more generous than it was in the last patch. Roshan, a minute 40 left. It will spawn down south as it is nighttime now. No vision there from either side. Team Spirit barely able to really leave their base, but they will go for a smoke out now. Massive risk. Buybacks are ready on most heroes, though. So they have managed to reset on Team Spirit's side. Just see if they find someone now.
They're running right into Q. They are being very, very slow, just pacing up. Collapse gonna see Q. Lincoln's broken. He will find the Clinks. This is the target they'd love to get rid of. The lift up though, Ollie. Buying time for Q. He got the BKB off. He's out of there. Ollie saving the day just barely. He survives on 100 HP. Oh, that's gonna hurt the Spirit. That's really gonna hurt.
That's nutty. Again, they're setting up Roche control up top. Just gonna wait it out. A minute left. If Team Spirit finds that pick off before Roche, that opens up the game for them. Have to be careful, Mikado.
They found Collapse? Shackles out, collapse, 4 staffs away, not going to be enough. Does have buyback. Would rather not commit it if he could avoid it, but he's down for 80 seconds and Roshan's up in 30. And I think, forget about Roshan. Talon, they want to go for the high ground, but Team Spirit, they've moved down to the low ground now. Shackle out again. Mirror immediately caught out. 2 down now. Mirror with no buyback available in the Disruptor. So Collapse, he may have to buy back very soon.
Got to do something about this. Talon, again, they can threaten this Ancient with the Clinks so damn fast.
Lal looking to be the target. Q will leave some Skelly boys behind to get the job done here with the tier 4 tower. Makoto not quite landing with the shackles. Collapse now has brought back, but Talon are successfully retreating. Doesn't take them very long to get out of this base. Roshan is now officially up as well, so Talon going to start running right to the Roshan pit, top left corner of the map. And as Team Spirit, like, the thing is, you can't afford to leave the base right now. I don't think you can afford to fight without your full 5. And the creeps are always going to be coming in, so I think you have to just wait for the Aegis to be taken by Talon and just hope for a good high ground defense to come.
Just have to surrender it. Doesn't take too long for Talon to rip it apart. The damage output on Mikado and 23 at this point. They will have the Cheese, Aegis, and a refresh shard from the top Roche. So we'll have more usage coming out from 23, double BKB, 4 sets of pounces, double usage of Shadow Dance, double usage of Depth Shroud. That could turn the fight here. Spirit, they've got to watch their positioning. And at the least, they've always got Hawk Vision. If you don't smoke up in Talon, the angles are very hard to find here.
It's absolutely massive here for the Slark. Double cheese available on Talon as well to make matters worse. Team Spirit still prepping for the high ground defense. Yatoro has no buyback available on the Morphling right now. I believe he bought out the full Butterfly and Satanic, so needs to farm gold very quickly because he is 1.5k short for that buyback, and that would be very nice to have for this next high ground defense. He's going to reveal himself on the bot wave as well, so Talon, they're going to try and rush in through the top. Lal could be the big target they're looking for. Lal needs to get out, but Jabs is out with the side device, holding the Quap down. Lal, he gets the BKB off in time. He will be able to blink away. Jabs does retreat successfully. Team Spirit, they have brought Yatoro back for the fight. Creeps on the Ancient, but they will address those immediately. Talon still being very cautious not to throw this game back the way of Spirit. Though Talon, if they knew Yatoro was 900 gold away from buyback, I feel like they'd be jumping right now. Yatoro desperately trying to get that gold up immediately. Talon, though, keeping up the pressure from all sides. The Team Spirit, they're like a curled up ball right now around that Ancient. Strength in numbers. Kleipnir is out. Makoto trying to go onto Lal again, but Lal is okay to walk as now Jabs getting roared up. They're trying to take down Mira. They know he has no buyback, but Mira will get back to the fountain. Meanwhile, though, Lal, he gets caught. He is down. He has to buy back immediately. Meanwhile, Maposhka also going to drop, but the Edge also had buyback. He'll be back into the fight as Team Spirit still have 5, still moving out, trying to find Makoto. They break the Linkers, but Makoto just wind runs out. Not giving them a chance. And there's only, what, 1 buyback left here on Team Spirit. It is going to be Yatoro's buyback.
Ooh. Aegon's up for Laurel. Looking for the burst play. At least one source more to break off that Lincoln's here. And Chavs, he went all the way back home. Wanted to buy out first before coming back in. So you're not able to really use this to your advantage just yet for Talon, but there is a double damage rune here. Oh, man.
Like I lied, by the way, Jonathan. You do have buyback on Mira as well. Just an update. As tier 5 items come out, we're at the 60-minute mark. Stygian Desolator for our Clinks, so Q hits even harder. Fallen Sky for Jabs. Sea Stone for the Slark. Just something I wouldn't quite expect for Old Savage, but there you go.
I think it's just for the pounce. Just to have more cast range.
Sure. Why not? Seastone coming out for Collapse, so he wants that cast range as well. But they don't have much time to farm these up, so they've got to jump in. Rory's down, Q being the target on the clinks, but Ollie again lifting him away as Collapse and Maposhka both dead. Jabs and Makoto taking care of it. Now the Ancient under siege. Q is just trying to get the game over. Makoto, he's going to lose the Ancients. Yatoro is trying so damn hard to keep this game going. They'll pop the glyph. Q is just ignoring them completely. GG is called. And that's why this Clinks hero makes me sick, John. Because he just completely ignores the team fight. Goes right after the Ancient. And Talon, after 61 minutes, are able to get this Game 1 victory against Team Spirit. And you've got to give massive props to Team Spirit, John, maintaining this game, surviving for 61 minutes here against Talon, but Game 1 does not go their way.
Yeah, it was a hard-fought victory from Talon. They had control for a lot of that game, but Team Spirit managed to hold out in a big way. And getting some key timings out for Yatoro, punishing some overextensions from Talon. But Talon, they hold strong. Q, everyone on Talon playing really well, but Q has to be the highlight. Like, the movements he got out as this Clinks, forcing out all of these responses out from Team Spirit, going for that push on the mid, breaking up the Roche fights. This Clinks really did open up a lot of paths for Talon to find that victory.
They certainly did, John. I gotta give props to Q as well. Like, I've always appreciated his gameplay in Talon, but yeah, he did a fantastic job, and you can see the KDAs of all the players here. I think just as a team, they had some great cohesion against Team Spirit. Props to Team Spirit again, John. They held on for quite a while here in Game 1, and it seemed like they were getting closer and closer to making that big comeback, just one fight away. But once those tier 5 items came up, it was just game over. As Q with the Stygian Desolator, just even more minus armor against this poor Ancient, and you just saw how fast that damage just ticked over on the Ancient. It literally just disappeared after the glyph. So props to Talon for game number 1. Team Spirit, though, of course, it is a best of 2 series, so they still have the opportunity to force a tie between these two teams. Though I wonder, what do you think Team Spirit need to change up to give themselves a better chance against Talon for game 2?
It felt like the lanes were just a lot weaker than you'd expect. I think the lane partnerships they got didn't really do too much. Like, the fact that Maposhka kind of just kept feeding on the edge was really detrimental. Savage just managing to get a lot more, and Ollie as well from that lane. And the top lane not being punished too much for the greed. Like, the Morphling plus Disruptor lane just didn't do too much to stop jabs either. The laning phase was where all of these problems came out from Team Spirit, so just stronger lanes coming out, I suppose, is the one way to kind of change things up. If they can get that done, then Team Spirit, with the way they played in that mid to late game as well, still have a fairly solid shot at taking out the next game and forcing a draw here.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important to get these points during the group stage. Again, Spirit is tied up in a 5-team tiebreaker right now for Group A. Obviously, getting another tie is not exactly going to help them out very much, but it is better than getting a 2-0 loss. So you are seeing some highlights here. Yatoro, he tried so hard in the Morphling. Just could not do it by himself, however. Talon just having this draft that scales so well into the late game, making it impossible for Spirit to have the comeback happen after the Mega Creeps were up. Spirit again. You kind of wonder how the next draft goes now as well. Like, do they start respect banning the Wind Ranger, for example? Do they respect ban the Clinks? Because, I mean, Makoto was not missing these shackles, and we've already talked about how impactful Q was on the Clinks, just making it impossible for Team Spirit to really do anything. And you just wonder how many bans can we get out here respectfully against Talon that'll make their life a little bit more challenging in the Game 2 draft.
I know. And it's so hard because I feel like Team Spirit did have a draft that was fairly strong on paper. Again, if you manage to shut down Jab's lane, if you manage to bully out 23 in the laning phase, then this game would have been very different. It would have been off the back of Mikato, and maybe a greedy support like Q gets punished off the back of these slower lanes, but just gets enabled here and just caused so many issues for the side of Team Spirit. Again, they had a lot of tools towards the end as well, but you had so many hexes coming out from Talon off a strong start. Such a great understanding of what they needed to kind of secure this game.
Okay, look how fast this Ancient's gonna melt. And I don't think, is it this fight or the next one? Yeah, Q's gonna go in. So they glyph the Ancient.
Jeez.
They do get it in time, it's fine. Ancient's glyphed, but as soon as the glyph ends, look how fast this Ancient's gonna go down here to Q. In fact, we're not gonna see it, never mind. It goes down that damn quickly, John. We have to switch over to the game winners here. 23 Makoto, Jabs, Q, Ollie, a fantastic performance here on the side of Talon. Game 1 going their way quite convincingly. And I say convincingly, it did go to 61 minutes, but Talon were in full control for pretty much 99% of that game. Props to them. We'll see what Spirit want to change up going into game number 2's draft, but well, they're going to need to change something because Talon, they are not messing around during Dream League Season 20, I'll tell you that.
Definitely not. They look revitalized coming in. Normally, when Talon goes into a group stage of an international event, it looks pretty lousy, but this is not the same Talon we're seeing here today, for sure. I'm pretty sure, again, Sunbees whipped them up after the DPC. For Team Spirit, again, key takeaway from Game 1, stronger lanes. If you can punish Talon for being a little bit greedier with the draft, you know, Clinks is a nice support, but you can't punish it early on. Just punish Talon for being greedy, maintain that same aggression that Talon wants to bring out, then you have, again, a solid chance of outplaying them for game number 2 here.
Okay, well, we are going to head off to a very short break, John, and right after that break, we're going to be back with our Game 2 draft between Team Spirit and, of course, Talon. We'll see you all again very, very soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Team Spirit and, of course, the side of Talon Esports, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, before I get into anything, did you just tell me you swallowed a whole egg without chewing?
Yep. Well, I did.
Is that your dinner for tonight?
I was exaggerating, but yes, that was my dinner tonight, Mike. You know why? Because we've got a lot of Dota action. We don't have time to eat. We've got games to watch, games to cast, Mike. Who needs food? Not us.
You're a real man, Jonathan. You wouldn't even cook the egg. You just pop them in a cup, do it the Rocky Balboa style. Come on now.
Well, you know, I would love to, but I don't trust my eggs to not have salmonella, Mike. I'd rather stay healthy, you know?
I'm sorry, John. I didn't mean it like that. Anyway, going into it, game number 2's draft, right? Team Spirit obviously having a bit of a rough time in game 1. Props to Talon looking very, very clean here in DreamLeague Season 20. So far, obviously, there's a reason why they're first place in the Group A standings at the moment. But Jonathan, I am going to ask you the difficult question of what Team Spirit need to change up here to give themselves a better chance in game 2. Do you think maybe Talon got the best heroes they could play, or do you think Team Spirit didn't necessarily get the best heroes they could play?
Again, I think it's down to lanes. Like, there must have been something that went wrong there, especially for like Miposhka to feed away that many kills early on, to delay his own impact in the Enchantress. The top lane was pretty stompy as well, coming out from jabs once that lane became solo. They had the right idea on Team Spirit to collapse onto mid to slow down Mikado, but they were just ending up trading kills. So I think I want to see stronger side lanes from, say, minutes 0 to 5 before getting those rotations onto mid. Just establish a good foundation for Collapse and Yatoro to build their farm on, and, you know, apply some pressure onto Talon from the sides, because Talon has this tendency to run greedier supports, and that is punishable with the right draft here for Team Spirit.
Not just greedy supports, Jonathan. A wise man once said, "How do I win with a greedy mid?" And well, we know Kodo, he was the man that was being spoken about. So don't worry, Jonathan. I know I haven't been casting SEA this year, but I remember all the quotes. Trust me, I remember. I've been keeping up to date. I'll be back one day, boys. Don't you worry. Still, like you said, Talon proving to be very, very good. Team Spirit maybe need to draft more about around winning their lanes here against Talon, because, like you said, every lane did basically go the way of Talon during game 1, especially the safe lane of Talon. Like Miposhka died, I think, 3 times at minimum during the laning stage, and most of those kills, sadly, we did end up missing, but I believe they were just basically pounces and lifts being committed to hold him down. And you never want to give Savage on the Slark a start like that. And as well as that, like, maybe slow Makoto down a little bit, because this man was hitting shackles like it was his job, and which I suppose it is his job to do it during game number 1. But my God, I mean, he might need a pay raise after that performance.
No, for sure. Makoto's been like the shining star of Talon in terms of playmaking for quite some time. Him and Q, I feel like, have been the keys to success for Talon for at least the entire year, maybe even the last tour cycle as well. So that's what I'd like to see for them. Apply pressure on Mikado. Again, secure a stronger lane up against Jabs and Savage. And honestly, play a little bit faster, because Team Spirit were playing fast, but that was down to trying to connect with Laurel. Once that mid-tier 1 fell, I felt like it was Talon that was just running around the map for the most part, looking for their own kills, and Team Spirit had to default to more farm, just sitting back trying to build up on all of their cores, and that gave Talon a lot of time to just build up on their own.
It certainly did. It certainly did. Team Spirit, I hope they come back with a new draft here, revitalized for game 2, just mentally reset after that game 1 and give us another close matchup, because, you know, I love these long matchups, Jonathan. I like when we finally get some tier 5 items out. And sadly, we didn't get to see the most tier 5 items here, but, you know, we got to see some. That was good news. Yeah. I didn't bring it up this time, John, so it wasn't my fault that we didn't get to see all the tier 5 items and a huge comeback. I didn't mention it, even though I was watching the timer. Not gonna lie.
You know, Mikey, you say you... maybe that's why we've got nothing but 1R games in our NADPC matches, Mike, huh? You sneaky bastard. You wanted that.
Oi. No need to call me that, Jonathan, all right? You're bringing back some PTSD from my childhood, all right? There's no need to say those words to me. Come on now. I'm a married man, Jonathan. I take enough abuse as it is. You don't need to give it to me as well as my online wife. Thank you very much. So you're meant to be the angel, on my shoulder. But sometimes you turn into the devil. By the way, speaking of devilish, you are looking devilishly handsome today, Jonathan. I will give it to you. I do like the shirt. Looking very young. Have you lost some weight, sir?
I don't know. I haven't been measuring. I'm too scared to measure. I've been trying, you know, to shed off a little bit, so it's easier to carry me in a cast mic. I know how heavy I can be. Just trying to simplify things for you, you know?
Not as heavy as some other analysts, Jonathan, let me tell you. I mean, we have Winter coming up after us, and that boy is heavy. Poor old Winter. He brings all this fish with him while casting as well. I got to carry all that. It's not easy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Winter, by the way. We love the guy.
Yeah,
you want a
he's a good
goldfish,
guy.
message Winter. Trust me, he's the guy you want to know.
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially if you're in the KL area. He's got the best goldfish. Make sure you tell him specifically goldfish, nothing else. If he doesn't have the goldfish, don't even bother.
Well, good news, Jonathan. We don't need to talk crap anymore. We have our Acer Predator player versus player comparison. Let's bring that up and see who we're comparing here today. It was brought to you by Acer Predator. Who we got? It is going to be, of course, the mid lane. Makoto and Lal going at it together. You see the KDA difference, John. Lal didn't have a bad game by any stretch, but he was just countered so hard by the itemization. Like, so many scythe device on Talon made it impossible for him to just avoid getting hexed every team fight. And although I think he still did a fantastic job on the Quap, Makoto was just proving to be the better mid, at least in game 1 of this Wind Ranger. He was just ridiculous.
For sure. Like, the laning phase, I think, was where you kind of saw Mikado shine. He did get picked off by Laurel solo. Laurel managing to body block Mikado's path back onto the high ground at that part, but Mikado gets his revenge, shoving Laurel all the way back home at the very least. And, you know, after that point, when the support started collapsing onto the mid, Mikado just managed to find every angle, found all the shackles he needed, kept landing the power shots, really hard to shut him down. But again, Laurel didn't do a bad job. I don't think the Quap versus Wind Ranger lane is the easiest lane for Wind Ranger. It's not like the outright Quap win lane in comparison to a lot of other matchups. And I think with maybe a stronger mid presence, Laurel can definitely dish the damage back to Mikado here.
Absolutely. I'm sure Lal will come back with a vengeance here in game 2. See the hero damage, and Lal still did a fantastic job. Only about 8k behind in terms of the damage output. See, a little bit easier to deal damage as a Quap, to be fair, because you have so many AoE spells, but regardless of that, again, I don't think that game 1 was on Lal's shoulders. There you are. There's the player comparison brought to you by Acer Predator, and we do get to go right into game number 2's draft. Already the ban's coming out here, John. Storm Techies being removed by Talon and Team Spirit. They're getting rid of the Doom to start things off. Do you want to get rid of the Timbersaw? Because I tell you what, Jabs was doing a lot of work.
I think it's worth a respect ban, for sure. Like, that was a big factor that kind of broke up those fights. His positioning in these fights, how hard he was to really burst down despite having some pure damage coming out with the Ench. Just didn't feel like it was enough. Maybe a higher priority, something like the Rubik for Ollie, but I feel like that's not even a high priority for Ollie. So they do take care of the Timbersaw. Talon, multiple options here. I guess there's like a Magnus, the Slark's ready, the Rubik if you want to start off with a sport, the Techies, well, banned out. They go with a Bat Rider for Talon's end, and I do believe Talon tends to run that more on the core role here. Let me just double check if I'm not going crazy. They tend to run that way more on Jabs than Q, although it is still a viable Q hero. Again, one of those greedier pause force if you do decide to go that route here for Talon.
Yeah, but the Bat Rider's just been really suiting support, hasn't it? Like, don't get me wrong, we've seen some great core performances from Bat Riders, but this support Bat Rider has just proven to be really disgusting, so I really wouldn't mind seeing Q played himself. And I think we actually have seen Q play Pos 4 Bat Rider before it was even popular, back in the day, so I'm sure I had some very choice words about that pickup, but I'm pretty sure he was actually pulling off some really big wins with it. His Team Spirit. First opening picks for themselves here with this draft. Still got pretty broken heroes. I mean, you've got the Medusa, you've got the Void Spirit. You could start off with a Pugna Medusa if you really felt like it here for Spirit. That's been a very popular duo we've been seeing. Instead, not revealing too much, are just going to go down the Silencer route for now, which has been an extremely popular support in and of itself. See, against the Bat Rider as well. Just very nice. As soon as you see the blink in, you just pop the Global Silence, and then you generally have a very free kill on the Bat Rider. What do you want to follow up with here, though, Spirit?
It's open-ended enough. The Beastmaster's still an option if you kind of want to dip into that. You probably just want to open with your offlane for Collapse. Then again, most of his offlaners don't feel like the best heroes to open with. Perhaps you can just flex pick a Bloodseeker, so they run that safe and off. No, they go with a Beastmaster. So just going back to it for Collapse, and to be fair, he did have a solid enough performance. He had some great roars coming out. The Ags buildup, I feel like, was pretty damn good, considering that you're into Timbersaw. There's a lot of AoE clear for something like the Dominator into the Overlord, so it might not have had the most impact if you decided to go for the Creep Army. And this is a stable lane. I don't think I want the Silencer to be a 4, but they just go back to the Slurk for Talon, seeing that lane matchup once more in the Beastmaster. So maybe just, again, a different support coming out from Team Spirit. Maybe banning out the Rubik here would help that lane for collapses. It did feel like Savage found a little bit too much with Ollie there.
Yeah, he certainly did. Mind you, he was feeding a lot of the life of Maposhka. But certainly off the back of Ollie just lifting back Maposhka into the pounce every single time. So into the next ban phase we go. Talon going to start focusing on position 1 banouts. Maposhka looks very stressed out right now, I might add, Jonathan. Not looking too happy at the moment. I could have sworn he just slammed his table there for a second. I don't blame him.
Yeah, there's a lot in the line. Now it's really down to Team Spirit to force out a draw. Talon are in a much comfier position in the second game. A draw here doesn't hurt them as much. For Team Spirit, it's necessary to get a draw. You know, it's like Talon don't necessarily need the 2-0. Of course, you'd want the 2-0 to have a secure, absolute #1 spot here. But again, you don't need to stress out. I mean, we saw Sunby in the background again. He just looked as relaxed as he was in Game 1, which is usually a good sign. Because when you and I watch Sunby, he's almost always like fretting over the back of jabs drafting, especially in that time in Fnatic. But
yeah,
more chilled out now.
Always a good sign when somebody still has the belt on. That's for sure. When the belt starts getting unbuckled, Jonathan, that's when you've got to start getting worried. But for now, the belt remains on. Jabs, you can see, just peeking behind him just to make sure. But Jabs, you are safe for now, sir. You're fine. Ban out more position 1s here. They'll get rid of the Faceless Void now. So really just focusing on Yatoro, which, out of all players, like Yatoro is one of the hardest, in my opinion, to focus on when it comes to position 1 banouts. Because the guy's got such a massive hero pool in the POS 1 role that they are doing their best at the very least to make sure he's not going to be getting those priority picks here against the Slark, which is fair enough.
Yeah, just again, direct favorable matchups up against the Slark. I'm wondering if they ban out the Bloodseeker once more on Talon's end and allow the Morphling through. I think that's still kind of fine. We've seen that they can handle the Morphling, so I wouldn't mind that too much if Talon just takes care of direct Slark counters for Team Spirit. Again, a lot of things to think about. They ban out the Clinks despite having this flexibility on the Batrider for Q. Do they ban out the Rubik? Do they ban out stuff like the Pugna? And there are still combinations that Talon love to lean into. All these Pugna is one of them, plus like Mikado, even Void Spirit plus Pugna we've seen rise up here. Yeah. So a lot of things to consider for Team Spirit, digging really deep into their time here.
I appreciate at least the respect ban on the Clinks, because again, Q made their life a living hell last game, so they just don't want to deal with that again. But they only have 15 seconds reserve time left from what I can tell here for Team Spirit. So they are using all of their reserve time right now with this ban stage as they do get rid of the Lich. Still just focusing on the support pickups that Talon could go for. There's your Viper ban out once again from Talon, so really just not wanting to deal with this hero from Spirit, and that's fair because nobody likes playing up against Viper, John. Nobody enjoys that, even in this meta.
It's still really annoying. I think up against the Slark, it does feel pretty bad for the Slark, especially early on, when you do have to fight into Viper, into that Nether Toxin. Not the best feelings. Team Spirit will ban out the Wind Ranger as well. A little bit of respect for what Mikado did do in the last game. And Team Spirit do manage to pick up the Shadow Demon. So they've got a good save now for what the Batrider will want to do here for the pounces that may come out from the Slark. And they have some counterplay on the side of Team Spirit. That was one thing lacking from their support duo last time. Not many saves on hand there outside of the heal on the Ench. A lot more options for Team Spirit to play with. For Talon, I mean, mainly support bans in that second phase. A lot of Mikado heroes left in the pool here. I suppose the Ember is still an option. The Void Spirit is still an option as well, if you wanted to go for that. Again, all the heroes, like say the Pugna is still in the pool. If you wanted to kind of just have that aggression, Rubik's still on hand as well. Not a bad Rubik game. If you can get a Self-Dispel, steal Global Silence, it feels pretty damn good. Although that does take a lot of farm, and Ollie tends to be a little bit more sacrificial, but potential is always there if you manage to get a good start here. And again, just going back to Rubik's Slark lane, I think is pretty good for Talon here. It doesn't reveal too much about your draft. You can lane into the Beastmaster, try to punish if someone comes too close, set up for the pounce once more, and just get rolling from there.
Talon going to think heavily about this third pick. I don't know about the Spirit Brothers here for Talon. Like, I always like Makoto on the Spirit Brothers, but you do get a little bit concerned, like seeing he is against a Beastmaster and a Silencer. It could almost be a bit of a bait pick here from Spirit to try and force into the Spirits. They do go into the Rubik. So Ollie will once again have that Rubik Slark lane with Savage. At least this time, you don't have the Ench to play with as the Beastmaster, so Collapse. He might have a better time with the SD or the Silencer, depending who he's going to be playing position for. Still very flexible between those two. I can't necessarily say it should be an easier lane with either of these supports, because Ench is still one of the most dominant supports you can get during the laning phase, so not really sure exactly what to expect, but I think Team Spirit, as long as they change up their gameplay a little bit in the offlane, really just watch out for the liftbacks from Ollie. They should avoid feeding Savage those support kills again. So Savage had like 3 kills during the laning stage on Maposhka last game around. Something you never want to see is just giving free Agi and gold to the Slark earlier on if you can avoid it. It's Talon.
Yeah.
Need to make this 4th pick. Going into that reserve time, could just go for a mid pick up here for Makoto, but you'd rather go for a pick up here for Jabs, unless it's going to be a core bat rider we're looking at.
All right.
Oh,
Something
okay.
different.
How do you feel about this Lycan hero right now, John? So I don't know how to feel about this hero at the moment. We haven't been able to see it much. Now, one thing I will point out, and something you love to point out every time, is it is a universal hero. I don't know how much that changes your opinion, but it is universal.
I think this year is pretty solid. We saw it quite a fair bit in Southeast Asia. I believe it was Ice that mainly picked it up for the side of Bleed. It did look solid when it came out. You get some stats with the Overlord, so it does feel nice. I think the key thing with the Lycan pickup is that, again, Howl with a Slark feels pretty good. The core that just feeds off the minus armor is really, really strong. I think you don't really have the best ways of clearing out the army of a Lycan here as well. And there's some interesting tiery crafting itemization you can go for. Like, the Overlord is still the most popular route, but I actually don't think Lycan's the worst harpoon carrier if you want to go that route. So there's some room for experimentation here for Talon. For Team Spirit, response in the Pangolier. That is a pretty good solution to clear out the creep army of the Lycan, of course. No hard hold from the Talon to prevent that roll throughout these fights. And I am curious now if Talon is opting for a Mikado Batrider mid, or if they're looking for, you know, just keeping that on queue, giving Mikado something else to play with on the mid lane, up against the Pangolier. I mean, you would have really loved the Timbersoft wasn't banned in the first phase, but I suppose, again, you mentioned the downsides of the Spirit Brothers here with the Global Silence and the Roar, but Ember Spirit's not too bad, neither is the Void Spirit into that one.
No, I don't think they're that bad. I guess any hero struggles against the Raw and the Global Silence, to be fair. They certainly could go down that route as Talon. They'll ban the Medusa. They'll ban the TB. Just all the Yatoro heroes being removed. Team Spirit, see, focusing on the mid lane of Makoto for now. They'll get rid of the Park.
Why does Q always bail at the last pick?
Oh, he's had enough, John. His job's done here. He's got his hero. He's out of here. He doesn't want to be near Sunby anymore.
He's scared of just getting scolded for asking for a weird pause 4 again. You know, he's done. Doesn't need to look at the end of the draft. Cool guys don't look at the end of the draft, Mike.
Nah. He'll be right. Speaking of the end of the draft, Talon to make their 5th pick first. Arguably the Makoto hero we're looking for. Talon are having some discussions, so you never know, could still be a mid-bat rider for themselves. You already pointed out the Ember and Void Spirit are both available here, if Talon do want to go down those routes.
Not seeing anything too sneaky. They go with a TA, so instead going with what Mikado feels like is his best hero, personally. That is what he has mentioned. He is most proud of his TA. I do like that. TA plus Lycan, Howl plus Meld, lots of minus armor to play with, lots of momentum onto the objectives once you have that Desolator up. They will go with a Phantom Lancer on the side of Team Spirit, so you don't really have the best ways to deal with Illusion Spam coming out. Love that solution coming out from Team Spirit. And besides that, the mid lane matchup for Mikado into a Pangolier is not the comfiest. It does feel like you need like level 3, level 4 to start to feel steady on the... You need higher solution. Swashbuckle is a pretty good solution to you early on. So you have a lot of camp this time around full. And Yatoro on the Phantom Lancer. Again, it doesn't feel like you have a steady solution here. The talent to really lock him down. You can't really run down with a Batrider support. You can't really pin him down too well as well with a Batrider on hand. So I'm curious what talent will do to Yatoro this game. It just feels much more difficult to compare on this hero.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the PL pickup was a really clever pick here from Team Spirit. Just really no direct counters towards the PL this game. Sure, you still have ways to play around the PL, but there does come that timing where the PL just becomes impossible to deal with. It does feel that way once you have the Ags into the hard up on this hero. You know, it just kind of feels unkillable unless you can lock it down long enough. I think Team Spirit, at least for Game 2, in my opinion, have a much better chance. Mind you, if Talon get off to a good start with their laning phase, considering they have a TA and a Lycan, it could mean a very quick Roshan into a very quick high ground. Simply depends on how fast they can get their farm going, so I wouldn't count Talon out of this quite yet with their own draft. I think this should be a very exciting game number 2 of this best of 2 between Talon and Team Spirit. You heard it here. I mean, John said he believes... Do you believe the draft from Team Spirit is better than Talon, John, or do you kind of just go either way here?
I would lean towards Team Spirit just a little bit. I think, again, Yatoro, if he pops off, it's not going to be an easy game to handle the Phantom Lancer at all. No direct solutions in any of your heroes. So you're going to have a rough time in trying to pin down that Phantom Lancer. At the same time, like, your points does stand. Like, you've got a Lycan, you've got a T8, or some early Roche timings that can get hit. There's some early push that can come out from Talon. Early pressure once more. So if Talon plays their lanes right, if they come out in top, then that is some timing that we can see. I just feel like this time around, Team Spirit should be ready for that laning Russian. They've got good saves in that Shadow Demon. They've got good global presence with a global silence. So not as straightforward for Talon to repeat that game plan from game number 1 here.
Well, let's get into it. Game number 2, Team Spirit versus Talon, is now underway. Big game for Team Spirit to try and not get stuck in the lower end of this group stage standing, as they are going to run right into each other already, but Team Spirit also going to back off. Yatoro going to run around the other way, looking at 23 Savage. He'll go hunting around, see if he can find a ward for his team. Yatoro, they're going to be chased down by Makoto, but they don't exactly have a way of locking him down, so he's going to be fine with the PL. Understanding the lockdown of Talon, at least for now, is literally just nothing.
Yeah, they're
30 seconds.
honestly like Talon is running what, 2 stun lineup, 3 stun lineup, if you count any of these as really hard stuns. Telekinesis, Pounce, and Lasso. One of that being an ult. So realistically, you only really have 2 stuns to play with, which doesn't feel great. I mean, you could argue the same for Team Spirit. They only have Disruption, Rolling Thunder, and Roar, and 2 of those are ults. Just feels a little bit more steady for Team Spirit in the flexibility of saving here. Still, forcing the issue is
The
Q.
battle begins.
I mean, Q will go for a bit of a chase, but Yatoro does pick up the bounty. It's actually a 3-for-1 trade as well, by the way. So Team Spirit getting away with 3 bounty runes here. Not quite expected, but Mira does manage to snipe one down at the bottom bounty rune spot. So a nice start for Team Spirit, as we can start, of course, with the mid lane. You're going to have Makoto on the TA against Lal on the Pangolier. Last time around, it was quite an even affair between these 2 heroes. Rather, 2 plays, I should say. But 2 new heroes are upon us. Do you give your advantage to one way or the other here, John, in the mid?
I think it's rather even back and forth. If Makoto can keep landing the meld before the refraction is up, then he feels pretty safe and wasting a lot of resources out from Laurel. At the same time, Laurel's going to have a consistent way of getting some good swashes off, clear out the early levels in refraction, not too much durability from Mikado in this lane. And without the side blades, he's going to be up close and personal, which is something that the Pango will enjoy. So I'd say maybe a little bit easier for Laurel in the first 4 levels, evens out for Mikado by level 5, if he reaches that point without dying, which, you know, even in an unfavorable matchup, he should be able to play safe. Shouldn't be too hard.
Absolutely, that bottom lane as well, we're having a look at it right now. Collapse and Mirror against Ollie and 23 Savage. Because Team Spirit do have the advantage of just having played against this lane. So should have a bit of a rethought process to how to deal with this. Of course, they do bring Mirror down here as well instead of Maposhka. So a big change in terms of the players. For now, Collapse and Mirror proving to be just fine here against Ollie and Savage. See if Ollie does find those angles for the lift back into the pounce anytime onto Mirror, but at least you will have disruption through the pounce to just kind of waste the duration. Not the worst hero getting away from the Slark this game.
A little bit harder for you to look for that aggression here for 23, and this should lead to a much more stable start for Collapse. He shouldn't be zoned out, and Savage shouldn't be able to just run away in this lane. A little bit slower for him in terms of the CS. And this is Mirror just spamming out the disruption. Once you have the Shadow Poison to threaten, maybe even the early Disseminate, there's a lot of damage that can come out onto the Slark, so have to be really cautious, much more cautious for Savage in this lane than he was last time around.
Of course, that top lane, Yatora and Maposhka against Jabs and Q. So far going pretty well for Jabs. Yatora not struggling too much either. I imagine this lane should be just fine in terms of trading CS with each other. I highly doubt we see a kill, maybe onto Maposhka, but even then, chances are they'll just be trading farm here at the top lane. Would not be very surprised if Maposhka and Q end up leaving the lane early because there's just nothing to do.
Yeah, it's a pretty static lane. Probably the most farm-heavy lane where both heroes are more than happy to just farm up. If Maposhka is isolated by Q, then it doesn't feel too good for the Silencer to run into that one. Firefly and Flame Break damage is pretty significant. You're not going to get too much value from your Arcane Curse here either from Maposhka. His HP is already all the way down. So you're pretty alright with the trades for Q, but again, the 1v1 for the Chorus really doesn't do anything. Just farm, maybe more denies for Jabs for the Wolves, but that's about the only difference you can ask for.
Yeah, certainly so. And in the end, Yatora's going to eventually just leave to the jungle anyway. So much more jungle space on the map now. Just prioritize that jungle area and catch up that way if you need it. I imagine we're going to see Jabs going for the Helm of the Overlord build-up, and that is exactly where he's going. Q actually going to get jumped here by Yatora and Maposhka. Nice slows, but not going to be anywhere near enough for them to actually try and really secure a kill onto the Batrider. It's going to be just fine. I must admit, John, I do like your idea as well with the Harpoon on Lycan. I think it might be a very nice item for Jabs if he can find a decent timing for it. Pretty kind of terrorizing if you get harpooned to a bunch of creeps here by Jabs. Especially for the supports of Team Spirit.
Yeah. I think the only thing holding you back from like a Harpoon and Dominator or Overlord timing is the fact that AC is probably a little bit more impactful for the Lycan. So I can understand not wanting to go that route.
Slows out from Jabs, or rather just Q, setting up perfectly here on the Batrider, able to pick off the Silencer position 5 for First Blood. Jab's going to be very happy securing the First Blood bonus to boot. So Helm of the Dominator timing just going to be that much quicker now on the Lycan.
Yeah. And that is, again, a soft target you can go for. The PL can't really do too much to relieve any of that pressure in the lane. So having a nice start picking off the more susceptible support here for Talon. Down bot, you are seeing a lot more aggression. Again, with all the damage you can throw out from range here from Team Spirit, it's a lot harder.
Yeah, Mirror with the level 2 Shadow Poison, getting the 5 stacks, so having plenty of damage. Even forcing out 23 Savages mid lane. Maposhka goes down to Makoto. So Maposhka showing up in the mid lane. Didn't quite see exactly what happened, but Q also seems to have TP'd. It's like they may have gone in for a dive into the mid lane onto the TA, but in the end they end up feeding a kill away. And well, if I know mid laners, John, Lul's probably not going to be too happy seeing Maposhka, or rather Makoto, get a free kill onto Maposhka.
Not the best thing to see here. Makoto going to be feeling more than happy. And you already go through that early timing where the TA is a little bit more susceptible. Level 1 to 4 pretty much is when it's really susceptible to the early ganks. By 5, with level 3 Refraction, pretty hard to melt through that despite having the Swash up. And at the least, again, not the biggest kill to find in the Silencer. And Laurel will just work his way bot, wanting to constantly apply that pressure onto Ollie and Savage here.
See if they can do it. At the very least, they are making a lot of space for Collapse to just farm very effectively on the Beastmaster. Lol's going to rotate back into the mid lane, so he's had enough of the bot lane. Just not seeing the opportunities here as the Pango. So you'd rather have level 6 anyway if you can. have that Rolling Thunder up to really ensure you can just roll in and start a team fight. In the meantime, Makoto is now level 6 on the TA, so he's going to prove to be even more challenging to kill off. Traps being set up everywhere. And this is scary because you can't... Oh, hold that thought. Makoto, gonna get jumped now. They'll try to get through his HP pool. The Q is showing up. Makoto trying to go for the fight, but is gonna go down. Nice setup here from Aposhka and Lal. This Q is trying to at least get a trade, but now Mira's gonna show up. Q's going back in for the silencer. He will actually pick him off. And with the Firefly, he will keep running. They will not be able to keep up. Still, though, a huge win for Team Spirit finding that TA. And I was just about to say the TA was having such a fantastic start. But with that death, it does feel a little bit better here for Spirit.
Yeah, you're more than happy to finally trade away. Finally punish Mikado for stepping a little bit too far forward here on that TA. Does take a lot of commitment. All the support showing up mid once more. So kind of the same circumstances we had last time. Gives Talon a little bit more room to try to get something done. We are seeing a bit of a movement up top here.
Yatoro going to be targeted. Ollie, he lifts up the right one. Yatoro dropping very, very low, but moving too fast for jabs. See, the offlane Lycans, just they don't build boots, John. You know, so you don't have the greatest movement speed. As mid lane, Makoto again being targeted. Does eat a Fairy Fire up. Shadow Poison's following him down, but it's not going to be enough damage from Mira. So Makoto barely going to survive as Lal is forced to TP away and watch his supports die from the fountain. This Mira might find a courier for his trouble, but not quite. I appreciate the way Team Spirit is trying to play this. Just make sure Makoto does remain just locked down on this TA. Sadly, though, it doesn't pan out this time around.
Again, they're not nailing the kill this time. That's a lot of time commitment down mid. That is the early roll as well gone. Not leading to too much coming out here. Talon more than happy. And Mikado is still farming well. Number 2 in net worth right behind Jabs right now. And even Savage left alone isn't in the worst position. Not feeling great. Kind of struggling in the same way Yator is. But also not completely zoned out. Although the roar threat from Collapse is pretty significant. We'll have to watch his spacing on that Slark. 4-2. Team Spirit, they have corrected a little bit here, Mike. The lanes do feel a lot better. Like, it's not as strong of a start from Talon off the back of this laning phase. There are some good stacks from Mikado to clear, which aren't scouted out. So your TA flash farm is still set to go. And he's got a nice bottled up DD. If he does feel cheeky, Mikado could look for a little bit of a shove on a tower here.
Could just go for the Ancients as well. The Q is going to help him out with that, though. Nice rotations in from Mira and Lal, trying to interrupt this happening. Lal's going to go immediately onto Q, but Firefly was going, though, so Q is going to get to the high ground, as now Mira is going to drop, and Lal is forced to just roll away. Makoto immediately going back to take those Ancient stacks, though Lal is sticking around, seeing if he can snipe some. Does get one, I think, but now he's forced to TP away. It's Makoto. A lot of damage with that level 1 meld strike, but nowhere near enough to secure the kill.
Nah, he still finds most of the Ancient creeps, and you find a support kill for your trouble. I have to say, the damage output of Q, again, level 3 Firefly, this here is pretty ridiculous if it can get on top of you. And they just kind of pat into where Jabs is at, so the fire just melting them down. Again, with the DD up, not too much time left, but they will go for a shove up top here, looking for the tier 1 tower, opening up a part of the map for perhaps for Savage to start switching onto, as still struggling in that solo lane up against the Beastmaster. And Talon, they're inching towards that early Helm of the Overlord timing here, Mike. So that's when Jab starts to get scary, with a shapeshift ready,
Collapse.
chasing down.
Oh, Roar is out. Savage, he got to pounce off in time. The supports can't break the gap yet. Collapse is keeping up the vision, though, so Maposhka can get the Arcane Curse off. Savage in huge trouble without mana. He's going to go down. A massive kill now for Team Spirit. Taking off the position 1 Slark. In the meantime, Talon do take the top tier 1 tower. But still, I'm sure Spirit looking to be very happy about that pick off on the Slark.
Again, this is implying a lot more pressure onto Savage. You know, ensuring that the timings for the Diffusal Echo Saber is just a little bit slower in this game. Savage, for his part, despite dying, I mean, he's still above Laurel and Yatoro, so Talon's managed to apply even more pressure onto that mid and safe lane themselves. And again, their key timings are still lining up here.
He's TP'd right in, but does pounce back out towards the south. Lal might be targeted mid lane. Lift is out from Ollie. Lal is able to get the Rolling Thunder. He's just fine. Meanwhile, the bottom tier 1 going to be forced in by Team Spirit. There'll be no real defense to come out. The only person there is 23 Savage. Though I say that, TPs are incoming now. They want to try and punish Team Spirit, but the disruption is there from Mira. Q going to be slowed up, but Savage does get a pounce right on the edge. So Mira going to be left behind. He will be the sacrificial lamb. 23, able to pick up his first kill of the game on the Slark.
Nice little pickup for them. Not the biggest punishment, but it does save that bot tier 1 for a little bit longer. Within deny range now, though. Should be able to just take it out. 6-3 start. Talon again coming out with a 3K draft here. Team Spirit just lagging a bit behind. It's back to recovery mode. Almost the same story as game 1. Yatora's going to have to sit in the jungle. Laurel's going to have to try to catch up. Once the defusal up on the Pango, things open up a little bit more. But that will line up with the Overlord timing on Jabs. And just Lycan plus Overlord at this timing, it's going to be pretty scary. You don't have a lineup that really stops the Lycan from just chasing you down, especially on these squishier supports. Jabs is going to have a field day in the backline if he's allowed to just freely farm into this, and it just doesn't look like Spirit cares about the Lycan too much, which, I mean, I understand applying that pressure onto the Slark and the TA, but still, Lycan with Overlord is not something to take easy here.
No, it certainly is not. Mid lane, Talon still grouping up. Lal slowed up by the trap, but is going to be okay. Just hanging by the T2 tower. Down at bottom lane, Maposhka and Collapse are hanging about, just trying to farm a large camp, but you do have Talon rotating into that dire triangle now, getting in position. Sadly for Talon, they didn't have the vision on these two heroes now, but they do see Collapse on the creep wave. They will prioritize taking the farm in the triangle, however. Q will just deal with it with the Firefly.
I think Mikado is stuck.
Uh-oh.
Tumbler tore down into the tree line.
He is stuck. He's okay. He'll get out of it.
It happens.
It does. Bottom Collapse. Looking for Savage, it seems. He's by himself. Doesn't really have enough damage to deal with Savage, even with the roar up. We'll just kind of force him away.
Mira.
This is your Crimson Guard build up now for Collapse, so nice little spike in the item timing here for the Beastmaster. Mid lane, Mira going down to Makoto. You see, Mira not too hard of a pick off if he does get caught here by Oli. Seems like Makoto will be very thankful for an easy support kill.
Yeah, not the biggest loss in the world. They're starting to really look for Savage here.
They're going to find the silencer again. Q going to be there with the lasso, dragging him out, making sure he can't get in the team fight, but Savage is down. Immediate rotation from Lal, and Collapse did not hesitate to just pop the roar on the Slark. That is not a very worthwhile trade for Talon.
No. Very costly to come out there. Global Sun's being suspended at the very least means they can take the follow-up fight.
Yeah, they're going to go for after Lal, making it look just a little bit better for themselves now, finding the mid-Pango. Problem is, in the meantime, Yatora has been kind of forgotten about. Now, he isn't the highest net worth, but he has gotten to the stage where he has got the full ags up. So he can start to be very annoying.
That is a big spike for the PL, although it's just... That isn't without any other items, so the illusions aren't quite a threat yet. Again, for that last fight, Savage comes in, he uses the Dark Pact early before the roar, and they just wait for that to fade, roar up, and it's easy pickings on that fish. Again, Yatora with the axe is pretty nice, but no defusal, no nothing really except just power tread, so it's not the biggest threat in the world. I don't think I don't think Talon should be too scared just yet, but that is a sign that they should try to impede on that Phantom Lancer, because once defusal is up, none of you are going to have mana, and all of you are kind of reliant on just casting spells in the middle of these engagements.
I mean, I guess Yatora might just go for this build, helps him farm a little bit faster, and as well as that, gives him some fight potential, even without the Diffusal Blade. You still have the Phantom Lancer spam, the Spirit Lance spam rather. So they are going to go for a smoke up. They'll bring Yatora with them. Heading through that Radiant jungle is Team Spirit. They'll need to get to the Dire jungle to find anyone from Talon. Q in position to break any smoke here for 23 Savage. And in fact, Jabs is making the call to go for Roshan. He's got the Ancient Black Dragon available with the Helm of the Overlord up, so plenty of damage here against Roshan. Makoto will be around to help out with all the minus armor he can provide. but Team Spirit know this is happening. They will move up. Savage, he is going to be spotted here. Collapse, not going to react in time. Savage will pounce away, but Talon, they're rushing right for the team fight. They want to go for this. Spirit
Toro.
trying to kite in and out. They'll go after Q with the Roar. The Batrider, he's still alive though. Makoto jumping in. Lal still trying to chase down Q, but this Bat
Roar.
is just not dying. Q is still running, finally going down. Meanwhile, Jabs, he's got my posture on the silencer, is now Collapse being surrounded by Jabs creeps. He's gonna drop to boot. Yatoro desperately needs to run. Traps around, slowing him down. He can't make it. He's gone. Jabs with a triple kill on the Lycan. 4 heroes down for Spirit. And Talon, all they lost with a bat was a Batrider. Not too big of a deal.
That was a huge steal from Ollie. In the replay, if you see it, the global sound comes out right as he spell steals the Roar. No other spell coming out there. It interrupts Larla on the roll. He doesn't manage to catch out Mikado. Mikado gets free hits with the side blades in. And if that roll just went through, would have been a very different story for Talon, but again, Ollie on the Rubik, a force to be reckoned with. Getting that Roar in the middle of that fight, cutting off Larla, it just ruins it. And again, Phantom Lancer with Eggs, it's strong, but it doesn't do much. You need Diffusal. You need your Yasha, you need your Manta, you need more stats to really have impact there.
Yeah, I mean, it felt a little bit of a desperate team fight here from Spirit, but obviously they did not want to give the free Roshan to Talon. That was the thing. And now, 6k advantage, Aegis is here for Makoto. Talon, they're getting so many big items up here. Just with the Overlord alone on Jabs, they're looking at that tier 2 top tower. Team Spirit, they are going to be around to try and slow this down a little bit. And really not going to take them too long, but at least they have the Balancing Spirit Lance to try and clear out the creep waves. The Yatoro probably not going to be happy that he has to stick around here and defend with his team. But that is just kind of the case right now. Like, you need everybody you can get as Team Spirit.
Yeah. Need to drag those bodies forward. Rather interesting to see Jabs build up here, Mike. He is going for the standard universal build. He is going for the Manta. So, not quite the Harpoon, but close enough in Spirit. Collapse.
Collapse bottom lane. Yeah, big trouble here. Lasso's going to come out. Mid-roar animation, though Collapse still has a chance to get it off. He does pop it. Makoto, however, still going after the Beastmaster. Will secure that kill. Lal, oh, that's a great sidestep from Q. Juking out Lal, not allowing the kill attempt onto the Batrider. That's why they call him Twinkle Toes. He'll get out just fine. This Team Spirit trying to run, Jabs rushing in, seeing a silencer, and says, thank you for the easiest kill of my life.
They just melt. They run down.
Maposhka may as well have been Goldilocks there, John.
The big bad wolf came knocking to the door right there, Mike. And
it certainly did.
Side of Team Spirit. I mean, they're trying. I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to match it aggression. We did call for this from the draft, but they're in a position where they don't have enough items to really get that done. Like that, the fact that you didn't manage to instantly roar, even though you roar as well, it's onto Q. It's a support Batrider. With Firefly up, you're still under the damage. It doesn't really stop that from being effective here. And just these early timings from Talon, they've managed to hit their spike. It's not unplayable for Team Spirit, mind you. Again, if they scale up here, if Yator is allowed to reach that point where he has the Manta and the Heart, I don't know how you manage that on Talon's end at the same time. If Talon keep pushing the objectives, then you might not have enough room to hit those spikes here for the side of Team Spirit. So, have to mitigate the losses while they can. And again, just constantly try to build up on Yator as best as you can as well. Talon, even with this lead, they have to be mildly cautious about bleeding out too much. I think if they give it opportunities as we saw last time to Spirit, in this kind of draft, it favors Spirit a lot more to take a long game.
Spirit are moving in though. Yatoro gets onto the high ground with the Doppelganger.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Spirit, I mean, they can't sit back for too long.
Oh,
Makoto,
that's a real one.
Stance is there. Yatoro gonna get caught. He's still fighting back, but he is dropping very, very low now. They might even go for the chase. Jabs is around. He'll pop the wolf form. Savage gonna show up from the left side. Yatoro, he needs the help. Disruption will buy a little bit of time, but not much. Not much as Mirror immediately TPing out, but they've lost their position 1 PL. Yatoro, he just had no gameplay. No way out of that scenario.
Dire's structures are
It's just devastating. The early shard from Mikado. The silence on the traps. That's a control they play with. Just catching out the PL, can't doppel out, can't spam the Spirit Lance. No Yasha, no Manta yet. So he's just a sitting duck. to that control from Mikado.
Radiant
And just pays off. Now they've got the opportunity to take out the Tormentor if they wish. They are going for the double melts onto it. Doesn't take too long to take that objective away. Desolator up for Mikado now as well, along with the Orb of Destruction. As they try top.
Yeah, Global Silence going to be popped, so no lasso to come out here from Q. Very defensive Global Silence, but very necessary to keep Lyle alive through that Rolling Thunder. 12k advantage now for Talon, and you can kind of see how desperate Team Spirit are with the way they've been playing this game, just trying to find any kind of opening. The win probability, though, not sitting too bad. Currently 35% for Team Spirit. So it's not all doom and gloom here. It's not like the apocalypse here for Game 2, but
Radiant's middle tower is under
they
attack.
do need a team fight win. They need a couple pickoffs. They need some space to
Q.
farm. He's going to get spotted eventually, but he will go for the lasso drag onto the high ground for Maposhka. Q, however, looks like he may have just fed his life away. So Maposhka just going to TP out. And Mira will be the one to take the kill here on the Shadow Demon.
You know, sometimes, Mike, you see that opportunity to drag someone to the cliff and you take it. Even though
take it
you
every
die,
time.
you want to keep someone up there. Forces the TP out. Full Manta up on Jabs. Smoke out with his item timing. Look at that damage. 174 plus 100. Like, that is a scary wolf.
Smoke broken from Makoto. Yatoro, they don't know he's right behind them. They think it's up north. Well, they'll jump in on Collapse. The Beastmaster caught, silenced as well. Lyle's going to jump in with a shield crash to try and help out. The lift from Ollie, going to make sure he has no gameplay. Mira, Disruption, will save now for Lyle. So they will Guiding Greaves up, keep everyone healthy. Yatoro going to move in, but stolen Disruption from Ollie is going to give Jabs a secondary chance of life, as he will try to run with the wolf form. He may be able to outrun them, but no, the Diffusal Blade slowing him up. They will lose Jabs. A nice start here for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Talon biting a bit more off than they can chew. We'll go back to the base and try to reset.
Just a really awkward angle. Smoke breaking a little bit early, having to dive behind the tier 2s, giving ample time for Team Spirit to respond. At the least, you don't lose Mikado, you don't lose your bigger heroes, but even just losing Jabs. And that's Lycan's been up there in number 2 net worth. Not a small kill to give out to the side of Team Spirit. And some great itemization coming out from Team Spirit now as well. The Heaven's Halberd up on Laurel. Mikado not going to be feeling great with the disarms coming in the middle. Heck, even Savage not going to enjoy that. Now, the one thing is that you can't quite disarm everyone at once, unless you get really lucky with your swatch, of course. You do have that going for yourself. One bright side for Talon, full Ags up on 23. So the pounces can start to ramp up. It should be easier for the Slug now to look for that control in these fights.
Q does have the blink up with the lasso. Lyle has to be a little bit cautious here. Does have Mirror behind him, so he's feeling safe enough. Talon, they were pressuring the top tier 2, but decide better of it. In fact, lines are being drawn out towards the bottom side of the map, and they are going to pop a smoke for this. They just want to relocate towards Maposhka on the silencer, it seems, as the pings kind of reveal that, and maybe go for the bottom the bottom lane, just force that out. Because there's no real objectives to take in that area. Apart from maybe the Tormentor and the Shard, or rather the Wisdom Rune, as 23 Savage, going to find Maposhka. Be a pretty easy kill with the axe up. Meanwhile, up north, Jabs chasing down Mira, going to find another support as Mira trying his best to run is not going to make it out. Even Collapse going down to Makoto. So just kills all across the map here from Talon, finding 3 for nothing. Maybe now they can go back for the top tier 2.
They've got the room to get that done if they want to. All these heroes down. Fairly quick response though, so not too much time open here for them to kind of take advantage on Talon's end. I do love this itemization coming out from Jabs, Mike. After the Manta, into the Radiance. That's your solution for the PL. Just this big tanky front line Lycan with the burn damage, with the evasion, with the mischance. PL just doesn't enjoy having to deal with mischance. You know, MKB is not an item that PLs tend to want to build up. An interesting solution for Talon to find. We'll see if the timing's going to be right here for Jabs. Mikado just getting to work on that tier 2 by himself. With his output, should find it, but has to be careful.
Tower is under attack.
Yatoro moving in, posturing very aggressively. He's going to force the retreat of Makoto. T2 tower does remain standing. Ping's coming out again from Savage down to this bottom lane, so he might try to pressure the bottom tier 3 tower and buy a bit of space for Makoto to finish off that tier 2. Yatoro is going to rotate to make sure this does remain defended, and It seems like Talon, they're going to retreat anyway. They're not seeing the big opening they're looking for. Yutoro could make it up back towards the top lane if he really wanted to in time. But it seems like it's going to be all about the next Roshan, which is respawning in 20 seconds. And Talon are already in position for it. They are prepped and ready.
And they've got control in that top area. They can just easily drag Savage back up top as well. Spirit are all onto mid. Could look for a bit of a mid-tier 1 tower to take while Roche respawns in. That would distract them, though, from the bigger objective. And Talon, to be safe, take out the tier 2 first with the Ancient Creep from Jabs. So no easy teleportation point. That is outside of vision. They'll have to go directly to their outpost, which does have at least a couple of traps to kind of watch. And Roche is back up. Straight into it they go. It doesn't take too long with Mikado's output and the Howl on top. Spirit
Scan is there. So the Spirit know about this. The thing is, they can't really do anything about it. Even if they wanted to, it's going to happen way too quickly. Just too much minus armor from Mikoto. Poor old Roshan just never stood a chance. Aegis Chi is available now for Talon. Mikoto will take both for himself. And against Spirit, while they did know that was happening, they had no choice but to sit back. There was no gameplay for him there.
Just can't come in on time. They were focused on that mid. Mikado just clearing out the Tormentor by himself. Nice easy shard for the team. Ollie now having to save with lift back. And all the tools in the world lining up for Talon. 16k net worth lead inside of Team Spirit. And again, they're not out of it yet, despite being so far behind. This PL is still a massive factor. You've still got the Roar to play with. You've got a lot of auras coming out here from Collapse, and there's always an outplay potential from Laurel if he finds the angle. Talon, though, just minimizing losses, playing it safe, looking for openings, and not really forcing too much out just yet.
Well, both teams remaining grouped up. Spirit 17k behind. Dota Plus giving them still a 31% chance, so still a very good chance of evening out this game. They do have a PL after all. He is going for the hard up next from Yutoro. That's when things start to feel very spicy for the PL. Talon, they are surrounding Lal quite heavily. Ward Vision will give Lal over to Talon now, but he does swashbuckle in time. Yutoro going to try and move in and deal with the Ancient Creep. Q jumping in for a lasso attempt, but an immediate juke out from Yutoro. The Rolling Thunder now from Ollie, but he does cop the Roar out from Collapse, and Ollie, I mean, he's trying his best, but he's going to go down. Bit of a rushed initiation from Talon, and it is not going to pay off.
Just getting a little bit hasty there, not managing to land the lasso, not managing to land the pounce on 23 onto Laurel. Breaks that position up. They lose their mid-tier 1 for that. Not the biggest loss just yet. It is fairly late in the game. Mikoto?
Mikoto, he's a big one. Highest net worth on the board right now is the TA. Lyle could not lock him down long enough for his team to connect, however. I don't think they'll really have time to push in this bottom tier 2, or rather mid-tier 2, as Savage gonna jump in on his own. That's the Shadow Dance gone, so maybe they have a chance of taking him out. Q's gonna show up as well. Lasso is out onto Mirror. The Shadow Demon's still alive, however, as the Global Silence is locking down Savage. He's gone too far. Oh, and these are the kind of plays where you start to question what Talon are doing. What was the purpose of that, Talon? They're gonna lose Q. Mikoto now in massive danger, trying for the TP pace, but no, he's gonna get cancelled. First life is gone. The Aegis is down. Ollie is gonna try and save Mikoto, but it is not gonna happen. Now, John, as the Talon representative, tell me why they did that.
Savage just dives sometimes. Savage just likes to keep it exciting, I guess.
Ollie,
I wish I knew.
He's getting dived right now, John. Right in front of the fountain, he will drop.
I wish I understood the mind of Savage sometimes. He does this quite a fair bit. He's done this a lot in the DPC. And I love knowing, but that is just questionable. Jumping the Beastmaster with Crimson Guard and Guardian Greaves. It's not a hero you can kill by yourself. Maybe expecting his team to collapse onto him a little bit faster, but just not there. Again, a very optimistic play coming out from Savage, and it costs everything on Telm. They lose a tier 2 now. Map control opening up for Team Spirit. A huge gold swing coming out their way. And suddenly it's Team Spirit in control. Again, this game was Not a game you'd want to play on equal terms for Talon, because this PL is going to be a factor that you cannot control. The team fight of Team Spirit with the silence, with Roar, it's very difficult to handle. And now that you're starting to get dragged behind, with Yatoro starting to pull ahead, it's not a comfy time for Talon. Savage has to reel in some of that aggression here. Otherwise, they're going to get a draw.
I mean, you do say you are speaking truth here, John, because Team Spirit, after that one fight, jump up to a 63% win chance. One fight. And suddenly their win chance just doubles.
The scalability is just better. It's just way better.
It is really a matter of this PL cannot be controlled at this stage. Like, it's getting very close to that stage at least. He does have the full heart up.
I mean, you have the Radiance on jabs. I just don't know if that's enough, really. Because you're having trouble identifying Yatoro, bursting him down. Your control is really down to either a really good pounce from 23 or a lasso from Q, and neither one's easy to land up against that PL. Mira.
Oh, Ollie too slow. Being slowed up by the balls of Collapse, could not make it within range for the lift up. Was damn close though. Nice little micro there from Collapse. Talon still with a 10k advantage. You're going to start pressuring again for that top lane. Meanwhile, Spirit starting to group up on the bottom side of the map, and they might run into Savage very soon. Pings are coming out. They seem to know he's around that area somewhere. They will reveal themselves in the creep wave, so Savage arguably should play quite cautiously here. And he's going to just start moving towards the base again. Don't think Team Spirit are going to be able to catch him out. Instead, though, they are looking to set up for the tier 2 bottom tower. And with the Beastmaster, with the PL, it is certainly not going to take them much work to get this done.
No. Objectives do just melt. They'll be able to find themselves another outer tower here. Mikado, for his part, just trying to apply some pressure on the top tier 3. But can't really do too much solo. Again, big difference in this draft. You don't have Q to kind of make those plays for you. He is on a Batrider. That doesn't push quite as well. Now higher ground is under threat.
It certainly is. Tier 3 tower is absolutely melting here to Yatoro. Cliff is forced. The retreat is there from Team Spirit for now. Could be a fake back though. They might just hold the high ground in the Radiant jungle. Smoke is immediate. And there was no vision to scout out that smoke happening. So it is indeed a fake back. Team Spirit, they're moving back in now. Lyle's going to reveal himself. Makoto, he'll frontline for his team. Does still have the cheese available. Team Spirit not really finding the entrance to this fight that they wanted. They are more than happy now to just retreat, knowing that they have a pretty solid chance of pulling off this Game 2 victory at this stage. The more time that Yatoro has, the better. Like, no one's scaling better than the PL in this game, I'll tell you that.
No, certainly not. Like, Talon's trying to itemize to kind of deal with illusion spam. Savage has the Maelstrom, queuing up the Mjolnir as well. So again, you have some ways of spam. The Radiance is there for jabs, but there's just no direct, easy way to clear out these illusions in a snap. No easy way of finding the real PL. And Yatoro, he is going for the full Blood Torrent to kind of deal with the missed chances in some of these heroes. So good itemization coming out here from Yatoro. Talon, they have a 13k lead, but again, that doesn't matter for Zilch, considering what Yatoro can do here. And they can't even make moves across the map now. Rush control is something that they'll lose out on now as well. They'll try for a smoke play out, though.
Gotta try something. 5-man smoke, Talon. Scan is successful. They have scanned on Lal. Team Spirit seem to know they might be approaching. Wolves will hand over the vision here for Talon. They are wrapping around the long way through the backside. Mirror immediately caught out. They've got the Shadow Demon to start. Global Silence was popped, but it does not help. Lal is going for the Rolling Thunder, still trying to initiate for his side. He does end up finding Savage, but the team is not there to back him up yet as Lal is jumping really deep. Savage, he'll go for the fight now. Nullifier has been placed on Lal as they just chase him down along with the wolf form of jabs. A nice roar from Collapse, however, holding down the wolf, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, though, Yatoro, he cleans up Ollie, looking for Makoto now. Will move on to the T8, trying to burn through the refraction charges. Back in on Savage he goes. Yatoro just 1v4ing them at the moment. No fear from Yatoro, but can't lock anyone down. He will eventually just back off. And there was actually a pretty decent fight for Talon in the end, finding a 1 for 2. They do get a buyback forced out here by Mira.
It's a nice fight to come out. Again, you're still having issues with finding Yatoro, but they do break up the fight enough that they've got segments they can win out on. Finding Laurel, no small feat here for Talon. Still at Roshan, spawning in about a minute. Nighttime spawn up top. Team Spirit in complete control of the air. Talon will be aware with all the traps from Mikado, but whether or not they can make it there is a different question. I think for Talon, I mean, they have some ways of dealing with the illusions, man. Full Mjolnir for Savage, again, fully built up. And Jab's Radiance is starting to be fairly annoying in some of these prolonged fights. And the Shiva's Guard will also help the cause there once you have that up and running. On the side of Talon, though, it just feels a lot harder for them to play this. Like, Team Spirit maybe fudging up the initiation just a little bit. Laurel going a little bit too far forward while the rest of his team wasn't quite ready to get the jump on the back line. Talon finds the angle, but it does still feel like Team Spirit are on top. Even though they're behind in net worth, it doesn't matter as long as Yatoro is free to do what he wants. Once his full blood torn us out, like, I don't know if you can stop this man.
There's the Roshan spawning now.
Dire's middle tower is under
Team
attack.
Spirit will move in. Talon, they certainly have an opportunity to try and make their way over. BKB just coming out of Makoto, so it's a nice little spike for him. Shiva's now up on Jabs as well. Problem is, Roshan is going down a little bit too quickly.
Dire's bottom tower
Talon, they have not responded in time yet. I believe Roshan is just going to go the way of Team Spirit. Yatoro, he'll take the Aegis for himself. Refresh Shard to go the way of Collapse.
tower is under attack.
And now you've got the full Bloodthorn up on Yatoro, so he's so much more of a scary target on this PL.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Talon, they are the ones that need to find a way to defend their barracks and try to find a way back into this game now. Though the win probability, as I say that, Jonathan, is approaching 50-50 again, to be fair.
Ah,
Even with the Aegis going the way of Spirit, it seems like Talon have started to pull back.
rather interesting. Wouldn't really peg this net worthily to account for too much. You're getting even more control out from Team Spirit with a Hex out and Collapse, and you don't have quite that itemization this time around from the side of Talon.
But Falal does have a lasso out. He's got the Pango. Makoto's behind him, trying to get the damage onto the Pangolier, but the Pango is fine as Mira will be the one to die here to Jabs across the map. They do at least find themselves a Shadow Demon, and that was the dieback of Mira. So now it's a 4v5. You do still have the Aegis cheese up on Team Spirit, so I suppose you could still consider it a 5v5. Yatoro seems to believe he can 1v5 at the moment. He's just running in.
Oh,
Fine for now, dropping very low, however. Savage not able to find the right target. And these illusions making it very, very challenging to actually deal with Yatoro, even if he is diving into your whole team by himself. So we'll successfully just doppelganger out of there. Problem is, in the meantime, Jabs was split pushing the top lane. He's going to get a fair bit of damage off onto the top tier 3 tower, but Lal is going to be around to defend.
Dire's
and they're stalling for time really well on Talon. It's them forcing these fights into the Aegis, and the side of Team Spirit not quite comfy enough to kind of jump in and look for those opportunities. Talon splitting up these fights quite nicely. And Jab's doing his job well. Just have to play the split push game, ensure someone responds on the side of Team Spirit, and hope that if Talon do catch someone off guard, they're going to be separated from their team. And we did see significant damage onto Yatoro, so the PL can be chipped down. And the Mjolnir from Savage certainly paying off here. And a Radiance from Jabs, if he is present, can really throw off that presence of Yatoro just a little bit more. But he isn't going to be allowed to keep doing this up top now. We'll take the gate down south at the least with a movement from Team Spirit up top. So not going to be caught out anytime soon. 17k lead still stands for Talon, 23-13. Boy, oh boy, does it feel like this game for Talon. They have to play it in a very specific manner. Savage.
More Bloodthorn, Savage. Done packed it off in time. Can be just fine here against Yatoro. And Yatoro going straight into the BOTs now. Wants the boot to travel number 2. It's that the ability to just roam the map consistently, be at every team fight, and just keep the split push going. Team Spirit, I mean, they're building an Ags up on Lal, so that's going to be very annoying through the Rolling Thunder. Octarine Course coming out on Collapse, so his cooldown's going to be even lower on the Beastmaster. Keeping in mind as well, he has a Refresh Shard available still on this Beast. this next team fight with the double roar and double sight device is going to be a bit of a problem, I think, for Talon. So we do have a smoke out from Team Spirit. Nobody hanging around this bottom side of the map, so I think they'll just focus on pushing out the creep wave. See if they can use Collapse for bait, perhaps, but no, they won't even bother. They'll go through the twin gates, head towards the north of the map, and see if they can find Jabs, who has been split pushing consistently.
It's a lot of heroes for just one. Would be a big one if they find Jabs, though.
They will. Yatoro going to run right into him. Wolf form is there in time. The Blood Bomb did not come out. Disruption is committed to lock him down. They do have the Roar, and they do need it committed. No messing around. They just want the kill. Jabs will go down, but it does at least force Team Spirit to rotate to the north of the map. And that does allow the other cores of Talon to just get out and farm a little bit, because they certainly need it.
Just allowing a little bit more room to breed again. The big one that is growing is Q. Got the Octarine up and running on the Batrider. This does feel like a pretty good Ags game for Q. Like if you just randomly lasso on the illusions, you should be able to find real PL. And that could be one way of isolating Yatoro as well. See a little bit of a disconnect. Southeast Asia, even when they're on LAN in Europe, still have internet issues, Mike.
They certainly do. You just can't avoid it here for the SCA boys. Only Jabs not disconnecting, which is pretty standard as well, actually, during most of their games in the DPCs. For some reason, Jabs just never disconnects. He never has problems.
I don't understand how. Like, he's in the same team house whenever we do have this happen, but...
There it is. We're jinxed. He's gone.
There we are. Now, he just wants at least one hero still in the game, I suppose. I don't know why he'd be worried about that, but... Reconnects are eventually coming through, taking the opportunity to stretch here just a little bit on the side of Team Spirit. I mean, still a tough game for them, despite having all the scaling in the world, all this really good team fight ability from the side of Team Spirit. Talon are making it very difficult to commit and just push onto the objectives. Next Roshan definitely going to be the flashpoint in this game. But, I don't know, like, I still wonder if they can handle Yatoro in a full committed fight. Because it still feels like this PL's just a little bit too hard to pin down. Again, we've seen damage coming out from Savage. Like the procs from the Mjolnir, the Chain Lightning is fairly effective. I just, again, don't know if that's enough to sustain through to melt down a PL with this much farm.
It's certainly proving to be a very challenging task. At least 28 seconds left on the Aegis of the Immortal here, so that'll be gone rather soon. Might give Talon an opening. Team Spirit unable to really capitalize off the Aegis timing on Yatoro. We do get back into game number 2. Speaking of Yatoro, he's very, very deep once again on the PL, but just understands how hard he is to kill and how survivable he really is. So confident, in fact, he just backpacks the heart until the Aegis does expire.
Dire are scared.
His team is close by now anyway, so chances are they wouldn't be able to kill him. Bottom lane being forced in here by 23 Savage, who's going to go for a Tormentor on his own. Though I don't believe he can do it on his own.
Regeneration.
Collapse has shown up as well. He has to be careful.
A little bit optimistic from Savage, but he doesn't fully commit at the least, so shouldn't be too bad. Getting some scouting done here with Ollie. He's been playing around with his stolen doppel quite nicely to at least get some information. They will have to defend this one.
Oh, Q, he's taking a lot of damage from those illusions. Trying to just burn through them, and he will do so successfully. This goes to show how strong Yatoro is at the moment. So he is building into a butterfly into the Axe Blessing as well here on Yatoro. So just trying to free up a slot and have a butterfly available for himself. Talon, big group up, heading towards the north of the map. They do have the Swift Link now on Makoto. Looks like they will find Mirror to get started. Mirror tries the force stuff. The lasso is going to ensure he is down. He will have buyback for this fight. He just won't pop it yet. They will go for the chase onto Q now. The Batrider going to be lifted away. Meanwhile, Savage, he will be onto Yatoro. Going for the man fight here against the PL, but Diz does need to back off. The Global Silence was popped. Jabs will keep chasing Yatoro. Yatoro fine with the Invis now, as instead they will go after the Pangali. Nullifier is out. Lal is still running successfully, however. And Mirror, very patient on pressing the buyback button. Thankfully, him won't do it. Trusting his team to survive through that. Talon only really finding a +4 for their trouble.
Yeah, but I feel like that's still pretty decent for Talent, considering, again, they're actually keeping Team Spirit on their toes. They're not fully committing in Team Spirit. They're not able to get the roar out. They don't get the best use of a roll, although low cooldown on Laurel, not the biggest issue. But they're not giving Team Spirit an opportunity to capitalize on the aggression of Talon. So even though you're only finding supports, at the same time, you're not losing heroes when you go out for these plays, which is also still pretty damn good. I suppose it just doesn't, it just means you're not breaking the stalemate either. Again, Roche is going to be the big one where both sides will commit harder. See that respawn in around 40 seconds here. A little bit more time necessary. Cuban on point with finding some susceptible targets on Flame and Lasso. And Ollie with the saves from backline has been very impactful in the middle of these engagements. So, again, they're just not giving too much out. No opportunities for either side here. And we're stuck in deadlock, Mike. What the heck is up with us with long series today, huh?
Yeah, I know. It's every game we've casted, and we've already casted 6 before this, has gone to about an hour. I mean, I can't say I'm too surprised with how long these games will go here with Talon, Jonathan, because they are known for their longer games.
Yeah,
So
that is true.
I've had that experience with your boys.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember a time where F10K went at 40 minutes, that was fun.
I do remember that.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
the betters were molding very hard that day.
That is a fun
Team
day
Spirit.
to watch, chat.
Smoke up, Talon looking to initiate. Lal is out with the Rolling Thunder, trying to break the gap between him and Q, but Q is still running out of range,
Savage?
stopping away, but Savage is able to pounce. Shadow Dance is there in time. He had the Dark Pack going, so the Roar will not be able to hold him down long enough. Roshan still about 18 seconds away from respawning. So both sides have a chance to reset and try to go after the Roshan. Go after that big fight. I don't know if Talon can really afford to let this Roshan go the way of Team Spirit for free. But considering how even the game is, you don't want to give any kind of advantage
Oh,
over.
look at that split push.
Dire's bottom tower
The Grand
is
Knight
under
creep.
Dire's middle
Oh,
tower
boy.
south.
has fallen.
Oh boy, there goes your tier 3
Oh,
tower.
no.
Team Spirit, they've got to rotate. They've got to get out of that Roshan pit, I think. They've left Yatoro to do the work himself in terms of the defense, but Talon are still hanging around the Dire base, still threatening to go high ground together. They almost lose the range racks down at bot lane. Now that Yatoro is not with his team, they are going to move over. Keep in mind, he does have the BOT2s, so he can still travel to his team. Scan is out in the Roshan pit, giving
The racks are falling.
Talon the information they require. The bottom rack's still falling in the meantime. The range racks is gone. Talon looking for the big entrance. Yatoro's still not around to help out as Roshan dropping even lower now. In goes 23 Savage. He'll get started. With the Shadow Dance being popped immediately into the BKB. He
wants
just
the Roche.
wants the Aegis, but Yatoro's going to show up. Roar is
Oh,
out.
Savage!
Though, he does pick up the Aegis, looking for an escape route, but he's been silenced. He might lose that first life,
Oh,
but
the
a
lift.
nice lift. Ollie. Ollie will save, but no, the swash.
But Jab is
gets
split
him.
pushing.
Spirit,
He's taking
they're
mid.
still moving in. Jabs in the meantime is routing the Dire base, trying to get as much for Talon as he possibly can. Savage should die here, still being locked down. He'll eat the cheese, he'll survive a little bit longer. The Roar is out there locking him down, but they will not follow up because the Rax is melting in the mid lane. Tier 3 tower almost down. They had to force the Pango over.
What the hell? This match, man. Talon, Jabs, dancing all over the place. Getting that split push. The fact that Yatoro could not join that Roche gave that opportunity for Savage to jump in, steal the Aegis on a sliver's edge of timing. And now Team Spirit, now this is a tough game for them. You know, if beforehand we could say, all right, you know, Yatoro can carry through the game, can do everything like this, but one rack's down, a threat of mid falling.
Mid lane, Lal. No, they want Mirror. They'll go after the Shadow Demon first. Q with a perfect lasso setup has taken him down. No buyback available for the Shadow Demon. Savage looking for a little bit more. Thinks about going after Lal rather, but can't do so. Lal will be able to disengage. Butterfly now completed on Yatoro, but he has no gold for buyback.
Illusion.
So going all in again on the PL, realizing the position his team is in at the moment. He needs to be the big boy to carry this game for Team Spirit to try and get this draw out of them.
Wow.
Cannot afford to die once though. If he dies once, the game is basically as good as over.
Yeah, I don't think Talon still has enough damage to deal with that peel though. So I don't think that's going to be a big threat for Yatoro. He's fine with not having buyback gold. The issue is how far can he commit safely?
Jabs is around him now, but Jabs will need some help if they expect to try and even think about going after the PL. Collapse, however, a much simpler target if they did see him. He will get back towards the base. Yatoro will continue the split push through the top lane, trying to find a way to force Talon back here and not go into the Dire base. Of course, trying to get that buyback gold. So he is about 370 gold short now from the buyback. Almost has it completely farmed up though. Looks like Talon, they are not going to be able to reach high ground yet. Missed opportunity because now Yatoro is only 100 gold away from that buyback. And you see the immediate smoke here from Team Spirit. Meanwhile, Jab's top lane forced to pop the wolf form and run because Yatoro was in onto the Lycan. Ollie gonna get caught in that dire triangle by himself, does go for a lift, but it is not gonna work out because Mira is there with the demonic perch to slow him down. He'll take the swashbuckle, but it is not enough. They will lose the Rubik, though he does have buyback available. The Team Spirit are still successfully defending high ground. Buybacks are now up on the PL. And while all that was happening, Savage has farmed up a 4 MKB all of a sudden, so the Butterfly not going to be as big of an issue here against the Phantom Lancer.
Oh.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Lasso is out on Lyle, but Yatoro immediately rotating in to try and help Lyle out. They'll go for the fight. Savage going pretty deep here. How long can he survive through this one? Q about to drop, still running, but does finally go down to Yatoro as now they're on to Savage. They really would love that slot. Savage, does he even have buyback gold? He's down, but he does save for the buyback. He doesn't expend all his gold on the MKB. Did have the backup ready, but suddenly Yatoro, he's onto the mid-tier 3 tower. Talon, do they want to buy back? It's just so risky in a game like this to commit the buybacks. Just in case you lose the next team fight. Yatoro, he'll go in onto Jabs. Force the wolf form once again. And seeing that wolf form expended, Yatoro, I don't think he's too concerned about it, to be honest with you, John. He'll go back in after the mid-tier 3 tower.
Middle tower has fallen.
Until he sees the Slark buyback, I think Yatoro wants to stick around. Another glyph forced out. The PL still leaving some illusions behind. We'll just topple again. And the mid racks is gone. At least the melee barracks are down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Jabs is still trying to split push in the Dire base, but it is not going to work because Lyle is defending. Yatoro back down towards the bottom lane now, looking for a secondary rack, so Savage is still holding out on the buyback. Understanding how valuable that buyback is going to be now that Team Spirit are looking to take 2 lanes of barracks. In comes Jabs to try and help defend. But Spirit, they've already gotten what they came for. I mean, there is still a tier 2 top tower standing, so they could never go for the megas anyway. So suddenly Team Spirit in the lead in this game number 2. All off the back of one bad fight in the mid lane for Talon.
You just can't afford to make mistakes for either side here. Talon give an opening. Team Spirit are quick to punish. And now they're the ones playing in the back foot. They've always got someone watching their base. They know the split push comes out from Jabs. And Savage just can't afford to be that far forward. Savage and Q just playing with fire there. Side of Team Spirit, 1 rack's away, 1 tier 2 away from getting the full mega creeps up. 1 rack's down bot as well, but not going to take too long to find that. The DD left alone, not being scouted out by Art's side, and Team Spirit now going for that smoke. If they find the angle in here, it could be Talon just dropping this.
Oh, it's a double damage rune down to the bot rune spot as well. Nobody sees it yet. I believe it is eventually going to be revealed here by Jabs' illusions. Roshan being scouted. Still 1 minute and 45 away though till we even find out when the respawn timer is. So Lyle just having a cheeky look just in case. Maposhka casually finding 4 banner runes for himself. Very, very nice. Bit of a nice influx as the double damage. Ooh, Makoto's got it. He is hitting for about 700 per right click on the TA now, as Lasso is going to catch up Maposhka. And he completely melts to the damage of Makoto. And I do not think you want to fight with this TA right now. I think Team Spirit want to completely avoid the side of Talon.
Jabs?
Oh, Jab's running in. Lal, he's going to have the TP coming in from Yatoro. Savage, knowing how strong they are. He's going to keep going. Lal will go into the invis and he will remain safe. Yatoro, in the meantime, looking for a target to go after. Looks like they have found Mira on the Shadow Demon, but he will buy back along with Miposhka. Lal, in the meantime, controlling up Q on the Batrider. So Yatoro
No buyback.
able to find a trade for his team, and there is no buyback on Q. That is huge for Team Spirit.
Big opening. No threat of Lasso to take care of your supports, to take care of the back line. And Talon, they find something. They force out 2 buybacks themselves, but just not enough to feel comfy here. As they can't quite keep doing this split push any longer. With the way that Team Spirit's playing. They've got Roche control as well. We'll see if it's a longer than 34-second respawn, it will head up top. So kind of on knife's edge again. Team Spirit in clear control of the game though. Just one team fight away from ending it all and giving Talon the draw.
Jump in again. Yatoro, targeted here by Savage. Traps are there to silence him up. Not going to be too much now. It's collapsed. He's in with the Scythe of Vice. Savage going to be saved by Oli. Cannot afford to die in the Slark at the moment as Yatoro onto the T4 towers now. Going right for the jugular. Talon forced to make a decision with 4v5. Is the storyline here for Talon now as Makoto's going to go into the backside trying to get something done. Jabs also there as well, focusing on Miposhka. Problem is now Makoto, he's in trouble. Yatoro right behind him. The lift again from Oli, going to buy time though. Talon not losing their TA, and they really can't afford to lose him. The Savage forced to pounce out. Will be fine. Team Spirit turning their attention back onto Jabs. He is in the wolf form, but they are chasing him down the best they possibly can. Jabs in huge danger, is going to go down. And he does have buyback and will commit as now Makoto's gone. Buyback is available for the TA. There is no choice, he needs to buy back. In we go again. Savage trying for Yatoro, taking a bit too much damage, does pop the Shadow Dance, but Yatoro just manning up, though he's quite low on mana now. He needs to be careful. Makoto gonna jump in with the BKB, but an immediate silence is gonna make it so he cannot continue. He will retreat as Jab's now in trouble. Can't do much without the Lycan Wolf form, is gonna go down. But you do have Q coming back up in the Batrider. You desperately need everybody to get right now. And Savage going to jump in. They're trying to go onto the PL. They've got the lasso, but the disruption is going to make it pretty hard to take down Yatoro. The doppelganger out of the fountain. He's fine for now, but Yatoro's gone. He can buy back and TP back in. He'll do so now. The Ancient is under siege. Q still trying to go. They're focused on the Ancient. Yatoro, he's back into the team fight, trying to go after it. They are chasing him down. Glyph is out. Savage in huge trouble is down, and it looks like Talon have probably lost this game as there is 3 down without buyback. Team Spirit making the comeback happen in game number 2. And Talon, I mean, dropping the ball a little bit here in this game too, Jonathan. Should have probably had a 2-0 victory. But props to Team Spirit, at least for forcing out the tie.
Yeah, they keep themselves in the running to be in that top 4 here with that win. Talon had many opportunities to just kind of, you know, play it safe. That one fight where Savage tries to jump onto Collapse, that was the beginning of the end for Talon right there. Like, just that mistake, just that forced fight cost them. And we've got our player versus player from Acer Predator, of course. We're looking at Mikoto and Laurel once more. Mikoto still having that impact on the TA this game in comparison, but it was really just down to what Team Spirit had on hand in their draft. I think they just set up for this PL really well. They see a perfect PL game. Talon can't handle it as the game drags on. And Talon just dragged that game way too long because of these forced fights. They didn't need to die like that. But Team Spirit, they find the opportunities, they bust the game wide open, and as the game went on, it just became simpler and simpler for them to get what they want here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to give massive props, even if it was off the back of a mistake from Talon. Like, a great game from Team Spirit, who was so far behind in this game too, but just having trust in their core PL to make it work, and they certainly did. Yatoro proving why he is one of the best position 1s in the world, still since TI10, still proving to be one of the best. And it is going to be a tie nonetheless. You can't take that away from Talon. It's not the worst result for them. But again, I think this second game's gonna be a little bit of an upsetting one, because I think, you know, a couple team fights, like you already said, are very unnecessary from Talon. Just the classic SEA throw sometimes happens, and against a world-class team like Team Spirit, John, you can't do that. They will take advantage every time.
Just
Let's
don't
have a look at some
understand.
monster moments by Monster Energy, Jonathan. I can see how depressed you are, so let's get your face off the screen, go into the monster moments here, and see exactly what happened. As Talon, like, they were off to a great start here. Very, very dominant on Makoto, having an amazing performance on the TA. Where did it all go wrong, John? I think it was that mid-team fight.
Yeah, it was that jump from Savage trying to pin down Collapse, and that's where everything just fell apart. I just don't understand why C can't be consistent, Mike. Over the years we've casted, I quite frankly am at the point where I don't want to even bother. I have no faith in any of our players.
Don't say that, John.
I
Don't
mean,
say that. Go on.
when was the last time C placed within reach of TI, huh? I don't know if Talon's gonna be able to do it. Team Spirit, again, top tier team, but Talon had an advantage, and they just gave it away. Team Spirit finding the openings, building up towards the late game. I don't know. Like, Team Spirit's a strong team, but you know, even game one was a back and forth, and it was Talon kind of pushing it to the edge, but all these small mistakes, not even small, one big mistake is all it takes, and you just lose the game of Dota 2.
I mean, it's still a great game between these two. How long did it even last? It was almost an hour again. We didn't
Yes.
quite get the tier 5 item
56
timing, but
minutes.
another very long game. 56 and a half minutes, my goodness.
This is a crazy day, of course, in DreamLeague Season 20, at the tail end of our groups. And again, Team Spirit, keep that dream alive to be hanging on as we did look back on our monster moments for Monster Energy. But yeah, Team Spirit, again, the better team coming out in game number 2, getting the draw, staying in line, keeping the pattern alive, sticking to the script for the draws here in our group stage, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, Jonathan, we do have an interview with the man himself. Collapse is on the line, so let's have a chat with him and see exactly what he does have to say to us. Mr. Collapse, congratulations on your second game victory here against Talon. How the hell are you feeling, sir, after that wild game 2?
Hello, I guess. Maybe it was really hard to fight against them. Yeah, it was really hard to fight against them because they're a good team, and to be honest, we just warming up to this tournament. So I guess like that, every game for us is a every game for us right now is a hard game. Like, next opponent is Tundra, so we need to beat them as well somehow.
I mean, you guys look fantastic in this series at the least, but Collapse, if you don't mind, can I ask, where do you think from your perspective things went wrong in game number 1? Because it was a rather tight game between you guys as well for game 1. What happened? What went wrong there for you guys to lose to Talon in the first game?
I mean, we were losing laning stage, but after laning stage, we took some fights when we came back. And after second or third Russian, when we got the edges, Klinks was pushing top, and we just, every one of us could TP, but I don't know, someone cancelled the morph TP and they chased him and took the edges, so we couldn't realize it, to be honest. And without ages, we just were farming, but they were out farming us.
Fair enough. Go on, John.
All right, Collapse, I'm curious. Coming into this, it's been a lot of draws in DreamLeague 20. Is there any team that you're looking forward to play against or really prepping extra hard? I heard you mention Tundra. Is there anyone else beyond Tundra, or is it Tundra in particular that you really want to take down here?
Only Tundra, I guess, because they're a super strong team, and we want to take the rematch because we lost all our scrims versus them. So I guess it's gonna be a hard one, even harder than versus Talon.
Yeah, it certainly is set to be a tough one to go through here. Before we let you go, I'd like to ask you from my end, what do you think is the big difference for Team Spirit coming out of the DPC and coming into DreamLeague? You mentioned a bit of warming up. What do you think is, why do you think there's a warm-up period for the team here?
I mean, it's classic for us because we are playing tournaments. We are warming up to every tournament, to whole tournament, I guess. And after that, when we have break for 1 week, we just don't know how to play Dota after that, and it's classic for us. We just need to warm up again, so we can play our game. That's it.
That's fair enough. And hopefully you guys are warmed up.
Yeah, Collapse, thank you for the interview. We do have to let you go, but congratulations on your Game 2 victory, and we can't wait to see you guys up against Tundra.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the lovely Collapse. Very well spoken. Very handsome lad, Jonathan. And can I just add, by the way, he's got the haircut of the haircut I had back in the 90s, Jonathan, the old spiky haircut, which I'd like to see come back. I'm so sick of these, these young men going for these curls and these perms and all this garbage, Jonathan. What happened to the classic gel through the hair to spike it up and be the coolest kid in school? You know what? Don't even answer that question, because we do need to go to a break. I'll let you dwell over it, and maybe we'll talk about it after the break, as we will head off to a break, and we'll be back with our next series here between OG and 9Pandas. Don't go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dream League Season 20. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5 joining you here for the ESL Storm stream. Jonathan, we have a brand new series on our hands. Of course, if you weren't here for the last one, it was a tie between, of course, Talon and the side of Team Spirit. Very, very nice series to watch as well, going for about 2 hours when you combine both games. We do have a new one upon us, Jonathan. 9 Pandas against OG coming up for us here in the Storm stream. How the hell are you feeling, sir?
Feeling excited to see this one break out, of course. 2 sets of teams again. We've seen a little bit of 9 Pandas already, you and I, Mike, but we've not seen too much OG in our own games that we've casted. So I'm keen to see how well they do here. Group B, of course, is maybe less tie-ish. Like there are less clear ties in comparison, although you still have a bunch of same score lines, 5-3, 5-3, 5-3 for number 1, and 3 other teams tied in for 4th down to 7th, I believe, or 6th. So still a lot of ties, but not as massive, I think, as Group A, where it's just top to bottom, it's all ties. So I'm keen to see whether or not that pattern keeps up here, of course, as this is the tendency in our group stages. Lots of ties, lots of tiebreakers, maybe some 1v1 mids.
I heckin' love ties, Jonathan. Don't get me too excited with those 1v1 mids right now, alright? We have to wait. I don't want to be teased by you into thinking we are going to get guaranteed tiebreakers yet, so we'll see. Now, judging by these two teams, now you talked about it already. 9 Pandas first place, tied up here with BetBoom and Gaming Gladiators in Group B, and OG sitting in tied 4th place with Beast Coast Team Astar and themselves. This is going to be an interesting one, because 9 Pandas have looked extremely clean. They've had 1 draw, 1 loss, 2 wins here in Group B, and you can see the roster here. At the very least, from the games we watched, these guys were looking fantastic. The whole of EEU, quite frankly, looking fantastic here in Dream League Season 20 so far. So you'd have to dare say that the 9 Pandas looking to be the favorites here. But Jonathan, you know, I know some people don't like this terminology, but you can't forget about the OG magic. These guys, they've brought a certain somebody back, because we are going to have a look at the average stats first here for Ramses before we do carry on about OG. Obviously, Ramses, he's been a bit of hit or miss depending on what carry you give him. Like yesterday, we were watching him play a POS 1 Slaughter, which did not pan out. And then afterwards, they gave him a much more hard style of carry, and then he was kind of back in his comfort zone, and I think it was the Wind Ranger we got to see him popping off on, if I remember correctly. So Ramsey's probably looking for a harder carry here in this draft, going up against OG, which should be coming up rather soon. But speaking of OG, even if they are tied in 4th place, you know, they've brought back a certain somebody to stand in. The man just apparently can't retire in peace. Like, they just won't leave the poor guy alone. His kids are always coming to him, asking for money, asking for things, and he's got to go work again to provide here for the family. Mr. Seb himself, of course, part of OG once again. Surprise, surprise. I don't know. This is a team that I can never underestimate, because I specifically remember ESL 1 Genting, you and I were there. Fnatic looked amazing. They were going to get a 2-0 victory over OG during the playoffs, and then the OG magic happened. I started crying in the crowd. I was very depressed. We went home and we were very sad, Jonathan. But OG proceeded to just go and win everything, as they always do. You know, it's OG.
It is OG. It's a different iteration. I think this one struggled a little bit more up and down. So we'll have to take a look at how they do, of course. And you did mention Seb being back on the team. It's a big factor as well. I think Seb tends to just rally the younger players around quite nicely. Although, again, in the group stage, a little bit more of a struggle. So I want to see if, as the gaze goes on, if that effect starts to build up, if the OG identity starts to get built in again, or if it just continues to be a little bit more up and down here for all of our teams, including OG, Mike.
Well, Jonathan, we did have a chat with the boys from OG, and we actually have a bit of a content piece with them. So let's head over to that and see exactly what OG had to say with us.
It's going to be BZM with an ultra kill. Can he get the rampage? He's trying to go for it. Dives into the fountain. Needs the last hit. And there we have it. Rampage for BZM. Well deserved.
Hello, I'm Yuragi and I play for OG Sports.
My name is BZM. I play for OG. My team is talented and shy.
My team is the kids.
BZM, pull back in with vacuum. Very nice stuff.
The biggest challenge my team has faced is keeping up with the competition. I mean, the whole group stage from the last season, I was feeling pretty good. Afterwards, shit started to come down, so iceberg, I don't know. The dream ended.
I think our communication and team synergy is improved a lot.
Yeah, need to step it up.
I mean, it comes from game understanding as well. Like, we've improved on that, so we now know like who takes more vocal space.
Yeah, it's been getting better and better, I'd say. Yeah,
everybody's pretty alright.
Because BZM and Tiger, they've got slows for days. Nether Toxin chunked out, the side device on the lifesteal, a two-man balance strike, and in comes Yuragi. They've got the damage. They're cleave down, destroying the lifestealer, cleaving into Enchantress.
Our goals for DreamLeague basically is to place as high as we can. Of course, we're aiming for the win, and I think we can do it.
I'm just gonna say that it's gonna be exciting.
And there you go, Jonathan. You heard from the boys at BZM. Final line, it's going to be exciting here against 9 Pandas, and that's what we love to hear, Jonathan. We're here for an entertaining matchup between OG and 9 Pandas, and you get to see the very handsome lads from OG. Of course, Yuragi, BZM, DM, Seb, and of course Tiger going to be joining you here for OG. As I said, Jonathan, this is the one team I never like to underestimate. No matter who they've got standing in, OG, it's just that one team you can't forget about in the group stage. And you know, obviously off to a rough start. You heard the boys from OG, Yuragi and BZM both kind of stating that they're off to a bit of a rougher start trying to keep up with the other teams. But again, I think they've been warmed up here. We're in day 3 of DreamLeague Season 20, and I'm sure they've got some nice stuff to show us here in this game against 9 Pandas.
Yeah, I'm keen to see how well they do. I think for the side of OG, it does feel like the focal points tend to be in the safe lane, maybe a little bit more on the mids as well, but the Yuragi versus Ramses comparison is pretty interesting to look at, because I think at the very least for 9 Pandas, the moment you hammer in on Ramses, that's where things can fall apart, and I think Yuragi's maybe a stronger foundation for OG to build around here. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup to see these two clashes, these two styles clash in, and again, whether or not how well OG has adapted to having Seb back in with this recent roster change, the roster swapping around. And it's like you mentioned, you know, OG is the kind of team that rallies. Like, we've seen them rally before from the last day of groups as well, where they have to play ties and they just come in, start an upper bracket, drop down, get a lower bracket run. Like this keeps happening with that team. So no matter what circumstance it is, OG can never be counted out. There's something about them.
What we can count on, though, John, is we're going to head to a short break, and right after the break, I guarantee you we're going to have a game draft here between OG and 9 Pandas. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our draft.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are about to get into our draft here between OG and 9Pandas, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you for the ESL Storm stream. Jonathan, going into game one between OG and 9Pandas, a very exciting matchup according to BZM himself. Any kind of heroes you think are going to be in high contention between these two heroes? These two teams rather. Anything to talk about between these two?
It's the usual suspects on mid, maybe the Storm more than anything else. There's a TA overlap as well with BZM and Kiyotaka. I think the higher contestants, maybe this Morphling pickup between Ramses and BZM actually, and Uragi. I think there's a lot of flexibility for the Morph pick. We've seen that hero rise up, as well as this tournament has gone on, as the meta's developed, because Morphling is simply the better hero when he ags up. So I think those are a couple of things to watch out for. Of course, the initial bans don't tend to stray too far off from the usual, and I don't think we'll be too surprised by what we'll see in the first phase as we head into that draft here, Mike. OG taking care of the techies. 9Pandas taking care of the Medusa. Is it going to be the Beastmaster, Doom, Magnus? Those tend to be the high priorities there.
We have seen OG as well picking up a lot of Batrider, a lot of Void Spirit, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see if 9Pandas wanted to get rid of those. The Batrider in particular has showed up in the large majority of OG games. By themselves, I do mean. As well as that, we have seen quite a bit of BZM Void Spirit showing up here. They get rid of the Timber for now, so pretty standard bans here from 9Pandas. Timber, one of those heroes that just feels impossible to play against when the right person is playing it, so just get rid of it and don't do that to yourself. OG, one ban for themselves. They'll get rid of the Batrider themselves, so not looking to pick it up. 9Pandas, they'll immediately take the Doom without even thinking about it. Do you want to prioritize something like the Void Spirit right here and now? Like, just before it gets banned, do you want to just take it?
Like with OG, their big strength is just having this weird flex on BZM's mid, just having a lot of options for that mid lane, depending on the matchup, so you kind of want to pocket it. And OG will just opt for the Spirit Breaker along with the Bloodseeker coming out here. So, a pretty stable opening. I'm sorry. The Polaris one throws me off every single time because I understand it. And I know no one else, literally no one in this lobby understands what the hell that voice line is.
I couldn't even hear the voice line, John. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's the Polaris voice line. It's in Bisaya, so it just throws me off to hear my native language here. Still, OG.
Well, do you want to hold on? Do you want to share what it meant for our sake? Do you want to translate? You've brought it up now.
Yeah.
Is it appropriate to translate?
Halalaina mo suko oy. That means like, wow, you get mad really bad. Or you get a really bad vibe when you're angry. You get angry, man. That's something like that. It's just pointing out someone's a little bit too angry. But yeah, it throws me off when I hear it. Still, 9Pandas continuing with the Undying pickups. They're just looking for stable lanes, likely looking for, of course, the Undying on the class 5. So we have yet to see our Doom lane partnership and our safe lane partnership. I think for OG with a Spirit Breaker, again, we've talked about this here multiple times. It feels really good in the right hands. There's some flexibility here between DM and Seb, kind of playing it in the pause 4 and pause 3. The Bloodseeker is a little bit more interesting coming out. I don't believe the side of OG's picked up the Bloodseeker this tournament just yet. Should be our Uragi pickup, but can you have some flexibility in running that in, say, the off lane if you feel the need to, although I suppose Bloodseeker in Doom lane is pretty stable. So you're just looking for a stable lane there. You have, by virtue of just having Bloodseeker, you make it pretty hard to pick a Pangolier. So I think that's just a great pickup to just ensure some safety nets on the mid. And then nothing too strange yet on the draft. I am keen to see if OG will gun for something like, say, the Kotl Spirit Breaker. I don't believe we've seen Taiga pick up the Kotl, and that tends to be Seb. So unless they run the DM Spirit Breaker, you're likely not getting that good chakra charge here.
Right. What I'm looking for right now is, like, generally speaking, with the Bloodseeker pickup, you usually see a slow go with it for the laning stage. So I wonder what kind of, whether they will prioritize having a support that can just slow to set up for the Blood Rite spam. So you saw the Lich and Venom already being removed, so two heroes that do work well with the Bloodseeker in lane are out of the game now, and they will actually ban the Pango themselves. Knowing that OG have the counter for it, they don't want to hand a free Pango pick over to OG. Obviously, this Pangolier hero has just not left the meta ever since it came out, really. It's just always been good. Shout out to Arteezy, of course, famously saying on his stream that he's tired of being swashbuckled for the last, like, 5 years, so I relate to that, Artesia. I don't like these swashbuckles either. It's not very fun.
Fairly annoying, but you can't blame him. I mean, the Pangolier just became universal as well. So, you know, it's just still up there.
Yeah, just make him better.
Yeah.
Can't have Pangolier being out of the meta.
Nope.
Can't have that.
Definitely not. It's you know, prime hero, Mikey. You wanna make those Zoomers happy with their Zoomer hero for sure.
Nothing wrong with Rolling Thunder going for that long stunning each time, but you know, God forbid we let Earth Spirit Q stun.
Oh, shut up about the Earth Spirit, Mike. Shut up. Shush.
The pickup from OG. That sort of combination with the Bloodseeker going to be very hard to deal with this Bloodseeker this game with the backup of the IO.
Yeah,
so, yeah, a big target for 9Pandas now to try and focus down every team fight for sure.
I'd actually say an IO Spirit Breaker lane sounds really damn fun, doesn't it? Tether up, run forward, no cares in the world, keep charging in. It feels pretty oppressive if OG decide to run that. I think that is one good way. It's also an interesting global strat from OG in that you can charge from across the map and relocate on top. So you've got the gank backup here for OG to maintain some good aggression here. 9Pandas doesn't quite have that much punishment for that kind of playstyle. Undying to an extent can stop that, and there's the punishment. The Winter Wyvern comes in. The Winter's Curse in this case feels particularly good. And the save isn't too bad either. Right? For 9Pandas, this should be theoretically its best in the mid-roll. But again, we haven't seen 9Pandas pick this up in this tournament just yet. I am wondering where they put it, because support Winter Wyvern's a strange one. It's found more success as a core, as a universal type, and even then, you and I have seen a little bit of that core Winter Wyvern. It has still fallen flat just a bit, Mike.
Yeah, the last time you and I in particular got to see it was Team Asta ran it, Samel ran it in the mid lane, and it certainly didn't look very good, in that game at least, but, you know, 9Pandas completely different team. Let's see if they can make it work, if it is going to be a mid Wyvern. I think support Wyvern still does work, it's just nowhere near as strong as the core Wyvern is, based off the fact that it is a universal hero now. 9Pandas, 4th pick for themselves. You probably don't really want to reveal where this Wyvern is going to go, so it wouldn't be the worst idea to just go for a position 1 pick here for Ramses. You already know you're up against the Bloodseeker more than likely as the POS 1, but no, they'll go into the Shadow Demon, so it is going to be a mid-Winter Wyvern guarantee.
Yeah, I think, again, you have a pretty interesting dynamic coming out here. You're more than happy to see that come out, and they pick up the Storm. So you've got the natural Storm IO combination, battery on hand. You've got all these relocate plays that can happen. You've got a lot of aggression lined up here for OG. 9Pandas, again, they can punish that aggression just with a Winter Wyvern pick. The Winter's Curse does feel pretty damn good here. You've got the save against the Spirit Breaker as well with Shadow Demon, a good way to hold him back as well with the Demonic Purge. So a lot of good answers on 9Pandas. The issue is, it does feel like 9Pandas is drafting around what OG's picking rather than going for their own comfort here as well, right? Like we've seen a lot of teams try to adapt to the enemy draft. I think that can be a little bit worrying if things start to go southbound and you're in a draft that doesn't particularly suit your playstyle. You're just trying to counterpick, counterplay, and you can get kind of dragged behind by that.
That you certainly can. Final bans are incoming though. John 9Pandas for now getting rid of the Witch Doctor, and that's a combo we saw a lot in NA Div 1. The Witch Doctor IO combo it's a pretty disgusting one. So they don't want to have to run into that. Puck is going to be removed here from OG, so just trying to make it as easy as possible for their mid-storm, of course, as the Puck is a very nice counter towards the Storm, and even the IO and the Spirit Breaker and the Bloodseeker for that matter would have been a very, very good Puck game. 9Pandas, one more ban to go. They'll get rid of the Darkseer.
Hang on a second. If they're banning out Puck, does that mean they expect a safe lane Winter Wyvern?
That's
or an off lane Winter Wyvern, safe lane Doom? And a different mid?
I think they're just kind of crossing their boxes, you know? They get rid of the TB as well. So I think the Puck is just too good of a hero to pick up against the Storm, and they're just not willing to risk it. Just in case the flex is there from 9Pandas. Because you do never know, right? Because 9Pandas, they do tend to sometimes run a POS 1 from the mid lane for Kiyotaka. And they'll let Ramses play a bit more of a tempo-setting safe lane hero. As we did see the other day with the starter pick, and while that didn't work, it is still a bit of flexibility that 9Pandas can offer themselves.
Yeah. You always have to cover your bases here for the side of OG. And 9 Pandas will have to reveal that in this pick. They don't have time left, taking down the reserve time to 5 seconds. They will pick up the Wind Ranger. So that should be our safe lane for Ramses with a Midwinter Wyvern coming out. And we did see Ramses pop off in this hero last time. In this particular matchup though, not the worst thing in the world. Also, I'm not seeing the direct reason why. I think the lane into Spirit Breaker, I suppose, is not too bad. Evasion is not something Spirit Breaker does enjoy. So you can kind of hold steady in that lane. Already having the save in Shadow Demon down the line anyway. And a Wind Ranger plus Undying lane is not too bad. Soften them up for Power Shot. No natural way to clear out the Tombstone all too quickly here. Should be comfy enough for Ramses.
Well, here's the final pickup now for OG. Looking for perhaps an off-lane, perhaps support. Just depends on what the Spirit Breaker is doing. 1 minute 15 left to think about this this final pick of this draft. They do go down the Snapfire route for OG. I mean, it is a nice way of at least deleting the Tombstone of Solo. Tiger's going to be taking that for himself. So now you have a nice counter towards the Undying Tombstone throughout the game. We have seen Snapfire doing some good work as well. Like, just Mortimer's Kisses is always going to be a really nice ability. And so that is going to be the draft here from OG and 9 Pandas. The roles are pretty standard. DM is going to be on the offlane Spirit Breaker here, and Yuragi is naturally going to take the position 1 Bloodseeker. The side of 9 Pandas, they are going to have the Midwinter Wyvern, Ramses on the safe lane Wind Ranger, and Miero on the offlane Doom. So no real surprises coming out here with the positions of these heroes. But John, if you were to pick a draft that you think has a bit of a better edge over the other, would you choose 9 Pandas or would you choose OG here in this game 1?
I lean towards OG. I think it's much more stitched together. Its playstyle is a bit more straightforward. The one caveat here for OG is, again, the Winter's Curse is going to be terribly annoying. And how well your game for DM is up in the air, because if Antares is allowed to just disrupt, save every time, Demonic Purge up, the Spirit Breaker, it starts to feel less dominant. So there are some solutions from 9 Pandas, but overall I think OG, if they play to their tempo, can run down very, very fast. Like an Io Spirit Breaker lane sounds great. A Bloodseeker plus Snapfire, you do get your slow and stun to set up for the Blood Rite, so that can also be quite offensive, especially into a Doom. You can punish quite nicely there. And I think just earlier tempo drafts are, easier to build up an advantage on. So I think OG has that running for them. I think the Midwinter Wyvern, again, it's not a hero that I'm fully convinced by, even as a universal type. It just feels like when it falls behind, it can really take its time to farm up. It's just very tempo based. Like once it hits its itemization, it is big, but it takes a while.
Here we go. The tips have started. Tips going out to Ramses. Like both sides saying good luck, have fun. So a bit of good sportsmanship here. I'm sure there's not too much bad blood here between these two teams. It's an immediate smoke up from 9 Pandas, heading towards the bottom side of the map. Might actually run into some heroes they could go after. Seb does have Tether though, so can get away from this scenario as they will disrupt him up. But Tether is there. He's fine. Naturally it is Seb, so we're going to expect a few voice lines to come out every time he does do that.
Yeah, as is natural for OG. I'm wondering, well, since 9 Pandas did reply to the all chat, I'm pretty sure they didn't mute them. That's interesting. I know a lot of teams mute OG.
That's a good point. They haven't muted them yet, Jonathan. They haven't muted them yet.
Sooner rather than later, Mike, for sure.
Absolutely. Well, it depends if you're winning, though. If you're winning and the enemy team is just spamming voice lines, you're happy. You know they're getting desperate. That's the way I see it.
Do you remember a time we had a pause in a game? This was the old OG. We had a pause and they were like, "We can't read all chat. Please tell us when it's go."
Oh, the good old days. Bounty rune's up. It's looking like it's going to be a 2. No, it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Very even start between these two teams. It's like Seb's actually going to go for a bit of a chase onto Miero. Miero does have his Antares and the Shadow Demon right behind him in case he needs it, but it is an Io. He's going to be just fine. And while we're around here, John, we may as well begin with the bottom lane. Of course, Seb and Yuragi going to be up against Antares and Miero. The Doom Shadow Demon lane against the Io Bloodseeker. I want to say he's going to be quite a passive kind of farming lane between these two heroes. But what do you think?
Definitely is a lot more passive. I think if you had the Snapfire, this would be a lot more aggressive, but You're just securing Uragi's farm, giving him some bonus attack speed to play with, giving him some bonus HP regen to not be too scared of the threat of Scorched Earth. You do have good setup here on 9 Pandas, especially if you get the War Stomp creep down line from here. So I understand why Seb opts to be down here instead. You just want farm the Bloodseeker, not necessarily kills. As long as you get to build up into your Phase Boots, into your Maelstrom, you're pretty happy, even if Miara finds farm. Although you have to respect the right click coming out from Antares. Chases down Seb quite nicely here.
That mid lane, of course, you're going to have BZM and Kiyotaka going at it. BZM actually taking a hell of a lot of harassment as we are actually watching a pull from Tiger. Tiger doing the long wraparound with this creep pull is eventually going to be able to escape the grasp of Solo. And another pull now coming out from DM as they just don't want to directly lane against the Undying. Smart maneuver here from OG. One way of dealing with the Undying just being too powerful of a support to have to lane against as a Spirit Breaker. And naturally, Tiger can't help much either because he's a strength hero on the snap. Like, no, never mind.
No,
he's a universal hero now. I did forget.
Oh, Mikey, you forget why Sammy picked the safe lane. The genius that is Sammy boy, of course, realizing universal type, I can play it carry. Still, not in this game. And again, they're trading back and forth. Very interesting situations for the creep waves, but I'm more than happy to just farm up here for Ramses for sure. But you have to be a little bit careful for Solo.
They are trying onto him. The problem is he has 12th strength stolen right now. So pretty tanky, about 1k HP on Solo. Is not going to die and has 4 mangoes to spam, 2 blood grenades just in case he needs it. To even stick around trying to abuse DM as Antares bottom lane finding first blood. Seb getting caught out on the IO is going to go down, and Antares have a nice little boost for himself in the net worth department.
Yeah, we've seen Antares, of course, just keep chasing down Seb. They get the Devourer up with a Scorched Earth, along with the Ice Armor. It does make it a lot easier to just keep that chase onto the IO. Yeah, this lane for the side of OG, much more defensive. Once the side of 9 Pandas decides to play pretty aggressive, all you can do is really just try to run. No real play here until the levels start wrapping up, so good read from 9 Pandas to stay on the offensive there. The mid lane is one that we haven't really taken a peek at yet. Kiyotaka's completely stomping this, which is, I suppose, to be expected. The Storm doesn't have the counterplay to dodge out the Splinter Blast as much. He has to walk in very close to use the Remnant and Overload. So Kiyotaka does just have the easier time harassing in. And this should lead to that early timing that you'd want on the Winter Wyvern that we don't tend to see. Storm match are probably one of the more favorable ones for the mid Winter Wyvern.
Absolutely. Very quiet across the map. Just a 1k advantage the way of 9 Pandas. 1 kill going the way of the Dire as well. We saw a bit of a charge from DM top lane, but Solo does just kind of posture aggressively and force him away. You mentioned BZM struggling against the Winter Wyvern. He's going to go for a Vortex now on Kiyotaka, but Splinter Blast is going to come out and BZM just going to cop more harassment than he did to Kiyotaka. Water Rune's going to spawn up though, so bottle refill is going to be there by BZM. It's like Antara is going to be around to ensure that Kiyotaka does get the other one. Though he doesn't have a bottle himself, but he may as well just ensure that BZM won't have another bottle refill. Top lane, Solo's being charged here by DM. But Solo, he does have 8 strength stolen, so he's going to be just fine. Uragi, though, in the meantime, does lose a courier. The Blades of Attack going to be down for a minute and a half now.
A nice little snipe there from the side of Pandas. Police just slowing down a little bit down south. Again, pretty stable start for both sides. You can't really play aggressive too badly on the side of top lane. I guess the lane that can still run down is down bot, depending on what Miara does find on his Devourer. For now, it has just went back to farming. So overall, you're kind of happy with the lane setups. You are finding a little bit more farm out overall for 9 Pandas. Though you are pulling ahead on Uragi.
Top lane, Solo. Ooh, Shackle's going to be nice from Ramsey. He's setting up on Tiger. Blood Grenade will land. Tiger has no way of getting out, but a nice juke on the power shot. Solo trying to dive here, but this might cost him. He does get the kill first. And in fact, the de-aggro on the tower. Beautiful plays here from Solo. Tiger almost making it out, but sadly not quite.
I almost thought that dive was a little bit silly, but he did just barely get the mana for the last piece of decay. And to find the kill, quite the commitment, giving DM a lot of space to just farm up in the lane, safely getting some solo EXP. So you don't mind that too much on the side of OG either. You're still finding some something to gain off the back of that, and you also managed to give BZM a bottle refill mid. Solo shows up mid as well, though, looking like they want to scuffle over those 6-minute power runes.
Why they hold on? It's so important for this Storm to be able to pick a good rune up. Kiyotaka doesn't care quite as much, but he just wants to deny it away from BZM if he can. Seb gonna show up at the bottom side. Now BZM actually being targeted. He's one creep away from level 6 at the moment, but there's no creeps around for him to target, so Kiyotaka gonna move in. Seb even helping Kiyotaka out with that tether. Tips out immediately from the mid Wyvern as Seb actually added on to the damage output against the Storm, and now Tiger also gonna be in trouble. Solo will take him down. A terrible series of events here for OG in the mid lane.
Yeah, just not managing to find the angles that they'd want. Kiyotaka hit 6 a little bit faster, as you mentioned, on the edge there for BZM, but the curse comes in. Seb wants to help. Seb ends up helping find that kill for 9Pandas, and all this movement across the map has been favoring 9Pandas. Again, the one lane that's kind of paying off for OG right now is Uragi's lane, which is to be expected for the Bloodseeker into the Doom. But even then, you know, you're still finding your stable build-up for Miero, Vanguard up, Midas next. Chasing around here for the 7-minute rune as well.
Nice cooking from Tiger. Gonna be able to take the Wisdom rune away from Solo, and the immediate charge is out from DM. Solo, he's a tanky boy though. Still going, but now out of mangoes and out of mana. Should go. Does have another decay in a moment. Will pop it onto DM, but eventually the bash comes out. Gonna be more than enough damage against the Undying. So a nice little pick up here for the Spirit Breaker. Able to walk away with his head held up high. Bottom lane, Doom has been committed. They've got the Bloodseeker with this. Antares moving in but does not have disruption. Will try to just abuse the shadow poisons, but in comes DM to try and help out. Even Tiger rotating now in the Snapfire. The Doom's about to wear off to boot, so this could be very dangerous for 9Pandas sticking around here as the Rupture is going to be committed onto Miero. He has nowhere to go, just completely body blocked up. He's trying to be a Giga Chatter man up here, and he might be able to get away with it because Kiyotaka's shown up. Power shot from the side as well. Ramses reveals his presence. And somehow Miero is still not dead as BZM gonna move in again, but now the curse onto DM.
Oh god.
Locking down 3. Kiyotaka right on target. Tiger gonna drop. They do at least take down Antares, but BZM's out of mana. This is not what you want as OG. Shackle not gonna latch DM, trying to protect his mid-storm. But Kiyotaka is not giving up on the chase. Seb will show up now. Power shot will get it done. BZM gonna drop thanks to the Splinter Blast, connecting on Seb. And Kiyotaka with a triple kill as another tip comes out. I don't want to say it, John, but that Splinter Blast would not have been possible without the tether. So Kiyotaka, he is really giving it to Seb.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can't fault Seb for just trying to get some regen through for his storm.
He has to.
He has to. But they abuse it on the side of 9Pandas, and all of a sudden, a 3-8 start. 9Pandas kicking off with all of that aggression that we know this team loves to do when they can find it. 4K lead up for them as well. Every single core feeling decently farmed up with a nice lead over the side of OG. And again, we can take a look at that replay. A very prolonged chase. Kiyotaka showing up along with Ramses, seeing that opportunity, and this huge curse early on.
Massive.
We talked about the benefits of a Winter Wyvern here. This is exactly what OG will want to be doing. They want to clump up and fight, and the Winter Wyvern just stops that in its tracks.
You see BZM going down at that last moment as triple kill for Kiyotaka. 3-8 now is the scoreline. 4K advantage for 9Pandas, sitting very pretty at the moment. DM being chased down top lane, but it is just by Solo. So no chance of holding down the SB. Which you're going to need some time to try and recover after this bad laning stage. And this looks like it's going to be setting up for a very strong core Winter Wyvern game here, John. I'll tell you, as Kiyotaka's finding so much farm. Highest net worth on the board at the moment. We'll go for a chase onto BZM. BZM has plenty of mana to zip away. He's just waiting it out, and eventually we'll hold on to his mana. Kiyotaka, in the meantime, though, is going to be able to secure the power rune down at the bottom rune spot, so a nice double damage bottled up for him. And they can even think about the mid-tier 1 now. The curse is up, double damage available for Kiyotaka. He could wait to have the full rod of Atos up, and it is not too far off. But with the siege creep available in the mid lane right now, I wouldn't quite blame 9 Pandas for trying to go for the push.
Yeah, no need to back off. Just apply that pressure, force a response out from the side of OG. OG haven't been able to set up their own place. They've just had to respond to the movement from 9 Pandas. They will start in the jungle with Uragi, at least with the Javelin into the Maelstrom. Again, your Bloodseeker still having a fairly decent time in trying to ramp up here. They're not even going to bother fully committing for the mid. Kiyotaka just hanging back.
Lane, they will spot him out. Miero immediately pops the Scorched Earth, wanting to go for the chase, but decides better of it. Solo was also wrapping around, having a look for the Snapfire, but Tiger's going to go through the Twin Gates, and he'll be running into Ramses now. Ramses going to show up here against the Snap, but Ramses going to go through the Twin Gates as Tiger looking for a cookie to stop this from happening, but does not get away with it in time. Ramses moves down bottom. Tier 1 tower is to be secured here by 9 Pandas. Sadly, OG are unable to respond for now. They are slowly approaching with a creep wave top lane as Kiyotaka. In the meantime, Radiant Jungle is being attacked right now by BZM and Uragi. The silence is lasting long enough, so he will go down. That's a huge pick here for OG.
They find a punishment. They lose 2 tier 1s though. I think you trade a map control for that kill every single time. Unfortunate that it's a pretty big streak on Kiyotaka, so the gold is worthwhile, but again, you're starting to take over 9 Pandas. You've got control down bot. You can just keep farming up. You can keep playing with Miero. Try to get this Doom off running quite fast with the build-up into the hand of Midas and the pipe. And again, just shut down OG from trying to get their farm patterns up. Uragi still has a triangle to fall back to. With the Maelstrom, the Bloodseeker still fairly comfy in soaking up here. But you've got the Atos up, fully up and running for Kiyotaka, as you mentioned. The Universal Hero type Mike, lots of base damage to play with some hold. He can run you down with the Arctic Burn, no problem here.
Gonna be too much of an issue for Kiyotaka. Top tier 1 tower gonna go down. DM will be able to secure that, but there is a smoke running towards that northwestern side of the map. Up toward the top lane, DM is still sticking around for the large camp, so Kiyotaka will be able to set up with the Rod of Atos he has picked up. DM still could think about charging away, but Disruption is available from Antares, and DM basically doing the running man there in the top lane. Just the Purge slowing him down way too much.
Yeah.
Kiyotaka picking up his 5th kill of the game now on the Winter Wyvern, just proving this core Wyvern can be so potent.
And the matchup worked for him. He crushed this lane up against BZM. Now they're going to go for another push.
Uragi. This is a nice one. Plus 1 Bloodseeker, the curse will be there, just locking down the blood, but it's lasting quite a bit of time as Seb gets them out. Relocate is there. Kiyotaka going to get the tip now from Seb. I'm sure Seb will be having some very fun times with the tipping game if 9 Pandas do drop the ball.
Yeah, for sure. You know, he's the kind of fellow who'll always tip back. Nice play to save. Seb will sacrifice, but yeah, this is the IO life. Or will he?
Though, John? Will he? He'll tether away. Miero is going to go for the chase. They have the vision from the zombies, but no point trying to dive the tier 2 tower as now DM's rotated on the Spirit Breaker. Tiger's there as well. No curse to play with, so 9 Pandas might need to be a little bit cautious as Miero is going to get ruptured up. Kisses are to fly out. Solo's proving to be a very, very tanky boy though. He'll survive through all of this for now, just decaying even more. Here comes BZM. Disruption is there onto the Shadow Demon. Antares trying to survive as long as possible as now they've got the Bloodseeker doomed up. Antares, he might drop, but the problem is Uragi's in such big trouble. He'll be able to run away with the first movement speed. It's now 9 Pandas continuing to go, have found the storm. BZM, no mana to speak of, but Seb is keeping everyone alive. BZM able to get away just again as DM moving back in. OG just dragging out the team fight for such a long time, and it's working out in their favor. It'll last long enough, at least for now, but 9 Pandas, they'll look to move back in onto DM now. DM eventually will drop Kiyotaka. He'll get a double kill on the Wyvern. Ramses looking for more. In comes BZM on the Storm. But he's really got no easy target to go after. He'll have to leave them be. So it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade. But I think for OG, considering the state of the game for them, they'll be happy with that kind of trade.
I'll be more than happy. It's a lot of time committed here from 9 Pandas to just literally hang around in that area, not even find the tier 1 top yet. Just playing between the tier 1, tier 2. Lots of lots committed out from the side of Nine Pandas. Then again, for OG, you're also not farming up, but they are starting to get that aggressive play. They know they can afford to clump up when that curse is committed early.
Well, there's going to be the Vortex into the Nether Strike setup here from DM. Disruption will buy him a tiny bit of time, but not quite enough, I don't think, as Antares is gone. But now, with the time he bought, they will go onto the Storm with Kiyotaka rotating, but Seb immediately just going to relocate the Storm out. Does not want BZM in trouble. You still have Tiger there to tether to as well. The Nine Pandas going to try their best, I think, to stop this. Miero ready with the wall stop. Even the curse committed from Kiyotaka. But Seb, I mean, Rotovatos now to lock him down. And Ramses, with the power shot, will get the job done.
Just find the punishment this time around. At least, you know, get something for your trouble here. Nine Pandas still playing really aggressive on the map. They're just all across the river. They're not even playing on their side of the map. They're just ensuring that OG has no comfy time trying to get this build up for the rest of their cores. Yuragi is still finding room down south, though.
Look at that win probability, John. 90% almost for Nine Pandas. That's pretty insane. 16.5 minutes in.
It's pretty wild, but, you know, you've got this overwhelming start from Nine Pandas. And for OG, I mean, you know, we talked about the global ganking potential, the ability to relocate plus charge into these fights. They're not giving the opportunities to do that. They don't have the farm they need for BZM to just feel comfy taking these engagements. And sure, you're getting space out for Yuragi, but everyone else is just kind of suffering. And DM as well, you know, not able to find anything with early charges here. The momentum from OG is just held off so much that they're going to need to try and just out-farm, be out-efficiency the way of Nine Pandas. You know, just work the map a lot better. But the map has shrunk for the side of OG quite severely. As the side of Nine Pandas will start onto Roshan with just Ramses in the Maelstrom. Wind Ranger does do enough damage to get the stun.
I mean, you've got the Tombstone to tank here for Ramses, and even so, they're going to kind of amp the damage up a little bit here with the Flesh Golem. There is one hero rotating. It's just going to be Miero, just in case they need the help, but I don't think Ramses needs anything. Aegis will go the Wind Ranger's way. OG, no idea this is happening, and even if they did, they understand they can't really contest, and in fact, Aegis is going to go the way of Kiyotaka. He just comes in, takes it for himself, and immediate TP down towards the bottom lane. They know OG's farming around this area somewhere. OG backing off at the right time. Nine Pandas, they might go for a cheeky chase because Kiyotaka now has the Orchid up. With the curse to set up, it's almost a guaranteed kill no matter who you curse here with the Orchid.
Dire's bottom tower
Sadly for Nine Pandas, they are not going to be able to find themselves a victim.
Not going to be able to immediately get something off the back of the Aegis, but... well, Ramses finds something.
Yeah, Ramses just soloing the Snapfire as Ramses. Gonna watch out for that Rupture here from Yuragi, but he is out of range and out of vision. There's no kind of punishment here from OG. It's now Nine Pandas smoking up as 3, rotating into the top lane, hoping somebody walks into that Radiant Triangle. They'll see BZM in the mid lane, and Miero being very patient with the Doom. Looking for the right entrance as BZM. Got to be so cautious here for the curse. There's your Orchid out. They've locked down the Storm. He's got no gameplay apart from hoping for Seb to save him, but Seb is nowhere nearby. And BZM getting tier by Miero, as he will go down without the Doom even being committed.
All they need is the Orchid. Really quick timings coming out from Kiyotaka. Again, this Winter Wyvern popping off is just... it doesn't feel like he can handle it on OG. Ramses is just free to do what he wants as well. You mentioned the Rupture being a threat. I mean, he has the Linken's up. Doesn't even care for that unless he managed to pop it with, say, the charge from across the map. So a lot of options there. Still, DM finding some space for himself.
There's your Doom out. You speak of DM, Miero looking to try and catch out the SP, though he is kind of just outrunning him here, and well, the Doom's going to be wasted in the end. But Yuragi's going to show up down to the bot lane as well on the Bloodseeker. Kiyotaka is by himself. This could be massive for OG.
Oh, really?
Instead, though, top lane is where the action's going to break out. Ramses being jumped by BZM. There's your Rupture onto the Wind Ranger. Ramses really doesn't want to die like this, but he is down. OG splitting up the side of Nine Pandas. Able to find a very strong team fight for themselves. And this is where you've got to be careful as Nine Pandas, right? Because you've got this TI legend in Seb. And he's going to be making these calls to split up these fights and make these pickoffs happen. And a couple more of those and Nine Pandas, you might find yourself in a very even game.
Yeah, just try not to play too greedy like that. Ramses was holding that top lane all by himself for quite a long time. Doesn't have the Aegis, can't afford to really play too far forward. They managed to pop the Linken's elsewhere, allowing the charge and allowing the Rupture to come through, and it's just a simple process to clear off that Wind Ranger at that point forward. 9 Pandas. Now, if Kiyotaka was sticking around together, if they were playing as a unit with a curse up, you could easily punish that clump up. And the Winter Wyvern shines up against what OG wants to do with his relocates and charges out.
Yuragi almost getting spotted there by Ramses, but does TP in time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
9 Pandas, still 7k ahead. All 3 cores at the top of the net worth board.
Radiant's
Kind of like you just mentioned, like, you just don't want to split up right now as 9 Pandas. You've got strength in numbers. The Blink now coming out on Ramses, so you've got a nice setup here with the Blink and the Wind Ranger, though top lane. Winter's Curse Kiyotaka, gonna find DM. Charges out from DM, but Miero is there to follow up with the Doom. They'll secure the kill into the Spirit Breaker. Meanwhile, bottom lane, another fight breaking out. Solo is already down here on the Shadow Demon. In comes Ramses though, Shackle onto Seb. Seb should drop and will do so. It's Ramses and Antares sticking around, trying to survive together. Yuragi and BZM, they can't really threaten them too much. Like 9 Pandas are the ones looking to go back in. Over here now. Another successful engagement here for 9 Pandas.
They're trying to hit and run themselves. Finally split up from OG, punishing it with Kiyotaka and Ramses. And the big timing now for 9 Pandas is going to be this Ag's timing on Kiyotaka. Not too far off with these kills that he's found for himself. And does manage to bottle up a nice shield rune as well to enable some offense here. Again, the Ag's only about 2,000 gold away for Kiyotaka. With that constant Arctic burn, but the added move speed. Again, this Winter Wyvern is a massive threat. Still have Doom ready as well for the follow-up fight for 9 Pandas.
BZM, smoke broken. Miero realizes something's wrong. He jumps in blind. He found the storm. No vision available. Miero just off the back of the smoke break. Makes the jump in, and now DM's in trouble. The Spirit Breaker going to be saved by Seb, but not for long. A 2-for-1 special here with the Curse. They will still aim down the DM SB, but he is gone. He'll buy back into the fight. Seb also going down. Does not have buyback available. Yuragi in the meantime with the BKB trying to get as much damage off as he possibly can, but nobody is dying. He needs to retreat. DM, he might look to die back here on the Spirit Breaker. He'll try to charge away back into the side of 9 Pandas, but it's not enough. An immediate die back here for the Spirit Breaker. 9 Pandas lose nothing. They won't stick around for the bottom lane of Barracks as the respawn timers are quite low for OG. But now a 14k net worth advantage for 9 Pandas.
Man.
It's just clean gameplay.
That blind blink from Miero, instant war stomp out, no reaction out from BZM, and then the punishment is severe. They just collapse on top. They manage to get that fight. They don't manage to find objectives, which is one win for OG at the very least. A little bit of a silver lining, but so many resources expended just to try to find something to turn that around. And the buyback in the Spirit Breaker there is costly. It stalls out. Your Shadow Blade timing means you can't charge freely, can't look for those opportunities, and that's going to delay DM by quite a fair bit. 9 Pandas inching closer towards these timings. Kiyotaka 300 gold away from full Axe. I mean, if you can't handle him now, you surely can't handle the Winter Wyvern with the Ags upgraded to Arctic Burn. Like, this hero is just going to be a nightmare to reach into. Who do you really focus down on? You can easily try to charge a Winter Wyvern, but...
Top lane, Tiger being caught by Ramses. Easy shackle here for the Wind Ranger, and another nice kill here for Ramses as BZM is going to try and zip forward. It is just going to be a warning shot though from BZM as now DM, maybe getting baited by his side, does get caught by the Purge of Antares. DM going down again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
9 Pandas, that'll allow them to take the top tier 2 tower, no problem.
No issues with the push coming out there. Nice little clear, good catch onto 2 heroes. And at the least, they can try to zip in and out here for BZM to clear out the creep wave, stall out. Only one outer tower left for OG, and we just haven't seen any of these connections to Kiyotaka. Oh
Charges
boy.
there, or rather the Curse is there immediately out onto Yuragi. Shackle to follow up from Ramsey, signing a perfect angle. Seb's gonna get tipped mid-Curse. It's Kiyotaka. He has been so good on this Winter Wyvern. 8-1-9 is the KDA, giving them no chance as BZM now trying for Solo at the top lane. Solo even proving to be quite tanky on the Undying, but does go down.
Yeah.
Antares. It seems like Solo's not too happy with him right now. Maybe just being left alone here by the SD, but nevertheless, 9Pandas I'm sure aren't too upset. Tiger show himself. Rod of Atos lock him down into the Orchid of Kiyotaka. And with the Axe up, well, Tiger's actually going to be able to survive just for a little bit with the Shadow Amulet. That was placed there by DM, and Tiger actually makes it out. Cute little play there by DM.
Get to run away, but Antares
just gonna jump in. DM will use the same kind of trick, but they know exactly where he is. DM's got nowhere to go. Charge out. DM still gonna try and find a way to run out. Meanwhile, Seb does go down to the bottom lane, and DM is still gonna drop up top. As even the Storm not having a good time. BZM barely surviving for now thanks to Tiger. The Tiger gives his own life away to save the Storm's life. It's another perfect shackle from Ramses. The 9Pandas are looking to go high ground. BZM going to try his best to slow them down, but it's looking tough. They do have Curse up again for Kiyotaka, so he could just commit that on the Storm to try and pick off the solo Storm Spirit here, just zipping in. He is looking for it. Long zip away from BZM, going to ensure he does not have that opportunity.
Radiant's middle tower.
He's doing a great job of just stalling. Only one creep wave to come in. BZM has room to clear out this following creep wave. So not going to be able to get too much done here on the high ground. OG stalling out as best as they can. 9Pandas though still in an advantageous position. Nothing worrying them too much. Ramses massively ahead. Full Gleipnir up. A lot of hold to play with. A lot of damage. Level 20 is already up and running as well. And they'll just go for the last outer tower. They might get a catch here.
They do. Tiger is down once again. Kiyotaka just not giving them any breaks. The T2 tower goes down. OG not out of this game yet, but it is looking rather tough as they only have a 1% chance according to Dota Plus. An immediate smoke from 9Pandas to move up towards the north and try to find OG, but the only person left there is going to be Seb. Though Scan is right on target, so Seb gonna have a bit of difficulty getting out of this one, I think. We'll have a tether target in BZM, though BZM might be in danger because Ramses is hanging around on the Wind Ranger. Seb still trying to run, is out of vision, so they can't hold him down. BZM is still going to be able to zip out. Kiyotaka could not catch him.
They're wasting a lot of time, OG. From the side of 9Pandas, they're not able to really do too much, but Roshan still up for the taking. It is up top. Roshan number 2 with the Aegis Cheese. They've still got the output to kind of get that done. They'll just get into it for 9Pandas, understanding that OG can't really make their way down here anytime soon. Not going to take too long for the output Ramses has made for himself. The scan is there. I suppose BZM could try for a steal if he was feeling confident, but that's a tall order considering how fast this falls.
That'll be the Aegis going to Ramses this time around. Kiyotaka just made me feel like he doesn't need it. Won't even be around for that. Ramses having a hunt down the bot lane. Meanwhile, Miero going to jump in to the ancient camps, but 7BZM going to be okay to back off. Meanwhile, mid lane, Kiyotaka, he has found Tiger. The T2 tower does drop. Tiger's life will be gone. BZM still going to come in with the relocate, but the buyback is there. Kiyotaka is being targeted. The Doom now committed after the curse onto the Storm, leaves no play left for BZM. Seb unable to get him out as well. So 2 down here for OG. Maybe even a third as Uragi has been purged by Antares. He's not going to be able to outrun 9Pandas who are just smothering OG in the Radiant base. They are just diving them. Kiyotaka on a triple kill. Onto the T3 top tower, and well, OG, they do have buybacks, but you start to ask yourself whether it's worth calling it. And they do. BZM's had enough.
It can't fault them. You know, 9Pandas play this aggression start to finish. All their lanes feel pretty damn solid coming out of this one. And for the side of OG, you know, we expected a lot more coming out of those lanes. We expected them to start playing around with his global strat that could have kicked in, relocates with charges coming out there. Never came to pass. He's just not able to go hunting in the way they'd want to build up their draft. Nine Pandas, the real issue, I think, was that mid lane. Kiyotaka just crushed BZM. There was no play for the Storm. Kiyotaka was so far ahead, got a really good timing on the Atos. The mid rotations also caused a lot of issues for BZM in that a rotation of Io and Shadow Demon is of the Io just doesn't do enough. Taiga doesn't show up all too often. When you do show up, side lanes are freed up for the side of Nine Pandas to, again, just keep building up. And Nine Pandas, again, they're looking pretty sharp. They are one of the top teams right now in Group B, and they are looking to maintain that form here. I don't know what you can do to stop them when they get this aggressive lineup going for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Nine Pandas have proven to be very clean from the games we have seen, and at least for game number 1, they've secured themselves at minimum a tie here against OG. But with the way they're playing, I mean, I can't really see a tie, as we're going to see some highlights coming out. OG, and they were trying their absolute best to find some openings against Nine Pandas, but just such clean gameplay coming out, especially from the core lineup of this dire end of things. And I've got to give huge props to Kiyotaka and Miero, just making so much work happen for this side of Nine Pandas. Just working together consistently. And OG, this is a great team after all, but just not having any opportunities being given to them in this game 1. Because I think this is one of the team fights that did go successfully for OG when they were able to split up Nine Pandas across the map. And here is that crazy jump in from Miero. Like, the smoke breaks and he says, I'm going to guess where this Storm's gone. And he was right on target. It was a fantastic play.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Leads to this fight on the high ground where they force the buyback on DM and get the dieback in near instantly as he runs back in. Just no opportunities being presented to the side of OG. I think for OG, they've got to look for a faster draft. Like, IO Bloodseeker's a stable lane, but again, it's a very defensive lane. It doesn't really get too much aggression going for itself, so the Doom doesn't mind farming up there. Your Spirit Breaker plus your Snapfire lane could have been pretty nice. They just got punished really badly by the positioning from Solo, getting those pulls, getting aggressive behind that tier 1, tier 2 area, and just not allowing them to even consider going for the charge cookie plays. Made it really awkward for OG to pull ahead there, and Nine Pandas, again, looking extra sharp here.
They were fantastic gameplay here from the boys, and I kind of wonder what OG are going to do to try and switch things up here in game 2, because this game 1 was a very one-sided affair. Nine Pandas looking like they might be a real contender here for DreamLeague Season 20. OG, though, again, not to be underestimated, they do still have a game 2 to go here against Nine Pandas, so I imagine we just change up the draft, have a bit of a chat as to see what the boys thought went wrong here on OG's end of things, and hopefully give us a bit of a closer game for game 2, because we hate one-sided games, and that was a rather one-sided affair.
Yeah, I mean, start to finish, it was just Nine Pandas taking all of these fights. The only time OG would manage to find something was when they kind of split up, tried to work the map a little bit more, and that was before the Ags came out for Kiyotaka. At that point forward, it just felt impossible to find the opening. So again, maybe a shift out from the playstyle here for OG. The IO, again, just feeling a little bit too defensive in comparison to what you were bringing out here for Nine Pandas and how offensive they could have played. I think with a Spirit Breaker pick, you do just want heroes that run in. Again, theoretically, you could have IO relocated, but it just took way too many levels, and the laning phase was just a tad bit too slow there for OG.
Right. Well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head to a short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft between OG and, of course, Nine Pandas. Don't you go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dream League Season 20. Of course, we're here for a series between OG and 9Pandas, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, Game 1 not exactly going to plan for OG. It was a very dominant Game 1, in fact, from 9Pandas, and things didn't even make it look close. What do you need to see from OG changed up? At least in the draft phase, is there anything in particular you need to see changed to give themselves a better chance against 9Pandas?
I think if OG goes for more of offensive supports, especially under 5 for Seb, I think you're better off. There was an idea there with the Spirit Breaker charge, with the relocates, that you could try to take these fights on your own terms every single time, but the Winter Wyvern was a good foil for that. Like, even if you managed to get that playstyle off, as long as Kiyotaka was around with a Winter's Curse, nothing would happen. Like, none of that would ever pan out. So, I think they just got caught in a bit of a drafting shortfall. I think the side of 9Pandas recognized this. The mid lane matchup of Winter Wyvern against Storm was devastating for BZM. Kiyotaka just wrecked face. So it's a mixture of just the draft maybe not being the ideal, and at 9Pandas, I did criticize this a little bit. You know, it felt like they were counterpicking a lot, but it does pay off, and they just remove OG's playstyle there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think 9Pandas just have a lot of faith in their own ability to just play out the game with the drafts that they want. Like, We commented a bit on that Core Winter Wyvern that you and I have not seen succeed very often, but Kiyotaka makes it look amazing. And I mean, everyone from Nine Pandas just kind of playing like a well-oiled machine together. OG, again, a team you can't underestimate. I'm sure Seb was not happy about all the tips that Kiyotaka was providing, so maybe a bit of a vengeance game coming out for Game 2 here between these two teams. But I do at the very least want to see a much closer game here between these two because, you know, one-sided games aren't very fun to watch, to say the least. But I'm sure OG are intending on providing us that closer game. And, well, of course, for Nine Pandas, they're just doing the right thing, Jonathan. They're just doing exactly what they need to do, so no real need to change things up for them.
For sure, no need to change things up. I think, if you've read, have you read the script, Mike? I believe we're supposed to get draws. You know, that's the way the script writer has written for the plot of DreamLeague Season 20. The big script writer right above, right there, right outside my window. I see him. He's telling me it's gonna be a draw. I mean, who knows? Who knows?
Or it could be your crazy neighbor burning garbage again, John, and you might be hallucinating right now, which I think is probably more than likely. Because Group B is not such a tiebreaker kind of group, John. Group A is pretty likely with the amount of ties they have. I mean, I guess Group B still has enough ties.
It does.
Not for long though, with the way things are going. I think that's going to change rather quickly.
For sure, and I think, you know, Nine Pandas will want to be the ones to start breaking up that hierarchy in the top. We want to get off to a very good foot here, going in to the second group stage afterwards when we start to eliminate a lot of these teams. We'll see if they can maintain that momentum again. For OG, we heard in that content piece, you know, it's they were doing great, and it's like they hit an iceberg. It kind of sinks down a little bit. They've got to regroup, redo their comps, and readjusting to Seb being on the roster. It's so weird to say they have to readjust because it happens so often, but I guess every single time you've got different ideas in the game, so it's all about retuning yourself into one vision and executing on that vision together as a unit. Because that's what we're seeing from Nine Pandas. They are playing together quite well. Like, even yesterday when we were seeing them, right? When they call like a 26-minute GG after one bad fight. Like, all right.
Yeah.
That's a bit hasty. But it's because Nine Pandas has the same vision in game. They're like, all right, we decide together. We just can't win. Shake it off. Go next. And even though it looks, you know, let's be frank, it looks a little bit like tilt. In actuality, it's avoiding tilt by doing that. You know, you just reset before anything worse happens to your team, and they're just on the same page. They understand when to call it and when to take it, and that's a good sign for a team like Nine Pandas.
Well, John, while you were talking, we did have a Ace of Predator player comparison here, so we can bring that up. Of course, our player versus player matchup brought to you by Ace of Predator, and you're going to see Ramses, of course, up against Uragi in this, and well, the stats aren't looking too great for Uragi after that game. Mind you, it, of course, was a pretty one-sided affair of a game, so I'm not too surprised to see the KDA is extremely different. Uragi just not able to really take off at all as the POS 1 Bloodseeker, but I can't quite blame him, John. I mean, every lane basically kind of didn't really go the way of OG, and Nine Pandas just proved to be the much better team during Game 1. Uragi, obviously, as the position 1, can only do so much if he isn't given the space and time to be the big carry they required. And as you can see, I mean, the stats just don't do him any favors at all. Even Ramses doing over just about double the hero damage compared to Uragi. But again, considering it was a one-sided game, I don't think Uragi has anything to be ashamed of here.
Yeah, definitely not. Perhaps hoping for a better start here in game number 2. Again, maybe you do have a point about the Bloodseeker, Mike. You know, we like to meme about it, taking a look at our Predator player versus player, but that was a Bloodseeker game. So, you know, maybe it's time to ditch the Bloodseeker, look elsewhere. Who knows? That could lead to more success here for OG. Imagine that. Listening to Mike LaPhoenix might get you something here.
I would not recommend that, Jonathan. As much as I like to pick on certain hero pickups and call them trash, I would not recommend listening to what I have to say, and I'm sure OG is a smart enough organization to not even bother listening to us, Jonathan. So here we go. Game number 2 draft. See exactly what they do change up. Nine Pandas, Medusa, Techies is the ban outs. OG this time, they are going to respect ban the Undying. And you did see last game around, Tiger and DM both pulling creep waves just to try and avoid Solo's Undying, because he made it pretty impossible for them to actually lane at all in that off lane of OG. So just a quick respect ban out to ensure that Solo doesn't have to, doesn't get to go back rather to the Undying POS 5, and I think that's absolutely fair enough because your off lane literally had no game.
Yeah, you did a lot of work on that Undying. He set up for a lot of kills. His positioning was perfect there from solo. So I appreciate the respect bans coming out from the side of OG, taking care of the Doom as well. 9Pandas, though, get that option for the Batrider, so they sneak that one away from OG as well. As you did mention last time, OG has been picking this quite a fair bit, rotating it between 3 positions here. I believe Seb, Taiga, and DM all playing that Batrider at some point. For the side of 9Pandas, we've seen really Antares just picked that up on support, so that should just be your pause for already being set up here in 9Pandas. And the Batrider doesn't need too much anyway. We've seen this be really effective. His damage output with Flame Break and Firefly, even without Napalm, is kind of ridiculous in the laning phase.
The Batrider, so potent right now as OG. Right into the Beastmaster and the Wind Ranger for themselves now, so just taking those away from 9Pandas. Both these heroes proving to be extremely popular in 7.33C, and you can see the reaction here from 9Pandas. Not too concerned by the looks of it. Wind Ranger has been very back and forth from what we've been seeing as well. Like, most games it has lost. Obviously, last game it looked amazing here from Ramses. See if OG can make it look just as good as Pandas. They do go for the Timbersaw. And that hero has looked dominant every game we've seen it.
That it has. Almost feels like it doesn't matter what matchup you get. Timbersaw will just crush. And you have that flexibility here for 9Pandas to kind of decide where to lane it. You can put it mid, you can put it off lane, you can still shift the Batrider to off lane as well if you do run the mid Timbersaw. So a lot you can do with this kind of opening. You could maybe bait in, say, the Void Spirit or the Ember Spirit mid for the Timbersaw to have an even better time. I think if OG don't manage to get a good read, and it could be really awkward. I say that, but this is OG. They tend to have pretty good reads, especially with Seb around. So I don't think that'll be a major concern. What I'm more curious about is what OG does with the Wind Ranger, because again, they haven't picked it yet here in DreamLeague 20. The last time we saw OG picking up a lot of Wind Ranger, of course, it was Seb, and he was the player that made people realize Gale Force is an utterly broken spell. And that was post-nerf as well, so yeah. Pre-nerf it was even more absurd, just no one wanted it. Still, I am a little bit curious as to where it goes, because core Wind Ranger does feel really good. Support, arguably not as good, I suppose. I think it does have a lower win rate than the core Wind Ranger overall when you split the stats up, at least last time I checked, so it might be better off just getting farmed this hero.
Absolutely. Final bans to come here between Pandas and OG. Mid lane is being focused here by 9Pandas, really making sure BZM is just not getting the comfort picks he would like to have this game. TA and the Storm both being removed so far. 9Pandas, one more to go. Do you think they're just going automatically for the mid timber this game for 9Pandas?
It feels like they're setting up for it. Like, they are banning out most of the matchups that you don't want to deal with as a Tim. Although I suppose the Pangolier is a matchup that you don't mind too much that they take out here. Maybe just respect for BZM and his performance in that hero. I don't think you necessarily have to run it mid, but if you do get a good matchup, the mid Timbersaw just crushes so hard. The solo lane for Timbersaw, the faster levels just feel really good. So I wouldn't mind it for the side of 9Pandas if they just defaulted to that. Again, they're leaving their options open because OG can also flex around this Wind Ranger across various positions. So they want to see harder commitment first before fully revealing where that Timbersaw will go.
Okay. One more ban here from OG. Position 1's being banned out here for Ramses. Terrorblade, Bloodseeker both being removed. OG going to think about this final one. Of course, they understand the Beastmaster is going to be the offlane hero. And to be fair, Beastmaster doesn't lose many offlane matchups these days. Considering it is all about the wild axis spam to secure CS and just harass out the enemy. There aren't many heroes that are able to sustain against the Beastmaster. They got rid of the Rubik this time around. So OG, third pick for themselves. Perhaps some supports to come out. So it does appear they've got 2 courses to be set up here, and they do go down the Enchantress route.
That is a solution to an extent for the Timbersaw, pure damage to kind of deal with it. especially if you're expecting it in the side lane. We did just see a game with Enchantress and like a Beastmaster up against the Timbersaw. The one issue with this kind of draft is that Timbersaw does take care of the creep army. So that does mean something like the Overlord is maybe not as viable, or the Dominator at the very least is not as viable. The full Overlord may be a little bit better. The Enchantress creep army is also not going to be something that you'll look for. So you'll likely play with the impetus shots coming out here. And 9Pandas, they do just pick up that Morphling, which we have seen. We've seen Ramses perform spectacularly on, of course. You wouldn't mind that too much. You've got some good heroes to turn into. Just turning into Wind Ranger is already pretty damn bad to deal with overall. Like the evasion means you're gonna have to itemize up against it. The shackles tend to be pretty overwhelming if you're not ready for it as well. And with the Ags, Wind Ranger is universal type, so you tend to get a lot bulkier with a lot more damage there. They will also go for the Pugna coming out. So again, not revealing too much in terms of what they will do with the Timbersaw and the Batrider. You still have the flex to run the Batrider support here. But overall, I'm digging what 9Pandas has. I think there's a lot of potential with the Morphling in this game. You have some solutions from OG. But again, like the push at the very least, the push aspect of OG's draft, not as effective with the Timbersaw in hand to clear out the army.
No, certainly not. Faceless Void going to come out here for OG now for their position 1. I don't think you and I have actually had the pleasure of casting a Faceless Void the whole of Dream League Season 20 group stage quite yet, so bit of fun for us here. Against the Morphling, obviously, you're looking for that Skadi timing. Can be a little bit scary though picking Void into Pugna, right? Because if you don't catch the Pugna and the Chrono, the Decrypify is there, the Life Drain can be very annoying to try and play against.
Yeah.
Then again, you don't care so much about the Timber at the very least, so laning stage wise, you should have a pretty good time as the Void.
For sure, it's not going to be too bad if they run the offlane Timbersaw. Again, it's open enough for the side of 9Pandas to kind of still flex it around. And OG does have last pick overall. 9Pandas will have to kind of set direction with their pick first. That does mean you can't really flex the Timbersaw till the end here. What do they want to pick up? They are still banning out mids, so perhaps still gunning for the mid Timbersaw, because these are all matchups the Timbersaw does hate. Quap, Puck being taken out. Side of OG, expecting perhaps another support to come out here with the offlane Batrider. They do take out the Bounty Hunter. What else will it be? What else can sneak by for 9Pandas? I don't see too many big heroes. I feel like if you get another big sort of farm heavy hero, it can be a little bit greedy for 9Pandas. At the same time, you want maybe more stability up against the Faceless Void, as FV can really take over a game. Like, it is a good solution towards a Morphling. You have decent damage to throw in there. Like the Axis, the impetus shots from Enchantress, even Focus Fire from outside Chrono here for Wind Ranger can be pretty nice. So it's a little bit challenging.
The final ban to come here, OG. 30 seconds left to think about this. They will get rid of the Lycan this time around, just in case. Very flexible draft from 9Pandas, so could be an offlane pick, could be a mid hero, could even be a support, quite frankly. This last pick of 9Pandas. Plenty of time to decide exactly where they want to go with this. Still a minute 35 in reserve time for 9Pandas to make this this final choice. Very up in the air exactly what position they're looking for, though OG seem to believe it is an offlane hero they're looking at.
This is a little bit strange, but you could... maybe it's a bit too greedy. Theoretically, Winter Wyvern's pretty decent here. But it is greedy. Like, that means you run the support Batrider with offlane Timb. You're going to be trying to get... You're going to be trying to farm on at least 2 of your cores, which can stall out, but Winter's Curse into Chrono, Winter's Curse into the Creep Army, if you will still opt for that on the side of OG. It is pretty decent punishment if you wanted to run that core Winter Wyvern once more for Kiyotaka. They go with the Axe instead.
Hello! Right. One of my favorites, the big red guy comes out. Love me an Axe, John. That should be the offlane Axe coming out here from 9Pandas. Miero, he had a great game on the Doom. Sure, he's going to have a great game on the Axe. And the Void, not the biggest fan of going against the Axe for sure. The Axe can be quite a detrimental hero to have to try and lane against, especially once you have a couple levels up. OG. Final pick for themselves now. Just need a mid laner here for BZM by the looks of it. But he could still take the mid Wind Ranger if he does want. 10 seconds left to think about this. Oh, they're gonna go down one of my most hated heroes.
God.
The Arc Warden comes out. Oh, here we go. Here we go, John.
Yeah, here we go indeed. Arc Warden, not a hero we see too often from the games we've casted, but it has popped out every now and again. Some players still really enjoy it, despite the weird changes where it's double now. Rather interesting draft. It's hard to say whichever. We do have the Seb coming out once more.
Oh, I love that.
So, back to the classic there. I'm not sure how I lean with the drafts. I think both sides have a lot more play. I think OG's rectified some of their issues in laning. They have really aggressive supports to play the side lanes now. You can kind of dodge out a lot of the aggression that 9Pandas will want to do and dish out a lot of damage yourselves. I feel like this all hinges on how well your start goes here for BZM. Because if this Arc Warden has a really rough lane, chances are you're going to be finding yourself farming up on an Arc Warden and a Faceless Void. And those are two heroes that eat up a lot of farm space. It's not going to be comfy, with both of them needing some build-up. So BZM has to win out his mid more than anything else. And into a Timbersaw, I don't think the matchup's too bad. Perhaps by level 3 is when the Arc Warden starts to feel a little bit better. Level 1 spam from the Timbersaw is pretty annoying. Level 2 with a shield, yeah, you don't get too much damage out there for the Arc Warden as well, but level 3 onwards should be a little bit more manageable, so we'll see. The mid lane matchup definitely dictating that timing here for OG. If it falls behind, then yeah, too much farming here.
Let's see how it all goes down. OG going back for some comfort here in this Game 2 draft against 9Pandas. This looks like a very entertaining game between these two teams. A lot of action to break out, I am sure. Don't think it's going to be quite a big kind of farm fest here between these two, though you never know. I may be just jinxing it as we can go into game number 2 between OG and 9Pandas. See how this all works out. Have funds are out here from DM. Tips coming out again between Ramses and the other players of OG. It's Miero handing the tip over to the Seb. Seb will respond with the tip of his own. See if OG can put up a bit of a nice tie here between these two. It'd be a pretty big win as well, considering how well 9Pandas are currently playing.
Yeah. They've been pretty on point throughout this tournament, going 2-1-1 so far. You know, a little bit more consistent coming out from them. A few more wins coming out. Just one win is enough to set you apart in the standings here. I'm sure 9Pandas would want a smoother start into Group Stage 2. We shall see. Again, a rather interesting draft from OG. It takes me back, Mikey, seeing the Arc Warden. It takes me all the way back.
Yeah.
I remember Motivate Trust for this hero.
It has been changed a little bit at least. It's not this hero that just stays in base and just uses Temple Stubbles anymore. Though I must admit, John, from the games I've had against this hero, it does seem really, really broken in the right hands. As Hiragi, take a Battle Hunger here from Miero. Not going to be the biggest deal, but we'll take a fair bit of damage.
The battle begins.
It is going to be a 2-for-2 on the Boundary Rune trade. Even start this time around. I suppose we will start with the mid lane. BZM going to be on the mid Arc Warden. It's going to be up against Kiyotaka on the mid Timbersaw. I imagine both these heroes just going to be trading farm for the most part. Highly doubt we see too many kills coming out, though I suppose if Kiyotaka does mess up, the Spark Wraiths can add up to a hell of a lot of damage in conjunction with the Flux. But anything you think we need to keep an eye out for here in the mid lane, John?
Really just probably the timing into level 3. BZM is doing a good job of just spacing away. So for the Timbersaw, it's not as straightforward where you can just walk up and whirling death. BZM does have the Spark Wraith spam that can be pretty annoying for Kiyotaka to deal with. Level 3 is maybe the point where Kiyotaka starts to pull ahead, or at least level 2 with reactive to have a little bit more regen on hand. Otherwise, should be comfy enough for BZM. Again, if you do manage to cop way too many whirling deaths, Timbersaw just enjoys the lane regardless, so BZM just gonna have to watch his spacing, but shouldn't be too bad.
Radiant's couriers.
Bottom lane, you're having a look at this this Axe Batrider lane of Miero and Antares against Uragi and Tiger on the Void Enchantress. Seems like a decently safe lane for Uragi, but as the levels do go up on the Axe, you've got to be very worried about that call to come out. So he will have the time walk to try and take off a lot of that damage, as still the Axe can be a very, very scary safe lane opponent to have as the Faceless Void. At least you do have Tiger there. He should be somewhat lane dominant on the Ench. But we'll have to wait and see how this one pans out, because it can really go either way.
I think the aggressive timing here for 9Pandas is also around level 3, maybe level 4 with a 2-0-2 build, or a 0-2-2 build coming out for Antares. That's when you can run down a little bit more. Tiger has to be a little bit cautious.
Bit of a chaser onto the Batrider now. Uragi and Tiger using quite a bit of time, but Antares is going to be okay. We'll have a look at the top lane while we're here. Ramses and Solo going to be up against DM and Seb. Ramses again having a pretty swell time on the Morphling, 11 and 2 in terms of CS. Kind of hard to see him going down unless he messes up with the strength Agi.
Yeah,
Solo's going to be there just in case.
You're not going to get too aggressive in this lane for the side of 9Pandas this time around. I mean, a Pugna by its nature isn't the most aggressive setup support, so it should just be a focus on farm, and Ramsey should be fine finding stable farm. That does mean as well that DM's not going to get completely shut out of lane, so it's a much better start already for the side of OG. At the very least, they will find that build that you'd want on the Beastmaster, and it does look like he is still going to go for the Dominator and the Overlord, which is fine, which is fair enough. And Timbersaw to an extent can handle that, but the Ancient Creep is a little bit harder to manage in the early levels at the very least.
Bit of a pull here down at bot lane. Miero not enjoying himself against Tiger's Ench. Does have to just pull the creep wave to safely farm as mid lane. BZM getting much more aggressive on Kiyotaka, almost taking him down, but not going to throw any more Spark Wraiths out onto the Timbersaw. Kiyotaka, props to him, has found much CS here at the mid lane, has 21 and 3 on the Timber. BZM not doing too badly either though, 17 and 2. Top lane, a bit of a chase onto Seb. Solo doesn't have anything like Decrepify available, but does have 2 Blood Grenades and some Nether Blasts. Seb does have to be a little bit cautious, but he's just going to keep kiting out Solo. Now the micro here with the ball proving to be very effective here with Seb.
The key thing is you're cutting off the Wind Ranger from trying to apply more harassment onto Ramsey, so he's free to farm. He has to watch himself to 12 wild Axis stacks, though. It's a lot of added damage on the Axis.
It certainly is. Solo doing a fantastic job still of zoning out Seb. DM is still finding the farm he needs. Bottom, Miero. Just looking to skip the creep wave now. Again, against Tiger's Ench. Tiger's being very effective at just making life very hard for Miero. So the Blood Grenade does fly out, but there's going to be no real follow-up to it. In fact, now the turnaround, they pop a mango here. Miero going to go for a call out, and Tiger will be punished. Antares with a very nice turn with the Flame Break. Sadly for Uragi, he can't really trade with anyone.
Nah, just focusing on your farm. You have to accept that the Ench just falls. And that's the level 3-4 spike we were talking about here for the lane of 9Pandas. You've got a lot of output in Batrider. You've got reposition play to lead into the call. Miero is, having mana issues though. So not going to be able to repeat that. But down mid, you're already seeing Kiyotaka feel very comfy in that Timbersaw as well with the Vanguard up. Just going behind the tier 1, making it awkward for BZM to find his own farm. And he's taking control in this lane quite well.
Seb's still being chased down by Solo. One more hit will do it for the Pugna. He can't get it though. Seb will win run and barely makes it out as now mid lane. Chases on for Kiyotaka. No points in chain. So if they can control him up long enough, Kiyotaka should go down. More Spark Wraiths flying out, but now the rotations in from the supports of 9Pandas onto BZM. The old Uno Reverso card. BZM still surviving a little bit longer, but not quite long enough. As Kiyotaka finds a double kill onto Seb, looking for a little bit more though. Seb does at least get Antares, but my god! The whirling death damage from Kiyotaka. Just shredding Seb to bits. An immediate tip once again.
That is not a good sign for the side of OG. Trying to relieve that pressure on your Arc Warden. We talked about the mid being the focal point here. An Arc Warden cannot afford a slower
Radiant's
start.
middle tower
Even
is
with a
under
change in
attack.
playstyle, you do want some initial farm and levels to get aggressive to really maximize that Tempest double. And it's a different toolkit now as well. But 9 Pandas with a punishment. Again, this early spike for Kiyotaka. With a Vanguard up, you don't really have the magical burst to pin him down. You don't even have the impetus up on Taiga as well to try to find that punishment. So the Timbersaw is going to be very, very safe up front like this. Again, you can't underestimate the output of a Batrider support. Even just running down like this is painful for Taiga.
Has been killed.
Yeah, Taiga. Not really much of a way out. Kiyotaka's just got so much damage as the Timbersaw at the moment, hitting level 7. Out-leveling BZM by 1. The side lanes have gone very well for 9 Pandas to boot, John. Like, Ramsey's third in net worth right now. Second in net worth is Miero. So all side lanes, in fact the mid lane as well, just going extremely well for 9 Pandas. So OG, it's going to be a bit of a recovery game after this laning stage, I think. Kiyotaka mid lane, taking a lot of damage here from the Flux. More Spark Wraiths to come out. He could actually be in a spot of danger, but the Spark Wraiths going onto the creeps instead. So Kiyotaka not going to drop. It's fine to just walk away here as BZM. Trying to be as annoying as possible, but the Tempest double is going to wear off, and sadly he finds nothing with it.
Can't really just dive at Timbersaw, unfortunately, even with just the level 2 reactive, even without anything to mitigate magic damage. Kiyotaka is still tanky enough to last through the onslaught. 2 to 5, as you mentioned, OG just looking to recover, build up some farm. Yuragi, I mean, he is working what seems to be a Midas. He has an extra glove of haste ready, so he should be able to try to get his farm, start to accelerate from that point forward. And this is one thing with OG's draft. If they manage to stall this game with a Faceless Void, it's almost like the Magnus, almost like the game with Enigma, where you can't count out a team with this kind of hero out. BZM getting pressured again, though.
He's trying to go for the double damage rune. Does have the potential to turn here on Kiyotaka. Antares is going to come in from the right side, though, and BZM again going to be targeted, but a nice shackle. Seb landing onto Kiyotaka. He'll just chain up to the high ground and try to survive through this. Spark Wraith's coming in, and he is going to die. BZM able to secure the kill here on the Arc Warden. And Seb will hand the tip back over to Kiyotaka. Excuse me, Kiyotaka, my apologies.
Yeah, you have to watch yourself. It's Seb on the Wind Ranger, and this is the guy who brought Wind Ranger back in meta last year after being dead for a very long time. Lines up the shackles. Oh.
That one doesn't land this time on the tree. Miero is a pretty tanky target, but he is completely surrounded. We'll go for the call out on Yuragi, but he'll time walk off most of the damage, though Miero is still trying to man up, but there's the chrono committed. Yuragi able to secure the kill before he does need to escape. Here comes Kiyotaka now trying to go after the engine, does at least take Tiger's life. Excuse me, rather Seb's life, as Tiger is still running. Tiger's going to be fine. Seb will be the one to go down. But I'd say for the Miero kill, you're more than happy with that.
You put a dent on the axe, you get a good use out of your first chrono. Find yourself a little bit more for Yuragi to build into here. And you start to punish a little bit from the aggression of 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas still, though, looking to invade. Kiyotaka spots out the stacks. Not going to go for the clear yet. Wants a kill.
TM. Target here of Kiyotaka. Seb has rotated to try and set up the something. Thinks about Solo, does throw the shackles out. It won't last very long, but Solo's already extremely low, as now Tiger's rotated. Decrepify going to keep the Pugner alive at least for a little bit, but in comes BZM. They want the Timber real bad. Kiyotaka still going after Tiger, does help secure the kill onto the Ench. So he will continue to chain away, but the Spark Wraiths are following him down. But he's fine. They can't deal with the Timber. It'll be a 1-for-1 on the supports. This really isn't too bad for OG. They're happy with even trades at the moment.
You're more than happy. Just trying to recover from a rough laning phase and buying space out for your cores. Midas does come out now as well for BZM on the good old Arc Warden, so his farm can start to escalate. They've kind of still managed to hit a decent timing with that Arc Warden despite the slower lane, although again you have a solid lead here for the side of 9 Pandas. And for the side of 9 Pandas, it should be down to looking for more.
Shackle.
Ooh.
Top lane. Ramsey's receiving a warning shot here by Seb. Did get the strength morph off though, so wasn't really in any danger. Mid lane, Kiyotaka. Start to push to the mid tier 1 tower, and now Miero, he's got the blink up. BZM not expecting it. They will dunk on him. They might have a secondary dunk here on Tiger. He will try to run, but the flame break is there to knock him back. Miero, he won't get the secondary dunk, but it won't matter. They've got BZM. They've got Tiger down. And if they wanted to, they could stick around for the mid tier 1 tower, but instead they're going to leave it to the creep wave. Because 9 Pandas immediately are just rushing up top. DM is scouted out here by Miero. Call is not out yet. Miero's waiting for the help. So DM forced to roar to try and escape, but you do have the blink up rather soon as the chain's forward. Kiyotaka, they have no way to cancel the TP without Miero. Sadly for Miero, he could not get the blink off cooldown.
Nah. Just enough damage there to keep him at bay. Would have been really nasty if you start bleeding out all of these culling kills to Miero. Stacking up a lot of armor. Going to be very survivable up against the output of OG. 9 Pandas again with a couple of good kills. Find themselves at a 4K lead, 5-9. As Miero now rushing into the Blade Mill and Travels here, getting a good clear onto the stacks for himself. While all of this has been happening, Ramses has been left completely alone up top. Like, sure, he gets shackled up a couple of times, but no kill threat onto that Morphling. Doesn't even have to level up the Morph here, just perfectly fine farming up in this lane. And Yasha already up into the Manta. I think even if you're finding these trades, you're not free farming as much as a free lane Morphling. I think that is a concern for OG. At the same time, you probably do lack a good jump to take care of that Morph. So maybe you get a way to initiate in here.
Kiyotaka going after the Ench. BZM is going to be around to slow him down with the Flux. Kiyotaka not giving up, but Tiger is doing a good job of kiting. It's Kiyotaka maybe going a little bit far, but has the life drain from Solo to try and keep him alive. Problem is now he's running low on mana, still very low on HP. Miero's going to show up, jump in his in on Zep, dunk will be there, so the Wind Ranger out of the team fight, but Kiyotaka's gone. Yuragi, he does have Chrono up if they want onto Miero. Raw will be committed first from DM. Now the Chrono comes in, catching out to Solo. He will not be targeted as he had the Decrepify on himself. But they've still got at least Antares to chase down. And Miero is not out of danger yet either. He is going to fall as Antares could not kite out Yuragi. And suddenly OG finding 3 for the price of 1.
Just overcommitting a little bit too hard. That's all off the back of trying to kill off Taiga. Very durable on that Enchantress at the moment. Not able to rip through for Kiyotaka. And now he feels durable. He is durable, but that is a very prolonged fight. Just copying a lot of free damage coming out here on the side of OG. BZM and does lose a lot of HP on the main Arc Warden, but not going to be enough to melt him down. Ramses doesn't have too much control to worry about here. Although
he's falling low on the Morph. Yeah. It's okay. We'll go back to the tier 1 top tower. We are looking at the highlights, of course, of that last fight, and Kiyotaka just refusing to back off. So giving the opening for OG to go for this nice Chrono here from Yuragi, setting up on an extra 2 heroes. Meanwhile, live action, Seb is currently being chased here by Kiyotaka, but is going to be able to wind run out of there. Miero and Antares looking for a blink call opportunity, have found BZM. In the mid lane, the Arc Warden, constantly the focus of Miero, is going to take him down. Now they've even found Tiger. Lasso from Antares to set up. If one thing is going especially badly, John, this Arc Warden, he is consistently being caught.
Yeah, BZM's just not given the space he needs to get that build-up. And again, it's down to how this draft is built. You've got an Arc Warden and you've got a Faceless Void. Both of these heroes need farm. They're giving Yuragi the much safer farm away from the attention. And that is just going to sacrifice your Arc Warden. You know, someone's got to take a hit. At the very least, for OG, the farm distribution is fairly even. You're not behind by too much. At the least worst situation, you're about 1k behind these cores on the side of 9 Pandas. So it's not completely unplayable. But 9 Pandas are starting to get more and more confident with what they do have on hand. And again, they're just ready to invade. Blade Mail up and Miero. More than willing to always look for these call plays.
Poor old Tiger. Not going to escape the grasp of Kiyotaka. Down again on the Ench. Just not having a game here, Tiger. Still trying to go for the Dragonlance build-up. Mid lane, BZM being much more cautious. Hiding behind the tier 2 tower this time around. It's Miero. We'll have to pay a little bit to try and go for the dive in with the blink. Kiyotaka forcing some rotations from Uragi. Chrono is available, but you've got to catch solo in that. Miero, he'll just happily jump in after the Void. Uragi not going to get dunked on. The Culling Blade was not there in time. The time walk was quick enough. They still have Chrono to play with here, OG. You don't need to overextend. In fact, Lasso is out. Seb on the Wind Ranger has been caught, but he will get the Wind Run off in time. Still alive as he does get a nice shackles, but the dunk is in from Miero. OG might need to leave this team fight be now. It's the Chrono. There just wasn't any good opportunities here for Uragi. Just couldn't see any nice angles, and again, if you don't catch solo on the Pugna, he's just going to life drain Decrepify people. The Chrono will just be wasted anyway.
Leads to them having to play a lot more safe on the side of OG even after the Pugna's gone. Nine Panda's just constantly staying split up to ensure that a good Chrono doesn't present itself here for the Faceless Void. So you might have to fall back to literally just even one-man Chrono on a big core if you can kind of handle them. It's probably still worthwhile as long as the Pugna's out of the picture. Still, Nine Panda's dancing around quite nicely once more. They've got 4 stacks of Cold Armor now on Miero, equaling to 6 armor. And, you know, if this number starts to get crazy, the axe becomes pretty unmanageable. What the constant damage he has coming out here.
Miero is going to reveal himself to Tiger there for a moment. Won't bother blinking in for a call. Very tanky axe now with the blade mail up. We'll throw some stuns out on Miero. Shackle out as well. The axe going to be just fine through it, not really taking any damage. Easy him in the meantime, trying to work towards those boots of travel so he can join his team anywhere across the map. Uragi also taking his sweet time to try and get his own farm up, trying to keep up with Ramses. Lasso, who have they got? It's going to be Tiger. He'll try to pop the heal, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough. Solo just draining way too much with this life drain to Decrepify. You are getting to the stage where Rams is getting pretty close to the Ags up on the Morph, and that's a very scary time for OG to have to try and do.
Yeah, and again, he has some pretty good targets to turn into. And basically, just a Wind Ranger here with the Ags is kind of scary to deal with. You just don't have a good way of piercing through that evasion, and the additional stats you'll have on the Morphling is massive. Heck, turning into the Faceless Void before Chrono comes in, minus 70 attack speed, you'll do 0 damage in the Chrono, even if you take care of Solo. Like that is just atrocious.
Pretty annoying for sure. You know what gets me, John? Like, looking at the Arc Warden, how is this not a universal hero? Isn't he like literally the jailer of the Dota universe or something?
You're asking Arc Warden to be meta, Mike?
No, I'm just saying by law. In fact, hold that thought, because Seb's in trouble now. Kiyotaka, he's going to cop the Raw. Seb barely surviving. They do stop the chains here from Kiyotaka, but he'll have another one to throw out. So they are trying their absolute darndest to chase him down. As Seb still will drop to Kiyotaka in the end. Smiley face is being placed here by the Timber. So Kiyotaka, I mean, he really just wants to give it to Seb. What can you do? I mean, with a man as much prestige as Seb, he's always going to cop crap from the young'uns like this. Uragi, going to be fine. Lasso is out from onto DM, and DM is just down. And Nine Panda's just looking so dominant again in game 2. As now they have a 10k advantage. BZM still farming the mid lane, and you see Nine Pandas immediately just rushing for him. Kiyotaka not wanting to leave this man alone. Haste Rune. Oh, BZM, he's not going to be able to get it. At least he will try for the TP out, and he's going to be just fine with that. He'll make it.
He makes it out barely. Lots of HP being lost in the process. At least with a travel top, he can start trying to play that split push with the Tempest double.
No call landing there from Miero. He was just off.
They're
BZM
not
gonna
giving
lose that Tempest double eventually.
And they're not giving BZM anything at all. Like, they see the Tempest double, chase it down, prevent any sort of farm game. And BZM still, he's managed to climb his way to #1 for his team, but still not the position what to be in as an Arc Warden. Smoke out from OG Uragi. He does have the Sanj up. I'm surprised he opts for that first over to Yasha, but probably feeling he needs some defense here. He could gun for a kill with a Chrono. On the side of Nine Pandas, though, just immediately dodge No forward vision here from the side of OG to really spot out. So, stuck kind of scrambling. And the Pandas, again, they're fine with playing a little bit of a farming game. Because once Ramses hits the Ags, then... Oh, you've got some problems here, Mike. You already have the shard as well for Ramses to shift through in a stun. So even a Chrono is not going to be hard enough of a lockdown for him.
There's that Ags you talked about. They're even going to start Roshan off the back of this. Ags up on the morph, Roshan to be taken, and you might just go for an immediate smoke after this one. OG, they are trying to rush towards the Roshan pit and get there in time. Chrono is up to play with. Roshan, about 1/4 of his HP left. I don't think OG are going to make it, but they are still trying. They are very, very close by now. But Yuragi, he'd have to pretty much jump in instantly, and even then he wouldn't make it in time. There's now 9 Pandas. They want the fight. Lasso is out. Tiger is caught already on the edge, and Tiger has just been bursted down as Yuragi. He does get a 2-man Chrono, but he has no follow-up to it. There is just no damage. Antares is still alive, and now that calls out on Seb. They've caught another in the Wind Ranger. Seb trying with the power shot. They will at least get the Bat Rider. But it's a pretty tough fight. Even with the 2-man Chrono, just... Yuragi knows he just doesn't have the damage output. No. He needs BZM behind him.
He does. He needs everyone. Like, you kind of actually need Tiger with the impetus shots as well into that Chrono. So there's just not enough to go around right now. 10 to 20, 9 Pandas with the Aegis still up on Kiyotaka. Not much to be worried about. Look at Kiyotaka, no cares. Just goes forward by himself.
Yeah, he's got 2 lives. Already struggling to kill him off once anyway, as they are going to try now. Kiyotaka, very low on mana, is trying to tank through it, but they have got him the first time. Now, we saw this before from Kiyotaka. He's going to be careful. He'll chain towards DM. Chakra is there. In comes Ramses to try and help out. Ramses just jumping right into the back, looking for another target. Seb's going to get a nice shackles off onto Kiyotaka, but he is surviving. There's now Miero. He's out with the call. He found Tiger. There should be a dunker. Culling Blade to come out, and they will catch it. 3 down for OG. Kiyotaka setting up a great fight, as now they've even caught Yuragi. That's a 4-man wipe on the side of OG, and 9 Pandas. They look like they might just go for high ground.
Doesn't feel like there's much stopping them, even without that Aegis up. What do you do about Ramses? Doesn't care for the secondary life anyway on himself. With the Ags, oh no.
Call out. It's just the Tempest double. Not too big of a deal. But to be fair, PCM probably does need that to have any chance of defending. At least the respawn timers are quite low for OG. So they do have a chance to smoke up and be prepped for a defense, but 9 Pandas playing very conservatively do back their way up. And no need to risk it, especially without the Aegis up. They'll just go for a reset. BZM just can't catch a break, because now he loses his courier with the ultimate orb on it. So no Manta for him for another 2.5 minutes. Manta being a pretty big timing for the new Arc Warden, but again, for 2.5 minutes it is going to be down.
Oh, what
Shackle
is
from
that
Seb
shackle?
landing from a mile away onto 2 heroes. And he's going to catch Solo with that. A perfect shackle from Seb.
The heck kind of shackle was that? That looked like that was so bloody far. And
That's a Matrix shackle right there.
That was just funky. That was a good shot from Seb, of course. A kill, it's a kill. Very important for OG to find literally any scraps they can, but 9 Pandas probably don't care too much. They back off, they teleport out Ramses. They go back to farming. They go back to taking control on this map. Some key timing still left here for Ramses. I believe his Scotty is being formed up now. So not too far off from that. Taiga?
Yeah, he's had a very tough game here. 1-11-6 on the edge, and looks like he has no way out of this scenario. And Tara is going to give the vision. Miero doesn't even need the blink. Not even calling him, actually. Just chasing him down.
Oh my god.
My goodness. I mean, that's just sending a message here from Miero.
It's always a little bit funny when you can get that done, but Taiga's at least getting some information out, so letting them know that top lane's free to farm. They're fine, they're not going to be punished up there. They can try to get some build up in some space, although they are just TPing up in front. And DM will be able to back off, but Seb is on Kiyotaka's mind.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kiyotaka having such a good series. Almost the leading set top lane. Won't get it quite, as Yuragi now, Chrono out, is going to land on 2, but again, Solo is outside of the Chrono. He can just live train Miero, and Miero's not taking any damage because the morph with the axe was there from Ramses. So Yuragi's attack speed is just so damn slow. At least they might find Solo, and they will. The Pugner is down, but here comes Kiyotaka. They'll go right after the Tempest Double first. BZM will lose that. But OG, they can successfully just retreat into the base. They'll get a Pugner. Sure, you use Chrono, you use some abilities, but you do hold out, and you don't lose anyone on your side.
It's something. Yeah, you're buying time on OG again. You want to scale up. You know your Face's Void will eventually be a major factor in these fights, just not quite yet. And the more fags kind of ruining your impact there just a little bit. Oh,
Ball. Barely off the mark. Very quick reaction there from Yuragi. 17k advantage still stands here for 9 Pandas. There's that match style now coming on BZM. Finally getting the courier back up. OG, I mean, if they can drag this game out long enough, there will be a stage where this Arc Warden Void will be a huge problem. Mid lane, the Tempest Double again. Looks like it's just going to be lost here by Ramses. We'll just call it up and burst it down, not having any of the split pushing game.
Taurus chasing down the Ancient Black Dragon. Just kind of preventing the split push from DM. Tips are out. There you go. The Smiley as well. DM.
Very good.
No shenanigans for
It's a bit
him.
of good sportsmanship. Yeah. When I say good sportsmanship, I'm not sure if these are friendly smiley face. They're smiling, but I'm not sure for exactly why. Yeah.
You never know, Mikey.
BZM moving on to Antares with the Tempest Double. Antares almost dying, but now they have caught out Tiger. Miero, no hesitation, landing the Culling Blade, and Antares, sadly for BZM, has made his way out. At least maybe the Tempest Double expires in time. Or maybe not. More gold to the way of Ramses.
Lots. Not the biggest kill again, Taiga. Just buying space. They're stalling out quite nicely, OG, although they're clumping out bot.
Shackle there, Lasso committed, DM. Did roar up the Batrider. In comes Yuragi. Chrono is coming off cooldown and now is available. Antares, he might drop. Solo getting extremely low now. Yuragi finding 2 for their trouble. A 2 for 2 so far, but now that call out from Miero.
God.
And they just burst through Yuragi. Like he disappeared in an instant.
That was just hot knife through butter right there. Melting. Didn't look like a tanky hero at all. Just a few hits, that's all it took. Coming out here from 9 Pandas. To be fair, that's a double damage on Ramses as well. Should account for a lot in that engagement. And even with their supports down, the 9 Pandas, they look confident enough to try to force something up onto the high ground. There is a Chrono on the buyback if they do want to play that way on the side of OG. They will lose their last outer tower here, at least, as Kiyotaka clears out the Tormentor. They'll play it safe. No need to really rush in. Roshan, we'll see in about 10 seconds when that respawn timer is. It could be a fast one. 9 Pandas could clear it out and just go again.
At least BZM is catching up in net worth, John. He is slowly starting to become a pretty big issue here on the Arc Warden. Now, I'm not saying he's anywhere near the spot where he needs to be to make the comeback happen, but he's getting there. Maybe another 5 minutes, maybe another 10 minutes, and you are at that stage now where the Arc Warden could just be the biggest issue as Tiger. He's having some issues right now. Case is ongoing. Antares actually missing out on the edge for now, but eventually is going to find him.
Whoa.
No, Tiger. Very nice position for the TP. He's going to be able to get away just barely. And all these little plays, like, they are buying more and more time for BZM. That's what's very important here for OG, is Yuragi trying to Kiyotaka. There's Timbersaw, though, not looking to take any damage. Now has a full sight the Visor.
Oh, more control. Smoke out OG. Might not have seen that fresh sight.
They've got the Gleipnir up on BZM to boot here, John. This could be a nice timing for OG to try and make this fight happen. Jump in. Who have they got? It's going to be the Timber. The Kiyotaka, he's already popped his BKB to look to retreat. OG will wait that one out. Meanwhile, Miero rushing forward, looking for a core, has found 2 targets. A perfect core from Miero. Ramsey's already bursting one down. A 3-man chrono. Uragi, can he get any damage off? Solo's just healing them up, but he's got Ramsey's down. Oh, OG. Making the fight work as Kiyotaka gonna try for the TP up. Thanks to the Decrepify, no bash will come from Uragi. That's a massive, massive fight for OG. Finding the pos 1 morph and the position 3 axe. And that's the thing now with the chrono and the damage from BZM. Even the life drain proving to not be enough.
No, certainly not. Really big chrono, big opportunity for
Taris. Ooh, interesting lasso. Kiyotaka's going to show up again. BZM going to be targeted. BZM getting very, very low. Going to get into the magnetic field. Has found the Batrider. Will juke out the Chakram. Moving back in onto Kiyotaka. He's starting to get low to the damage of Tiger. Meanwhile, Solo barely surviving, but no, the power shot. Seb from a mile away. And now the Shackle onto the creep, holding down Kiyotaka. But the BKB is still going to give him some life as Uragi. He is going to drop. Buyback is out from Antares. He wants back into this team fight. OG trying to retreat, are at least going to be able to get Tiger out. But 9 Pandas still chasing for more. Kiyotaka looking for DM and Seb. He's going to catch up now. Getting the Hex off onto the Beastmaster, but Seb is going to stay behind to try and protect us. Now BZM TPing in. Kiyotaka's gone too far. Uh-oh. 9 Pandas.
Oh,
these are the kind of small errors that can be punished quite heavily by OG. As they are not slowing down OG, they want more. Miero, he's going to pop the Blade Mail. Shackle's going to hold him down. Look at the damage from the Arc Warden. The lasso is going to catch Seb. DM being chased here by Ramses. Seb somehow still alive, but should drop here on the Wind Ranger eventually. Meanwhile, DM trying to run does go down to Ramses. Now Seb somehow moving back into the Batrider with the shackles, but the chase is on. Ramses surely has this Wind Ranger in his grasp. Seb still trying for Antares, is going to run up north, but Ramses eventually going to get the kill. Meanwhile, to the south, though, Solo is going to drop to BZM. And suddenly, John, Game 2 is a much more even affair.
It is. They've stalled out long enough. BZM now #1 in net worth. The output of the Arc Warden just massive. Just can't sustain through it at all. Buyback forced out for Seb. They want to go Roshan. Is up. Should be able to take it. Side of 9 Pandas just down for a little bit longer. They've got the output here. 9 Pandas maybe overcommitting to the fight just a little bit, not respecting that output on BZM. No one managing to jump on top of the Arc Warden. Roche just takes no time at all. Jesus Christ. He's just gone. Aegis picked up by Uragi along with a cheese. And this is what we talked about. You know, you stall out for a long time, you get online. 9 Pandas, they take some unnecessary risks, and well, comes back to haunt them. Now you're in a really strong position for BZM. I mean, you still have the scaling from Ramses, but man, even he can't sustain through the output right now of the Arc Warden.
It's Arc Warden, Jonathan. This hero, no matter what they do to it, it always feels just busted in the right hands. And BZM right now is the one with the right hands for this hero. Has the full Lincoln Sphere up. My question still stands, by the way. You know, lore-wise, how is Arc Warden not universal? Now, I'm not saying that's what I want, but I'm just saying, lore-wise, theoretically, if anyone was going to be universal, it would be Arc Warden.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, Mike. At the same time, balance reasons, you just answered yourself.
Oh, nice juke out. Uragi avoiding the call here from Miero. So the jump is there. The chrono not doing enough thanks to the Decrepify of Solo. And now Uragi needs to find a way out as Ramses is on the chase. The Tempest double going to be left behind, though. A nice shackles here from Seb holding down Kiyotaka. The Timber still going to be just fine, though, as they continue the chase. Uragi is going to drop. The Aegis is gone. DM, he will melt to the damage output of Ramses. And now the Void being held down by Miero. Will not survive as the Tempest double again. BZM trying to find some form of a pick-off, but ultimately will do nothing. There's 3 down for OG. 9 Pandas, they will strike back.
That's a big win, taking away Aegis immediately from the side of OG. So now they can't find an opportunity for the high ground. The Chrono, not the ideal setup as well, onto 1. And even then, not being able to find Antares, just not the fight you're looking for there on OG. A bit trigger happy with the big spell usage. Ramses all by himself, but well, maybe he shouldn't feel
Ramses,
confident.
be careful, sir. Ramses, be careful, sir. He's gonna strength ball. He'll move back in now. Onto the Tempest stubble. He's gonna make it. In goes Antares. There's your lasso. He's caught Tiger with that. Tiger, not gonna survive through it. 2 down for OG again. Buyback is available on Uragi if he needs it. But it seems like they'll let the mid-racks potentially just go. So the Viv is going to be forced out. 9Panda's looking to set up on the bot tier 3 as well, it seems like, as Ramses again being targeted. Is going to Manta, will waveform away and is going to make it up. Ramses really playing on the edge here on the morph. But he is okay.
Yeah, that's an insane amount of damage from BZM. The magnetic field doing quite a fair bit. That is pretty ridiculous. 9Pandas, they find an objective, but at the very least they find a melee racks as well. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Just having a slight advantage inside of OGM. They still have this opportunity. We need to see that same good chrono come out from Uragi. Catching multiple heroes, giving them range for BZM and Tiger to dish that damage into the chrono as well. And 9Pandas just has to stay disciplined. Don't clump up. Don't give any opportunity like that for the big plays from Uragi. And just keep looking for these one-man pickoffs. Just run and gun onto OG. Pick them off when they're trying to farm. And the game can still be in their grasp here.
Certainly can be. I mean, you see that graph, just a little bit of a swing. It's Miero. Call is out. He caught Tiger, but he does have backup. Miero dropping low, and now a nice shackle, even finding Kiyotaka, but he chains to the north. Still a successful team fight so far for OG. So even the Hawk dive's coming in. Kiyotaka just not able to catch a break. But they won't dive too deep after the timber. It just feels like bait. And I think you should be very happy with the trade anyway. Trading your Tiger Edge for Miero Axe. Gonna feel very, very good for OG. Antares. Pops the boots of Bering. BZM suddenly the highest net worth on the board now as the Arc Warden. Concerning signs for 9Pandas if they lose one more team fight for sure. It looks like they are going to retreat. Just TP out. Don't risk losing another fight here to OG because even with the 21k advantage, again, this Arc Warden, it is always going to be scary.
Yeah, it's... Again, I'm trying to wrap my head around its magical output. It's insane how much you get for that.
Stupid.
I don't know. Like, I haven't seen new Arc Warden in any games I've casted myself, but I'm trying to figure out the maths here. Why? Is it because Magnetic Field gives the full bonus attack damage even to illusions?
No reduction. Solo gets caught. Roar is committed. Antares immediately out with the lasso, dragging back DM, so he's gone, but now a Chrono has caught out too. Solo does die. Miero with the call though. He's caught 2 targets. Tiger and Solo and Seb both going down. There's 9Pandas, they will rush BZM. That's the one they really want. And BZM is down. Uragi, he's gonna get stunned. No TP available. He gets called to boot. No buybacks available here for BZM or Seb. 9Pandas looking to go in for a secondary Rax now. Ramses, he's going for tier 4s. He's had enough of this game. He's had a fantastic series so far here. OG, they do have the opportunity to buy back on their Void, but without Chrono, I don't know how worth it's going to be. They're going to give it one more crack. Ramses retreating a little bit, does move back in along with Kiyotaka, and that's Tiger dying back immediately. DM in the meantime, looking to die mid lane as Antares will just chase him down. And 9Pandas, they are still just going for the fountain as Miero is in with the call, taking down Uragi. That's got to be it. OG could not make the comeback and GG is called. 9Pandas finding a 2-0 victory here over OG. You can't lie, John. That was a pretty convincing fashion in both games from these boys.
Yeah, a really strong showing coming out from Nine Pandas. OG looking better in game number 2. And they held on. They've had some scaling kick in. Despite that slower start, it's just a rough game when you're that far behind. You know, your lineup just does not enjoy being that far behind. The farm distribution was hard to spread between BZM and Uragi. And they found some opportunities, but you had to always land these big chronos. The last chrono just not being the one. You catch solo, but you leave everyone else out. And sure, the Pugnan's not there to save, but he doesn't need to save anyone because they're not in the chrono in the first place. Nine Pandas again showing us this aggression they have. Just, it's looking great. Like, this kind of patch just suits their playstyle so damn well with how active you have to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been really adjusting fantastically here. So, I mean, Nine Pandas just making it look easy here in this series, and some of the other series have been looking rather convincing as well from these boys. So, props to Nine Pandas and props to OG for giving it their best shot. Much closer in game 2 at the least compared to game 1, but still pretty dominant from Nine Pandas. So, back to the drawing board here for OG for Dream League Season 20. Still games to be played here, still chances for OG, but they are certainly in the danger zone right now of the Group B standing. So, need to get some wins on the board here if you are OG. What do you think, John? I mean, like, this Nine Pandas squad, I tell you, we were talking about this yesterday, but they could be a contender here, Dream League Season 20, because I don't know what it is about them in this patch, but they seem to really be adjusting quite well.
Yeah, I think it's just down to how you play this patch, right? Lots of early aggression, lots of strong lanes, lots of good understanding of mid-game aggression. I think that's something that Eastern European teams have always excelled at, and Nine Pandas has a lot of veterans that have played through those dominant phases of Eastern Europe. So they just carry over that game knowledge, and well, they hit that tempo, they keep running at you, they keep the aggression while also finding time to farm. It's a really good medley of understanding of timings here. Nine Pandas are just looking extra sharp coming out. That win does drag them up to pretty much be the clear number 1 right now, I believe, at least while pending other results from other teams. And that leaves them with a 3-1-1 scoreline. 3 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. Looking sharp in Group B, breaking some of those ties up, Mike.
Okay, well, we are going to have a look at that Monster Moments here by Monster Energy. So let's have a look and see some highlights from game number 2. And well, there was plenty from both sides, in fact. You're looking at this bottom team fight right here, and poor old Uragi just has not had a game. Just very, very tough trying to find these big chronos, but at the very least, OG showing some signs of life here in the bottom lane in this team fight. As BZM, ever since he got the Manta up, that's when things really started to change quite a lot for OG, but see, as he dies without buyback, it kind of leaves him with no chance. You see the amount of damage just being pumped out from BZM. This is what I'm saying about this Arc Warden, it's back to that stage where it's 1 buff away from being a completely busted hero. Shout out to BZM for trying to make it work here in 7.33C, but sadly, obviously, the opponent's proving to be too tough. And Miero, I think it was just fantastic on this axe, by the way, Jonathan. Just some brilliant calls. You saw a great chrono here from Uragi, but without solo being caught, you got Ramses. You did end up fighting Miero, so this was actually the successful team fight. I was thinking of the final chrono we saw. This is one of the fights where OG actually kind of made the fight work. But then it started to fall apart again, sadly.
Yeah. It's like the coordination from Nine Pandas was just a lot tighter. At the side of OG, they had to land very specific chronos every single time. It just, once it stops happening, then Nine Pandas just collapses on top of you individually very nicely. Like, they have a lot of ways of splitting up these fights, of isolating the damage on the side of OG, and just cleaning up from that point onward. I believe this was one of the last chronos we saw, like the isolate solo. Was it this one? Yeah, this is the one. They grabbed solo to kill him off, but look what they left out. They left out the Morphling, they left out the axe, and they just get run down. That just provides that opportunity, and Nine Pandas again getting very good read in game, finally isolating BZM, getting him run down with no buyback. He just bought the nullifier there, and that cost him.
Yeah.
Again, looking back at our monster moments there from Monster Energy, quite a monstrous game, and a great performance from our cuddly monsters in Nine Pandas. It's so strange to call them monsters with a name like Nine Pandas, but that's what they are.
I wouldn't call them too cuddly either, Jonathan. I mean, there was some cuddling going on, but I think that's a very nice way of putting it here. As 9 Pandas again looking very, very dominant. What did you say their standing was to be looking at now after this victory, John? I didn't quite catch you earlier.
I believe that puts them at 3-1-1, 3 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. And I believe that puts their map wins at 7-3. So I'm not sure about the update. I don't think I'm getting a great update here. That should still tie them in, I believe, but a slightly, I don't know how the points are rated, but they are 3-1-1, and the next team is Game and Gladiators at 2-3-0. So they have more wins, but it ends up being the same map score of 7-3, so I believe that's still a tie for first place, but you have broken the third and fourth place up to their own tie, and first and second to their own tie now as well.
We do love tiebreakers here, Jonathan, so that's always... I like hearing tie. That makes me very, very happy here from Group A and B. Yeah, I mean, again, it's going to be an exciting thing to see these tiebreakers. Like, I think, Gaming Gladiators now are in basically first place in Group B.
Yep.
Beast Coast second place, and 9 Pandas, to be fair, their score hasn't updated yet. So
yeah, they're going to be first
they should
place
move
as well.
up to second place.
I think it's a tie.
You're right. They will be first place now. Which is crazy for them, right? Because now they've overtaken Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
Who do have a series up against OG coming up, so... You know, maybe not for long, depending on how OG want to play their bout against Gaimin, but this is the 2-time in a row major winners in Gaming Gladiators, so I highly doubt that's going to be a very easy matchup.
Not going to be one that should be a rollover there.
Okay. Well, we do have an interview with Ramses on the way, so we can have a chat with the man and see what he has to say. Mr. Ramses, are you there, sir?
Hello, guys. Hello. You hear me?
Hey, Ramses. Yes, I can. Congratulations on your victory 2-0 against OG. How are you feeling, my friend?
Feeling very good, guys. To winning, we like winning.
Yeah. Yes, I certainly do. Were you at all worried? Like, were you guys worried going against OG? Because you guys made it look really easy. Was there any nerves going up against OG, or were you guys very, very confident going into this series?
I mean, when we play Dota without pressure, games more easy to play, you know, to win. When we have a pressure about DPC or probably something about the points on TI or something like this, you play maybe you play not like you don't have a fear, you don't have a nothing, like you not care about anything, you just play Dota. And now we just play Dota.
There you go, John, go on.
All right, Ramses, I'm curious, you know, you guys are winding down your matches here in Group B, but going into the next group, thinking forward, is there any team from Group A that you feel like you'd want to face off against in the second stage of Dream League?
Let me see. Probably it's Team Spirit. We wanna get revenge from the DPC, I think. This year's.
That's fair
We
enough.
wait for.
Right, and we'll all be looking forward for that one. Now, I have one question for you. I think you kind of answered it, but what's the difference now for 9 Pandas in this tournament versus, say, DPC or other lands? Like, is it just that pressure? Do you feel like maybe the patch has adapted a little bit better for you guys here?
I mean, it's a group stage. It's a lot of games, like a lot of maps. You just like trying to get your best form from the group stage, like your experience, and go to the like next stages of the tournament. And we just play Dota. We getting fun. We just taking fun.
Fair enough.
Something like this.
All right. Well, Ramses, we love to hear it. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory again. We do have to let you go, but we can't wait to see you play again against whatever team you're up against. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. The lovely Ramses having a chat with us there, Jonathan. We did have to rush him because we are a little bit behind schedule here, I do believe, but obviously a very nice guy. And he's just playing Dota, John. Yeah. That's what it's all about. There's no pressure here in Dream League Season 20, no points in the line to TI. Just play Dota, and guess what? When you're not playing with stress on your shoulders, you tend to play a lot better than you do with the pressure on your shoulders.
Yeah, they just need to relax. That's the old curse of Eastern Europe. When the pressure's on, you know, it gets a little bit strange, but just playing Dota, all good there.
Well, John, we do have to head off to a break. We've got our next series coming up very, very soon here on the ESL Storm stream, so don't go anywhere. We are going to head out, but we'll be right back with our next matchup between EG and, of course, Talon. We'll see you soon.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
everyone, and welcome back. Thank you guys for joining us for another evening here in Dream League Season 20. That's a big old thumbs up from Winter Chanlit Bin, pardon me, and another thumbs up from here at myself here, Sukin Strike. Thank you guys so much for joining us as we're about to jump into our third series of the day. It's finally the two regions we haven't gotten a cast at all, Winter, as it's the SA taking on C, Evil Geniuses, and Talon will be commencing in, about 10-15 minutes time. We've got some time to take things easy here and discuss, the teams at length.
SA against SEA, they're the same if you take out the E.
Wow, you're so damn smart, you know that, Winter? I see why your wife married you.
Oh, she only married me because... Never mind.
Because you can cook, right?
Yeah, because I can cook. I actually made her the first time I wanted to cook because I wanted to practice what I learned from my culinary classes. She was the first lab rat I got. and apparently she liked the food somehow.
There it is.
I made her spaghetti with carbonara sauce and onion soup.
Onion soup? You still remember the meal, huh? Were you nervous, Winter?
Of course.
Were you nervous?
Nervous? I just did it in class. I go home and I repeat and I do it again.
So were you confident? Were you like, man, she's gonna love this meal, or were you like, I hope she likes the meal?
I hope she likes the meal. I'm just doing what my lecturer told me. Oh, a little bit of salt, a little bit of onions. Make sure you don't burn the onions. Put the cream in, and then voila, onion soup.
Yeah. Well, your wife let you cook, and another guy who it's a little bit dangerous to let him cook, right? The reason I sent you on this tangent here, Winter, is of course because Talon have themselves Chef 23 Savage in the kitchen. I think he still has the let him cook tag underneath his little banner there, but has been playing a phenomenal basically year, especially when it comes to international Dota here for the side of Talon Esports, taking third place at the Lima Major. They did not qualify to Bali, so that one's not happening. But even in Berlin, making it to the farthest out of any other SCA qualified team. What is it about this team that makes you think they do so well on international tournaments, Winter?
Experience, man. They have the balance of experienced players and the new and hungry players like 23 Savage, like Q, Mikoto. I think Mikoto is also considered a very, very new player. I think Jabs and Oli are the pillars of the team. They're the more experienced ones, and obviously Sunbi, the coach. So those people are the people that lead the team when everybody is feeling lost,
That's
they
true.
Tell them, let's go here, let's do this, wait for this item time. Don't worry, guys. I will carry your ass.
Do you think, Winter, part of these item timings and the strengths off this does help a team like Talon, who have Jabs in their off lane, who tend to go a lot for these early activation items? We haven't really seen Shriecore in a little bit of time. It's been quite an aura-rich build, and Talon, a team that are not afraid to last pick their offlaner, and for good reason, right? We tend to see Jabs do a lot of work whenever he gets 23rd or 24th pick.
Yeah, he's a very polarizing offlaner. He takes a lot of farm. I think he's a very, very strong personality. From what I remember working with him, if he didn't change, if he's still the same, like you need to let this player have a lot of say, I feel, in the drafts to make use of him. And right now he's drafting, he has a lot of input from Sunbi, and like you said, they like to last pick his hero. It's something that you don't see as often nowadays, like not many teams do that. I think apart from them, there is Tundra that likes to last pick their offlaner, but most of the other teams, they just like, first pick Doom, first pick Beastmaster, whatever, like just pick the offlaners right away. Those heroes like Imba, you don't get countered. But whereas for Talon, they really want to give Jabs a very good start in the lane. They want to counter the carry, the lane matchup, and then snowball from there. And hopefully he doesn't have to buy pipe and mech, he gets to buy BKB.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Q's for, right? To buy the aura items, his laning partner, and quite
life
a
as a
strong duo.
support. Life as a support. My core doesn't want to buy the aura items. Alright, I'll get it, man. I'll get the greaves, I'll get the crest. Sure, you need the glimmer? Okay, I'll buy a glimmer for you, man. Anything for you.
You need a 4-staff because we're playing against Riki. I got you, boss. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, I mean, and Q's also just been a phenomenal four, hasn't he? I think he really was quite impressive back when we were in the Tiny Airlines meta. But I think he's still been having phenomenal performances, proving that he's not just like a tiny one trick. I've been really, really impressed by this iteration of Talon. And, you know, like we were saying in the first DPC League, even though they did find some time, they took some time to find their footing. We'll see how high they can rise. Speaking of teams that have found their footing, let's take a look now over at Evil Geniuses. They've prevailed, Winter, as the team in South America this time around, as the NA team does move south and pick up quite the roster. Panda, of course, hard support here, but El Gotito position 4 there. Matthew tends to be the strong voice, the leader in this team. I think speaking of strong, you know, Pakaz on the hard carry, really proving himself during last TI as one of the best carries in the world, full stop. But we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Whisper. This man, I had to say, last year, Winter, just ended up looking too damn good. I think it's no surprise that, you know, he's on the best team now in South America, because I've got to say, the reason that Beast Coast went so far last TI was because of him. He was just absolutely carrying games on the offlane. So we've got Jabs on Talon. We got Whisper here on EG. I mean, for me, it's two teams with really definitive offlaners.
Yeah, Whisper is a very similar player to Jabs. I think in play style wise, they are very polarizing, but they have very different hero pools. And they both play like a secondary position one sometimes, you know. That's especially for Jabs. But for Whispers, I think that the main difference with him and Jabs is he plays a little bit more for the team, and he tends to be more sacrificial, even though he's greedy in some of the games, you know. I think that he has a better balance, whereas I feel Jabs tends to overplay his cards sometimes. Do you remember his crazy Rubik off-lane games or Keeper of Light? He tries to be too fancy, Slada, like he tries to think, actually I'm gonna carry the game. But in actual fact, those are the games where he actually needs to just be the good boy aura carrier. Buy the aura items, support 23 Savage and win the game. That's where I feel that's the main difference between Whisper and Jabs.
What is it about like having a strong personality that leads to this behavior? Do you think he's like actually wants to be the carry, or do you think he believes the way for him to have the most impact in this kind of a game is to just buy these kinds of items and go for this play style? Is it like a mentality, or is it just a personality?
It's a mentality. I think they see the game in a way where he told me this before during one meal we had in Lima. He said that he feels like whenever he has to buy aura items, they can't kill the enemy heroes because they lack damage. So he always feels like he needs to be a secondary damage dealer. But I don't really fully agree with that in every game. I feel like there are games where you should do that, but there are also definitely games that you just need to be the aura bitch and just help the other guy win the game. You know, you can't just try to be the carry all the time as an offlaner.
Right, because I'm thinking like, you know, you take a look at, of course, yeah, sure, maybe you need a little bit more damage than the carry can output, especially early on. But I mean, you take a look at Bakoto's hero pool, and man's playing Ember, he's playing Templar Assassin, you know? And he's got over 12k MMR. I mean, it feels like if you do go for more than just that, you might be in for, you know, just too many cooks.
Yeah, you have to understand, this game, I actually just need to enable my other cores, you know. I just need to be the good boy, buy the aura items, buy the mag, buy the force stuff, and then we'll win the game, you know. Oh, but this game I'm more Magnus. Then maybe sometimes he thinks that, I'm a Magnus, you know, I have to carry the game. Fuck these two cores, you know. They're gonna throw the game somehow, I need to do it myself. That's a bad mentality. Yeah, you have to let it go. Remember we were talking about letting go? You need to let go and let the other players carry the game and just enable them.
It's hard to let go, especially because it's gonna demand a lot of trust out from you. You know, it can be difficult saying, well, I can one-shot the support if I get the Harpoon online, or I can get the Crimson Guard and let my core fight versus the Windrunner. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you a secret.
Yeah.
Whenever I meet a player that's like this, they are so hard-headed, they have to do this. Yeah, I just, in my head, I'm only gonna pick. I never tell the player, but I always intentionally only pick a couple of heroes for that player. And those heroes, I know that he cannot do that thing, you know.
Right.
So he has to do what I want him to do. But I don't tell him that you do this in the game. I don't want to see you buying that. You know, I don't do that
Right.
because that gives him a mindset where, oh, the coach is bullying me, he's telling me what to do. I don't like to listen to him. You know, I'm 12k MMR. That fucker is like 6k MMR. Why should I listen to him? So I have to do it in a way where he thinks that I'm letting him do what he wants to do, but in actual fact, I'm not.
Yep, Winter, as always, the puppet master. He's been secretly leading the cabal of coaches for the past years. And, well, Winter, I think that strategy of yours a bit harder to pull off, of course, for a team like Talon when he is the one clicking the buttons and ultimately in control. We'll see, though, which buttons he clicks and in which order. As that's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having ourselves a draft here coming up in just a little bit. So make sure you guys stay tuned, because coming up next, where it's going to be EG taking on Talon after the break. Catch you soon.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled our life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Just go back.
Talon taking on the Titans from South America. It's Evil Geniuses now and Talon. Draft number 1 just about to get started here. Thank you guys for joining Seek and Strike, myself and Winter Chanlibin on the call. Winter, how are you feeling about this match? Have you gotten to catch a lot of South American Dota by chance?
Not much this time. Last year I got to cast a lot of SA Dota, but
That's
this time I've been busy with SEA Dota, Western Europe Dota, so I didn't really get a lot of South American Dota. But I do remember a lot of things that South American Dota has. It's very similar to SEA.
I was actually about to ask you about that. Funny enough, it is similar in SEA. In what ways, Winter, would you compare the two regions? In what ways are they similar? Is it the non-stop aggression, the bloodlust that these teams occasionally get? Is it the fact that they both really enjoy throwing fights around Roshan? or is it something else? Is it something else entirely? What about these two regions, really makes you smile when you cast them?
When I think about the pub games.
Did you get to play any pubs when we were down in Lima? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't bring my setup, so I wasn't really interested in playing.
Fair
but
enough.
I do remember watching streams like from Mason, from some of the NA players when they were playing on some of the SA games, and that reminds me a lot of my SEA games.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be a bit of a pitfall for Talon, who have historically, at least this summer tour, not have done too well in the SEA region, right? Of course, not failing to qualify for the major, losing that deciding match. It was versus Execration, wasn't it?
I remember they lost to Boom, and that was the game that kind of cost them.
Yeah, that happened as well in the spring tour, didn't it? Right, where Boom beat them, and then Talon had to play tiebreakers to go to Lima.
No, they didn't even get to play tiebreakers.
No, that was for the winter tour.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
I remember. Yeah, this most recent time also having a little bit of difficulties. Whereas for Evil Geniuses, a little bit of a speed bump, I would say, in this third and final tour here for the summer tour, as they did have to win their rematch versus Beast Coast, given that they did lose that match. I was particularly surprised to see EG take that loss, considering that was Beast Coast playing with Stand-in Parker. But they swiftly won the rematch and then were able to secure first place with a 6-1 scoreline. So they've been kind of the team to beat out from South America this year. I would have to say I think they've well established themselves over Beast Coast, who did make a roster change. So we'll see again how that is going to play into things ahead of Bali. But for now, the way that it affects us here is, of course, it's still a full strength EG against a full strength Talon. Predictions, Winter, before we get started with this match, as the draft already on our screens.
It's gonna be a close one, Richie. I'll give you a political answer.
A close one. You don't think it's going to be a tie? Are we gonna have a tie? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Are you saying that because Talon has 3 ties?
Because everybody has ties. That's
enough.
what you get in a BO2. And everybody is hoping that there's a game tree to get revenge. And then the admins tell them, just qualify to group stage 2 if you want to play a best of 3.
Well, Winter, I'll tell you what, Talon would be quite happy with a tie here. Currently sitting in a 3-way tie for first, with 3 ties on the team for Talon, sitting at 1-4-0, hence a 6-4 scoreline. So they're +2 right now, alongside LGD and Secret. EG would be a little bit less pleased. They're in a 3-way tie for fourth, but they have no ties on their team, despite only finding ties with a 0-5-0 scoreline.
I have no idea what you just said. But
That's okay. That's okay. No tie players, tie breaks, 1-1s. That's fine, Winter. Either way, Evil Geniuses, they'd love to get a win here. And Talon Esports would love to continue not losing, but would maybe even enjoy a 2-0 even further. There is, of course, Pakaz. Eager to see what he's actually going to get playing here. Maybe they'll give him an 8th pick, but for now, Evil Geniuses opening up with the Techies.
Yeah, the first phase bans are Bat Rider and Timber. The Timber is a bit strange to me. Didn't really expect that. And for Talon, the Bounty Hunter is something that EG played a lot in DreamLeague. I picked it many times. I really like the hero. It's a hero that you associate to SEA pubs and SA pubs, you know, because it's all about killing the other team, killing heroes. So track goal is definitely something that helps you amplify that playstyle. And the Bloodseeker, like we talk about this hero a lot, it's just a very, very strong carry hero in the current meta. And especially when you're the second pick, I think I would probably always ban it when I'm on the second pick, because I don't really want to pick it 6 and 7. And I find it that I also don't want to give it to the first pick team when they're picking it 8th.
Right.
So I would just ban it.
And you just don't see this kind of a hero making it through to the second phase of picks, where you would have 15 and 18.
Yeah,
right?
very, very hard. Very rarely, I think. If it's a second phase hero, it must have been something must have been very different in the opening draft that caused that to happen. But right now, Talon opened their draft with I presume this would be their 3 and 4, Spirit Breaker and Wind Ranger. It's a pretty strong lane.
You don't think that could be Makoto taking the Windrunner mid?
That's actually true as well. It's a flex pick for them.
Right. All right. In the same way, do you expect the Spirit Breakers? Does that strike you as a Jabs hero?
I don't like it when he plays the hero. I like it more when they put it on Q. I think he should just be a good boy, play the offlaner, and buy his aura items if they need to. Because when you have a position for SB is like, screw you, man, I'm getting my Shadow Blade. You buy the team items.
Yeah.
You click on the SB, you don't want to see the SB with Crimson Guard pipe, you know. You want the SB with Octarine Core, Shadow Blade, all those core items.
I'd like to see Talon take this not so much for your weird reasons on whether or not Jabs is a good boyer, but rather because Q, I think his biggest strength, and he showed us this on the Tiny, but I believe he continues to demonstrate this day to day, given that now we're not so much in a Tiny-rich meta, is his positioning on these kinds of supports, right? And I think there are very few other supports, specifically 4s in the game, Winter, that reward solid positioning like that Spirit Breaker charging through a fight.
Let me see, what other hero?
Immediately trying to prove me wrong, huh?
Okay, fine. The others are not exactly that great. I mean, there's Clockwork, you know, but Clockwork's like a terrible hero, even though he's universal.
Even though he's universal, even though Puppy's been playing him. I mean, you think about positioning-based 4s. Maybe Avenge comes to mind. I would say a Phoenix, right? Got to get that ulti in the right spot.
Phoenix is okay, but Phoenix is very different from SB. SB creates a lot of chaos in the team fights. You want to be taking a lot of attention. Phoenix doesn't want to take the attention. Phoenix wants his team to take the attention, and then voila, the egg comes out and you destroy everybody.
Do you think that's the kind of support, or that's the kind of hero that Talon need? Like, do you think 23, would you categorize him as like a slower farmer? Is he really active to join fights? Same thing with Makoto. Do they need this annoying hero in fights because of their hero pools, or do you think the team's more flexible than that?
I think the Phoenix can be considered a little bit similar with when they put Oli on partner or Oracle. Like those supports that stand behind and just wait for an opportunity to get a lot of mileage on their ultimates. I think you can pick it for them. I think it fits their playstyle. When their carries and their mid laners are both very aggressive, I like to play a very, very high damage support which can have a high potential to win a team fight when I have cores like this.
All right. I mean, I like the sign of that as well. And I'm liking these bans from Talon, really protecting the Windrunner, right? The 2 aggressive dispels. I think they're just missing Invoker, basically. Already taken out. Oracle, very good point. Yeah. Very good point.
Oracle against SB. I think that's a pretty decent ban against these 2 heroes.
Even with the tech he's already showing, if you're Talon, you would still consider the Oracle ban, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, why not Oracle and Techies? I think they are fine as a support duo. It's just too much value with the Dispel against like SB and Windranger.
Got it. Well, there's Coach Vintage sitting next to Matthew El Gotito.
What are you calling him? El Gotito?
El Gotito.
El Gotito. What does it mean?
You know, it's his nickname. I don't know why it's his nickname. Oh, it means Matthew. Wait, what? Does it really? It's his nickname, okay? I know he had a voice line in the game that said El Gotito.
I see. Good to know, my friend. It's always good to know.
And of course, it's Coach Vintage. They've been together since the old Thunder Awakened days, previously Thunder Predator. So long time history, pardon me, between these two. They've had some highs and lows, and we'll see now what the highs this team can climb to as they're up to pick now into the silencer for Talon Esports. Oh, okay.
All right, Silencer and Spirit Breaker, very, very good combo in the team fights, and it's a hero that Oli really likes to play, apart from the partner Oracles. He likes to play, like, Silencer is like Phoenix in a way, where in the team fights you're extremely strong, you know, and you like to play Silencer when you have very aggressive cores that are not afraid to go in. And with SB on your team and Windranger, you feel good, you know, you have a lot of protection to cast your R button in a very aggressive manner. You don't want to cast your R button when you're getting jumped, you know. That's the worst feeling as Silencer.
Yeah, I mean, and it's the kind of hero that is in line with what you called Ollie's heroes before, like the stand in the back heroes, while Q gets in there and does a little bit more of the dirty work. Ollie from behind it in a much more support heavy role, but still quite important and quite annoying to play into, isn't it? When you're this presumably safe lane or mid, I'd have to assume mid more like. Actually, I mean, it is C Smile. Let me take a look at what he's been playing in this tournament so far. But in general, you know, traditionally a mid hero, and even in the safe lane, one hero that's just extremely aggressive. Let's see what Whisper's been playing here as well. The Undying Morphling coming through now. So that's a Pakaz hero. That is probably Pakaz's one of his best heroes in general.
Undying is back. We saw this yesterday with 9 Pandas, and today as well. I saw a couple of games with Undying. With Morphling, I think it's the kind of the perfect combination. You have the hero to protect the Morphling in the lane, the mid shield. In the team fights, you have the Tombstone. You can also play really aggressive in the early game. So with the Void Spirit, you run in, you pressure the towers, you chuck your Tombstone down. There's a lot of things you can do with the lineup as Undying. And Talon respond with a classic Undying counter, the Naga. You can Song and just kill the Tombstone first in the team fights when you see the Undying popping in.
Yeah, and they've got, I like this pick as well, the Undying, now even more with the Morphling, of course, because you have that very valuable heal in the lane to sustain through what might be a difficult lane now that Talon are able to get last pick into this. But I like that control point you're talking about, right? Because with the techies, with a tombstone, not really a team that you want to just kind of run into when they have, kind of held a position and have been able to fortify it. We'll see if EG and Talon, for that matter, are going to be able to be patient enough to really take advantage of that, and how that's going to look to play out. Even still, EG with a Storm Spirit ban as they are considering Makoto's hero pools. Talon considering Whisper's vast hero pool, as they're trying to make sure that they protect this Naga pick a bit.
Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with EG. I think that Talon's gonna put this Wind Ranger on the off lane to try and use it to bully the Morphling in the lane with your superior range and your power shot. I think that's a reasonable idea. Not sure if the Undying can actually help in this lane as much. It's a pretty difficult lane, Undying Morphling against presumably a Spirit Breaker Wind Ranger. They're gonna have a hard time, I feel.
Speaking of difficult lanes, I'm thinking about what EG could pick here, and you brought up the Oracle when I had failed to mention him for an aggressive Dispel. Winter, how about Mass Dispel on a Brewmaster here for Evil Geniuses? Whisper did just play the hero earlier today. Found a win. I like it versus the Naga illusions. You have the lift and the Dispel as well to be used against that pesky Wind Ranger.
I mean, there you go, it's banned.
Oh, there's the ban, yeah.
So is there any other replacements here to deal with the Naga in the lane? There's no Doom, no Beastmaster. I mean, there's still Underlord, right? I think Underlord can be decent.
Okay, yeah. Primal instead.
Oh, Primal. Okay, Primal is also good at clearing out the illusions.
Oh yeah, this is a pretty common counter pick. We used to see this in the last patch, I think, maybe. My brain's kind of confusing and melting all the Dota patches together.
He's very good against the Silencer and the Wind Ranger as well, because you get to gap close, and those heroes are very weak when you get jumped on. You want to play from a distance, so Primal is actually really good at dealing with those heroes. So Talon right now, they have to figure out, can they pick a mid hero that can protect the back lines? I think they need like a front line tank hero. It might need to be a offlane hero, I'm not so sure right now. Maybe you put the Wind Ranger mid, and then you just pick a Aura Boy, pick an offlaner. I feel like their draft needs a front line right now.
Do you think it's a mistake from Talon not to ban the Primal? This used to be like must-ban material.
No, I don't think so.
Not
I think the two bans make a lot of sense to me. Maybe you can put an argument where you can replace the Darkseer with the Primal, but I think the Brewmaster makes a lot of sense. Okay. So they need a front line. Maybe they picked the Underlord.
Underlord.
Yeah. Underlord.
Good catch. Percentage-based damage against 2, eventually 3, 4, even with the Undying tanky heroes.
But if they don't want to do that, then they want to just play for the lane, so they should try to pick like a lane matchup, maybe a Queen of Pain, and then try to win the lane against the Void Spirit, and then put the Wind Ranger. Okay, well, they pick a Puck.
That's similar, and honestly, the catch against a slippery hero like this is quite lacking on the side of EG, isn't it?
That's true. That's a good point. And the puck doesn't really win the lane. It's not for the lane. It's more about like having a lot of catch for the coil is very good against the Void Spirit. The silence as well against the primal, the techies, the Void Spirit. But I'm not really sure about like the overall composition, because you look at their cores, right? They have a puck mid, Wind Ranger off lane. Wait, what's the carry?
The carry is a Naga Siren.
Yeah, Naga Siren. So who's actually standing in front? The Naga can stand in front, but at minute 20, 25, So who's gonna be doing that in the first 20 minutes? You're relying on your Spirit Breaker to do it? But what if he doesn't get a good game? Then who's gonna do that? Nobody can do it. And then it becomes very difficult to play into this kind of like Undying Void Spirit techies lineup, because if you don't have anyone standing in front, they put the Tombstone, and then what? Your backline heroes are just gonna run in. You can't,
So what do you expect, like Q? How do you expect him to play this? Is he going to be looking for more farm? Is he going to be looking to connect early on some kills here?
They are gonna have to play like a very long game, because they have Puck's gonna play like in a way where he's split pushing, clearing out quick waves, defending, and trying to delay when the Undying is pulling his team together to one lane to kill the tower. And then the Naga, as soon as you get to 25 minutes, more or less, and then you can start to actually play the game with the team, you know. But before that, it's going to be a lot of split pushing, wave cutting, wave shuffling with the illusions, with the puck, with the Wind Ranger, and a lot of dodging, you know, just some classic talent draft that just wants to get to late game.
That's true. That's where their 3 cores are going to really shine here, huh?
Yeah.
Evil Genie says for them, though, in order to try and undercut that 3-core late game timing for Talon, perhaps maybe leverage the strengths in their team fight they've chosen, especially on their supports, you know, this Undying, this Techies. What do you expect them to do? Are we going to see some early objectives going down? Are we going to see a lot of aggression from EG?
Yeah, I think they should definitely do that. They have to play really, really aggressive. I mean, they can play really, really aggressive with the Undying Techies, the Primal Beast, and the Void Spirit early game, you know. And it's gonna come down to, I feel like, how does the lanes play out? If the side lanes especially, if the side lanes, they can do well on EG, they can be very, very aggressive early, and I'm not sure if Talon can deal with that with those heroes.
All right. Well, we'll see if Talon are going to be able to, maybe if not deal with it, at least skirt around it with a little bit of lane cutting and using the mobility generally of the heroes to get around it. You know, we actually never drafted a Dispel for Evil Geniuses. I assume Chris Luck is going to be the first one to pick up that Nullifier, maybe like 3rd or 4th item here on the mid lane Void Spirit. But, you know, until then, Talon might just be able to kind of just run around and prevent EG from really getting too many objectives or from losing too much map control. I sense, though, that if Talon get a couple of these early game fights wrong, Winter, this EG lineup might just kind of be able to, you know, set up shop here with Techie's Mines, with Tombstones, and kind of just choke Talon slowly out of this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the early game is going to be so crucial for Talon if they want to be able to hold this game and drag it out until minute 25, minute 30 with their lineup. If the early game is not good, I'm finding it hard to see how they can actually hold it. It's going to be very, very difficult.
Well, Winter, I mean, obviously, they're playing for the late game. They've got a couple of cores here. I think the biggest one that is going to be basically like the pulse of this Talon lineup is going to be this 23 Savage Naga Siren. What items, what timings are you looking for on this hero before you feel like Talon are really in a position where they can look to propose fights in this game? Is it like this heart butterfly timing on the Naga, perhaps?
I mean, you say a couple of cores. I call it 5 cores with the silencer. And
5 cores. Even with Ollie, you suspect he's going to be taking quite a bit of the farm here, is it?
Yeah, I mean, yes to this game, you know. I think the itemizations that you are talking about, which would lead them to start being able to take fights, is when the Naga gets the heart.
Okay.
So it's going to be quite a long time before that happens. So I presume you're going to start with the standard, like the Manta, then maybe you get a Diffusal. Is Diffusal good this game? Maybe not.
We'll see what steps. Oh, go ahead.
Manta, Butterfly, Heart, maybe.
Yeah. We'll see what steps, Astral or not, that EG decide to take in order to try and shut down that Naga farm train. For now, I think it's going to start in the lanes, and a lot to do with these supports especially. This Primal, he's going to have pretty big power spikes into this Naga Siren every 3 levels, or every 2 levels, basically, with the more points in travel. Although he has taken Onslaught level 1. I'm not sure if that's normal against the Naga. I believe you used to almost always max trample here, and anytime she spawned illusions, you'd just clear them, and she would get sad.
It's good to get the Onslaught level 1 to secure the range creep. If you feel like you're gonna have trouble getting the range creep, I think it's a good idea to get it at level 1, and it does you a very, very good job in terms of making sure you get the last hit of the range creep. And so far, the other lanes, the mid lane, Void Spirit against a Puck, I feel like this lane should be quite even. Maybe I would give Void Spirit a bit of an advantage in terms of getting more last hits in this lane.
I'd also given him an advantage as we do get a little quick pause there. There's our boy C Smile, Chris Luck himself. Just making sure everything's okay with the computer. I was going to comment a little bit on that, Winter. I do think this Void Spirit has a little bit of counterplay now into the Puck matchups, especially because SC Smile's already taken that early-ish point in Aether Remnant, which is not so uncommon these days. It prevents Makoto from playing too aggressively and really just taking phase shift at all, right? So you do have to be a little bit careful into these trades. Not to mention, of course, that this Void Spirit now with tons, just millions of damage here, is going to be able to really get up quite aggressive and trade very effectively into the Puck. So yeah, I think this is slightly Void favored, not by much, but I do think it can get out of control if a lot of these Aether Remnants start connected.
And it also depends on rune control and if the Spirit Breaker can actually get a good charge, maybe help kill the Void Spirit pre-level 6. I think that would definitely skew the matchup a lot.
Can he though? Do you think he can afford to leave this lane given that he's into an Undying and a Pakaz Morph? I think this is slightly scary, isn't it, for the Windrunner?
Yeah, you need to choose your timings wisely as a position 4. The one thing that you have to look at in the lane is where the creep equilibrium is. If the creep is very near your offlaner's tower and you can actually leave him and try to kill the other lanes, I think that would be a good time to leave your lane and give solo XP to the core.
All right, I agree, especially if Wave is going to be pushing in generally. I'd have to assume that Jabs quite naturally with Power Shot is going to end up pushing creeps more often than not. But we'll see how that continues to play out as Smile is going to be able to secure his own water root refill. Pretty even so far here in the mid lane. And then he charged there.
Nice
Panda.
charge.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage out from that, but might be able to stick around in lane and contest for the Lotus. Q's looking really healthy though, so yeah, he's going to really force Panda a bit further out of lane.
Yeah, the Undying has been like sacrificing himself a lot because this lane, like we mentioned before, it's a pretty difficult lane for them.
What's this core you're doing here? He's just chilling.
I guess so.
Oh, there he goes. Goodbye.
Yeah, he just forgot to send it back home. But like I said, you know, this lane is pretty difficult for the SB against the SB and Wind Ranger, so the Undying has to play a more sacrificial role to soak up a lot of the harassments, the power shot, the charge damage, and no, they're getting the Lotus. Who's getting the Lotus?
Oh, Q got it.
Oh, nice.
He's a bit faster there on the reactions. Top lane, I believe it's Matthew. Indeed, it is Matthew who's able to collect the top healing Lotus from the pool. Oh, even goes for the blast off here. That is level 2 trample, so they could look to get a bit aggressive, but an early points now and ensnare is going to really stop Whisper from doing too much damage. Instead, the kills onto Matthew, 23. He just sets the illusions onto him and is rewarded with a first blood.
Yeah, that's very nice that he actually has 1 point and snare for that, just to stop the trample damage, and Ollie, he was able to get the curse and the last word onto the Take, so he actually had no way out. It's just a one-way ticket, you know, when he used the blast off to go in.
That was, I thought it was for the range creep, then it looked like they were going to look for the kill. This time Whisper once again shut down by that quick points in and snare. You can see it's a pretty long route.
Very smart. It's very, very smart to do that in the lane. I didn't really realize you actually can do that and change the lane matchup quite heavily into your favor so that you don't get pressured by the Primal Beast and your illusions don't get destroyed.
Yeah, cooldown on trample even level, cooldown on ensnare, I mean, is 21 seconds compared to the 27 of trample here at level 2. Even max, the cooldowns are identical, so should be just fine really for 23, even with just that 1 point. It'll slow his farm just a bit, Winter, but it means that he can actually consistently stay in this lane.
Yeah, he can also use it to save the silencer in the lane whenever he gets gone on. I think this is something that it's pretty underrated, you know, that people don't really look at, you know. Your skill build as a core in the lane, you have to also consider whether you can also use it to protect your support in the lane and allow the lane to get more mileage from your combination, your lane partner. I think that sometimes as a support, your game changes a lot if your early game gets a little bit better from the laning phase.
That's right. No, I mean, it absolutely does, especially with how far and how easy it is, rather, to fall behind, given the kind of fights that we tend to see over those Wisdom runes. Speaking of fights and runes, Winter, it's our favorite time. What's the first power rune going to be? Because we're only 40 seconds away.
Make your bets. Regen.
I'm going to say it's a haste. I think we're going to get an action rune early, as we do now hit level 6 as well for Chris Slug, so we'll keep our eyes here. Panda thinking about making the rotation on over. You can always charge on over. For now, though, Ollie's still pretty much just chilling in this top lane. 20 seconds till runes. It looks like everyone's going to stay in their lane for now.
Yeah. Jabs doesn't really want to be alone when the creep wave is pushed towards the enemy's tower, so he needs the SV. But right now, the creep is in front of his tower, so Q decides to leave him, charge mid,
Charge on through, will make it out in time. See Smile, no points in Dissemblate. Does not connect on the Aether Remnant, but still has an Astral Step to play with. It's the Illusion Rune top. Both supports from Talon making it over in time as Panda is going to be a little late here. 2 points in the Decay, which will allow him to scale and get some good farm. Quick D-ward as well from him, give him a little bit more experience, but not maxing the Tombstone like I believe we saw Solo yesterday in the 9 Pandas victory in the Derby.
You really like that word now.
It's a good word.
Yeah, maxing Decay also means that you can always play the dead lane and shove out the waves, you know. You see a blast off.
Yeah, might be in for a rough time. He's already used the charge here. It's got a big wand even, Winter. Charge in 3 more seconds. A Decay in just as much. As the charge is aggressive with Jabs joining. Does find a shackle, but see Smile joining the fight. Panda just too darn tanky here. Oh, the Aether Remnant connecting onto Jabs. The mark damage just not enough, but the right clicks coming through for Chris. Look, as he avoids easily the Dissemblate. Or sorry, he avoids make that the Dream Coil with the Dissemblate. That looked far too easy.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. They were able to get the Wind Ranger kill, so you trade off your supports for that.
That's right.
I'd say it's a pretty decent trade for C-Smile, and now the support comes back to refill his ball, so he's a happy chat right now.
and by the way, what happens during that exchange is it's 23 really who is able to steal the enemy Wisdom Rune. So Talon also managed to find both Wisdom Runes out of that move. I don't know if that's still, you know, as full as a win as they were hoping for, but Makoto stays alive. See Smile with a little bit of an advantage now in the mid lane, but your supports are certainly going to be thanking you for that extra XP, especially down bottom where they just pick up a kill on the Pakaz.
Huge kill, man. Huge, huge kill. Somehow they were able to catch him. Was he low? I didn't get to see him.
He was low.
Probably
Indeed.
he was low. That's how he
was
got
low
in.
and pretty much max Agi. Not only that, Winter, he had a Healing Lotus and 1 stick charge. Doesn't sound that significant, but on a Morphling, that's really the difference between life and death. Makoto now picking up the DD rune as C-Smile attempting to connect on the Aether Remnant just off the mark.
Yeah, bot lane. Morphling is going to TP back right in front of the enemy's faces.
They're going to go again.
Charge in.
EG, they've got TPs. They're bringing in 2 now. It's both cores, I believe, joining this fight, Winter. We'll see what they can actually look to catch as now Whisper going on. And this time, Winter, there's no stun. And in fact, they're going to be able to pick up the Windrunner, slamming her onto the ground, setting her up for the Aether Remnant. And it's Pakaz knocking her down with that adaptive strike. So EG do at least strike back, but it does, you know, it's a pretty heavy rotation out from the side of EG.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about, the difference between the offlaners like Whisper and Jabs. Jabs is a lot more greedier. He likes to stand in the lane and he wants his team to rotate over. And Whisper is like, he's more willing to leave his own lane and help his team, you know, enable his teammates. And we saw the difference there in that engagement.
You know, Winter, I would say very similar things of the mid laners here. Chris Luck, I believe even, is super aggressive on the rotations, especially when he's playing mid. So it's no surprise to see him TP down bottom, although now he doesn't have one for this little kill attempt. Pakaz, though, should not end up dying here. It starts to morph into strength. That'll hit the last word, but he's more than... he's got more than enough HP, rather. He likes playing this one on edge, though, doesn't he?
Morphling players, you know. Okay. That's what they do.
Going back to full HP, so I guess you could really see why.
I mean, the game is like a bit, I think, slightly favored for EG right now. They are holding their safe lane tier 1, and the carry is like being able to sit here, go to the jungle, and then when the creeps go to the tower, he's able to hold it and farm. So for Talon, they need to try to find a way to break this deadlock. There's a call on 2 heroes.
DD rune in the mid lane is going to condemn Matthew Ali as well from the high ground, collecting now his 4th stack of permanent Agi. Or sorry, int, pardon me.
I mean, that's not a big deal for EG, just losing a support there. Because once you're the Morphling, you see the call come out, then you get a sense of confidence coming out and shuffling the wave. You know you're safe.
That's true, Winter, but I would point out that with Talon securing both 7-minute Wisdom Runes, with C-Smile now being locked out of the rune here, although I suspect Techie's going to TP and refill the bottle, maybe not. Ollie from the wings. Talon could make another go here, especially with the Invis Rune active. They're going to go after C-Smile, nice they silence him, and down he goes. The Talon support's just waiting. You're rewarded with a kill.
Whisper's going to come in.
Yeah.
Not in range.
Nope. It's a bit too far away. And Winter, this is what I was getting at. I think this is going to start making a difference now. Both Talon supports, in fact, now it's Ollie who's hit level 6, whereas both EG supports are about to hit level 5. But, you know, we were talking earlier about how Talon, they need to win these early engagements to try and take this late. I mean, no better way to do that than by making sure that the enemy supports, who are a lot of the damage and a lot of the team fight early, are under-leveled.
Yeah, that's a very, very important thing, you know, for them to activate this lineup. The supports need to get their levels, especially the points in your Tombstone, your techies. You want to get more points in your Sticky Bomb, your Proximity Mines. You know, you need all those spells up before you can take the big team fights and control the map. And right now, it's just not happening for them. You know, Talon, like you said, they got level 6 on both of their supports right now. Q is level 6, so they're gonna smoke up, use this timing to try to get a kill. Ideally, if they can get the Morphling, that would be great.
Jabs is going to be able to secure the tower, so that does leave EG with less points to reinforce, but Matthew is going to be able to cut the smoke. That being said, Pakaz still being charged here. 6 wand charges and the Fairy Fire, as Matthew is a very easy kill. Another strike committed now. We have not been able to get off the strength more, so they're going to go with the Global Silence here. In trouble and just dead is Pakaz.
He couldn't get the stick and the Fairy Fire off.
That's
maybe he would have still been dead because they had the global up.
Could have been, but 2 deaths right now for Pakaz on the hero they call El Prohibido for him, which means the prohibited one, or the forbidden one, I think is a better translation.
Yeah, nice play there by Talon. You know, they didn't get distracted by Matthew when he broke the smoke. They just killed him with normal spells, didn't use any big spells, especially the Coil. Without the Coil, they wouldn't have been able to kill Pakaz on the Morphling there. So props to Talon, not overly killing the techies initially.
Right. And props to Talon so far for, I would say, doing the right things in this kind of a game to ensure that they can take this late, to ensure that they can allow Jabs to become the 3rd core, because he's nearly, Winter, already online for his Rod of Atos, double Bracer, double Crown, Power Treads, Magic Wand, and the Occult Bracelet, hitting already for 126 with 1600 HP with the Strength Treads on. What the hell?
Welcome to Dota 3 Universal Heroes.
Winter, one last thing I want to point out that I think Talon has done that's really impressed me is not only is 23 Savage the richest hero in the game, but he was in a very difficult lane matchup for himself as well. Primal, traditionally a counter to this hero. You wouldn't have guessed it with the way that this lane turned out.
I mean, it's all about the ensnare, you know, level 1 that he took early, 1 point when he was, I think it was level 2 or level 3 he got it, that actually allowed him to survive in the lane. And yeah, then he was able to get a good start and then transition into the jungle at a good timing. And that's what you do as Naga, you know, once you get to that point. Yeah, that's right.
Mid lane, going for some kills here, and they will find it onto Crystallock. But if this keeps up, I see no reason for Talon to really slow their roll here, because it's going to be an easy team fight for them in the mid lane.
Even the Naga's showing up, man.
Yeah. Why not? She's already got a full Manta style.
Damn, she's fat.
And
she's going for a heart right away.
Large and in charge, Winter.
Yeah, I think once you get this early heart, then you'll be not impossible to kill. And then the game starts to get very, very difficult for EG. They have to try to find a solution as soon as possible right now. They need to defend the towers or at least find a smoke and get a pick off.
Wisdom Rune denied as well here. I believe that was the Radiance Wisdom Rune. So 23 exerting control all over the map. EG unable to secure both their Wisdom Runes here early on, Winter.
Yeah, that's very, very bad news for EG.
Look, these supports still not level 6.
Still level 5. Oh my god.
So is the techies. He doesn't have these damn proximity mines. And look, Q, level 8, is about to pick up his own Wisdom Rune. Look at that, he's almost level 9. Oh goodness, Winter. This is getting lopsided real fast. It's going real pear-shaped.
They have to try to make something happen ASAP right now. If you're EG, you have to try to find a way, you know, play around the Tombstone, make a smoke with the Void Spirit. Maybe once the Echo Saber is up, you have to try and make a play.
I hope it's on the Echo Saber. C-Smile has finished that up now. Chris Luck fetching the item now in his courier. I think he's rebought infused raindrops here. It's how tricky they feel like this game is going for them. El Gotito now at level 6. Whisper at level 10 with the full Lotus Orb ready to go. May look for a kill now onto Jabs as he hides, waiting in the trees here. The Focus Fire is going to be activated. Whisper able to save the life of his ally for now as the Disarm doing a lot of work here, but they have prevented at least the Pulverize from coming through. Not even the Lotus allowing Whisper to grab him. In the meantime, reinforcements coming back down bottom as Q with the charge is going to commit here. Gets picked up by the bigger dinosaur now. Matthew, oh no, he disconnected. He stood still there. Oh no, Winter, the internet not giving rather EG any favors right now.
Oh no, oh dear. That's some unfortunate timing with the disconnect or whatever internet problems that they're having. But I doubt that even if he dropped all his spells, I don't think he can kill the SV, but he needed to just run away. I think Whisper is just trying to help him survive. They need more heroes here if they want to take this fight. Void Spirit is around the neighborhood, but it's still going to take him like around 5 seconds to arrive to the vicinity. So I'm not sure if EG should be able to take this fight here.
I don't think so. I think this was just 2 deaths on them. I mean, actually, I don't know if it's space created. Is Pakaz winning this fight top? Are you seeing this? Pakaz in 23 currently locked into battle with these mirror image illusions and the Manta illusions starting to tear through him.
The carries are in their own game.
That they are. And for EG, of course, we're still paused and looking at their cameras because Matthew is not in the game with them. That's a bit unlucky here. Chris looks a little bit too far away. I mean, kind of sucks, right? Because you're right. He does want to try and fight around this. Just finished up the Echo Saber, but I don't think this one's it, Chief.
This is not looking good for EG for sure right now. There's a very limited time I feel available for them. You know, if this continues, the Naga's gonna get to a stage where you just cannot deal with him. Your supports are extremely weak and vulnerable against the Naga, and the team fights are in the game itself. Your only way of dealing with the illusions is the trample from the Primal Beast, which is not gonna be that good in the later stages of the game.
Have we seen a single tombstone this game? Oh, we have. Panda's dropped one top.
For sure we have.
I mean, I don't know. It didn't really feel like it, honestly. I haven't really at least felt the impact of them. And fair enough, because it's only tombstone level 1, but even still, all players reconnected now as the game unpausing. We'll see what ends up happening down bottom. Nether Strike connects and Q with the kill onto the Techies. Whisper trying to fight through this one as 23 Savage is beaten back for now, but C-Smile is in, picks up a double kill here as well as Jabs will go down, but Makoto in the vicinity looking for a 2-man coil will now commit it. That'll condemn at least Whisper as Makoto actually jaunts out of that fight. So C-Smile getting to work onto Q, just barely missing, not enough range on the Disseminate, but it's the Resonant Pulse Shield maxed, which is going to pick up the kill, and Chris Luck the double kill. 3 kills for EG in this fight after losing 2. Pretty good for them.
Yeah, Whisper did a lot of work in that fight with the Lotus. He was able to remove the silences, and he was able to cast another round of spells with the Trample and the Onslaught, which allowed C-Smile to come in at the right time and finish off the stragglers at the end, you know, so allowing them to get a pretty good trade. I mean, that was much needed for EG. They needed to get something on the board.
Exactly, especially for the Void, right? They needed something on the board for the Void, and now he's got just that. We'll even take just another brief look at that fight. Really good trample into the Onslaught, setting up C-Smile for success, connecting 3 heroes onto 2 of those Astral Steps there. So just efficient moves. This jaunt out was a bit surprising. I guess he really didn't think they could take the fight.
C-Smile? He's getting caught?
But yeah, C-Smile is getting caught now as he was farming right underneath the ward, and surrounded by 4, he will fall.
Okay, so that's a pretty good kill for Talon, a rebuttal. But at the same time, Pakaz is closing on to his Manta. That's going to give him a cleanse so he can remove one of the silences. So at least he's going to feel more confident coming into the fight. So, oh no, Twin Gate action, Pakaz!
Twin Gate action. Pakaz in trouble. He's already got 2 heroes on top of him.
Oh, that was so
already
close.
Expended.
Oh, that was a pretty nice move there by Talon.
Wait, EG? They're grouping up like they want to fight this. There's a
That's a
Song of the
global.
Siren available and another ultimate. Oh, really nice dodge there on the match style. Does leave Picas without a dispel, but he got off the strength gain as Whisper running on in. Remember, EG, they can reinforce and TPC Smile back to that tier 1 tower. Here
Song?
he comes now as they're going to try and interrupt the Song of the Siren from coming through. They haven't quite managed to have it. Oh, they have. Winter, the song never came out. And Evil Genius is singing a song of victory as they take down Chef 23. Could be C-Smile even looking for more now as Panda will get popped there by Makoto like a balloon. Picas still a bit too tanky as he morphs again into the strength gain. Another onslaught here into the max trample as the Nether Strike will at least stop Whisper in his tracks. Jabs, though, caught by the 8th Remnant, still looking for a fight, connecting onto the shackle shot into the bash from Q. Now immediately charging onto his next target. It's Chris Luck, who is silenced up here, does have himself a Dissemblate and an Astral Step at the ready. Nice Resonant Pulse Shield to keep himself alive. He's even looking to rejoin the fight, Winter. Q might end up going down next as he's just out of the blast range there, but the Sticky Mine is going to condemn him. Jabs at least able to trade him away as the fight still continues. It's Makoto underneath that tier 1 tower who finds the life of Chris Luck, and eventually, Talon, they're going to call it quits here.
Yeah, what a bloodbath. And that fight was like 2 minutes long. It never ends. They keep running into each other. Like, Talon is just thirsty for blood, you know. They didn't really want the last bad fight that happened around the bot area to haunt them, you know. They still run in, they understand that they have the global silence, so they have a pretty strong team fight spell that they can use at the right time to totally change things around. And once again, the Lotus Orb on this Primal Beast is just allowing him to dish out the damage and frontline and allow his team to have a chance to win those hard team fights against the global silence.
Yeah. I mean, EG, they're really, you know, they're 8k behind it. It's pretty significant, but the control onto 23 there, flawless as it needed to be.
Well, what is Talon doing? What is he doing?
What was
and here
that?
here comes Whisper. Can they get a +1?
Oh, it doesn't
maybe
quite
not.
look like it.
Aye, that's like some classic SEA throw right there.
Yeah, welcome to the techies part of that map. He's finally hit level 6 and he's making very good use there of all that magic damage, being able to burst right through the puck. Tower taken now for EG. It's felt like, Winter, these last 2 little engagements, it's kind of how EG's roster lineup was meant to be played, minus that little quick kill onto Matthew down bottom.
Yeah, and right now 23 has already finished his heart. He has a Ghost Emerald Cape, so it's pretty speedy and hard to kill in the team fights. But they need to be able to find a good engagement as well with the Naga soon. Because if the longer you wait, I feel like once the Morphling gets one more item, like he's gonna be very, very problematic in the team fights, especially when he gets to the stage where he has the Aghanim's.
Oh, and they see the real 23 step. 23 is also a bit alone. Has 2 allies now connecting with him as it's going to be trouble now for the Void Spirit. Shackled to the trees, does manage to get the Lotus out in time. But Q continuing to give chase on the charge. 8th Remnant's going to shut him down in place. C-Smile just too darn tanky as Q is the first to fall. Evil Geniuses cover their man, and we'll be able to get him out of a pinch.
I mean, the game is starting to feel like it's turning right now for EG. Like, Talon is finding it hard to engage, even with the global there. They have to be very, very careful with who they choose to go on, you know. I feel like if they hard commit onto somebody, like a Void Spirit, if they don't kill the hero under a global, you're gonna lose the team fight, you know. The Morphling is especially strong right now. He has a point in the ultimate, and he changes himself into the Spirit Breaker, and the fights are gonna be so darn messy.
Quite messy indeed, especially with the silence being purged right away by a really clutch Lotus on Whisper's side.
Yeah, Whisper has been like on point the whole game, you know.
He really has. I mean, he kind of got shut down in lane. Can't really blame him, right? Thanks to some outplay from 23 Savage, some just heads up skill progression on him on that Ensnare early on. He's got the heart online now. Winter in trouble is Picas? No, got off the strength
how
gain
did he
and
actually
CPs.
got off the strength gain? He was shadow bladed. Wow, that was actually some reactions. He didn't know? Oh, he actually had a vision? Right, somehow he actually strength morphed.
Not sure.
That was quick.
El Prohibido, man. Oh, yeah, there's the sentry right there. He saw him. He just saw him.
Okay.
I'm telling you, man. El Prohibido.
So right now, Talon's moving towards the Roshan. And don't think EG knows what's going on, so it should be a free Roshan for Talon.
Indeed. 23 able to take it down. Jabs as well with plenty of damage now that he's got that ultimate orb on top of the double bracers, the Rod of Atos. So much damage on this Windrunner right now. That is just ridiculous. 187? Am I reading that right? With 2,000 HP on a Windrunner? That's unholy.
Oh. I mean, why are you even surprised? You know, welcome to Dota Universal Heroes.
I refuse, Winter.
We've been talking about this the whole time.
I refuse to accept that. Panda getting a little bit bashed. He's happy though. He's even closer to that Lotus pool. Even if he's not going to pick up the Lotus.
Just a casual love tap from the Spirit Breaker.
Down bottom,
lane.
some not so casual love taps off from the Naga Siren after saving himself with the reactive taser at least.
Time for the supports to get a Dagon each. Casual Dagon to clear the illusions. I mean, that's what you do when you're playing against Naga and you're like some Bane Undying hero. You can't do anything, you buy a Dagon.
You buy a Dagon. Sorry, who was going for the Dagon? No one's going for Dagon yet, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it won't be a bad idea to get a Dagon on heroes that cannot deal with the Naga Siren illusions.
I like the Dagon. I like the Dagon. I even like the rework on it too. Hold on, they're getting aggressive, looking for the puck. Will at least be able to deny away, quote unquote, the arcane rune. Even getting into the bottle of Chris Luck. That's a pretty decent one now, and some really, I mean, decent being a soft word here. Major items being picked up by Evil Geniuses. Pakaz now on his Ag Scepter. Winter, you were talking about a couple of items that he can be picking up. What about this Ag Scepter is going to make it difficult for Talon in these next couple of fights?
The stat steal, obviously, against the Universal Wind Ranger.
Oh, you expect her to be the target, not even the Naga Siren?
I think they're both good targets, the Naga and the Wind Ranger.
Who's the better target now? Who's the better target now?
Maybe the Naga. I think because the Naga's way stronger right now. And he just got her butterfly. So that they are really wanting to use the timing with this butterfly right now. So they should be careful. I don't think EG
They gotta be careful. I mean, look,
they see
Talon, they've set up a ward on the cliff here. Evil Geniuses with a ward a little bit further back as he smiles.
He goes in.
Might be in some trouble here. They've got vision on him. They dropped the coil. He does snap it, though, in the Manta style, not saving his life. Q holding him in place as well with the charge as the C-Smile will drop. They're going to look for now the follow-up kills. Panda might be in for a bit of a rough time. There's going to be the Global Silence as well onto Whisper. Song of the Siren to try and reset this one as well as from behind. Pakaz has already joined the fight. Did also get off a Morph Winter by the looks of things as it's Q who's going to be in trouble. He will drop, but it's also Panda as well who is going to go in exchange. EG trying to bail out of this fight now. So they do try and at least scare away Mikoto underneath this tier 2 tower. Pakaz has stolen the form now of the Spirit Breaker, looking for these squishier backliners. Ollie is a quick kill for him. A 2 for 3 now make it. As Evil Geniuses have lost 3, could be 4 now. Whisper quite tanky underneath his tier 2 tower. Not tanky enough though, Winter. 23 Savage, he's out of mana, but just as healthy as he ever was.
Yeah, that's like the butterfly timing man doing work. The Naga is so darn strong in that team fight, you know. EG, there are no answers of dealing with him. They can't deal with the Naga at all, you know. Like, the best way that they can win the team fight is hope that Pakaz, when he turns into the Spirit Breaker, he gets some amazing charges off, and hopefully they kill the Naga's teammates and they can kill the Naga for last, you know. But as of right now, they don't really even have enough damage to get through the other heroes.
They're struggling. See Smile forced to use the Astral Steps to really take care of that. Maybe that's where your potential Dagon solution comes into play as well. We'll take another look at that fight, Winter. Right as soon as the song and the global come out, the fight feels a bit difficult there for the side of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, once they used the song and they removed the tombstone, the fights just totally became so much more easier for
23?
Talon.
They're actually going to look for a kill here, potentially, onto C-Smile. Charge. Q's coming from the opposite side of the map. It is going to connect. Oh, really nice 8th, the Remnant. Kind of let that one go to the last minute, but Chris Luck still going to get the Shackle Shot to the creep wave, and he is still just dead. Talon moving confidently from behind. Matthew finds a 2-man stun. Wait, are Evil Geniuses trying to fight this? I don't really know, Winter. It's not going so well for them so far as Matthew next to be stunned up and killed. Talon considering pushing up to the high ground.
Under attack.
Yeah, this Naga is just way too strong, you know. I think EG needs to respect the fact that his butterfly timing is just doing them a lot of wonders, you know, on the Talon side. They have to try to play more defensively at the moment, and I guess you wait for the Morphling to get his Lincolns.
He's almost
I'm not
there
sure.
already.
I mean, I'm not sure how much he will change the fight. I guess it helps against the Spirit Breaker, but does it allow him to do a lot more in the fights? I'm not entirely sure, you know.
Prevents him from getting last worded. The shackles have been pretty annoying here, maybe even an ensnare. I don't know. A secondary defensive item here after the Ag Scepter. What's your concern? Is that Picaz is not going to be doing enough damage in these fights?
Like damage-wise, I feel like they're not outputting enough because the Void Spirit has been struggling in the team fights, and the same can be said for the Primal Beast, you know. He's gonna charge in, doesn't really get the shield rune, but nice try. As Primal Beast is also like really limited in like the team fights right now. Like if he needs to use the Lotus on his teammates for the global, then he doesn't have it for himself, and he gets ensnared, so he's not doing anything in the team fights, he's not doing damage, and all your eggs are in the morphing basket, you know. So if the morphing is going for defensive items, then you start to feel like maybe you're gonna run out of damage.
Okay, well, he just used Morph on the illusion, so does at least have all this agi, all this attack speed now. So he does continue to try and farm out for that. Lincoln's just about has it now. Q building a BKB, so he's about halfway towards his core progression, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I told
Breaker.
you, five cores, man.
Yeah.
5 cores. Silencer is also a core, you know. Look at him, 20 intelligence stolen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just you wait, man. Hurricane Pike, Hex. I'm just kidding. I'm probably not gonna see that. On a
I don't think we'll see a Hex. I
5
think
silencer.
I'd like to see that in some world. For now, just the 4 staff will do for Ollie. And saving for the buyback in case he's caught off in a fight early, and of course can activate the global. Matthew at least now has a Dispel for global. He's got his own Guardian Greaves online, so it gives him a bit of counterplay on top of the Lotus. Whisper decided to finish off Crimson Guard. He was just about to go for the BKB. Instead, Winter, he's actually taken that Ogre Axe, and he's going to try and convert it into the Axe Scepter instead.
I feel like he should be going Radiance though, this game.
On the Primal?
Yeah, to deal with the Naga Illusions. I feel like there's just no answer to the Naga Illusions. What are they gonna use to kill the Illusions right now? I mean, except for Morphing using his right click and spells, the other heroes all are struggling to kill the Illusions.
But they are. I mean,
it's
especially
a pretty
these
big
supports.
problem.
These poor
it's a
supports.
huge problem.
Just saw Matthew get absolutely annihilated. Maybe we're going to see the same here in the mid lane as they do break coil here for Chris Luck. He's quite tanky, though. Got off the Resonant Pulse. That's already a Hex, but they've reflected it. That's a Scythe of Vice on 23 Savage. Oh, boy, is he farmed. And oh, boy, is Whisper in trouble. Shackled and killed off throughout the duration of the global. He will go down. Evil Geniuses, they're going to be able to at least save their mid laner, but it's going to cost them the Primal Beast. He's extinct.
Yeah. They have slain the beast, Richie. He's down and time to go high ground if you're Talon.
No Aegis here, but they're feeling confident just with the Scythe of Vice. Is in some trouble is going to be Matthew. Techie's Mind's keeping them at bay. Chris Luck trying to deal with these illusions. Will at least be able to clear out half of them. Makoto feeling very confident with the shield rune here. As the Fortified committed now, Winter. Of course, Evil Geniuses will get another Fortify if they lose the Tier 3 tower, but for now, we're confident that the next time Talon's coming high ground, it's going to be, well, hopefully not too soon, but it might be soon because Roche is up.
Roche is going to be the next play. They're going to wait for it. I mean, I think it's the right call. You don't want to give your opponents any chances. You are in control of the game, you're in control of the map, so, and you have Naga, you have the song to build things out, so you do have a pretty good advantage when you're taking a fight in the Roche pit.
Makoto. You may have seen him jaunt away from that waning rift, or sorry, the phase shift. You see the illusions now, they're not really liking what they're seeing, and they best not, because they're actually underneath a pretty sneaky ward just behind him. Charge is coming now onto Whisper. It's from the fountain, so Q has pretty good vision. As Evil Genie says, they're going to get the ward up just right next to this outpost, but right now with wards and the position on the high ground, it's Talon Esports. They connect onto 23 there with the 8th Remnant, but so far patience from both sides until they break out now onto Whisper just with the Hex. Dinosaur turned into a pig. Still is able to roar and get his way on back. Good, good patience.
TP'd out? He just TP'd out. He just left?
He did. I guess they're not going to take the fight. They've made the call.
Alright, but if they don't take the fight now, then you're going to be dealing with an Aegis Cheese Talon. How is that easier? I feel like they have to take the fight, I'm not sure though. So they're just, I guess they're just banking on high ground and maybe buybacks. They want to use their buybacks. So right now, who has buybacks? Void Spirit has buyback, Primer has buyback, Techies has buyback. So they have 3 buybacks to defend the high ground here.
Crucially, Pakaz does not, and Chris Luck, 200 gold away as he's going to be able to avoid that charge in time.
And they're waiting for the Monkey King bar right now. It's going to be an item that might potentially turn the fights around.
They've nearly got it here, Winter. Pakaz just needs to kill something, and luckily some Ancients just spawned in, so that'll give him the funds necessary to complete the item. He's already got the components in his stash. A cheese now as well online for Makoto. Well, I guess drops from LaRoche, not really online. EG, how do you rate their high ground defense here? What are the things that Talon have to be careful for?
Techie mines.
There's not a whole lot of them down,
Don't overcommit. Don't chase heroes into the fountain and run into a bed of mines and die. Like some Monkey King we've seen before in a movie.
Ah, yes, in a movie. I remember that one. It was a dream, a nightmare maybe for Boom Esports. But now, for Talon, who lost, they didn't lose to Boom this tour, did they? They lost to Bleed. I think, might be wrong about that. I mean, they're just sending 23's Illusions in to basically play Minesweeper here. Aether Remnant not going to catch the puck.
Yeah, Naga's great against the Techies mines.
She is. They even still struggle to kill these things. Pakaz just chilling up on the high ground as he Smile. A bit aggressive there on that Astral Step. So far, so good for him. It's really Pakaz who he's positioning kind of scares me a bit. Lincoln Sphere, MKB, Ag Scepter, and of course the Manta style all could allow him to turn things around here. But Evil Geniuses committed to not losing a tier 3 tower here. Talon, they're going to have to push for more, or push harder really, if they want that.
I think they're going to just slowly choke the life of EG. You know, they have the whole map. They can always use the Naga Illusions to just chip the towers down.
Right,
slow
Jabs
and
is going to get now, another core item, Q as well. I mean, that's kind of the game plan, right? For now, Chris Luck, they break his Lincolns, but it's just a bit too difficult to kill through the coil.
Yeah,
Talon,
they didn't
patient.
land the Shackle. If they landed the Shackle, maybe they had a chance to kill him. Yeah, but Talon, like you said, they are really, really patient. I think that's the right thing to do here. You're just using the Illusions to chip down.
Winter, are you seeing this Dota Plus win rate, by the way? I've never seen it be 100-0. I mean, maybe this is why, because Whisper might just be minced meat here. This Dinosaur continuing to fight through, gets the roar off, and tramples himself back up to the high ground, picking up the Illusion. Evil Genius is desperate, Winter, to not take too much structure damage from these down Illusions. But it's just all 3 lanes. Talon are farming pretty much everywhere, it seems like.
Yeah, this is going to be a slow and painful back. 23, he's going to go in. They don't really know that's the real one, so he pops his song, saves the Aegis. There's still 2 minutes on the Aegis, so he doesn't really want to waste it prematurely.
And he'll get another song off.
Yeah, just back to farming, He's going to be able to finish his Skadi in a bit.
Winter, the 1%. Evil Geniuses, they've got a chance. And they feel like now's the best chances. Song of the Siren just used Radiant Scan, not finding anything, but there are heroes here on the high ground anyway. Whisper, his smoke will break as Makoto makes the jump there, but the real bait is going to be now onto Jabs. He gets off the BKB, taunted, but able to continue running. 3 heroes now surrounding Whisper. Oh, and they morphed actually to the Windrunner. The 2-man Stolen Shackles here is pretty darn good. Global Silence at least is going to be able to cover Q's retreat as the Techie's Mind's almost getting through 23 Savage. The 4-staff is going to see him away, at least from the 8th Remnant, but it's Makoto who holds down 3 on a Dream Coil.
How is nobody dead?
For the rest of the team. Amazing fight from Talon. A good effort from Evil Geniuses as they're going to stick around and look for more, but Talon eager for round 2. And I don't know if Evil Geniuses are ready for this. They at least reflect the Hex. Nice cast there by Whisper, but Matthew falling low, needs to get out of here, has a blast off. Pakaz still stolen win on the form. Look at the damage now. He's able to jump out onto Makoto, but a Q with a beautiful charge.
Pakaz!
Oh, he's going to be able to stun Pakaz. Can't quite find the kill, and it's the Pulverize which condemns Q. And still only Panda has died. Only Q has gone down. How? A messy fight, but Evil Genius is, I think, one that they can be relatively proud of considering the circumstances.
That almost turned into a disaster if they killed the Morphling. Then he was using his edgy morph and he got hit by a random charge by the SV and almost died because of that. He was so close to dying. If he died there, I think that would have been like he might have not had buyback there,
Yeah.
It might have been close, and then the game could have just ended.
And Picasso's doing so much work there in the fight. Stealing the shackles there, connecting onto the shackles. Makoto as well. It was just everyone making hero moves in this fight non-stop. Really impressive stuff. As
I mean, you're right about not having the song there. Talon definitely needs the song to fight.
Yep. And you can see, by the way, real quick, I wanted to point out Whisper has bought out, but he has this Ag Scepter now, so releasing breaks onto all these illusions. 23 Savage is just going to quickly hex him up and let the piggy stomp around a bit. Another Ag Scepter on the line, by the way, this time over the 4 jabs. So one of his core items, this Windrun Ags Winter, it's damn annoying.
Wait till you get the level 25 Talon, then you tell me.
I mean, it's still annoying. I mean, they still don't have a Dispel. See Smile thinking that he needs to go instead for the Lincolns this game, as this time it's Talon with a bit of presumably internet issues, going for a couple of reconnects even.
It's time for them to rethink their priorities. We need the Naga song to take the fight. Guys, please relax. If I don't have my ulti, please do not fight. Thank you.
I mean, I think Talon are going to need to heed to that advice. Are those the windows? Is that the possible window for EG to get back in this game, Winter? They just have to kind of poke out these ultimates, really wait for Talon, to struggle and push high ground again? I mean, what was so hard about pushing high ground there before? Evil Geniuses were just kind of standing on the cliff clearing illusions. Talon just couldn't find the opening.
It's also difficult with their heroes. We talk about this a little bit, especially I mentioned that they don't really have a front line until the Naga becomes really strong. And right now the Naga feels like he can't really commit with the real hero, because you need to be able to cast your song. You want to stay behind, send your illusions in. So all they can do right now is just slowly chip them down with the illusions, even though they have this 23k lead, but it's still difficult to go high.
Breaks. It's Panda who they're going to be able to catch here, shackled and killed pretty much instantly. And Lotus doing nothing. He does. He does. It's felt like Talon have been just kind of farming basically the entire Radiant side of the map for, well, some time now. I don't really think Evil Geniuses have really even seen the river. I mean, I know the map got much bigger, but just kind of the way that Talon's sitting on them right now, there's just no way to get out. Still a 1% remaining as well for Evil Geniuses. Are things looking that bad in reality for you?
It's just tough, You're playing against a Naga in a game where you don't have control of the map. This is what's going to happen. They take the whole map and
they're just slowly have to choose. Siege. Look, that's mid-range barracks.
Yeah, you just have to choose when you should smoke out. At some point you have to smoke out and try to take a fight. It's either you choose to take a stand at Roche, or you have to just smoke out with an item timing.
Yep. Talon, they choose to smoke now. So they are preempting this Aegis timing, but right now actually see Smile in trouble. He's going to get caught once. Jabs as well with the shackles, perfectly connecting. Chris Luck, he's just dead. Has buyback Winter. Incredibly risky move though, as that is definitely going to be a big opening, a huge opportunity now for the side of Talon. We'll see what they can get out from it. Keep in mind, Roche up in as soon as 40 seconds, but it's 10 seconds further than that for Chris Luck to respawn naturally now. Breaks, silences, damage, all being done, but it's 23 setting his illusions onto the structures here. A pretty good coil onto 2, but no immediate follow-up from Talon. Evil Genius is back to defending, but they've lost their tier 3 tower now.
Another ranged Rex is down.
Have no more tier 3 towers and only one ranged Rex remaining, but they've actually managed to catch one. No, good global silence to prevent them from actually getting the kill onto 23 Savage, but it's Chris Luck. He's holding onto the buyback.
Oh, big charge.
They need him. A big charge through the fight out from Q, as now Pakaza going to give that one a try. Onto Ali he goes, but lacks actually the vision through the Glimmer Cape. Has to be forced to turn around. And now another charge in from Q. There's the buyback from Panda. Chris Luck still holding on to it, as Evil Geniuses are crumbling inside of the base. Not just them, but the structures. Nearly Megas already completed for the side of Talon. 7 seconds until Chris Luck is back, but Jabs has already secured the Megas for him. Another Hex. Decent onto Matthew. Whisper forced to use the Onslaught to save him. Pakaza as well with a quick charge on in, and Talon, they can afford to take things a bit easy here. In fact, maybe even look for a kill. No, Chris Luck is able to avoid at least that time the Dream Coil. Q actually committing onto this charge. See Smile looking for revenge. Uses both Astral Steps, immediately hexed up Winter. Now the silence. Matthew jumping in to try and save his mid laner's Jabs, looking for the damage. Oh boy, Matthew ripped apart as Panda as well. He's gonna die back. Makoto with a tip back onto Panda. Song of the Siren, as now Talon looking to land the killing blow. That's 2 buybacks forced out, and those are 2 heroes that Talon do not want to fight against. They're gonna turn tail and head on to the opposite side. They've already got what they came for, Winter. Mega's already secured as Whisper finds a nice stun there. The Scythe of Vice, it's not enough damage. damage, though, as now another global. That might be enough to condemn Whisper. They've connected the shackles onto Whisper, or make that Pakaz, but he's still a bit too tanky to go down. Matthew not buying back, connecting onto 3 on the stun, but it's just not going to matter. Whisper getting chipped down by Makoto. He's going to fall. Pakaz doing everything he can, morphing into the Naga Siren, but it's going to be his team going to sleep at the end of this one, as Whisper caught out again with the scythe before the GG is forced out. Matthew is going to call it. It's Talon Esports who win game number 1.
Yeah, what a game, man. What a game by Talon. From the laning phase, getting a good start from the lane, totally dominating the lanes, putting pressure on all sides, on all corners of the map, forcing EG into a small corner, and eventually just starving them out. Pakaz had some really good timings on his items, but he just couldn't do it alone.
Could not do it alone. Whisper didn't really get the start that I think this Primal Beast hero kind of needs in order to continue the snowball. Chris Luck, a really good early rotation, but after he TPs in, Talon persists, find a kill onto Pakaz bottom. His game is looking hard, and to me, Winter, the biggest thing is it just felt and looked, if anything, impossible for Evil Genius's supports to really do much of anything at all here.
Yeah, the early game just went, I felt like it was a little too poor for them, I don't think their heroes should lose the early game that badly. I mean, sure, the Naga got an ensnare, which kind of turned the tide on the top lane quite a bit. But the bot lane as well, like the Morphling got pressured a lot, But at the same time, maybe it was the rune control, because I think Park got like the first couple of runes, so he was able to put a lot more pressure compared to the Void Spirit, and he was able to make a lot more impact in terms of destabilizing the side lanes and causing the game to just snowball, especially for the Spirit Breaker and the Wind Ranger, and it made it just really hard for EG to play.
Well, that it did. Pretty much impossible. The support's unable to really make that key difference. Like you said, Q, I think, playing another phenomenal game on the Spirit Breaker. Jabs as well, I think a quiet but big damage dealer as well for his team, but really just Talon as a whole. For me, Winter, it's a full team effort. The team fights just kind of felt impossible for Evil Geniuses with the way that Global was interrupting them. Song as well, reset. The Coil as well as a big reset. And Q just interrupting the fights with big charges. We can see in that last little replay. I mean, he's just constantly charging through in all these fights, isn't he? Just felt too difficult for Evil Geniuses to try and fight their way out of this one. And even on that Morphling carry for Pakaz, the Evil Geniuses fall in game 1 to what is looking like a very reinvigorated Talon Esports.
Yeah, maybe it's time for EG to take a page out of Talon's book. You need another core in the game, otherwise you don't have enough damage. With the way the first game went, maybe they have to reconsider their priorities in the draft and everything,
I think that's a fair point of feedback for them here, honestly. The team fight's not really looking good. I think prioritizing that minute 7 rune as well.
The double wisdom rune.
Yeah, they lost out on double wisdom for 7 and 14-minute runes not going their way, leading Talon to a huge victory. Shout out to 23 Savage. That was him. He picked up the first one. He stole it. He nicked it. And the second one, he just denied. And those supports, I mean, just under-leveled, man. Under-leveled and unable to do too much.
Till minute 14, they still didn't have their level 6. And at that point, the Spirit Breaker was kind of like level 8, level 9. So he was able to like dominate the game just based on levels. Maybe that was actually the reason why the early game actually became so hard. That was probably the main reason. They didn't get the Wisdom runes, so your Undying and Tekis, they were so under-leveled to the point where they couldn't really contribute in the early game. So your Morphling, he had nothing to do in the game. Actually, especially the Void Spirit, because the Void Spirit needs the supports to play around him. And if the supports are so under-leveled, there's nothing the Void and the Primal could do. They could only just wait and push out waves and just hope for the best.
Yep, hope for the best, but simply unable to achieve the best, really, for this side, as Evil Geniuses will fall in game number 1 to the side of Talon Esports. For Talon, I mean, more of this, please. They looked absolutely incredible here, definitely in some of the best form I've seen them for this past DPC tour against an opponent of a very high caliber. For Evil Geniuses, it felt like really reaching there towards the end, and Talon eager to punish while also still being restrained and never really overextending either against this EG lineup.
discipline, man. You need to have discipline. They didn't really have a good showing the last tour, but right now it looks like they found their mojo back and they found their drafts back, and decision making is much better. I mean, it wasn't really like a 100% perfect game, but it was way better than what they showed in our DPC tour last season.
And tell me this, Winter, how can it be that Evil Geniuses, a team with 2 Universal Heroes, loses to Talon with only 1? How can it be?
I have no answer for you, but
You don't. You may not have an answer, and that's okay.
pick up your wisdom runes, man. All
Pick
I
up
can
the
say.
wisdom runes and maybe pick up a little bit of wisdom yourself here, folks. Stay tuned because we were able to get Jenkins to partner with DHL to talk about Universal Heroes just a bit more. We'll see what he has to say.
In Dota 2, there are 3 attributes: agility, strength, and intelligence. Each stat grants the following benefits. Depending on their primary attribute, heroes also gain +1 base attack damage per point. As of 7.33, a quarter of the heroes in Dota are now universal heroes, meaning that they have no primary attribute. As a result of this, they gain 0.7 base attack damage per point in any attribute. There are some pretty insane benefits from this difference. For example, Windranger, previously an intelligence hero, used to gain only 10 attack damage from Diffusal Blade. Now, because she's universal, she gains 17.5 damage from this item, making it a cost-effective item choice for damage. This item alone being viable for Windranger automatically made her a counter to every hero in the game that doesn't like having their mana burned. Some of the best items for universal heroes are plus all stat items. Iron Branch, for example, grants 2.1 damage for 50 gold. Mantle of Intelligence, on the other hand, grants 3 damage for an int hero for 140 gold. That's 1 damage per 47 gold. That's right, Iron Branch is twice as cost effective in terms of damage. A common inventory for universal heroes to start with is 1 Tango, 2 Circlets, and 3 Branches, because this grants an insane 15 damage and 154 HP at level 1. In other words, if you are playing a universal hero, you pretty much can't lose the laning phase, so long as you buy plus all stat items. Speaking of winning lanes, Wyvern, for example, is a hero that really struggles in the armor department. So much so that people were going Wraithband prior to her being changed to a universal hero. Previously, these would grant her 2 attack damage, but now they grant her 6.3. Bracers are also a popular choice for universal heroes that previously could get harassed out of lanes, such as Windranger. The most popular, and honestly most overpowered universal hero items are Gleipnir and Harpoon, mostly because they are both very strong in the late game, and they build from the most stat-efficient items, making heroes deal insane damage while being nearly unkillable.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everyone. And Winter, I feel like you've learned plenty from Jenkins. We can all learn a lot from Jenkins, can't we? Especially when it comes to Universal Heroes. And if you prefer the Jenkins school of thought on Universal Heroes over the Winter school of thought of Universal Heroes, oh boy, do I have the opportunity for you. Because after watching this DHL Pro tip, if you know, Winter, this is very important now, right? If you know how much damage Universals gain per point of intelligence, you can go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips and answer the quiz suggestion for the chance to win a €200 Steam voucher. Hope you were paying attention to that one, Winter, because all that you talk about when it comes to Universal Heroes is pick more because they will win. I mean, come on, where's the logic there? We need to know how much damage per point of intelligence.
That's not true. I always tell you about, oh my god, they're just a better version of strength heroes. Because they get to buy strength items and still do damage, regardless of their attribute.
Alright. I mean, you're winning me over with that one, honestly.
And they do an immensely huge amount of damage.
Winter, I'll tell you who had a Universal Hero last game that didn't do an immense amount of damage with the Smile.
Is that the hero problem or the player's problem? You have to get that right.
You tell me.
I mean, also, you tell me. I mean, you brought it up. You know, why me?
Well, I really I'm not so sure if that was more so a hero problem or kind of a team connecting with each other problem. I think
blame the supports. No wisdom runes. But then again, you know what the supports are gonna tell you? Why did you not come over and help me with the wisdom rune? And if you did not do that, how can you complain that I'm low level? I didn't get the wisdom rune because the Naga came over and took my rune. And how am I supposed to fight the Naga? How?
Well, evil geniuses, much like life, needed to find a way there, and they weren't able to do so last time. So they're going to take a loss in that game one. I think making sure you can actually execute on their lanes. I think you're right there. I think for Matthew, what I was most disappointed by was even though that Primal was unable to, get the kind of free onslaughts in and really shut down the Naga Siren, it's just the supports unable to really connect as well, as quickly, and as efficiently that Talon Esports here did. Really just Q, I think, blew me away, as he tends to be honest, in this kind of a game. And Makoto delivering as well on a stellar puck performance.
Yeah, it's just way easier when your supports are able to contribute so much, especially like you said, Q on the Spirit Breaker. I think he made like a huge difference, not just in the mid-late game, even like throughout the whole game, the early game as well. He did a lot of excellent rotations, great initiations, and it just comes down to being just way higher level, than the opposing supports, so you're able to just really bully them throughout the game, and I feel like Spirit Breaker is probably one of the worst heroes to give a level advantage to, talking about supports.
Right.
Because in the early game, if he gets that advantage over you, there's nowhere safe on the map, right? So you just feel too much pressure to farm, to push out waves, and there's a lot of things that you can't do when the Spirit Breaker is owning in the game. That's why it's a hero that has been risen in terms of popularity recently. He just fits the meta a lot. Good hero in the lane, and then when you transition to the mid game, you're just such a scary hero.
Yeah, and he looked damn good in that game. I mean, we talk a little bit about the offlaners, talk a little bit about Whisper and Jabs, right? Two people that can and sometimes will carry the team. And we'll take a look at their head-to-head brought to us by Acer Predator to get a little bit more information there. A couple of stats to see how that last game really played out for them. KDA, obviously telling a big story here, but for me, this was more about a story of Whisper just unable to get the ball rolling here, to be honest.
He didn't get enough help from his team. I think it was difficult given the situation. When your supports are so low level, this Primal, you need to play around your team. If your teammates are just unable to contribute, then you just can't really do much, It's just sad, to be a Primal in that game. I felt like he still managed to make a few really good moves in the early game with the Lotus Orb. removing the global, and then he charged in quite nicely a couple of times with the trample and set up for Chris Luck on the Void Spirit to get a couple of kills. But apart from that, I felt like the game was just really difficult for them, so hopefully in the next game they are able to rectify the problem, which was the Wisdom Runes, causing the supports to be really low level, and try to deal with it, help the support, at least with the cause,
Yeah, I think that's wise. I think that's what I'd like to see. You just have to make sure your heroes can play the game, right? And there's a couple steps for you to responsibly do that. There's addressing certain things in the draft, whether it be by picking Pangolier and then making sure you ban the Bloodseeker, for example, laning them correctly, if you can avoid certain lane matchups through equilibrium shifts and cutting waves or simply by swapping lanes, and making sure you get levels. I think those Wisdom Runes cannot be underestimated, how important those things are in the early game. Here as we're into our draft now, Winter, for game 2. Expecting any major changes here as we are going to get underway?
I think the key thing is like having supports that are strong in the late. I guess the last game it wasn't the hero picks, I feel like the Undying and the Techies, they're supposed to own, it's just the execution, it was the problem, Like I felt like the lineup is actually pretty solid overall. It's just the way they played in the game, the mistakes that they made that made the game really difficult. And so this time, they are opening their draft with a Timbersaw, a classic for Whisper, his signature hero.
See, Smile's been taking it mid a couple times as well.
Yep, and Talon responds with a Wind Ranger +1, and EG is going to decide whether they use the 8th pick for a win condition hero, a Pakaz hero.
A Pakaz hero. I hope so.
Yeah.
I think
Terrorblade is a Pakaz hero.
Terrorblade is a Pakaz hero. Morphling is maybe the Pakaz hero. Didn't end up working super well for them last time, so eager to see what Evil Geniuses are going to pivot into for game 2.
You know what? Just pick another universal hero, the Magnus or the Lycan. I'm a fan of I'm a fan of the Lycan right now after watching the earlier series.
You're saying, Winter, that you find yourself liking the Lycan?
Yeah, I mean, especially against the Silencer.
That's true. Press R and then just sick the dogs on him, basically.
Yeah, maybe not so much against the Wind Ranger, because you need the Nullifier to be effective against the Wind Ranger later. But you can always draft a support that can dispel the Wind Run so that you don't have to deal with it as the Lycan.
Would you want to pick that 8th, or would you still prefer seeing a Pakaz hero, seeing the double core opener from EG?
I would personally like to pick a win condition hero, a Pakaz hero right away. But it depends on how you feel as a team. Maybe you feel like right now I can just easily pick a Shadow Demon, any purge, so you pick a support so you don't reveal too much of your core and delay it. But I still feel like the value of the 8th pick is just too much for me to pass up to not pick another core here.
Okay, well, there's a Dispel. That last time it was banned out for Talon Esports. They took care of this, and they also addressed potential Windrunner counters in the draft in the second phase by taking out the Ench. This time, though, as a result, maybe we'll see a couple more core bans targeted the way towards Evil Geniuses from Talon. We'll see what they decide, and also see what they decide to do with this Wind Ranger. You still expect it to be maybe a mid or downgraded to off. Is there any reason now that the Shadow Demon is out to need to maybe run this support or something?
The fact that they pick Silencer plus Wind Ranger and not a Spirit Breaker tells me that the Wind Ranger might be a +4 here. It might be changed to a support role. That's why the openings are like this. I'm just suspecting that might be the case. Because the SD heavily counters the Wind Ranger, right? So if you still put the Wind Ranger as a core, I feel like that might not be very good for the game, and especially for Jabs when he gets a lot of farm and he's this huge hero in the game and you don't want him to get beat, to be countered. The Purge is just way too good, and the Disruption, you can save Shackle targets, so it's just too much value against Wind Ranger.
We'll see then. Talon, they go so far as to not pick Spearbreaker, that they actually pick him to be banned.
Yeah, that's why I feel like he's probably playing the Wind Ranger on kill.
Alright, so what ends up happening here for Talon? It's the team communicating here. That's Sunby back there, is it not?
Yeah. Just a watchful eye over your shoulders,
Little fly on the wall.
Don't dive, don't throw the game. 23, come here. Look at me, you know. I know you did it one time, but just remember, you know, everybody is working really hard to win the game, you know. So don't fuck it up, man. Don't fuck it up.
You think that's the coach you want? I would have said, you know, everyone's trying really hard to win the game. I know you only did it one time and we still won. But when we play against those opponents, when we play against Gaming Gladiators, when we play against Team Spirit, when we play against 9 Pandas, they're not gonna let you get away with that shit.
And
Pick
we
it
give
up,
them
20.
we give them no quarter, right? 23, you hear me? You get it? No quarter. You show them no mercy. You show them no quarter. You take their lives away. And you carry the shit out of this game.
There it is. Is that how you give your team's pregame pep talk? That feels pretty...
Nope.
Pretty...
What I actually do is, if we win this game, guys, we get some ribeye steak tonight. You know, it's on me.
I'll take you for mama. Mama got me.
Mama is not enough motivation, you know. The players is like, what the hell? Just mama?
Just
Are
mama.
you serious? You want me to work hard for a plate of roti canai?
Evil Genius says maybe a nice hot bowl of siete sopas, or perhaps something like... did you get any... down in Lima, Winter, did you get any lomo saltado? Did you try that out?
I don't know what is that. So
It was the
probably
beef
not.
dish with French fries
Oh,
and
then
rice.
then I probably did.
Yeah, that one was good. That one was good. I'm sure EG missing the food here as they do start a stint basically a couple months away from home potentially, depending on how they finish here in Dream League Season 20, as they are, I'm sure, doubtlessly aiming for a trip on over to Riyadh, which they've got a chance if they can place top 2 here, or if they can impress with a high finish and get a direct invite. For them, though, into the second phase, we've removed the Storm Spirit, the Naga Siren. I sense an Ember Spirit coming here. Maybe not this pick for Talon, but 18 perhaps.
Oh, they should pick it now. Yeah. I think they should pick it now and save the carry and off lane for last. Because Ember Spirit is not a hero that you need to wait on to pick. I think that right now they just need a neutral hero to show a neutral hero. Okay, Snapfire is a good neutral hero, so that's probably... I think it might be interchangeable with the Wind Ranger.
I agree.
They can always put Q on the Snapfire, but I feel like there's a better chance that we might see Snap as a mid hero and Wind Ranger as a pause for. Just a gut feeling.
Aren't you a little scared of the Snap potentially getting like a bad matchup here, though?
It's a neutral hero, like I said, you don't really care. And the reason why I want Snap to be the core is so that you can deal magic damage to kill off the Timber in the early game. I think they need the Snapfire to be very high level so that the Timber is not a huge problem in the game.
Okay. And I definitely think that's going to do well to address it there. Maybe it is for the lane to try and prevent... I mean, we've seen, what, for 9 Pandas, right? Kiyotaka just absolutely dominate on this hero previously, so looking to avoid...
Shumil! Don't forget about Shumil.
The
Emperor
king,
Shumil.
the emperor. How could I forget? I would never.
You just did. Shame on you, Richie. Shame on you.
I apologize. To the emperor. He's
By me.
knocked out. Because he's knocked out. Someone wake him up. Oh, no, he's alive. Okay. Woo. Woo.
Buy him his favorite dinner. Tell him, if you win this game, I'm going to bring you a plate of hot and toasty samosa.
Okay.
Okay, maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see. How do you feel about this lane combo? Seems to be definitively the off lane with the Legion Commander Skywrath Mage being a classic combo. The classic you hold, I punch. And Timbersaw likely mid then?
Against Snapfire? Is that good? Timber against Snap? Like the universal hero battles in the mid lane? I'm not sure though. But maybe it's okay for Timber. I feel like Snapfire should be able to put a lot of pressure on Timber, because you have to go near to last hit creeps and then you're always taking a scatter blast towards your face. That's a lot of damage.
The cookie stun as well might be problematic, and of course the mass damage out from Kisses. It's Talon though, who dipped very heavy into the reserve time here and will come out with the Monkey King. All right, Matthew, it looks like he had predicted that one. He's like, I told you so, Vintage. What did I say?
And then Vintage is saying, it's okay, LC does not care. Just watch Whisper show you this matchup is no problem if we have Skywrath. I mean, their lane is pretty scary. Skywrath and LC against the Silencer and Monkey. I think it's not that straightforward for the Silencer and the Monkey lane, you know. They could easily lose this lane if they don't play well in the first couple of waves. They ban out the Ember Spirits because right now Talon... So they think that the Snapfire is what, off lane? Or the Wind Ranger and Snapfire is the 3 and 4, so they're banning out mid heroes. But I feel like the Snapfire is going to be a mid. The Wind Ranger is a 4 and they're gonna pick another offlaner. The offlane is gonna be a last pick.
For Talon, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're gonna wait because they're gonna wait for EG to pick their carry here and they're gonna counter the matchup. That's how they draft normally. They pick a lot of heroes that can go into multiple roles, they confuse you, and then aha! Didn't think of that?
Evil Geniuses, they're not thinking of that either, because they're banning mids.
Yeah. I don't think the last pick is a mid hero. I think it's gonna be a Jabs hero. They're gonna just wait for EG to pick their carry and decide on the matchup. And so right now for EG, carries that are still reasonable and available. Faceless Void? Is Faceless Void decent?
Faceless is in the pool.
Faceless with the Skywrath with the Timber damage that they can throw into. The only downside is your plane is global, so that's pretty annoying for you. Morphing is still available. Morphing's fine, I guess. I still like Lycan, man. Lycan is the king. Magnus, Lycan.
But Lycan into Windrunner even? I think that just... I mean, I know you've got the LC
You have Shadow
duel.
Demon. You have Shadow Demon.
Yeah, true.
You just need him
okay,
to...
wasn't expecting that. And Talon...
So, Elsie's the carry?
I guess so. Looks to be.
LC carry with the lane is LC with Venom. So Skywrath is the core? Is that what we are getting? Or Shadow Demon is the core?
No, certainly not the Shadow Demon, right? I don't believe that's really doable in the modern era.
I mean, Jabs is like, what is happening? So how am I gonna pick? Okay, never mind. There goes my revise deck. It's gone down the drain. The last pick is the carry.
You were wrong. Yeah, but the question for me is, who the hell is locking in what here? Evil Geniuses, they've not locked in a single hero yet, Winter. 23 is like, yeah, I'm taking the Morphling. Good luck, everyone else.
I know what I'm playing for sure, but I don't know about you guys.
Y'all are playing. Okay. See, Smile Veno. It's Core Veno. I forgot he loves Core Veno.
But why call Veno this game? Why? It's good against the monk. It's good against the monkey, sure. But is it good against the other heroes?
Makoto's mid. By the way, you no longer see what your opponents lock in during this phase. Now all heroes are revealed. So it's Jabs on the off-lane Monkey King. Hard to get much more carry than that, I would argue.
What is going on, man? So I guess they just want to enforce the Monkey King against Legion matchup, and looking at the last pick Venom, so they feel like Legion is definitely going to be on a safe lane, so they're sending Jabs to there with the Monkey King. I guess that's the idea. Okay, man.
Isn't this, I mean, dare I say, isn't it greedy from Talon on off-lane Monkey?
As usual, man.
Talon
is always greedy, and they always find ways to make it work, you know. There's this thing about greed, you know, if you can get away with it, why not?
It's not greedy.
Yeah, why not? You need to know the line and you need to tiptoe closely to the line, but you don't cross the line. You're always just doing enough to just barely get there. So you don't cross the line, so you're able to play the game and you're able to get your maximum greed out of it. I like how they are thinking about the game. But sometimes I'm not a fan of the execution.
Well, I'll tell you what, Winter. Evil Geniuses, they're 2 for 2 on the Venomancer so far here in DreamLeague Season 20. It looks like normally it's Whisper on the off-lane Venomancer. So they like to play at core. This is the first time that Chris Luck is taking it into the safe lane? Or mid? Where is this? Where is this going? He is taking it into the safe lane. Pakaz has got the Quelling and the Fairy Fire. That's a mid build, if I say so myself.
They're dodging the lane. They don't want LC against Monkey King. What on earth is happening? And by the way, it's an off-lane monkey against a safe lane LC, so totally different from what we normally see, which is the off-lane LC against a safe lane monkey.
That's right. And I think for Jabs, he'll be happy that he's going to be able to play, shall we say, a slightly more greedy style here, and hopefully get off a couple good items as we are still
Well,
paused at
I
the
have
start
a
of the
good
match.
news for you.
Okay,
Monkey King
ready?
is one of his favorite heroes.
How do you know?
Because he told me.
Were you eating dinner?
We were doing more than eating dinner. We were catching up as old friends.
Old friends.
Yeah,
What is
look
that?
at him,
Did he tell you more about why he enjoys the Monkey King?
Because he's mischievous.
Oh, there you go. That's a good one. That's a good one. He is pretty mischievous on these off lanes, especially, of course, when they give him high priority.
Yeah,
in
he
the
does.
pick.
He doesn't like being the good boy buying the aura items, man.
There's an 18-pick Monkey King here for the side of Talon Esports as they decide that the last pick morph is the one for them. Do you expect Talon to respond to the lane shift? Are they going to send Jabs into the mid lane?
I don't think they know what's happening.
Well, they're going to need to figure it out. Oh, and Jabs has figured it out. Primal Spring level 1, though. Sorry, yeah, Tree Dance Primal Spring. I mean, I guess you can use that to secure the range creep.
Is he doing that just to run around quicker to scout the lanes?
I didn't see if he took the skill point
Yeah,
right
I
away.
didn't see what he was doing.
He used it to avoid the smoke. But I mean, I don't know if that's when he took the skill point. I can't be certain.
I think if he was doing it to scout the lanes, that's actually a brilliant idea.
Brilliant. You say brilliant, Winter.
What would you call it? Genius?
I would say it's a Bobby Fischer level move.
Bobby Fischer level move. Okay. Even Bobby Fischer doesn't know the move.
No, he's baffled. The chess engine doesn't know what's happening here.
Not today. Nowadays, the chess engines, they are just way too good, you know?
That's true. And we'll see if Talon can continue being a bit too good here for the side of EG. 23 is going to win those fights against the Skywrath Mage with literally 1 armor. Only has 1 armor because of the +4 stats. 5 stats.
Primal Spring is going in. Oh no, Guild.
He is, but Galed up his Q. He has another Scatter Blast in 3 seconds, Winter, but he's actually going to go down to the damage from C Smile. Jabs, who has Primal Spring, let's remember, is probably not going to be able to get that off, especially seeing as there's a Gale in 3 more seconds, Winter. Gale going to be saved. C Smile wants to make sure he gets some CS because there's no one down bottom right now.
Wait, so what's happening? Are they changing lanes?
They did. They swapped lanes. Yep.
This is going to be some musical lanes game right now.
Not working out so well right now. It's EG with 2 kills, at least to 1. With Panda trying to annoy Makoto as much as possible. C-Smile at least going to enjoy a little bit of CS down here and get some experience. That's something for him.
So what is the final outcome? So they got the Monkey King. We still got to see the Monkey King LC matchup, regardless of what's happening. Cookie?
Yeah, nice disruption in time. See Smile has Gale, is going to use it. The Blood Grenade along with the right-click damage is sufficient up
What
inside
on
of town.
earth are we watching? This side lane is a Snapfire with Wind Ranger against a Venom and Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I mean, the Venom is definitely the most surprising. He's definitely the one that sticks out. Balanced out by the Shadow Demon in a completely normal position. Mid lane, I mean, for me, this is the natural progression of Jabs, you know? He's like, I'm the carry, guys. I am going to die in the mid lane because of a double proc there on the Moment of Courage.
That's not the natural progression.
No, it is not. Panda giving a tip on over to Pakaz, saying, nice job, dude. You rolled really well on the Moment of Courage.
C-Smile sitting there getting worried of having to move upstairs. There goes my mid lane. I don't have to play mid lane anymore.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Makoto is going to get moved upstairs. You know, 2 games in a row, Winter. It's kind of crazy. We have an off-lane Windrunner on completely separate players. I'm also curious what C-Smile is going to build here, honestly, on the Venomancer. It's a bit of a different hero the last time I saw him take it mid in
what
SA.
What do you do on this hero right now? Do you go, like, just tanking, like, frontline items? You go
I think so,
Team
right?
items?
I think so.
So they're playing with like 2 offlane heroes. I mean, we saw what good it can do to your team if you just play with 2 offlane heroes yesterday. And Panda, Disruption.
Yeah, and the good cookie in response. The kill's actually top lane where Matthew goes down to Ollie as Makoto eventually is going to take down Q, looking for the return kill onto Panda. Is not going to be able to catch him.
Oh, the
With
Lotus.
Brown
Pick
boots,
up the Lotus.
jukes. Oh, he's a bit too sneaky here. Q still looking for the right click. Doesn't have the mana, actually, for the spells, as Panda is eventually going to go down, but Q may have a bit more than he could chew. Nope, he's going to be able to TP out, but will have to acquiesce the Lotus.
Yeah, Venom's biggest enemy, the TP Scroll.
And actually, that's problematic, right? Because even if Q dies, I mean, most importantly, he doesn't have a TP scroll mid. Matthew does, and it's Pakaz who, I mean, I guess doesn't have a bottle, so doesn't really do much, but neither does Jabs, so maybe this is not bad, all things considered. I think
Matthew?
Oh, yeah, that's a TP scroll committed. The blood grenade thrown, the silence, the damage, the lifesteal, not enough. Pakaz with another kill here in the mid lane, thinking about going for one more onto Ollie, but will not be able to dive on less than a quarter HP.
This is a disaster, Richie. This Monkey King LC lane matchup is not working for Jabs.
No, it is not. And I have to say, Winger, I believe it's because of the rotation he made. He was later to the lane. And, well, at least be able to pick up a kill here. They missed the cookie. Is that going to matter? I don't think so. Primal Spring level 1. Oh, last word. Still not enough damage. Still alive and able to, taunt his way back to the lane is going to be the LC. Yeah, Primal Spring level 1 and then into LC already having Moment of Courage halfway through you getting level 2.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the reasons why the lane has gone so badly for Jabs. He's around 10 CS behind Pakaz. That is actually a pretty darn deficit at this point of game. So he has to try to slowly stabilize the laning phase and try to slowly crawl his way back in terms of CS.
Yes,
I mean, he has 2 points in the Jingle Mastery right now, so he'll slowly get control of this lane.
Right, my biggest question mark, Winter, is what exactly is C-Smile going to do here? Because there are 3 enemy heroes in his lane, a really good disruption there. C-Smile's still alive. He's got himself this urn, and Panda is able to defend him from going down too quickly here. I guess the Timber's doing real well, as it's Matthew and Whisper who pick up a kill there. I saw him underneath the tower, and well, you see no 23 Savage, so good rotation in return, or good counterplay there, as its evil geniuses continue to really thrive out of this laning stage.
Yeah, they're definitely outplaying talent right now. Like the musical lanes, putting the LC mid, and Matthew with his rotation is on point so far. We have 2 of the kills that he's involved in. He has 2 points in Concussive and 1 point in the Silent, which what allowed them to get the kill onto 23 earlier. And 6-minute rune, so the first power rune.
First power
Let's
rune.
See.
And Ollie is going to see it spawn top lane, denies it, and will also get the D ward. That's a big one for LC, isn't it?
Sad. You won't get to see some hasted Monkey King running around hitting people with Jingle Mastery stacks.
Well, Winter, I don't know. I mean, the way that he's been playing, maybe that's just what he needed to get back into the game. But I think at the moment, it's Jabs who's still well on his way, well on the road, I would say, to recovery. At least no hasted Pakaz is going to be able to make that a bit easier.
Yeah, you were talking about the item builds of the Veno. I was thinking maybe he goes he can go a Vessel first for the Morphling, and then decide whether if you have to go for more greedier items or you go for just all the team items and let the Timber build more damage-oriented items.
That seems to make sense for me. I think quite naturally that's going to be his role this game. Panda is going to deny himself, quote-unquote, to the Ancients as he was trying to steal the enemy Wisdom Rune. Seems like Matthew is going to go ahead and double stack in his triangle and then recover the Wisdom. So this time, Evil Genius is doing much better on Wisdom Runes than they were last game.
Yep, 1 apiece. 1 apiece. And looking at Whisper on the Timber, he already has his Vanguard, so he's really, really annoying in the lane right now. Just typical off-lane things. When you get Vanguard, you just kick everybody out of the lane. Ollie has to TP out because he has to respect that Vanguard.
That he does, and that's basically going to leave this tower pretty much condemned. Whisper can tank this thing until the cows come home. He's got a fresh creep wave now in to tank for the tower and even do a little bit of chip damage. think it's going quite similarly there.
Oh, bot lane, Jabs is sleeping bot.
He's mid, and Pakaz is down bottom. Then they go on the Primal Spring. It looks like Pakaz is looking for a duel. Shackle Shot will delay that, as there's going to be the Jingu Mastery level 3, picking up the kill with a level 2 Boundless Strike. Pakaz is just going to be able to leave.
I'm surprised he didn't get an Orb of Corrosion.
Wait, is Pakaz still looking for a duel? Yeah, okay, he's going to be beat back.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for Orb of Corrosion if you're deciding to play so aggressively early on the Monkey King. And right now he's just going straight into his Echo Saber. I guess trying to transition into the mid game as soon as possible. Mikoto. And a duel.
Mid lane, there's going to be the first duel of the game out from Pakaz, and the first plus 10 damage as well. See, Smile does commit the Noxious Plague for that. You know, good nuke damage on this thing, the slow as well. And maybe able to pick up the tower here. Top lane, by the way, Whisper is still being quite the annoyance to 23 Savage, but you can see how aggressive EG are really feeling in this game. Pakaz diving underneath a tier 2 tower here early on, threatening the life of Mikoto.
Yeah, they have a huge Timber problem right now.
That they are. And it looks like they're going to maybe even try for a kill top on the 23. It's a bit difficult now that he's half strength. Oh, they're going to go for it. They did get the silence off, but no. Nice job getting off the strength gain a second time there for 23, Mikoto. Oh, nice snipe onto Matthew, picking up the kill in exchange. But just look how aggressive Evil Geniuses are playing. 9 minutes into the game, threatening a safe lane, Morph lane underneath his tier 2 tower, fighting next to the outpost and winning, dare I say, as Mikoto is sliced and diced by that Timber Chain. The duel now looking for another kill. They even cut down the Monkey King. He's stunned up for a while now, trying to get these Jingu stacks up, is able to now set up the Wukong's command that should see him safely through this, or will it? The magic damage out from C, Smile, and Whisper with the pure damage. Chop down the Monkey.
I have a feeling, Richie, this is going to be a quick one.
It looks
the Wind Ranger is still level 5.
Ouch.
This is bad news. Who is going to kick the Timber? I'm afraid this Timber is just an immovable object for Talon right now. If the Timber decides to go top, he's going to stay top. If he decides to go mid, he is staying mid. There's nothing you can do.
And I just don't really know who this works out the best for. We'll take another look at that, but I can't believe the level of aggression that Evil Geniuses are bringing this early on, Winter. It's
night and day, you know, comparing to the last game.
It is, and this is even some of the most aggressive Dota I've seen played this patch. Honestly, look at this guy. Pakaz is hunting with the Invis. He's going to be able to get a free duel here, I believe. Going for the Monkey? No, going for the guaranteed kill onto Q. They will be able to snag it in time. That's 30 damage now for the Legion Commander. Who needs to be a universal hero when you can just win every single duel?
Oh, and he's also rushing Blink. I was kind of expecting him. Yeah, I was kind of expecting him to go Blink, given the start that he had. But he just feels like he needs to play for the Timber. You know, the Timber is just so strong right now. You get a Blink, you run around like to the Timber's lane, you just get a kill easily, and you get to snowball the game.
Yeah, and things are they're gonna get ugly here. Jabs. He might be up next. The mid lane Monkey King caught by Pakaz, who doesn't have a duel for 25 seconds. Jab looking for the TP play out. Do they have the magic damage in time? They do not. That Noxious Plague. Oh, it's chasing him though. There it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that thing. It's like a football.
See, actually,
the Hail Mary thrown. I think it's gonna hit him. Oh my God, is he gonna die? Dead? No. Okay, that was extremely close. Holy!
I mean, if the vessel was still on top of him, I think he actually just dies.
Yeah, and if he, for some reason, decided to walk out of the fountain, he would have died as well. I mean, it's madness how aggressive EG can play. Now the Blink Dagger's on its way already to Pakaz here.
Dire's bottom tower.
This is gonna be...
He's not even the carry, man. The Timber is the carry. The Venom is the utility
Space creator, hero. I guess. Space.
LC is the initiator.
And
what Talon needs to do right now is they have to try and find a way to survive this phase, you know, because this phase is where the Timber, LC, and Venom cores, they are really, really powerful right now. And you need to wait it out, like try to ride it out, like it's a rough time. The wave is hitting you on the boat and you have to try to stabilize the boat and survive.
Yeah, 23 certainly getting hit by quite a rough wave of damage up from Whisper. I like that analogy, Winter.
Thank you so much,
they have to batten the hatches here and hold fast. I mean, certainly if you don't morph fast, you're going to go down, and just ask Poor Q down bottom, killed off by the duel. 40 damage now. I mean, he cops the blink reveal here.
40
Gets hit
damage?
by the rogue wave.
Wow. Okay, this is gonna be... Who needs Blade Mail when you just get dual damage all the time?
Yeah, it's a risky move. It's like a TA going first item blink even before the Deso or the Dragon Lance, right? But hey, if it picks you up the kills, then ain't nothing wrong with that. See Smile even relentlessly chasing jabs out of lane, saying, hey, remember me? Hello. You wanted to be a carry, didn't you? You wanted to be a mid. Welcome to the life. Boundless Strike now onto C-Smile. They're going to really try and commit for him. Jabs is going to get Noxious Plague here. Global Silence. And the damage out from Makoto is just too much. They had a power shot for
Jabs?
him. But he got denied. He got denied by a neutral. Are you kidding me? They didn't even get the kill onto C-Smile. And Pakazi doesn't give a damn about the Wukong's command. He'll kill you straight through that thing. No respect for Jabs whatsoever. Not even from the neutrals.
Yeah, this is like Gaben telling you this is not your game talent.
He died to the Satyr Tormentor. That's unbelievable.
And right now, the Wisdom Runes are going to spawn in 30 seconds. So this time, EG is trying to invade. They're even going to collect a stack on the way.
Yes, they are. That's going to feel pretty sweet. They'll even stack it again for themselves here, Winter Talon. They're going to try to fight into this. Winter, would you advise this? They're playing without Global, without even Focus Fire.
What can you do, man? You can't give away the Wisdom Runes.
And they won't. Jabs is going to be able to secure it. They do drop now. The Mystic Flare, the damage. Kisses, though. This could be an opportunity. Disruption at least saving a little bit of time now, but the Shackle Shot setting up for 2, and Whisper now Silence might be in for a rough time. 20 stacks of the reactive armor here and the Vanguard, but it's not enough. 23 overpowering them now. He's felt the need to join the fight, but he's immediately killed off by the duel because nothing's going to stop it. He's got a DG and a damn shield rune active. You better bet he's diving your tier 2 tower for just a bit. He's no C-Smile. This ain't no Dark Mago. He's got respect for the limits of this hero early on. No, he doesn't. He's back in onto 3, nearly with the kill onto Ollie, dying now to the tier 2 tower and finished off by the right clicks. Evil geniuses, they just can't help themselves, Winter.
You can't take the throw of SEA and SA. It's just bound to happen, you know. You feel strong, you have a DD rune, you have a shield rune, why not, you know? I think I'll give that a pass since he has 2 runes.
Two runes and 50 dual damage. Yeah, I mean, really went for it there. It looks like he kind of went for it alone.
Yeah, I mean, Whisper needs to respect the spell damage that's coming out from Talon. You know, they just dealt overwhelming spell damage to him with the Mortimer's Kiss and the Morphling, and he doesn't have any magic resistance items, you know, that's why he's still vulnerable.
All right, Captain Winter, tell me. Okay.
Yes.
Right now, Rocky sees for the side of Talon Esports as they try and upgrade their ship to be able to ride out these waves. But what's on the horizon for this squad, which basically have 3 cores? What's on the horizon from clear waters? Is it sunny weather ahead? They just have to get through this little bit of a blister, or what? What's going on?
Time, Richie. Time. All they need is time. Time eases everything. Time eases the roughest of waves, you know. So they have to try to be patient and just wait it out. Don't do anything silly.
Actually, Evil Geniuses, they've forgotten about the
Jabs
wisdom.
is getting the wisdom roll.
Hello, thank you very much. Appreciate it, boys. Finally, he's got his first item. It's Echo Saber. Such is life for the difficult Monkey King here.
Oh, they know. They know.
They
LC's here to collect the damage.
Arrows being drawn. LC looking for the damage, finding only golems. He's gonna have to kick rocks here. Can't find really much of anything at all, but map control squared away from Evil Geniuses. Those are the kind of plays, though, that Talon need to make, right? They kind of have to just force rotations, buy time for everyone to farm. I mean, 23, he's cooking. He's cooking. It's with a low flame, but he is cooking here, Winter.
He's simmering the pot of soup, you know? That's how you get all the flavors out.
That's right. And then you have to baste to completion. See how well he can do that. So he looks to try and get some more heat in that pan.
Yeah, you want to enhance the flavor and not burn the soup. So you have to cook it slowly.
Cook it slowly. And as you like to say, Winter, you have to get fat. Because as you say, no
That's
fat,
not what
no
I
flavor.
say. No,
you say
what?
no fat, no flavor.
No color, no flavor.
Well, fair enough here. I think Talon, they're going to get a little red in the face here with how quickly they end up dying. Oh, Ooh, no, actually, Pakaz showing patience. Oh, you thought he just wants to duel the carry. Global Silence is not going to save him. Even the damn Ancients beating into Jabs. It's not a duel victory at the very least for Pakaz, but it might be a fight victory here. As EG show once again no respect for the tier 2 towers. Whisper, he doesn't give a damn. Cutting down Q, diving tier 2s. It's one core kill, pardon me, and a kill onto the support this time for Evil Geniuses. They get it right, even if they don't win the duel.
Yeah, nice play there by Panda, saving Pakaz with the disruption at the end there. Well played. And also the illusion rune that he got allowed him to dodge, I think, one glob of the Mortimer's kiss.
One glob.
How else would you describe it? Is it like one glob?
Kiss.
One kiss?
One smooch of the Mortimer's kisses. As Panda is simply just dead here. Couldn't get off the disruption hit by the last word. Jabs chasing for more. He's quite mobile, actually, with the Primal Spring. On to see Smiley goes. Cookie.
Oh,
Oh no.
He doesn't want the cookie, man. He doesn't like his cookie.
No, he doesn't.
He
says, don't you know I can't have dessert while 23 is still cooking dinner?
Yeah, it's bad to get sugar first. He's absolutely right.
Kill in the meantime, on to Ali. It's another dual victory. Winter, it's starting to get pretty ridiculous here. 78 bonus dual damage. They will at least be able to strike back onto Matthew. Pavis or not. Easy kill there.
Oh, Morphling. Still trying to play with Whisper. He's been playing with Whisper for the last 20 minutes.
Is Morphling playing with Whisper or is Whisper playing with Morphling?
Okay, you're probably right. Whisper's playing with Morphling.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, the net worth is not really that far off, but with only the Manta style and the Morbid Mask, you're just not fighting into this Timber, man. That's not happening.
Yeah, but the game is slowly turning. You hear the screws moving. You hear the sound of the uncorking of the screws. Talon is slowly but surely removing the grip that EG has on this game and slowly turning it on their side.
You know what happened, Winter? It's the waves. They were slapping the ship so hard that it nearly capsized. A little bit of engine flooding a little bit of water, that is, flooding the engine room until another wave hit them and knocked all that water right back out. And the engine's starting to come to life here. I could see it for Talon. I mean, Makoto, he's got Rod of Atos, nearly BKB, right? There's another BKB nearly for Jabs. And 23 behind this, he's still cooking. Let him cook.
What is he cooking this time? He's cooking up an Aghanim Scepter.
The scary point for him here is just how damn farm this LC is, and they might not be ready for this counter initiation. They should at least be able to collect this kill into Matthew. That is, unless, no, okay, he is going to die. That Crimson Guard, it sees Smiles, and it's going to force Makoto to stick a little bit too long underneath the tower, hit by the Venomous Gale, and he is going to die if they could just right-click him, and they have. Now Jabs trying for the kill onto Whisper, not for the one onto Smiles.
Are you sure, Jabs?
He's even fighting into this one. Are you sure, Jabs? You think you're the carry? Get back to the off lane. Down he goes, because looking for the dual victory. Ollie says, guys, I'm not here. I'm honestly not here. Don't worry about it. Until they, of course, place down the sentries. And that is going to be 106 damage now for the mid/safe lane Legion Commander.
I don't think I've ever seen a Legion with this much dual damage at 20 minutes.
Certainly a high watermark here for Evil Geniuses, especially after they turn around what was a pretty difficult game one, where Talon basically shellacked them. The momentum's here. Game number 4 of the day for Evil Geniuses, and that's how many they need to warm up. It seems that they are just lockstep here, man. Everything coming together beautifully for them. The aggression's there, the rotations are looking good. And Talon, the decision-making just not as good as it was in game 1, was it?
Something's missing in this game. They're just not on the same page, you know. Like all the moves are a little bit slower, I would say. Like somebody's connecting to the fight a little bit slower, and it cost them the whole engagement, you know, because they needed a little bit of extra damage.
Blink away in time, actually, and that will seem safe. That could have been a moment, really. A genuine opportunity for Talon Esports to try and burn off a little bit more of this Aegis, denied to them because of Spidey senses allowing them to blink out.
I think if they can wait for the axe, and once the axe is out, they can deal with the Timber, I feel like that would actually allow them to turn the game around. And whereas for EG, they need to still respect the fact that if Talon gets this game into like a 30-40 minute game, it's not what they want, you know. They want to end the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think the difficult part for Talon, of course, is getting the game to last another freaking 15, 20 minutes more. And I certainly see that logic. I've played enough Turbo games to know that, but...
X is
I mean,
online.
Look, Pakaz, he's just hunting. He might just go right on to 23. He is!
Oh!
23!
Oh, no!
He didn't get up the strength game.
He didn't even need to get his blade build off.
He literally didn't. He saved it. He says, all right, Makoto, go ahead. Go ahead, I dare you. It tickles. Oh no, they don't even have detection.
What
the kisses.
on earth is going on? They are crumbling.
The Wukong's command.
Everything missed.
It's falling apart. Oh, and even Whisper nearly cutting down the correct tree there on a Jabs. Jabs, he can't even use the trees anymore. He's a Monkey King without the trees. What kind of a king is that, Winter? Not much of one at all. Because a second kill now, as Evil Geniuses go where they want and take what they please.
They see him. There's the ops. Here comes Whisper. He's gonna chop down that goddamn tree.
He says, come here. Get over here, you monkey. Always got PKB. Okay. That doesn't stop him from being stunned if he's chopped down from a tree, of course.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Talon is definitely... They are a train that doesn't know where they are going at the moment. Like, this is the kind of situation where the carry, he has an absolute most important responsibility to calm that ship down. Guys, relax. I'm almost getting my Aghanims. This is where we turn.
Winter, everyone thinks... Remember, we have to keep the ship analogy that you made earlier. Everyone always thinks, oh, it's always the captain on the ship that keeps orders. Oh, some would say, no, it's the engineer. They've got to keep the engine room running. You know what I say, Winter? It's the damn chef. The chef shuts down. Ain't nobody doing anything anymore. And that's 23. He's got to step up. And he says, boys, don't you worry. Let me cook. We're almost there. I've got my X Scepter. We'll get there, boys. Ride out this storm together. And this could be a moment they see Pakaz. And he does not see them. And oh boy, is he in for a world of hurt that time. Winter, the cook connects. And it's Talon. You get a big kill. Look at that. That's 1,100 gold right there. And they're smoking up.
That's the appetizer out. So now they're going for the main course, which is the timber.
Apps are out. Timbersaw is going to be... he's a pretty big meaty boy. What would you say? Is he can't quite be the salad, can he? He's got to be at least be a hearty soup. Maybe like a minestrone.
No, dude. This guy is a ribeye steak.
You think? I guess
so. No, he's more of a sirloin.
Okay. Specific cut of meat here for him. He's got an Ag Scepter. He's got his shard. He's got also Aegis. So yeah, he is quite the big chunk of meat to try and bite into right now for the side of Talon.
Yeah, but Morphling can always turn into the timber to kill him with the pure damage.
Yeah.
Wait, he's not TPing. Why is he not coming back? He doesn't want his base? What is he doing?
Let him cook, man. He needs his BKB.
Dude, he's cooking in the wrong kitchen. Get home.
Not doing too much work there, as even Whisper eager to get back up to the high
your
ground.
tower's half HP.
Yeah, but Whisper's also a quarter HP, even less here.
Yes, Aegis.
Good Timber Chain, really nice job there. 30 seconds left on that Aegis. He might want to just lose it here, Winter. Are you afraid of the counter initiation of this global once you respawn out of Aegis?
Do they have
Lotus?
Whisper. Oh, they don't have a Lotus this time?
No, they don't. They've got teamfight items. They got aura items. There's a Guardian Greaves and a Crimson Guard on Crystallock.
I mean,
like the off laner.
Yeah, and they don't have a BKB on the LC, so he can't BKB and dispel the Timber. So they definitely have to still respect the power of the global. And 23 Savage. Can they find him and get the duel on him and kill the chef and make this kitchen operate without the head chef?
It's always a bit of a messy time. No one calling out tickets, Winter.
Do you call the tickets when you are in the kitchen?
Yeah, you're the food expediter. The food expo in America is what we have. 23 says, order fire, smoke up. We're going in against the boys of Evil Geniuses. Let's get that Skywrath Mage.
Get that chicken.
Get the chicken. I don't know a chicken dish, unfortunately, a Peruvian chicken dish off the top of my head. A little bit more limited to lomo saltado.
There's some good old grilled chicken breasts.
Yeah, never What can go wrong with that? Talon, though, they didn't like the sound of that fight, though. They didn't like it, the looks of it. They're trying to hold on to this ward. I mean, clean, disciplined play, especially when you're playing from behind. You can't afford to take a fight outside of your vision, and let alone underneath enemy vision. Into the unknown is just not a trade they can take.
So they're gonna have to wait for, I guess, the BKB on 23 Savage. That might actually be a tight turner in the next couple of fights.
Yeah, and I think Q was much preferring to get the shard there. It goes the way of the silencer, whatever. Not preferable. But BKB, you're saying, right?
Yeah, on our water boy. If you can get it before the next push, that would actually be ideal for Talon. And EG doesn't want to give them any more time, you know. They want to go and try to break the base as soon as possible.
Now, though, or certainly on this next Aegis, though, right?
If they wait for the next Aegis, it means Morphing is going to complete his BKB too. I guess that's inevitable. He's going to have it.
Yeah, he's got it now. Inevitable. As 23 Savage, he's now garnishing his dish. What is he? Is he plating up the dish now, Winter? Or would you say he's plated up when he's got the Scotty?
When he gets the Scotty, he's going to plate up his dish. Yeah, Scotty is the final garnish, you know. You draw the lines along the plate, you make it look pretty. A dish is only as good as it looks. Is that what they say?
I don't believe that's what they say. In fact, Winter, there's dining in the blind restaurants that completely contradict that.
They say that taste is king.
That's right. Taste is king. 23, maybe the king of C for now. Might be usurped now by the SA challengers, as game's looking pretty difficult. But Winter, you say EG, they need to finish this game now before all 4 cores of Talon get online. Are you suggesting, Winter, that this second Aegis has to be the one to bust open the base here?
Yeah, very, very likely. And Talon, they should be able to use the BKB on the Morphling to at least contest. I'm not sure if they can win the fight, but I would give them pretty good chances if they have BKB on Morphling. With the global to back him up. As long as you see them with the Monkey King, you scout them out.
All right.
And you get a good jump, say on the Skyrath or the Shadow Demon.
Winter, it's time for me to talk about my favorite thing, the wards. Talon do a good job of getting wards up
Richie.
down bottom.
No,
right as Roche is about to
wards.
spawn. But they leave it undefended. They're just not confident in holding that high ground ward there on the Twin Gate. So it's immediately removed. And that's going to make this next Roche fight really difficult here for Talon.
Yeah, where is the Talon wards? They only have one ward on the map?
Where are their wards, actually?
Yeah, this is just only one. Around the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, Ollie's holding one right now.
They're playing blind right now. They're going to smoke?
Mostly. Well, again, Winter, here they go. The chef's out of the kitchen. Again, it's not how good it looks on the map. It's about how good it tastes, about how good you take this fight. Chaps the BKB, building into that nullifier, but it's Evil Geniuses with a ward now. As Roshan has respawned. He's currently top, but we'll be going through this Twin Gate quite shortly.
Here's the welcome that Roshan's going to get.
Yes, he says...
His welcome party. 10 heroes waiting outside his base.
Whisper stunned down to the low ground. They'll be back up there in no time flat. But Talon, I don't know about this one, Winter. Putting themselves into the corner now. Quite literally backs against the wall.
Pakaz is not here. Pakaz is trying
not here. He's got a DD
He's trying
in
to
his
farm
bottle,
BKB.
though. Yeah, but he's not going to get that by the time this fight happens. He's got a DD and a Silver Edge.
He can TP to the outpost. It's a Radiant Roshan.
5 seconds. Not if EG take a fight further than basically this cliff. And Talon setting up there with a ward just out of range of the sentry that Panda's already put down.
Oh, this is tense. Whoever gets the jump is going to have a huge advantage here. But I guess nobody sees anyone right now. Talon has the observer ward on the high ground with the sentry. And EG is just holding the Twin Gate.
Yeah, and Talon, they see Pakaz farming up top.
I mean, they're not farming.
He's going to come through the Twin Gate. I think they're gonna go for it now.
Oh, this is getting very, very tense right now. Talon cannot afford to lose this fight. They need a right jump from the Monkey King.
They gotta get it right now.
Talon, there is a gem on the Wind Ranger, by the way.
There is. Oh, yeah, and Makoto is speaking of the Wind Runner, she's gonna TP on back.
They're just gonna give up the Roche?
Shut the top with. They are gonna give it out after just kind of sitting there waiting for the fight to come. Evil Geniuses, they're gonna wait him out. they going to beat him at Talon's own game and decide to just kind of let Roche simmer for a bit longer before they take him down? Okay, no contests offered by Talon, and Evil Geniuses securing second Roche.
That is actually so strange. Did they just decide not to go because they saw Picasso on the map with the double damage, so they just felt like it was way too risky?
Yeah, I suppose so, right? 134 damage. They've slowed his role here on the LC duels, but I just don't think Morph's ready to fight into that. And if he can get the Scotty up, you know, does get himself at least that one more step closer. Let's see. That BKB on Makoto.
The dish is about to be finished. One more item, Richie. One more item.
I mean, it depends on his choice of protein here for 23. Who does he morph into? Who's the ideal target? LC, you know, as a strength hero?
The sirloin steak,
the timber,
man. The timber.
You reckon?
Take away his stats.
Yeah, take away the stats. Get some more to play with your own. Yeah, fair enough. It's an obvious choice now that you say it.
Then you turn into the timber and use his spells and kill his teammates. That would be the dream.
That'd be decent. Bit difficult now as Evil Geniuses with this second Aegis elect to put it on the Pakaz LC. I think they're gearing up to get ready for the siege. Whisper is going to say hello to Ollie, even making the jump on in. Timber nearly bursting him there. My goodness.
This man does not care.
Wow. Yeah,
he's all alone in front of the enemy base. All right, I'm going in. I want to kill.
What's Makoto and Q up to here? Are they looking for a cheeky play?
Are they trying to... What are they trying to do? I was waiting for someone to get through the twin gate.
Yeah, or maybe they're going to try and kind of collapse on the fight. Maybe they're going to cut the next wave, perhaps? It seems like they're desperate for this Eye of Scotty.
Oh, they're TPing back to base. They have to deal with this Timber. Timber has
again without Aegis. It's on the LC. And LC also starting to siege the high ground here. Things getting a little spicy for them. Evil Geniuses getting ready. Looking for plenty of buildings now on this push as they will be forced to recall 23 Savage on back. Now Winter does not have buyback here, but there's the initiation and the Axe Scepter. Look at the stats and look at how quickly they're killing this Timber. He gets off the cheese though, and he's got a lot of damage to give off now. Fortunately, the Yule Scepter is going to save 23 from that much damage. And the jump in now is Pakaz did not manage to actually get the right duel because Makoto got off the wind run. Couldn't get any damage in there, Winter. That's the Aegis. And even in 38 damage now for the Windrunner. Jabs trying to TP out under the cover of the BKB will survive. Evil Geniuses, they beat back Talon for now. They bloodied their nose, but at a fair cost as well to the resources that Evil Geniuses have left to this push, and they're not pushing too confidently now, Winter. That was BKB expended on the LC, the Aegis as well.
Same can be said for the Monkey King and the Morphling. They don't have their BKBs as well.
And they don't have Morph either for 10 more seconds. And Talon left without now. Looks like the top lane of Barracks. No, they're going to commit the Fortify to save the melee racks. BKB in 40 more seconds, but 23 has the Morph available now if he wants to just steal those stats out from Whisper. There he goes. He's done just that now. And now, especially with the Whirling Death, it's good amount of damage here onto the Timber Saw, but look at that reactive armor, man. Healing him back up. Dispelled them as well quite nicely with the Demonic Purge. Whisper does get off the high ground safely. But Evil Genius is still with only the range Barracks in their possession. C-Smile wants to go for more here on the mid/safe lane Venomancer.
Talon looks like they're going to just forfeit the Rex. Just going out to base to farm.
So yeah, Jabs is farming waves. 23's farming, trying to complete the Eye of Scotty. And make that Evil Geniuses rather. Let's collect here the top lane of Barracks.
I mean, certainly they can't give 2 sets of Rex.
Yeah, they certainly can't afford to lose anyone here too quickly. I mean, there's a BKB back up for the Morphling. Still not enough quite for the Eye of Scotty, but he at least now has the funds for buyback.
Are they giving up the Rex? What the hell's going on?
Okay, the duel in. No, it was actually Whisper who makes the initiation from behind now. Jabs to be able to close the door on the Wukong's command. Global Silence does not prevent the reactive armor axe from activating though, and the Yule Scepter is going to be quite annoying for the Monkey King. They get nothing throughout that Global Silence duration, Winter. They got the Morph off at least onto the Timber again. They've now lost still the tier 3 tower. 23 holds on to the BKB charge. He conserves that. Oh gosh. The Whisper's in. And he's starting to delete your heroes. That's Makoto down for the count. Has buyback. Oh, Pakaz looking for the duel into the Mystic Flare as well. The damage is overwhelming, Winter.
He has to buy
not
back.
In time.
He has to buy back.
at least to mid lane of Barracks. The Shackle Shot does connect onto Whisper, but the Hex, the Sight the Vice, they managed to catch the Chef. 23 Savage though, pops the BKB, really getting in the damage now as C-Smile is falling quickly here and will drop. Does have buyback, but it seems like Talon Esports with that kill, with those pairs of buybacks, will be able to maybe hold. Evil Geniuses still thinking about it, but will eventually here break the siege and get
At
back.
what cost, you know? If you have to keep using your buybacks to just hold your racks, you're not scaling. I mean, eventually you're just gonna run out of gas, you know. Talent, they have to try to figure out. I feel like they might have to just smoke out and try to find an initiation the next time. You know, they can't just let the Timber poke at the base and just watch, you know. They need to try to smoke behind and jump the backline.
It's getting bad, but oh, and it's gonna get even worse here. Q tried to set up a ward. Maybe look for a D ward or something, and is quickly picked off. Nice shot by EG, just holding that cliff forward and finding a free kill pretty much. 23 Winter, he has finished off the Eye of Scotty, so he's got that complete now. Of course, at the cost of his own buyback, so won't have that quite ready. This Whisper Sight device is also a huge problem.
Yeah, that was a very, very excellent pickup, you know. Because they were struggling to get pickoffs. They were just relying on the Blink duel. And right now they have another secondary tool.
Yeah,
the Hex.
To me, it feels like it's breathed a second life, kind of, giving a second big power spike here to Whisper. Bakaz, by the way, he's just bought out for an item, Winter. It's that Lincoln Sphere for himself. As Evil Geniuses, without Aegis even, are feeling compelled to go up and hit some more buildings. Morphlane is channeling the TP on back, has bought out now for the Crystallis, so he's got more damage now. It's not the perfect dish, but they're going to need to serve it up here pretty soon for 23.
They have to jump the back line. They have to go around. Take
so
a big
hard,
round.
though. Look, Timber's just in. He doesn't care. Sight the Vice now with the jabs. No immediate follow-up. But the morph out from 23 is enough to scare EG off the high ground for now. Those stolen stats here. Certainly no joke. 333 base damage on the morph, Winter.
Yeah, Talents, they need to try to wait for an angle, like go behind enemy lines and pick off the supports. I think they need to jump the Shadow Demon and Skyrock in the team fights. 2 cores without buyback, Winter, Makoto and Jab, so they really have to play this one on a knife's edge. 23 Savage as well without a buyback. He doesn't need a buyback.
Sensing the weakness, that they're just going to go back on him.
Oh, he has no TP on the
He's
morph?
no TP for 20 seconds. I mean, the siege is not really all that fast, but Evil Geniuses, yeah, eventually he will chip this thing down. 23 back now, ready to defend. Has morph in 10 more seconds. These kills, I mean, 5 minutes still to the buybacks for Makoto. Bakaz even now nearly with the buyback. They can kill Whisper, though. That's going to be the nullifier into the global silence. Whisper in some trouble, silenced and killed off. The disruption actually buying a bit of time, but certainly he doesn't make it alive. No, and he does not. The blink out from Panda prevents further losses as 23 actually does pop the BKB towards the tail end of that fight, expecting a bit more of a counter initiation. Talon, they live to fight another day, but that day, right now, it seems as the duel's in on a 23. He didn't get off the strength gain, just deleted Winter. Because the second time this game catches 23 sleeping. And Evil Geniuses, there's blood in the water. They're going to try and finish this game now, focusing onto that last lane of barracks. No buyback on the Morphling. Oh, goodness, and over 200 damage on the Pakaz. LC went for the safe lane. LC, they swapped the lanes. He ended up in the mid lane and absolutely carrying for the side of Evil Geniuses now on the triple kill, maybe even looking for the rampage, but Evil Geniuses playing now for the draw. They got shellacked in game number 1 by Talon Esports. Fight back hard in game 2, and Jabs will throw in the towel here. Evil Geniuses find the 1-1 draw.
Man, this Pakaz LC is just something else, you know. Like winning the lane against the Monkey King from the start and getting such a good early game going for him. So much dual damage from the get-go and just carrying his team, you know. And on top of things, the Whisper Timbersaw. Just another classic, you know. What can go wrong when you give Whisper his best hero? Nothing.
Nothing. The Timbersaw always has been lethal out from him. Pakaz LC, not gonna lie, Winter's a little bit of a new one for me, but certainly not for Evil Geniuses here, as they look smooth as silk here in this victory over Talon Esports. Talon just trying to buy as much time, bought a lot of time for 23 even, just could not get the base defense up in time, and I mean, honestly, with the way that Picaz was just circling around, he was like a buzzard diving in, picking up kills, and ends up securing the game on that one last pickoff on the 23 Savage. Phenomenal game out from him. And Evil Geniuses will ride that momentum to a 1-1 draw here in game number 2.
Yeah, impressive stuff here. After what happened in the first game, they were able to regroup themselves, identify the problem. This time they were getting the wisdom runes, so that was a huge improvement from the first game. And they played the lanes much better than Talon this time. They were able to outfox them, outwit them, you know, placing the LC mid. Talon kept insisting in making the Monkey King go to the LC's lane, but unfortunately, because he took Primal Spring before the game started during the rune fight, and it actually badly affected his laning against the LC.
Yep. I think that entire game, basically, a highlight reel for Picaz is we'll check out our Monster Energy, Monster Moments here and just take a peek at how many of those we could really see. I mean, for me, the real win here is, you know, the lane swap out of the gate, right? I think this is the very first duel, first of many, that Picaz is able to stack up, ending that game with 200 what duel damage here exactly on that LC? Just too damn much, honestly.
Yeah, Talon they were unable to get the ball rolling, you know. At some point, they kind of stabilized the game. I think it was when EG had like a 4 or 5k lead stagnated. They were able to hold it there for quite some time, and here they were able to kill the Whisper team also. And I felt like maybe they are putting themselves back into a position where they are going to slowly be able to claw themselves back into the game.
Yep. There's the death of Picaz as well, as he does dive tower, feeling fairly strong, right? Given that he's got the shield and the DD rune active, but is going to be punished for his over-aggression.
Yeah, the Whisper team was just like a terror, you know, the early game engagements. It's just doing so much damage. They weren't able to kill him. They're just running around, just killing heroes left and right. I mean, just Monkey King not having a good lane, you know, like just affects the hero so much, you know. He just doesn't feel the same.
No, and just not a ton of impact either. And you can see he was throwing out these Wukong's commands, and even the safe/mid lane Venomancer was eager to fight into them. There's a death from C-Smile on the Siege, but still just ended up being a really phenomenal game from Evil Geniuses. And just, you know, the game sense to keep the pressure on. Like, sure, they lose Aegis pretty early into that push, right, on Picaz, but he respawns, they give it another go. And from here, it's just, you know, the full speed ahead for them, and they're going to take a crucial win over the side of Talon. It was important for them here to kind of rein in Talon from really running away in Group A. Evil Geniuses now, at least with this tie, are going to be able to keep themselves out of contention of a loss. I believe now they ought to be, what, 6-6? Yeah, so they're 6-6. Unfortunately for them, that's only good enough for a tie for 4th place, though. I guess maybe 3rd? No, it's a tie for 4th with everyone else in the group except for Liquid. So not good enough. They still need a win for the side of Evil Geniuses by the looks of things here, Winter.
They only have one more series, right? One more game.
That's correct. Tomorrow we have our half day here for DreamLeague Season 20.
Against Tundra, their last game.
It's a tough one.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough one. Well, we'll see how they're going to get prepared for that. We're going to have a lovely little insight here with my good friend here, Panda, actually joining us for the interview. Panda Boo, hello. Can you hear us? Are you there?
Hi, hello. What's up, Richie?
Hey, Panda. Good to see you, man. I'll see you soon later in Bali as well. But for now, congratulations, you guys, on a really big draw here. Panda, really impressive game 2 compared to game 1. What were the changes you felt like the team made to help make that difference?
We made some mistakes in draft in the first game. We did some bans we didn't have to, and the second phase wasn't that good. So we changed it up in the second games, and it went better.
Winter, anything on the draft?
What was the idea, by the way, on the Legion Commander, like going mid? Can you tell us a little bit more about that pick in particular?
I mean, it was not a plan at the start. We kind of got forced into doing it. because we don't want to play LC safe lane into Monkey, but they ended up going mid. But it was fine because we forced MK to get W at level 1. So I think that's why he won the lane.
You guys ended up winning the bottom lane. What's it like supporting Chris on the safe lane Venomancer for you? Tell me about that. What was your experience?
I mean, I just gave him tangos. I pulled a couple times. He didn't fit. I was doing mostly most of the deaths in my lane. So I think it was fine. Nothing new.
Are we gonna see more of this kind of lane swaps from your team in the future since it worked out this time?
I have no idea. Maybe in sometimes, but I don't think something gonna happen frequently.
Something that we used to see frequently that we haven't seen a lot from you now, even though the hero's getting picked, is the Oracle. I know you love playing Oracle and Abba and the save heroes. Why aren't we seeing them too much right now, Panda? Why don't you like them? Why don't you pick them?
I'm also kind of surprised I'm not playing them because we were like spamming it a lot in DPC. We're just not picking it right now. I don't know. I was bored a couple days ago, but it's weird for me. No, not playing the hero.
And what do you think of the state of the game right now? Do you think like Dota is in a phase where it's pretty interesting to play? There's a lot of ideas that are still undiscovered, or you feel like the patch is starting to get figured out?
I think there's a lot to discover because the patch is kind of stuck between some heroes right now. We are kind of like playing almost the same 7 heroes in the first pick. You're doing the same strats, running the same heroes. It's like Lima Mayor with Lina, Broodmother, but it's just with universal heroes, something like that. But they are not as broken as Lina was. It's something similar. It changed the heroes, but the drafts are kind of still the same ideas. I wanted to develop it. I'm confused. Sorry. I wanted to develop a bit more, so there's no more repeating heroes and stuff like that.
Do you like this patch more than the Lima Major patch? That's the main question. Do you have more fun right now?
Of course. Only thing I don't like about this patch is that some position 5s don't feel like very useful. It's like 3 or 4 heroes that are really good, and everyone else is depends on the game, and it's not even like really good. Like just play a few heroes and that's it.
How does it feel to play position 5 in games like game 1 where your team doesn't get a wisdom rune for 20 minutes?
I mean, it's awful, right? It happened twice in this tournament, I think. So I decided I tried to do it in this game. I wanted to take the rune and I died, but I denied with the ancients, so it was a space.
Yeah, lots of space and a really well series played. Panda, I just want to ask you one last question before you go. You guys, this is your first international tournament of maybe 3 or more in a row. So you guys are going to be traveling for some time. What do you guys do, or what do you do to make sure that you're not getting burned out and to still have a positive mental attitude as a player? You know, how do you do it? What is your secret? What's your strat?
We kinda took it. We kinda chilled a bit more in this last CPC. We were not playing as many streams as we did in the previous 2. We still played a few, but quite a lot less than before because we were kind of burned out. We needed to chill a bit more. We still played a lot of ranks, but you need to relax a bit and not like burn out before the really big events.
Oh, of course. Well, Panda, Winter, did you have any other questions? Any last questions before we let him go?
Nope, right. I'm good. Thank you for so much for the answers. You know, it's been fun for me.
Always, likewise, Panda. Always good to see you, and best of luck for you and the team in all the tournaments. And see you in Bali and later in Seattle, brother. Always good to talk to you. Yeah.
Thank you. See you guys. See you in Bali.
All right. Be safe, Panda. Bye bye. Lovely guy, honestly. One of the nicest guys in Dota, honestly. He's always chilling in the arena, watching games as well. So if you ever catch him at a tournament, definitely don't feel scared to just kind of walk up and say hello. Honestly, one of the nicest teams, a lot of these Evil Genius guys. I remember following the Stockholm Major when they made that incredible top 6 run for the first time in what, 3 Valve lands in a row now, I believe they're running. You know, they made a lot of fans and they were out there taking autographs, getting OG tattoos, stuff like that. So definitely really cool to see these guys continue to succeed, and we'll see how well they're going to continue doing as we are starting to really wrap up Dream League Season 20 here, Winter. It's the end of day 3 now. Not to worry, though. Of course, we still have one more game coming our way, so make sure you guys stick around. It's going to be 9 Pandas taking on Shopify Rebellion. Arturito, we'll see what he got.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're at the end here of day number 3, for DreamLeague Season 20 here. Second DreamLeague now for the ESL Pro Tour. As Winter, we're going to wrap up the day with one final match. 9 Pandas and Shopify Rebellion. Both teams, or rather Shopify, a team who's not really found their stride quite yet in this group stage, have they?
I mean, they do have a stand-in, so I don't know if that's still a good excuse or what. I mean, it's tough, having to play with a stand-in, especially it's your mid, last minute. Yeah, I get it, it's Miracle, he's a great player and whatnot, but it still takes time, for your team to gel.
Yep. Right now, they're matching 6th place, tied with OG, who are sitting at 4 and 6. Above them, you've got Aster and BetBoom tied at 5
and
apiece.
This is a must-win for them, right? If they
exactly. Want. Yeah. So it's a pretty important game for them if they do want to make it on into group stage number 2 for this veteran squad. Lots of big names here, of course. On the side of 9 Pandas as well, and 9 Pandas, by the way, Winter, earlier today, able to find a 2-0 victory over OG. So they are currently the team to beat in this group alongside Gaming Gladiators. No big surprise there. The boys of GG still popping off. But it's still 9 Pandas who have been impressing. 9 Pandas' last match is going to be versus Beast Coast. And the last match that Shopify have are going to be versus OG. So at least OG being their last match means maybe they have a chance, seeing that they need to also beat OG in a 2-0 to likely secure a spot or at least keep OG beneath them. But only top 4 teams make it out of the group, so a draw here is just not going to cut it. They need a 2-0.
If they draw here and they 2-0 the last game, it's still not enough points, right?
I think it would depend on how OG and Aster perform. Aster is going to be taking on Entity, who are 2 and 8, sitting at the very bottom of the group, so that might go very well for Aster. We'll see how the Emperor is able to perform against Mr. Stormer in the mid lane. And let's see who else is above him. OG is taking on Gaming Gladiators, so at least OG with a difficult match right now. So I wouldn't say it's impossible, but given that Aster are taking on so far the weakest opponent, I think you're looking for a 2-0 here, Winter.
Yeah, they have to take matters in their own hands, You can't let your opponents decide your fate. Nope. You have to win all the games, but I mean, so far I feel like they've been doing okay. I wouldn't say it's been a disaster for them. They've drawn all their games except one. They lost 0-2 against Bad Boom, and
that's right.
Apart from that, they've actually drawn every game.
I mean, it's just not going to be good enough, I think, to really get you clean out of the group stage, right? I mean, we've seen Group A, the group of ties. Right now, there's 3 teams tied at 7 and 5 in Group A for first, and then 4 teams tied for 6 and 6. So even if you do continue tying, even if everyone else ties around you, the only thing you're setting yourself up for, Winter, is more tiebreakers. So, need to get those decisive wins here and now in order to punch your ticket into group stage number 2. Comes with, of course, a big increase on the prize pool payouts, as well as a bit more experience ahead of potentially Riyadh, not to mention the Bali major in between. So it'll be a big moment here, a big game for the 2 teams. 9 Pandas, I think, with a win here, would be able to secure their ticket into group stage number 2, and then from there on, it just goes to improving their seed.
Yeah, tough match for Shopify Rebellion, but still hopeful, they can actually bring up some good strats, some Lycan strats. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
You saw him play Lycan earlier, right? Tell me a little bit more about that, because it's really changed your mind on the hero, so you must have seen something.
No, it wasn't them, it was Aster. I saw the game, it was Aster. They picked Lycan, it was against Shopify. Arteezy was Juggernaut, and we saw how Juggernaut kind of is very unreliable with the Omni Slash when there's a lot of units around, like with the Lycan. And the Lycan even bought the Manta. So I kind of feel like Lycan could be like a hero that will be a highly contested hero when teams figure out how to draft around it, especially with the Magnus. And Lycan being a universal hero with your passive, the Pharaoh Impulse, you deal so much damage.
I think That'll be interesting to see how that points out. Shopify have a second pick on Radiant, and that's because 9Pandas won the toss and actually chose to have first pick.
Okay, so it means they want techies. They want to pick. I mean, they did what Undying first pick in our game yesterday. Yeah.
But remember, Miero, who joined us for a very gracious interview after, he told us that was because he believed that their opponents didn't have any strong lanes against Undying.
Oh no, he also said that because he's playing all those melee heroes, so Undying is very good against his hero pool. I guess what he said about Collapse, right? They were playing against Spirit.
No, they were playing against Bet Boom Winter.
Oh, Bet Boom, yeah, sorry, yeah.
You're right. The other Eastern European Derby team.
I mean, it's interesting how the meta keeps changing. Like, what hero is first pick a week ago isn't first pick anymore after 1 week, and teams are just continuously changing and adapting towards what everyone else is doing. And right now, there might be some Lycan wave incoming.
I mean, this is what I really love about international Dota, isn't it? It's the clashing of ideas. Everyone kind of sitting in comfortably on their own regional meta. With exception, I would say, of C this past tour, Eastern Western Europe, a lot of the teams, I don't want to say get complacent, but are comfortably, performing very well. Top 3, top 4 performances pretty consistently, right? And sure, they may be dictating the meta in their region, but when it comes to international LAN, it's time to step up and really see how your kind of taste on the meta ends up actually playing out.
I mean, to simplify it, you're just about to count who has more universal heroes.
Right, exactly. That's what we determined that this is down to. And of course, that roster showing the complete roster of Shopify Rebellion, which we would normally get to see. But Abed is, of course, not attending. And so we've got quite the stand-in for him for Miracle. So that's certainly made all the Shopify Rebellion games very exciting. It's the first time we have them here. The pleasure to cast them on their stream. Any predictions here, Winter? I mean, 9Pandas looked very clean yesterday. Very good.
Yes, definitely a very, very hard matchup for Shopify Rebellion. But as you can see now, Fly, he's been the pillar for the team for a very long time. A very selfless support player, always plays for the team, tanks the gang for the team. Whereas for their opponents, 9Pandas, they kind of have a very similar position 5 player too. Solos, very, very famous for his disruptor and also very selfless, always plays for the team. And both of these captains have very, very different ideas on the drafts, how they want to open the first 2 heroes, what they should be prioritizing. So it'll definitely be a very interesting draft to see, how both teams perceive each other and what do they feel like it's important.
Yeah, as we can see our draft, right? First pick for 9Pandas. They've taken out the Void and the Medusa, so 2 cores here, and make that 4 now as Shopify with the Doom and Timber bands. You were predicting techies. Any reason why you would want to change that prediction now, Winter?
You have Antares, so why not? I don't think there's a hero that I would want to pick over techies right now. All right.
Would a Bat Rider change your mind?
I don't know, man, because I don't get to scream, so I'm not really sure of all the small little things that's changing. So because everything is different after every series. I mean, Bat Rider gives you a lot more flexibility in terms of being a multi-role hero. You can play it on POS 4, POS 5. They play it on solo, they play it on Antares, they play it on the offlane, on Miero. So it's still a very, very nice opening pick for them, man. Shopify Rebellion goes for the standard Beastmaster plus Techies lane, very, very solid. And we'll see what is the 8th pick for 9Pandas. Do you actually just pick your carry right now because you see the lane, you see the Beastmaster lane? So what do you want to do right now? Do you just pick some Magnus and just play the lane? That's what I would do. I'll just pick the Magnus, or you pick a freaking Lycan.
Just pick the Lycan. I really like as well Saber Chad on the Beastmaster. He was one of the earlier ones to really hit him with the drums of Slam, at least on his stream back when that skill was not very good. Obviously, that's gone a long way since then. And
wow, they're really, really prioritizing this Undying. And yesterday, Miro said that they like to pick Undying when the enemy offlaner picks a strength hero, just to deal with the lane. Like interesting to see like how Undying is like slowly creeping back into the meta. I thought this hero is kind of like dead, and right now I'm just seeing the hero being picked over and over again. Like it's really really strong with the Bat Rider in the team fight. You place the tombstone, you give your team vision, the Bat Rider drags a hero in towards the tombstone, then it becomes near impossible for the enemy to take a fight there.
Yeah, lots of control. I mean, do you think it becomes any easier with Hawk Vision, with Mind Vision? I'd say Shopify with a little bit of AoE control as well with their opening picks. Do you think that gives them at least any kind of an advantage? Sure, that they're no tombstone hitters, right? But at least
Tekis is a tombstone hitter, Richie. He has long range, he has good attack speed. Do not underestimate his right clicks, you know. You'll regret it.
You will regret it, especially in quite a dangerous lane, right? Sticky Bomb blast off, as well as, of course, those axes coming through. Even an Undying might actually end up struggling against that damage output. Eager to see what 9Pandas are going to pair with it as we do look towards the second bans. Shopify making sure that the Morph or TB aren't allowed to get free lanes. A silencer ban out from the Pandas.
Yeah, it's to protect the Bat Rider. Because even if you're playing a support Bat Rider, you still don't like to play into the Arcane Curse in the lane. And Naga obviously is to protect the Tombstone for the Undying. And again, you know, Void, Time Dilation. It's a very good spell against Bat Rider. So that's kind of telling me that this Bat Rider might just be a core. Because they're dedicating 2 bans to protect the pick. So it might be an offlane hero for now. But we'll see, you know. Shopify, they have to pick first here. They need to most likely decide what position 5 that they want to pick. Ideally, like a Dispel against the Bat Rider. That's my first thought, like some Oracle Enchantress hero. At least, I think Oracle is more preferred for me. But they're gonna go for. But they're going for this banner again. Like we see time and time again, teams picking this banner. Techies, like so many games, you know, we've casted this couple of days. Banner plus Techies, they're really really strong in the lane. Banner is really good against Undying or Bat Rider in the lane with the Gale. Like you kind of nullify their aggression in the lane. They can't really kill. They're trying to go on your hero with the Flame Break, and then you just Gale the Bat Rider, and he can't really push on. But then again, it gives you no stuns, you know, Techies and Banner there. I mean, Techies has a stun, but he's not really a good initiating hero, so you tend to have to rely on your other heroes to do that for you.
That's true, right? I mean, and again, I'll always bring it up, Winter, but more vision, isn't it? Now with those Plague Wards being up, making it more difficult for 9Pandas to get the kind of initiation or the lasso that they may be looking or even needing in these kinds of fights. 9Pandas now with 16-17 here in this phase, expecting to see at least a core, maybe another support here, and perhaps saving their mid lane pick and flexing the bat between mid and off. You see the enemy off lane, right?
I think you should pick the carry. At least for me, you know, I feel like you should just pick the carry because you know your lane, right? It's Beastmaster plus Techies. I feel like I would save the mid because then I would be able to keep the Bat Rider as a flex. Maybe I put him mid, maybe I put him off lane, so the draft is a little bit more open. So what I have to decide here is whether I still care about putting a Bat Rider as a support. If I do not care about that, I'm just picking like a Disruptor +1.
Disruptor +1 ain't bad. It's always a solo classic, isn't it? But I think he played the Undying last time. Okay, out comes the Bloodseeker. Would you consider something like a Shadow Demon or even like a Bane here to really go in on that combo, or do you expect this Undying to be safe lane with it?
I think Undying with Bloodseeker is reasonable. Then you pick like some position 4 that deals a lot of damage so you can kill with the lasso, like some Skyrath, Dark Willow hero. I think Dark Willow is excellent with the Tombstone. You have Terrorize to protect the Tombstone, more teamfight, Rupture into Terrorize sounds nice.
Rupture into Terrorize does sound pretty good. You do like those universal heroes, and you'll get one, Winter. You were looking for a mag earlier, and you shall have him. So what, we're flexing this mag between mid and off alongside the Bat Rider. Is there any flex you think for this Bat Rider to go 4 potentially for this 9Pandas roster?
Probably the Bat Rider will be 4, I think. So you put the mag on the off lane and you pick your, I guess your mid hero last. Everything is still open. I guess they can still decide after seeing the next pick by Shopify. Shopify have to decide what do they want to pick to respond towards this Magnus. My favorite hero against like Core Magnus would be Winter Wyvern Core, but I'm not sure if Miracle plays it.
Okay.
Abaddon is a good answer as a carry against the RP. We've seen this like one game at least. I think it was yesterday or
right.
was it the day before? And
Yeah, we did see an Abacar. It was in the wild game. I think actually 9Pandas played it, didn't they? It was Ramses playing the Abaddon. Or as I recall, he almost died to the supporting Sentries.
he didn't skill his ulti, and he thought he had a skill point, but he actually did not have a skill point.
No, he didn't. Yeah. He almost schooled himself there, and fortunately got out of that one without ending up on the front page of the now closed Dota 2 subreddit.
Yeah. It's a pretty scary lineup for Shopify Rebellion, you know, with Abaddon able to deal with the RP and the Lasso, and then you have Beastmaster Aura with Venom and Tekis. You have a very, very powerful like a 5-man team, whereas for 9Pandas you have to decide whether you want to pick like a more team fight to deal with this potential 5-man ball coming in from Shopify. I mean, they themselves have a pretty strong 5-man ball with Undying Magnus.
Yeah, we saw it out for them yesterday, right? In I believe Game 1 versus Betboom, this solo Undying. I think maybe they could look for Kiyotaka on a different hero, because I think a lot of the momentum out from 9Pandas, they've kind of used him as an anchor.
Like Rubik?
A Rubik.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's some pretty nice spells to steal, and I feel like they kind of need like a pos 4 that deals damage, if they don't want a Bat Rider to be the pos 4.
Right.
Like, that's why I suggested like some Skywrath or Dark Wheeler earlier.
Keen down there by. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I feel like they need to pick a hero that deals damage so that when they lasso or RP, they have to kill the target quickly.
Could you be looking for a Silver Edge carrier here as well, potentially, into the ABBA? I don't really see. I mean, maybe the Bloodseeker a little bit later in his itemization. Certainly not out of the question, but is that any consideration for 9Pandas? A mid laner that builds Silver Edge?
I think not so much. I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I feel like they just need a hero that binds the whole lineup together, and right now I feel like they are lacking damage. I mean, they can move if they move the Bat Rider to position 4, and they can just pick like an off laner that can deal with the Abaddon in the lane. Like, that could work. Or you just put the Magnus there and pick another mid laner, that would be fine too, but you're not gonna know your matchup since you don't have the overall last pick. So then you have to pick like a neutral hero. Like an Ember Spirit.
Like the Ember? Yeah, I mean, that could work. Storm taken out. Shopify will reply to that with the Pangolier ban. I think could have been a nice choice as well. Some more follow-ups done, even if the ABBA does manage to get the borrow time off. Okay, I was gonna say Tinker, but I was surprised that they picked this actually into the Beastmaster and into the Veno. Just good vision.
Is it really a good Tinker game? So why Tinker here? Enemy is trying to 5-man, and they don't have really good stuns to catch you, I guess.
They don't. They've got an okay vision game, but you have maybe even a better one with Undying Tombstone up on the high ground. Doesn't give as much vision as it used to, but it still spawns a ton of zombies for Tinker to just spam rockets at. Magnus can go fishing for the right RP.
Invoker against Tinker, is that the pick? I mean, you have Raw to set up for your Sunstrike. Then you have Alacrity on the Abaddon.
Snapfire instead. That's a Tombstone killer for sure. I think Shopify were kind of up till now desperately needing one, weren't they?
Count the universal heroes, Richie. Count them.
I count 5 actually for Shopify Rebellion. I forget Beastmaster is a universal hero.
Odovin, 5 universal heroes.
5 universal heroes against 2. I mean, I'm not liking those odds right now for 9Pandas.
So they finished their draft with Snapfire, so it means their draft is going to be so fast-paced, right? Because they have Beastmaster core, Snapfire mid with damn it, what was the last hero?
The last hero was the Abacore.
The Abacore. So they're gonna be able to play the game at a very, very high octane pace. You have Venomancer and Tekis, which will allow you to do well in the lanes. And whereas for 9Pandas, their draft is a lot more slower because you have Magnus, you have Tinker, Those heroes need time before they come online. At least for Tinker, you're gonna have to get your blink. That usually happens around 8 to 10 minutes. And then after that, you start to join in with your supports, you go to the side lanes, you harass the cores. So I would say that might prefer to be in actually Shopify's lineup more because I feel like it's a lot more dynamic. It's fast, and I like to play the game at a very fast pace right now. I feel like being able to own your lanes and snowball, that's something that I feel that it's just easier to execute that rather than like just trying to get to a late game stage where you have to draw out the game, you have to play slowly. That's just not my thing right now.
Are you confident that Shopify are going to be able to execute on this kind of a lineup? I think, you know, we always talk about ease of execution, especially on a fast lineup, right? I dreamt about Phase Boot Slark, says Arturito. Everyone's saying have fun, good luck, have fun. Ramses and Arteezy exchanging a couple of tips. Seems like all the players familiar with each other. But it's 9Pandas who are making a decisive move now. Going the long way around here. Ooh, a sneaky ward as well on that cliff. They may be able to draw first blood here as they catch Fly, potentially completely unaware. Flame Break is going to be on the money there. Fly with a big old Venomous Gale and following up into plenty of damage. Now the Blood Right is actually 9Pandas on the run. The boys from NA now beating back 9Pandas. Antares falling low. Arteezy looking for first blood here. And I believe no, denied it as he's going to be pulled back by a nice shockwave out from Miero. Solo now turns around quite aggressively. I think he knew he was dead here potentially, but the fight continues. He's up to 28 stacks of decay. He's going to keep fighting. First blood now for the 9Pandas as Saberlight pulled back on in. Solo stealing everyone's strength.
Oh boy. I think the Scatter Blast miss there by Miracle actually cost them that kill, you know. I guess he didn't expect Solo to just all of a sudden stop and not move. That was rather strange. And then he missed the nuke and he was able to turn and decay on what, 3 heroes?
Yeah, big meaty decays there. I mean, he's already, now he's grown to much more regular size, but all that strength, of course, does end up growing him. Antares is going to get a blood grenade tossed his way, ticking down within deny range now as Miero looking for the deny. Arteezy's going to be able to pick up the kill, though.
Okay, so 2 kills for 9Pandas, 1 kill for Shopify. Looking at the other lanes, did Tinker get a kill? No, okay, so the mid laners did not get any kills, so that's fine then. Like, that's always the first thing you check, you know, did any of the mid players get a kill? I usually would skew the matchups pretty badly.
Let's Snapfire into Tinker. Some pretty burst-heavy magic on the Q, especially that miss rate and Cookie for Miracle.
So who has the upper hand in this lane? I would think that it should be like a 50-50 lane. Maybe Snapfire has the edge because you can shove out the waves better and control the runes better compared to the Tinker.
Agreed. I think the way Tinker's got to position himself to do a lot of his single target damage, right? It probably puts him in Scatterblast with. He could run into some issues there if he eats too many of those. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Miracle can just secure the waves a bit easier. He can harass and still secure the ranged. And even toss a Cookie underneath his tower. Solo really enjoying this top lane, though, honestly. So much so that he's going to plant the Tombstone and look for the kill onto Saberlight. That stacked up quite a bit of decay, but unable to collect on the kill as Crit getting very aggressive here. Underneath the Tombstone, it's going to be fine.
But then he needs to run. He's getting chased down. Arteezy.
Yeah, and he's got the Saphotic Shield to keep him alive, but it's only going to make the offlane that much more difficult right now for Shopify, given how much thirst and movement speed that Ramsey's going to have. Farms very comfortably, especially underneath the Tombstone, especially after Saber is kicked out of the lane. So top lane going very well.
They're actually struggling on the side lanes. Abaddon and the Beastmaster on Shopify. They're not having a good time in the lanes. But at least the Snapfire is having a good time against the Tinker.
Laser being a bit annoying for Miracle, not allowing him to pick up a couple of range groups here and there, and some good denies from Kiyotaka. Solo comfortably as well, doing very well in this lane, forcing back Saberlight and Crit. Really surprised at how much this hero is still able to do, despite, you know, some fairly heavy nerfs targeted at the hero, especially the Mango change. I feel really damaging him. We'll see if Crit's gonna let him get this Lotus for free, and he's gonna be harassed back off of it. Yeah. Both
think
losses for 9 Pandas.
I think the blood grenade kind of like made this hero okay again, because you can always like use it really aggressively with the decay in your tombstone and threaten for a kill and at least force them to TP out of the lane. Wow,
Solo
Miracle
kill mid.
getting a solo kill onto the Tinker. That is
And he
huge.
did. Trying to get around the tree there. There's Thirst movement speed applied, but Miracle more than happy to be able to pick up on that kill. Phenomenal job just catching him out with the cookie.
Yeah, Miracle is just showing everyone he's still boss, man.
He's still got it. He's going to be able to even steal the bounty rune for a full refill here and still be set for those 4-minute runes. So mid lane, it's going to need a rotation out from 9 Pandas here to try and stabilize it. Are you confident that the Antares Batrider or the solo Undying can really make a difference here and a meaningful impact on that the 6-minute power rune?
Yeah, I mean, they have to try, you know? They have to try to help the Tinker, since Tinker already died one time. Like, all this 6-minute power rune is especially important for a hero like Snapfire, so you definitely need to help and control it. Like, if the Snapfire gets like a haste rune, that could be really, really problematic for your side lanes.
We'll see how that continues to break down as it's a bit of a level advantage now built up for Miracle. He'll get those kisses up earlier top lane, though Solo again putting down the tombstone. Does manage to deny the bounty away. And again, with all this strength steal he's managing to accumulate, fighting very well. Down bottom, they were also skirmishing Arteezy into Miero on his offlane mag, unable to find anything as crit is going to be forced back. Maybe thinking about turning here. Solo, though, still with a blood grenade. Not a ton of mana, but has this healing Lotus ready to go. Will now pop that and the wand as now Ramsey's being drawn into the fight. Bloodright is going to whiff, and Solo might end up paying the price for that one as he can't get rid of the boar, and he's going to be minced meat. Back down bottom.
He was an okay death for Solo. He needed to go back and refill his mana and HP, so that was fine for him.
Look at this aggression. Miro, he's got the Ring of Health. Nearly that full Vanguard was kind of just taking a ton of harass underneath his own tower, but eventually they're going to let up his... That's just Miracle with another solo kill mid. Winter, he just hit him with a cookie immediately into the kisses. Laser me now.
Oh boy, this Snapfire is going to be so fat this game. You get the early travels on the hero, and then you're everywhere, killing left and right. Sounds like a dream Snapfire game right now.
Right, and Arteezy, I mean, make that Ramsey. He's just not in a position. Yes, they're all so low. He's got a bunch of thirst movement speed now. Yassine was 700 move speed, but just can't really, turn this into a kill. Might change now with Solo coming from behind. Has Tombstone ready in another second. Blood Grenade should secure the blood right as the Tombstone committed. Blast off, not good enough to stop Ramsey's diving a tier 2 tower here. Looks like he'll collect 2 kills here. Winter crit being as annoying as possible, but with zombies and Solo both to tank, Ramsey's easily has the 2 kills.
Yeah, nicely played
back down bottom, no
Solo.
flag. Does get skewered underneath the tower. He'll stay alive though. A Phonic shield up from Arteezy.
Yeah, haste rune.
Oh, Miracle. Yeah, that's the first beautiful 6-minute rune. Does get ruptured up. Cookie, no Scatterblast out from Miracle now. So he is going to be countered a bit there by the double kill. Ramsey's picking up the experience he needs to just barely get level 6. It's going to really put a dent in Miracle's step there.
Yep, they were kind of lucky not to lose any heroes there, so they'll take it. Yeah, Miracle has to just walk all his way back towards the mid lane. Tinker is pretty close to his blink. So another 500 gold, 2 waves of creeps if he can get every single last hit in the lane. But overall, another skewer under the tower on Arteezy.
Yep. Let's get flame braked. Nearly enough damage. That Tinker is rotating on down. Maxing the laser over rockets. Pretty normal.
Solo was thinking about trying to steal the Wisdom Rune.
And Miracle's actually rotating down bottom here, so caution advised for the side of 9 Pandas. We'll see if they can maybe avoid anything too costly. Miracle with kisses at the ready as Kiyotaka is going to TP out. Miracle thinking about a move here. Might be able to interrupt the pull that Antares is going for as Fly and Arteezy now join in. Miro does have a skewer, but it's going to be Antares in trouble, hit by the cookie. We've got the Scatterblast. We still have the kisses. Miro doesn't really want to get involved here. I'm just going to have to let Miracle Scatterblast Antares into the wind.
Yeah, the Snapfire is just having too good of a game right now, so he's able to just rotate to the side lanes, just get a kill, doesn't even have to commit his ultimate. So he's going to still have it for the next fight, and hopefully 8-minute rune he's going to get something nice so he can rotate on. But I guess apart from the haste, the other runes are just like okay, for Snapfire. Like haste is the only rune that he really wants the most.
yeah, and just kind of decided to go top with it. And unfortunately, due to Ramses having a pretty decent lane, unable to really follow up on a kill there. Kisses, though, now, as they look for Kiyotaka. They're going to need to land basically everything here. And nearly, the bottle sipping time out from the Tinker, keeping himself alive. Very well played there, as Miracle uses the Kisses for naught.
That was so darn close. It was actually gonna have been a very, very big kill on the Tinker, since he's just saving up that gold for that Blink Dagger. He almost had it, and now he has it.
That's true. That would have been a hell of a lot of unreliable gold. That Blink Dagger now online for the Tinker, so I expect to see him a bit more active around the map. Ramses already with a full Maelstrom, though. This is, I mean, it's a big Snapfire Winter, but it might be an even bigger Bloodseeker. When does that start to be a concern for you?
I mean, it is already a concern, you know, for me right now. The Bloodseeker having such a good start. This hero is a very, very fast-paced hero. Like, once you get a snowbally start, you get the Maelstrom into like the BKB, and you're just running in. You're doing a lot of damage in the fights. You have Empower on top of things, and a Tinker behind you with the Tombstone.
And his timings are going to be accelerated even further, thanks to of course, the Empower that Miro is not maxing, by the way. 212 build right now on the Magnus, but eventually, right, he'll be able to get more and more items as they look to try and accelerate their timings into what is a very fast Shopify Rebellion lineup.
Yeah,
Saberlight, go ahead.
And once Miracle has his travels, he's gonna be able to negate the Tinker's global presence. Wherever the Tinker goes to, he's going to be able to respond with the travel. And he's about to have it fairly soon too. And 10-minute rune going to spawn in a couple of seconds. So Snapfire is going to look to... I guess he wants a regen now.
Yeah, regen would be...
Oh, did they already get... Oh no, they already get the regen. Beastmaster got the regen in the last rune.
It's an Invis down bottom. It's a bottle refill at the very least for Miracle. We'll see if he wants to try and use this one aggressively. He's got kind of tough kills down bottom. Now that Tinker has a Blink Dagger, you kind of need to try and catch him out. Perhaps an Invis assist in that. But I suspect we'll see this one used mostly for the regen. As Arteezy is forced to pop the ultimate. No RP there committed because, of course, the skill point's not there. Two heroes mid, both supports trying to harass Miracle and slow the rate of his farm, but it'll be unsuccessful as the BOT is now purchased and on its way towards Miracle. Saberlight still kind of collecting the gold that he really needs for this Helm of the Dom. Not a fantastic laning stage, not the worst one either, but is eventually going to be able to start sieging this tower a little bit more effectively. It's got this roar, but Antares a speedy hero now with the changes.
Twin Gate, Fly is coming in. They want to try to kill the Spare Rider with the Roar.
So,
have 3 heroes here. Tinker sleeping in.
Oh, he was. Oh, no, he still is. Okay. They see him. It's actually Solo who completes the TP. Down from behind as Solo sets up the Undying Tombstone. The blast off onto 2. Teamfight breaking out as Kiyotaka secures his first kill now onto Crit. The lasso as well. Shall condemn Fly, but Saberlight, he's in pretty deep now. Still holding onto the roars. Arteezy is joining the fight. Ramses as well. He's able to shut down Miracle as the Tombstone finally the bounty collected by Arteezy. Forced to simply TP away, however, no stuns here in place, but it's 9 Pandas who win the skirmish top lane. As they take down an offlaner, sorry, they take down the mid laner, pardon me, for their troubles.
Yeah, very, very good target prioritization there by Ramses. Immediately realizing that he has to deal with the Snapfire right away. Stops the ultimate with the silence, just goes on him with the rupture. There's not much he can do about it.
Nope.
Because Arteezy was too far away. Couldn't save him.
No point yet either in the little shredder, so they weren't able to immediately dispatch with that Tombstone. Troublesome fight there for sure.
Yep. So this rune is gonna be Arcane. So what's still left in the pool? They already have Haste, Regen, Invis, Arcane. So Shield rune, Illusion rune.
And DD.
Yeah, and DD.
Yep. So we'll see whatever one spawns. Shield rune might be kind of a nice one here. Illusion, I guess not bad to remove like maybe the laser blind, but I think for the most part, it's we've seen the most impactful ones already.
I mean, with the itemization of Saberlight, it's very clear that Shopify Rebellion wants to play a very fast-paced game. You know, Beastmaster is going for all the aura items. Abaddon has Radiance. They're gonna like really hit a timing where once they complete those aura items on the Beast, the Abaddon has Radiance plus maybe a Blink or Manta. They're gonna be able to group up and be really, really strong together. Like pipe sounds good too, like against to deal with the Tinker if they want to go for it later.
Yeah, that's might actually end up being a little bit more problematic, especially as Kiyotaka is starting to get involved a little bit more around the map now, getting closer to that level 2 rearm, getting closer to that Shiva's guard, which of course you can spam and refresh. But Ramses can still farming extremely comfortably here, Winter. I think that's yet still another concern. The rate this one's going, it's a small but 2k net worth lead here for 9 Pandas, and yet I think they're going to really struggle with this Bloodseeker here quite soon.
Yeah, and overall I would say that they have the greedier draft, you know, with the Magnus, Bloodseeker, Tinker, Tricore. So this is definitely very good for them that the game is slow. Like the Beastmaster lineup so far has only claimed 1 tower, you know. So I think you're really pleased with the game right now if you're 9 Pandas, and 40-minute Wisdom Runes should be 1 apiece, and Miro stacking more Ancients to farm.
That's true. Saberlight finally has his first creep though with the Helm, so I think the push is going to start to speed up a little bit. It's just whether or not Shopify can actually fight behind him and back him up. If 9 Pandas actually try and force a fight here, Antares, they might be able to sneak around from behind. Crit with a DD rune and Miracle with an Arcane rune. Actually might be able to find the jump here. Ramses in between the trees. It's pretty far in for him now.
Oh, he's under a ward.
That he is. Crit from the side as well. Into the blast off, into the kisses. Plenty of magic damage now. Rupture dropped onto Crit in response, but it's Fly who collects the kill there. Careful though, now looking for revenge as Kiyotaka finds one. Antares and Saberlight having a nice time playing around
he's
near
stealing
the
the
Lotus
rune.
Pool. But it is Antares who might not get here in time. Miracle is not able to deny it. Wanted to try and pick it up. And might at least be rewarded with a kill, but that's going to be a Wisdom Room stolen. Miracle, there's a lasso, but certainly he doesn't die here, right? Yeah, especially with Saberlight nearby. Roar committed, and the kill collected by the offlane Beastmaster.
I think it was still worth it for Antares getting the Wisdom Rune there. I would have definitely given my life to get the rune. I think it was a good play there by him, being able to steal the rune. Right, so what other items are coming out?
Look at this. It's a Blink Dagger, not even the Echo Saber actually from Miero. So get ready for some RPs here quite soon, I would say. Even still with that level 1 rearm on the Tinker.
Yeah, and look at what he's trying to buy. He's building a pipe, so he's not being too greedy, you know, with this overall lineup. He feels like he needs to play more for the team and allow the Tinker and Bloodseeker to just get more space on the map to farm and carry the game. You know? I think it's a wise choice here by Miro.
Agreed. Really nice positioning here by Crit on the techies. I think would have broken any smoke that was going to try and catch Arteezy. Instead, the Blink reveals onto the mid lane, into the RP now. Kiyotaka rearming here is going to be able to secure this kill with a nice another Blink on in. Nicely secured. Solo as well from behind just to ensure there was no chance of a counter initiation. Shopify Rebellion, maybe trying to go for the fast draft, might be slightly outsped here, although they are going to try for a kill onto Ramses. Oh, does collect the kill there with the blood right damage, but Arteezy's got a Radiance here, my friend. He is going to run you down. Look at those slows as well, as Arteezy commits the ultimate, immediately chasing for the kill. Means he doesn't have it for the lasso, being dragged away as Kiyotaka joining the fight now, still with level 1 rearm. Unable to chase too much further, but it's Fly. Oh, attempting to secure the kill. Winter, unfortunately, only heals up Ramses. Even Arteezy being kited around in this fight. 9 Pandas collapsing around the side of Shopify Rebellion. And Shell
What a play by Antares, saving his carry there. Using the Tumbler Soils, going in at the last moment, getting the lasso. What a player.
Yeah, Arteezy, he was so desperate to get that kill. I think, what did he borrowed time to get rid of one thing, and I'm not sure. Not sure what he used to borrow time. We'll see in the replay.
The slow from the flame break. Here. Was it the flame break or something?
It could have been the flame break slow. It was. Yeah. He just popped it immediately.
Yeah, this Tumbler Soil into that, so this is the MVP move right there.
And Arteezy just kited around as well. No chance for him to TP out. I mean, that's the first fight as well with him for Radiance. Not much of a fight, though. More like 9 Pandas just defending their carry. That's the first BKB really paying off here for 9 Pandas. This is Ramsey still on almost a flawless game at 4-1 and 3. Still playing excellently.
I think they need to wait for like a couple more items to come. I think the pipe that I mentioned earlier, like Fly is trying to complete it. And maybe Crit should get a mech. I feel like they need mech and pipe.
in trouble and just simply dead underneath the tower. What'll it cost 9 Pandas, though? Is there's going to be the rupture onto our team
Mira's
again,
dead.
activating the borrow time early and an easy kill, especially with the kisses coming on down. Miracle collects the last rune, Winter, which is the shield rune. So now we're going to reset for our next set of power runes. And another Blink Dagger here for the 9 Pandas. Antares with a Blink Dagger for himself now.
Yeah, all these blinks are going to play a very pivotal role because Shopify Rebellion, they're trying to group up and push S5 with their heroes and how their itemizations are working with the auras. And if you get blinks and you get pickoffs on the map, it's going to delay that and allow your team to farm the map. And eventually you're just going to be able to outscale them, you know, with the Empower and the Bloodseeker just farming across the map. So it's going to be a cat and mouse game, you know. Can they catch heroes enough to delay the push? And Shopify, they really want to group up S5, you know. They don't want this double Blink Daggers to be picking them off. Actually, triple Blink Daggers.
It's going to get excessive here. Saberlight, though, finishing off the Helm of the Overlord, so he does have now the Ancients to play with, significantly increasing the pushing potential of this squad. 9 Pandas still lingering together in the mid lane as Ramses is just by far and away the most farmed hero right now.
Guys, this guy is so insanely farmed, like pre-20 minutes with 12.5k net worth. Lasso,
Antares immediately kicking off this fight. That's a mid-lane Snapfire already thrown outside of the Blood Right, but can no longer take this fight. Killed off pretty quickly as the reinforcements from Shopify Rebellion simply not in time, not strong enough. Ramsey still conserves his BKB charge here. Could look to fight more, but it seems like they're going to have to just kind of leave Solo behind. Oh, the RP counter initiation. It catches Fly out, skewered back down to the low ground as Solo does end up dying here to the Ancient Granite Golem of Saberlight.
Oh my god, they have Shivas as well. I mean, this is getting harder and harder for Shopify.
It's going to make the vision game even better. And he goes, now the double Shivas. That's just dirty. Did you catch that rearm? Whew, that looked good. That is instant death for crit. Wow.
And on top of things, Ramses is even going to find an illusion rune.
He'll continue farming. He's got a Manta style of his own now.
Yeah. Especially with the... So they can't really combo the Raw and the Snapfire ultimate to kill people.
All right. Yeah, they're going to be having a difficult time there. We get reconnected now in our game. Again, missed one little fight, which is why Beastmaster is just now respawning, but Shopify Rebellion right back at it here. Another bad fight for them, though, and another fight where Ramses does not need to use his BKB. It means things are, you know, still going to look mighty difficult for them, especially if they can get initiation now onto RTZ. Pops the borrowed time now as the fight. Not so bad this time for Shopify Rebellion, as the RP is going to be pretty much countered now by Crit's counter initiation. The roar now through Ramsey's second BKB charge, but Kiyotaka from the side. Oh, a nice save in there with the shield. Even Solo still alive in this fight, but RTZ not as lucky. Beastmaster dragged back up onto the high ground where Kiyotaka reigns king. They're just feeding him heroes now. Crit is served up on a platter by Miero. And it's going to be another great fight out from the 9 Pandas. That one's so close to swinging the way of Shopify, though.
Yeah, once they use the Raw and the Multimus Kiss and they don't win the fight right there, the Tinker is just gonna win the long battles, you know. With the rearm and the decays, you're not winning that fight anymore. I mean, it's just tough, man. They don't have enough. I feel like they don't have enough damage at the moment. They're just not killing heroes fast enough with the Raw.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a Mjolnir now. I mean, Ramses is just out of control in this game already, man. How are you going to stop this guy? I don't know if Shopify are going to be able to take these fights. They're the ones meant to be winning these early engagements. They're the ones meant to be grouping up as 5. And that's just not how it's been playing out here for them so far. 9 Pandas moving around the map, confidently taking fights, and able to kind of counter Shopify at every single move they want to make.
I mean, they have to try to use the Hawk and just find a pick-off right now. I feel like continuously 5-manning, it's not going to work for Shopify already. They are just too far behind. They need to maybe group up, smoke, get a pick-off, and just work on that.
It's not easy when you're playing against a Tinker, though, is it? You're never really alone. This is going to be Roshan going down here to 9 Pandas. Shopify looking for a kill maybe. They see the Firefly but can't really connect onto anything. Rush just going to go down in the meantime here. It's not the fastest one, but it's going to go uncontested. And yeah, having the Tinker here will certainly speed it up.
Maybe at this point, it's actually probably just the only option for them is to just try to play the ultra late game. You have Snapfire, if you can get to late game with Data and talents.
Go for 20, 25 talents, get up there.
Yeah. I mean, you have Venom to defend the high ground, so and Techies. So it's going to be hard for 9 partners to actually breach the high ground. So there is a very, very good chance that Shopify can actually just hold this game, like play a very long 40-50 minute game and hope for the best. Because at this rate, I don't feel like they can no longer group up as 5 and just use their lineup to push.
Well, they're going to be able to at least split push pretty effectively with that Helm of the Dom. Helm of the Overlord now. You can see
and the Hot Vision.
Yeah, going both ways. Techie's Mines as well. Seems like they'll at least be able to trade tier 2 for a tier 2. We'll see, actually. 9 Pandas TPing on back to defend this. Ramsey's kicking it off with a Rupture onto Arteezy. They still have the RP now to cancel a potential TP out. Borrowed time is going to be procced now manually. There's going to be now as well a lasso from behind, putting Fly out of position. He's immediately killed off, and Arteezy just has no support here. Left high and dry, figuratively, not clipped this time. The Shopify Rebellion can do nothing to save him.
Yeah, they're just getting absolutely destroyed by 9 Pandas right now. They can't take the head-on fights, they can't split push, they're getting caught, Tinker's catching them left and right with the Shivas. And just nothing going right for Shopify.
So a second hero now overtaking even Miracle here for the most farm position. Crit might not be out of this one here, honestly, as he's going to be forced to blast off into his own base. Miracle trying to push these waves out at the very least with the Mantle Illusions, buying as much time as he can for his team, as it seems like Shopify at this stage, Winter, I believe you're right. They're going to have to settle in for a bit of a long haul.
Even a gem purchase on Antares.
Radiant's middle tower.
Safe D ward there at the very least from Shopify. It's going to prevent any further losses in the base, but we're still playing with Aegis here for another 2.5, nearly 3 full minutes. Starting to get pretty desperate for Shopify in this kind of a game. Down 13k, just did not manage to hit. You know, they just didn't really get into gear, it felt like, out of the gates. With this kind of a lineup, like you're saying, there's hopes for this one late game, but getting there is a long and treacherous journey now.
So at this point, they can only hope for the best in the whole high ground. Maybe 9 Pandas is going to make a mistake when they're pushing high ground. You get a good high ground defense with the Venom and the Techies, and then you're back into the game, you know. One fight is all it.
I like your optimism. That's all Arteezy needs. He just needs one fight. And, well, no one's in the base. Literally no one's in the base right now for Shopify to defend against this push. I'm sure they'll come back eventually. But pretty soon, yeah, they're going to be ringing the doorbell and forcing a couple of TPs on back already. Saberlight TPing. It's going to be Arteezy, the last one back, as Kisses coming down here to clear the wave. They barely get through the pipe barrier there, Winter, but they've at least killed the creeps from the trees here. Saberlight and Crit poking around, trying to play around this defender's gate as Ramsey's hit by the Venomous Gale. Techie's Mines as well are going to make this a difficult journey in for the Bat Rider, as Arteezy is going to be able to avoid the cast animation of the RP. Miero's holding on to that one. Radiance as well does make this push a little bit cumbersome. But Ramsey's just a little bit too tanky, has the backing of his team, and Age is still for another minute and 20 seconds. The siege, slow, steady. Just nothing. There's the catch onto Arteezy. Activates the ulti now. Saberlight blinks on in. They have caught Mikio Taki, but there's the RP now, keeping Arteezy just completely out of the fight. The stun did not catch Ramsey's, and that's already 2 kills. Core is dead just like that. Oh my goodness, the blood mist onto 2. Say goodbye, Shopify Rebellion. Ramsey's with a triple kill. Oh, he's not going to quite go fountain diving, though. Can't look for the Ultra, but that high ground siege is just too clean from the Pandas.
Yeah, this Bloodseeker is just way too huge, man. I mean, the RP was like just on one hero, but that was just still enough, you know, for 9 Pandas. And now Kayotaka, he's just stalling on them, you know, in the fountain.
Yep. It's Aegis being reclaimed. Just back to full HP and mana. And this is at least 2 lanes of barracks, if honestly, Winter, not just the megas. No one's gonna buy back here. They'll all respawn naturally. But down 20k here. Dota Plus, not the biggest believer right now in the NA Dota, 3 to 97%. So Shopify looking down the barrel of a very scary, a very big Bloodseeker. One with Blood Mist, one with this constant overshield on, being buffed even further by the defense matrix. It's just getting to be mighty difficult, especially as Antares. He's just finding pick-off after pick-off. Tombstone and Blood Rite make it impossible to counter-initiate here. Look at the shield on this Bloodseeker right now. 3,000 damage plus a 1,000 shields. Good luck.
I mean, he has the pipe barrier, the blood mist barrier.
That's a roar. That's a roar right here. What are you doing outside of the base, Saberlight? At least he's living for now. Those cost him the roar. There's a full E-Blade now up on the Tinker. Shopify, again, just struggling, really desperate to defend. Arteezy caught again here. He's ruptured up. That triggers the buyback out from Shopify. The Kiss is now coming on down as well. Eul Scepter at least holding the Bloodseeker at bay right now, but Rupture still on Arteezy for another second at the very least as he's struggling to fight through Ramses. Ramses falling a bit low. Confident he'll find a heal in this fight. Confident, perhaps overconfident. No! RP! They do get the kill on 2-1 as Miro dies underneath the tier 4 towers. Crit with a big old blast up on the way in.
They all did.
Pandas overestimating themselves. 4 will go down in exchange for Arteezy. Kiyotaka, all right, I mean, he'll get another fight. All right, you can have him. How much more will he get, though? Kiyotaka on a triple kill now, looking for Saberlight, finds the Ultra. Miracle's just too far away. There's only one survivor from each team is going to be able to walk away from this fight.
Yeah, both the mid laners are the only people that survived. I mean, just some classic Tinker game, you know? You think you win the first fight, and then Tinker comes back. Oh, great, guys, we have nothing to kill the Tinker, and he just kills us all.
The janitor's back, and he's out for blood. He just kind of swept them off their feet right
Ramses definitely went in a little too hard there.
Yeah, I'd say so. He was playing like he had Aegis. That's what he must have been expecting a big heal, right, off of Blood Mist or something proccing.
This is similar to his play on the Abaddon the other day when he thought he had ulti, but he didn't actually save a skill point and he was just standing there about to die. And then, wait, what? I didn't have a skill point?
I mean, kind of a big milestone hit here for Shopify Rebellion. Not an easy game by any means, especially if they do end up catching Miracle.
Tinker.
The Lincoln Sphere. They have broken at least the lasso on that, but Miracle trying to TP out of this one. They don't quite have the magic damage for him, though. He'll make it out alive, but Arteezy's out here farming. She's going to actually find a silence on the Kiyotaka. He decides it's time for him to TP out, and that's the right call. It's 9 Pandas giving a round of tips here to Miracle, barely making it out. It's all right. XD again and again out from solo. Kiyotaka calling him the king.
Yeah, the amount of respect, you know?
Fair enough. Lots of respect in this match. And, well, I think for this one, a difficult game at this stage for Shopify. You know, the borrow time does not stop you from getting skewered away. It does at least stop you from getting stunned, but the continuous movement there means that Arteezy is just constantly getting thrown out of these fights and not finding much support. But what was I going to say? Miracle has hit 20, right? And he's got Crystallis on top of the Enchanted Quiver. It's something for him, Winter. Is it enough?
It might be if Bloodseeker decides to run into your tier 4s again.
That could happen. I mean, this time he's running in with even more HP, 3,500 to be exact, not including his overshield. Just thanks to basically that Iascati now being complete. Wow. Yeah, that shield can really get up there, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult right now for Shopify. They're just running into a lot of damage problems. They don't have enough damage.
Check out what Solo's doing. Solo's playing the part of a hawk. He's just chilling there. He's chilling. Look at that. He's eating food, I think, on that camera. Having a snack. Hands off the keyboard. There he is. He's doing his finger stretches, getting right back to goat. All right, there it is. Nope, back to the roast pit for him.
Life of a support, you know.
That's right. You know what he's doing, Winter? He's watching the minimap.
There you go. That's what every captain does. Look at the minimap, yell out the orders. You're on the wrong side of the map. Come here. Stand here. Under my ward. Protect my ward.
Tinker's got the heat-seeking missiles mini-stun. Arteezy, oh yeah, Arteezy is just going to get caught here. Miero skewing it on back. There's going to be the Yule Scepter now to try and counter that as Arteezy activates the borrowed time, but still he's surrounded by 4 enemy heroes. RP is out. Arteezy stuck in place, just can't do a damn thing. He's killed off, and now they've unleashed Ramses in the fight. He just 3-hit fly. Shopify Rebellion getting the hell out of this fight as it's falling apart rather quickly for them. 9 Pandas, forget the Roshan. Time to get the Megas. Time to take this into game 2. Time for Kiyotaka to find more kills across the map. He is going to be now at least hit the stun. Just not good enough here. Not enough damage because he's got a damn BKB for himself. Saberlight doing what he can. He's going to go down to the blood right of Ramses. Miracle trying his best to run away from this one, but that heat-seeking missile leaves no quarter. Tries to deny himself in the last seconds of this game, but GG's are called, Winter. It's 9 Pandas who take, they just cruise to victory here, honestly, in game 1.
Yeah, what a dominant display, from the start. Actually, maybe not from the start, because Tinker got solo killed twice by Miracle on the Snapfire. But apart from that, I felt like Antares really shined on the barrier, and on top of that as well, like the Magnus getting like the pipe, the selfless items to help the team and enable the Bloodseeker and the Tinker in the game. That was like for me the highlight, of how 9 Pandas dealt with the early aggression from Shopify. They were supposed to be dominating with the Snapfire Beastmaster lineup, plus the banner on top of things with the Techies, but they weren't able to do that like throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, it ended up just being so difficult, right? The Abba, like, sure, he would get that borrowed time off as soon as he was skewered out, but it was just the repositioning in the first place out from Miero, time and time again, like you said, going for a much more team-focused build, right? No Echo Saber on him. He didn't even actually take too many points of the Empower in lane, right? Until basically he knew that he was set on this course of action, and it completely ended up being the right move. Kiyotaka with a phenomenal game here on the Tinker, and Ramses with one equally as strong are going to be able to just kind of walk over Shopify in game 1. Really convincingly.
Ramses just had that one move where he overextended, but I think apart from that, he played a close to perfect game as a carry Bloodseeker. He had a very, very good lane against the Beastmaster. He kept on farming, got a really quick Maelstrom, then he had the BKB, he came to almost every single fight he came. He played around his team with the Magnus, and just the whole team played a close to perfect game.
And looks damn convincing doing it as well. We'll take a look at some of our highlights here. Went to that first blood fight. I mean, hard to underestimate Solo there, sitting at 400 HP with all that stolen decay. And I mean, honestly, the game just kind of all 9 Pandas from here. This fight especially, with the way that 9 Pandas are able to kind of take still an advantageous fight, despite 2 solo kills on Miracle in the mid lane. Kiyotaka is still able to find the farm, find the space, and the time to really pop off like that.
Maybe it's like some itemizations where they can change to allow them to fight better, because the Snapfire has such a good start. He had a really good timing on the travels, but after that it just felt like they couldn't really find any opportunities to fight. I'm not sure if it's because of the heroes or it's because of some itemizations. Because Beastmaster, he went for like the aura build, so they didn't really have any way of like catching heroes easily, because nobody had a blink, nobody had a good way of stunning heroes except for the raw, and they're completely reliant on that.
Ended up being really difficult. I mean, even Saberlight going for that Blink Dagger, I think 3rd item, basically after the Helm of the Overlord, just wasn't able to provide enough catch, enough vision for this game to become easy at all. Even on like trying to propose the tier 2 tower trade, it's just Arteezy getting dragged away from the team and killed slowly but surely. I think upcoming after this fight is going to be the 9 Pandas dive, but still nothing to be too really concerned about. Just so much confidence now underneath this roster as they continue to dominate. Yeah, here we go. This is the one fight that doesn't go very well for them. Really, it's just Arteezy able to get away in time, right? That makes the difference. He pops BKB and he's like, come on, boys. Let's kill them all. And the rest of his team's just not really up there with him.
Yeah, they have to try to figure out how to draft for the next game. I think maybe the Beastmaster opening isn't as good when you're dealt with when they pick like the Undying to deal with you. And it seems like whenever Beastmaster is played against this Undying lane, you don't really have a as much impact because you're losing your lane, and then it reduces the timing of your lineup coming together, and that just gave 9 partners enough room to farm up their core items, especially on the beast, on the Bloodseeker. Or maybe at least if you do this opening, you have to ban Bloodseeker or Undying, like one of the heroes needs to be removed.
Well, Winter, I want to ask you, you always talk a lot about the anchor, being able to play around one part of the map, finding that control. To you, did Shopify Rebellion in this game, did they have an anchor?
No, because Beastmaster had too bad of a lane. He was supposed to be the anchor that they can smoke to, they can go to, especially with the Snapfire. She had a really good start, so she wants to play with somebody. But nobody had a good enough game for her to play around. And you can't really rely on the supports like the Techies and Veno. They can't really set up for you because they don't really have a reliable way of starting fights. So it's only the Beastmaster, and he's the one having a bad game.
Yeah, not a great game that time for the offlaner out from Shopify Rebellion is going to lead 9 Pandas to pretty smooth victory in game number 1 in style as well for Kiyotaku, who continues to impress on his stint here on 9 Pandas in the mid lane. Game number 2 though, so still a chance for Shopify Rebellion to go even here and to continue their run in Dream League Season 20. We'll see what they're able to come up with in draft number 2, guys, after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Bit of farm and chill is unfortunately not what RTZ got last game. It was more like RP skewer and die for the side of Shopify Rebellion, as they do fall in game number 1 here of our best of 2 series. Thank you guys for joining us here as we head into the late hours now over in KL, where myself here, Seek and Strike, and Winter are joining you for this second game of Shopify Rebellion versus 9Pandas. Winter, you said something that kind of intrigued me during the break, which is 1, you've never heard Witch Doctor sings a song, and 2, that you think 9Pandas is the strongest team we've seen on this stream so far. What do you believe sets them apart from everyone else that we've gotten to take a look at?
I've been particularly impressed with the drafts, the heroes that they are prioritizing, and obviously the execution that they have. They play very good lanes, as what I've noticed so far. Are really good in the mid game, apart from some once in a while throws that they do. But overall, I think that they have a right balance between the 3 cores. I always look at the cores having a balance. You cannot have cores that all want to farm, or you also cannot have all your cores wanting to be the utility heroes or do the utility stuff. You know, somebody needs to win you the game, and I feel like Miro on the off lane, he strikes me as an off laner that knows when he should be playing more greedy and when he should be playing for the team. And I think that's a rare trait, you know, for offlaners. Sometimes you see offlaners that they're really good with either being the team players or they're really good being the carries, you know. It's difficult to find somebody that can do both and have a balance.
And I think for me, what's been impressive as well is Solo. I just noticed this as the lads are talking a little bit in the lobby chat, having a bit of fun before the start of the game. But Solo's Steam profile picture is literally just the tombstone icon. So I think he's just really confident that this hero is just good. And with the way that they 8th picked it and completely dominated the lane, I can't quite disagree with him. It seems like that could be the answer to this Beastmaster Techie shenanigan. Something as well I wanted to take note of here, Winter, as we are about to get started with our second draft, is that Shopify Rebellion, this time with priority, once again have taken first pick. So are you expecting to see another offlaner first, or do you think the Techies is going to make a repeat appearance?
First pick. I think Bat Rider, maybe? Because if you, what did they ban? They banned Doom. Can't remember, was it Doom and Timbersaw they banned the last time? So if I assume that they're gonna do the same bans, you can either open with Bat or Techies. I think judging by how the game has been progressing in the last couple of drops, I think maybe the priority for Bat Rider has gone up. At least for me, you know. Because Bat Rider is as strong as Techies in the lane, and you can be a flex pick, because Techies you cannot be a flex, you are a support. You know? So you give away a lot of information with that opening pick. I think Timbersaw is also another hero that has a very, very high priority right now. Apparently you can just first pick a Timbersaw nowadays and don't care.
Yeah. Something's changed with the meta, and I think something's different now in these supports as we'll take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head and get some stats behind all these kinds of crazy picks that we end up seeing these days, as we'll compare our 2 support players. I mean, Fly last game on the support Veno. Maybe needs to watch a couple Cuckoo Mancer replays to see how it's done. Obviously a very difficult game outside of his performance, don't get me wrong. But Solo cruising once again on that Undying. Do you think we're going to get to see that Undying pick again prioritized or even banned like it was in their last series versus Betboom?
Maybe in the second phase. Okay, the bans are different right now. So we'll see. We'll definitely see a different draft. Okay, I'm excited right now.
Right. You're getting a bit ahead of us, Winter, of course, as everyone is still admiring our lovely head-to-head by Acer Predator. But yeah, I mean, I think Solo and the side of 9Pandas just have a particular idea about Dota, about what's strong in these lanes, about what you need to shut down. They execute really well on it, including Miro and Antares, you know, having that kind of supporting offlane. Ends up looking really darn good for them. Doom, Medusa, still play a couple of offlaner bans, but Shopify, first overall, is the Void Spirit.
First pick overall, you have to be more precise. Universal hero first pick.
Right. Well, Shopify hit us with the 5 universal game hero previously. Didn't work for them.
Oh my god. Alright, GG.
Back to the Undying.
Okay. But at least it's a good trade. They got the Bloodseeker for it. So Bloodseeker is pretty good against the Timber in the game. But Undying, you have to let Undying through. So let's see how does Shopify deal with this Undying this time. You know, what is Saberlight gonna play in the lane against Undying? Back in the day, the counter to Undying in the lane is like you just drop an Enigma, you deny the creeps, but you can no longer do it anymore. So curious to see what is he gonna play.
I mean, Solo just really quick to 6-7 the Timber Undying, so I think he's pleased to continue playing this same kind of hero. Shopify, again, opening up with 2 cores, right? So kind of a fascinating move that we're seeing more and more, especially on 5 and 8 here in the first phase. Do you expect this to become more and more the norm as, you know,
It
cores
is the
just
norm
seem
now.
good?
Yeah, it is the norm now, you know. I feel like it's completely fine to do this. It has a lot of benefits, especially on the 8th pick. I always stress out that first pick phase teams, the 8th pick is how you look at the team and see how they use the 8th pick, and you know that they are planning around it, you know, like a win condition hero. I think that's how you should play as a first pick team, you know, when you get that when you get to do it correctly and win your games. You know, it's easier to win your games in the second pick because you have 2 counter picks right at the end. That's why you have to do it on the 8th pick when your first pick.
Got it. Shadow Demon banned out alongside that Venomancer again, just covering a bit here for the Timbersaw. Perhaps that Undying. Shopify, something to keep in mind for them is that they're still going to be looking for a... pardon me, they're still looking for a Tombstone hitter, right? Bloodseeker's okay, don't get me wrong, but if it's on a cliff or on some high ground...
Statfire.
Some range here. I mean, Snapfire's still in the pool. Honestly, I think Miracle had a phenomenal start last time. I wouldn't be super against the hero here.
Support Snapfire, maybe. Maybe.
I think, yeah, the mid lane against Timber might be a bit rough with the Whirling Death and all, but I wouldn't mind seeing more universal heroes out from the side of Shopify. But it's 9 Pandas who are really going to have the leg up in this next drafting phase, which is why Shopify really considering this next ban, because it's the last thing that they're going to get until 9 Pandas have a ban and then a pick. So you've already kind of covered the Bloodseeker with the Shadow Demon ban, making sure Demonic Purge allows him to actually blood right. Are you looking now? Okay, to just remove the Magnus, take Miro out of his comfort zone, force him to play at least a different hero.
Yeah, so then Ramses is gonna either be Terrorblade or Morphling against this Bloodseeker next. I think Morphling sounds alright. You have Undying to protect you in the lane. It's a pretty good matchup against the Bloodseeker. Yeah, but first they have to pick a support. So Skywrath, also one of Antares' favorite heroes apart from the Techies. Techies, Skywrath, and Rubik. I think these are his 3 best heroes. I learned a lot from him by watching how he plays Skywrath.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. I'll be sure to come back to that in the cast when we're kind of watching that lane animation, because it's a hero I could learn how to play, given how much we tend to see him. Shopify now with was it 16-17 now, so likely to see at least 1 support. Out comes the Pugna.
Oh, that's a Skywrath counter with a ward.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I like that pick.
Hero kind of ends up deleting himself, especially once he does get kind of closer and maxing the Mystic Flare. Ends up being a bit difficult. Also could be a save against, so far, the non-existent physical damage that 9 Pandas has. It's mostly pure and magic right now. Of course, we've still to yet see the carry, so there's still some potential to be useful here on the Pugna just for the decrep. So 2 supports. It is 2 supports.
Okay, they do have a stun right now, at least to follow up with the Aether Remnant. They're both pretty solid in the lane. So it's gonna be like a Mirana lane against against Undying.
It's also going to be Saberlight's hero getting priority here for Shopify. We'll get 2 more bans to try and protect it. Do you think that's Shopify maybe trying to compensate for how difficult their game was last time, making sure that they can give him the best kind of start to really get the momentum started?
They didn't prioritize his hero the last game. They picked his hero out early in the first phase, and this time they're picking his hero last. And they're putting like a strong laning support with him, like it's Mirana. It's pretty good in the lane, and you're also pretty useful at killing the Tombstone. So I think I like what Shopify is doing with the second game draft. And whereas for 9 Pandas, they have to decide what do they do here. I think they should probably pick the mid hero first since they see the lane. And save the carry for last. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, do you think there's a no? I agree with you.
Unless you feel like I suggested, like the Morphling and Terabit, unless you feel like there's no other heroes that can replace the carry role that's good for you, and you're worried about them banning out the heroes. Wait,
so is this the core Sky then? Or
no, it's core Ogre.
You think offlane Ogre?
Offlane Ogre and mid Timber against Void Spirit? I think vice versa. That would be fine too. Mid Ogre I think mid Ogre can be useful this game.
Okay. I mean, I'm excited to see that work now. This hero can really amp out the magic damage. The 733 changes to him now as a strength hero, I think, is one that made sense. And of course, his now innate passive is super fun as he continues to build up that strength.
But dumb luck?
Yep, dumb luck. A little bit more chance to actually proc on multicast, and you can get some really ridiculous combos. Where's he going? I open the balcony, let a little bit of fresh air in here as 9 Pandas wrapping up their draft now and wrapping up their day here, looking for probably a 2-0 over Shopify. I mean, considering how strong we've seen them on this stream in the Eastern European Derby versus Bet Boom, considering how strong they looked in Game 1 over Shopify, I think really the only thing that can stop them is maybe themselves. Maybe an Ogre mid as well. Who knows?
Yeah, what does Shopify need right now? They need like they definitely need an anchor, somebody that can play around like a frontline tight hero to hold a position on the map. But you need to be able to deal with all this massive annoying heroes like the Timber and Undying. If you're a strength hero, you have to deal with that. That's pretty annoying against Undying and Timber. But I don't feel like their draft can afford to go towards a different direction. I think they need like a hero that can do that, despite it being uncomfortable against Undying and Timber. So, finally the Lycan.
Finally the Lycan, and Saberlight hitting us with the bing bongs as well as this hero gets picked up. Plenty of energy on this guy. Excited to see how he's going to be able to close out the day here for DreamLeague Season 20. Shopify Rebellion had a bit of a tougher day.
Monkey? So I guess you pick Monkey right now to counter the Lycan?
Monkey can work. What else would you consider here?
I mean, Morphling I think is okay as well. Morphling, Terabit.
Yeah, I like the Morphling, some Lincoln's carrier, right?
Okay, there's no Terabit actually. Terabit was last man, so it's Morphling, Monkey.
Maybe you consider a PL? Yeah, they got the Pugna to deal with your illusions. I think not. An Ursa Warrior? Is that too far out of left field in this kind of a meta?
I don't like Ursa against Decrep though.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it needs a nullifier, right? So what are you thinking? I mean, you've got plenty of magic damage and other magic sources, but I certainly agree. Don't want to be able to...
Wind Ranger carry. Wind Ranger carry. Wind Run like against Lycan and Bloodseeker.
Okay. I see that. You know, no natural dispel built into Shopify Rebellion. They need to purchase one here. Got a couple good nullifier carriers, really 3. As it's kind of just a 3 carry draft, honestly, from Shopify. But this one, the idea is to be fast. And Winter, you were right. It's another universal hero. It's the Wind Ranger.
I mean, it's just very good against their heroes. Like I feel like, and it's perfect for Wind Ranger. The lineup they have Ogre frontline, they have Timber. So, like, I mean, Undying as well. Tombstone to protect you in the team fights. I just feel like the Wind Ranger has a lot of potential in this game.
Miracle mid lane on the Void Spirit, Saberlight on that offlane Lycan. So no big surprises out from the Shopify draft. Kiyotaka mid Timber. So it is going to be Miero on the offlane Ogre. Into that Bloodseeker like you were talking about. Plenty of magic damage as well. So Fly's not going to be able to just take a little point and decrep and just win the lane.
I'm still worried about the lane. So it's going to be like Ogre and Skyrath against a Bloodseeker Pugna. That lane sounds it could be very, very hard for the Bloodseeker. They deal a lot of like damage to you, and they can kill you. I think Bloodseeker hates playing in a lane where he can get killed from full to zero. Like he likes to play in a lane where he's trading, and then he can last it, he can regen, you know, all those long battles. But in this lane, Ogre, Skywrath, they can just straight up kill you from full HP, especially when they hit their power spike at level 2. They deal so much damage. And on the other side lane, it's gonna be Undying and Wind Ranger. That's a pretty darn strong lane against Lycan and Mirana. Maybe that lane can be 50-50 for them. Maybe, just maybe.
I mean, look, the last pick Windrunner is really good for Ramses, but the Mirana is a pretty good solution to Solo's Undying, right? It's a hero that can just kind of poke and prod at him from range.
Yeah.
Really annoying.
Starstorm,
Starstorm deals with Tombstone quite naturally with Leap. Like, I think at least they've given Crit a hero he can be a lot more impactful on against the Undying in this lane. So I do foresee Solo not having as much impact as he was previously. It's a bit more of a risky strat. I think 9 Pandas, if they can find luck, even a little bit of dumb luck, perhaps, on the Ogre Magi offlane, they may be able to get through this one. I'm excited.
Yeah,
I love Ogre.
I think the hero to look out for is like the Void Spirit. The mid lane, Void Spirit against Timbersaw. I think the Void Spirit, he has to be able to control runes and just go crazy, you know, gank the silence and make sure you shut down the Skywrath, the Wind Ranger, all these squishy heroes. Yeah, I feel like he's gonna have a pretty decent lane. I don't think he should have too much of a trouble getting his last hits and levels in this lane against the Timber. Control the runes and just try to help your team as much as you can. You know, I think he'll be able to help his team a lot easier than the Timbersaw.
Good positioning so far. 9 Panda is able to get really clear control here. Undying against Solo, keen for that decay level 1 as Ramsey's going to check for a ward. Doesn't see anything here. Shopify as well playing it very patiently, very safe underneath their tier 1 tower. So Shopify
like
have a pop-off off lane. 9 Pandas have a pop-up off lane. Where do you think you're going to get more momentum from, though? Is this on this Lycan or this Ogre? I'm unsure how to really rate Ogre, as I've not seen him a whole lot in professional games.
I mean, I think Lycan can be very impactful if he gets a good lane at least, or at least a 50-50 lane. Yeah. I think he can definitely dictate the lane, dictate the game with his let's say he goes for a helm, runs around, pressure. But so far the Lycans I've seen, they don't go helm, you know, they just go for like all these universal items. You get Manta if you need to, but I think you get Echo Saber first, then you get Manta.
Echo's always been a pretty good item on this hero. We'll see how much he's going to fall into the universal pool, if he's going to go for that Manta. I kind of don't really see a route of Atos, but something like that, how deep we'll go into that kind of an idea.
Oh, Crit actually decides to get Arrow at level 1, so pretty interesting stuff. I think he wanted to secure the range creep there, but it got blocked by the Undying, so it's definitely going to mean that the lane for Sableye is going to get a lot harder.
A free courier kill there for Crit. It's going to see him taking another decay stack and a couple of right clicks on the way out, but overall happy with that. Top lane on the off lane, Miero Ogre. Well, actually, maybe down bottom where they're getting a bit aggressive now into Saberlight. Power shot just off the mark there. Saberlight's able to sidestep that one. Ramses is giving Thirst Vision as Crit is chasing here. Needs to get the job done with the right clicks. Only power shot leveled the last one. 8 HP alive thanks to that bonus armor and regen even under the tower, as it's Solo who will close the door from behind and collect the kill. Ramses got to be careful he doesn't die here to creeps. Nah, he's fine underneath the tower. He's okay. Where's the Sunstrike?
He's gonna need to ferry a lot more regen to this lane, man.
It's a difficult lane. First blood for Solo, though, may end up making a bit of a difference. You can see 2 more blood grenades immediately into his stash, and are going to start running his way as soon as his courier does respawn. Tara's really starting to put the hurt onto Fly now. Even thinking about diving very aggressively underneath the tower. Gets the kill, but Fly with the kill first is it's hard for a Skywrath mage to tank tower. He was out of mana. and I guess he can TP mid and refill bottle, but Fly will have the same opportunity here, and it's a Miracle who's getting a little bit more damage, who's taking a bit more damage in these early waves. It's no bottle refill, actually, and it's Antares who does TP mid, so Miracle denied the bottle refill, and Fly immediately gives him the sorry in the chat wheel.
Yep, so top lane, Scarf is back to the lane, Fly puts down the nether ward. And lane's pushing, and Berserker is actually having a pretty good time, you know. I kind of expected Berserker to at least get pressured by the Scarf and Olga.
Grenade? Are they really going to try for this? Miro with the wand charges is fine for now, as Antares gives us a couple more spells. Zoned out by the Blood Right. Again, basically no armor on this hero. Oh no, Arteezy getting trolled by the creep. Ah, that's an imposter creep right there. Denying him basically the kill onto Antares. I mean, I guess he had 7 stick charges, so it's an unlikely kill anyway, but he wanted it. That's for sure. Maybe he'll get Miro instead, who has 3 wand charges and only a ring of health. Arteezy, once again, not diving beyond the tower.
And this Berserker is just having such a good time actually in this lane, you know. It's totally dominating his lane. Like Miro?
Yeah, I think just keeping him on no HP. Arteezy happy with all this Thirst movement speed, honestly. I don't think he's too upset about not getting these kills and having the Ogre revive with full HP and mana. Double salves I've heard to get popped here. So 9 Panda's forced to spend money on regen. Down bottom, Saberlight. So able to sick the wolves onto the tombstone. Power shot as well. Splits the goalpost there. Not connecting onto either hero. And once again, it's Miracle left to fend for himself at the 4-minute power or 4-minute water rune spawns. Maybe even dying here. Aether Remnant is going to control the Timber Saw. Only has Whirling Death in 3 more seconds. Another Bottle Slip and Fairy Fire ready to be used for Miracle. Will use both. And that'll allow him to get out of this one alive. Down bottom is where there's further action as well. Crit looking for the kill. Power shot, though, this time on its mark. As Saberlight KO'd by that one. Is able to get the return kill using the wolves onto solo at the very least. Mid lane Miracle, though, just no support for him. He needs the rune. He's not going to get it. Yotaka, as we've seen before, Winter, starting to get a little bit out of control here. And Fly, I think he's up next. Yeah, you can go ahead and take a bit of damage out from that Nether Ward. Yotaka had any more spells to throw. I think Fly would be dead next.
And this lane is not going well for the Void Spirit, man. Timbersaw is just so far ahead. 10 CS ahead, 5 extra denies.
Arteezy deny or killing the courier in the secret shop. Now getting chased down by Antares. It's at least a little bit of move speed for him, but Miro connecting on that level to ignite. The move speed slow. Significant, but not significant enough to actually kill Arturito. Ramsey's at least, I mean, I would say he's kind of having a hard time down bottom, but in terms of net worth, he's actually just fine as well. The good news this time for at least Shopify Rebellion is they do get... Oh no, they miss out on it! No way! Arteezy, just no kills for him anywhere. Down bottom, Crit at least sleeping under the tower. He's going to try and get this kill onto Ramses. Has that one at least. Saberlight looking to push now with the first wagon. As another nice tombstone denied by Solo. Here comes Fly, though, taking the Twin Gate now from the top lane as Solo starting to tank these waves. Another 2-man decay up to 12 strength as Crit dancing around the edge of this fight to ensure that he actually doesn't get caught out here. Wand charges are not going to come out. No, it does in time, but Solo dying to the Nether Ward. But Winter, Kiyotaka walking away from the mid lane on about 10 HP with another kill onto Miracle.
It's revenge, you know. Last game, Miracle killed him, but Solo killed him twice in the lane.
And down bottom, Fly getting ran down by Ramses. Another right click, he's got the kill.
They're doing a really, really good job with this first catapult. You know, the tower's almost down.
That's a good point. The Wolves as well tanking a little bit as Solo is going to be forced to return. Now, finally, a little bit of assistance for Miracle in the mid lane. Kiyotaka does return after just running home to refill. He's got Chakram up now, Winter. Miracle still a full, almost 2 levels behind. Oh no. Oh, and Shopify, you cannot lose. You cannot lose this Wisdom rune. Crit getting ready in position. Solo is not going to look for the kill, but instead, sorry, he's not going to look for the Wisdom Rune, but he might assist for this kill now onto the Saberlight. As he does get shackled. There goes the focus fire. Little arrow to interrupt here, and Ramses, he's out of Wind Run now. Ah, it doesn't matter. He still has the kill. No, it is double Wisdom. Miracle's still level 5, 7 minutes in. With that kill, Crit at least receives a big ol' boost of experience. Saberlight with a tip onto Ramses, and mid lane, Miracle just no space here at all. Kiyotaka comfortably farming between the towers, might even look for the kill here. Gets the Chakraman whirling death out, and Miracle will at least live through that. This might be another fast one.
This is looking very, very bad for Shopify right now. Like they're losing all their lanes. Except, I guess Arteezy is the only one that's doing okay. But Miracle
sure isn't.
Miracle needs his level 6.
Oh no! Gonna die again down bottom. Out comes the Chakram. Okay, that's a big one. The Resonant Pulse at least finishing off Kiyotaka. However, still a death at the end of the day for Miracle, as Antares will connect onto it. Arteezy making the rotation on over to the mid lane. Crucial there, as he did get off the Rupture, diving a tier 2 tower, but receives the heals necessary to tank, no problem. And something now for Miracle, as he collects a pretty big bounty there, actually, onto Kiyotaka.
Yeah, that was a much needed rotation by Arteezy there. Like giving his team the help that they need, especially Miracle. Oh my god, Mirana's actually gets more net worth than the Void Spirit.
That's right. Crit with a couple of kills here already and involved in 6 of 7 kills. Ramses, for the most part, getting that kill onto Ramses ended up becoming a pretty big difference in that one. Saberlight, by the way, still going for the Helm of the Dawn build. So he is going to be going for that summons and maybe aura build that you wanted to see. But he's having a real tough time here as well, honestly.
Look at the levels, man. Lycan's level 4.
And that's what I was saying. 4. Mid, they're going to try again for Kiyotaka. That's a big XP injection if they can get it. Kiyotaka underneath the tower will go down. That's another little bit of experience boost.
Yeah, that's a big kill on both sides.
That's Mystic Flare for you already. Arteezy getting a big old taste of that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Miro is going to go for the Hand of Midas now, following the Vanguard. This lane turning out to be just a bit too easy and one-sided, given how much Shopify had been forced to rotate away from this lane.
Yeah, this Timber is just causing way too many problems, Like this hero, like you need 3 people to come and deal with him, and as a result of that, you lose people on the other side lanes. And
I mean, he's playing the anchor that you always talk about, right?
Yeah.
Nine Panda's able to play beautifully around him, and Shopify really struggling to take him down. They're going to look bottom now for a kill, Winter. They've got the
land the arrow.
Conqueror. They do need to land the arrow, a bit more difficult now. The Rupture Wind Run as fast as you can. You're only going to give Arteezy the kill even faster, and the tower to boot. Miracle again alone in the mid lane, though, Winter. As he's going to guess top for the DD rune. He guesses top for the power rune. Will find it. Has 2 astral steps. He'll be a-okay here. I don't think they're going to chase any further after committing the tombstone. But Antares is running on over with a smoke. Arrow sailing through the mid tier 1 tower, not finding its mark. That tombstone also out of range of the tier 1 tower, but maybe they still find a kill here. Oh my god, the Mystic Flare, the Chakram, they've got the kill. Saberlight, we'll see what we can do here as considers going for the kill, reconsiders again, wants this kill onto Solo now. Kiyotaka keeping it at bay with the Chakram. Crit leaping on in, good damage now on the Starstorm as they're going to just let the creeps deal with Solo. He will go down. Tombstone as well has already now timed out, but the tower is going to go the way towards 9 Pandas at the end of the day.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tower's down, like 10 minutes. This is very, very bad news for Shopify. They're gonna lose a lot of map control from here on. Olga's gonna be busy getting gold with the miners.
It's almost online already. This farm is gonna get pretty intense now.
I mean, the good news is Arteezy is still kind of doing well. Like he's 5k net worth.
Oh, this would be such a big kill if they can connect onto Ramses. Moonlight Shadow, they find him. Ramses body blocked for a second. They're going to set up for him now with the DD rune active and a quick kill. Execution there onto Ramses. Well utilizing that DD rune.
Yeah, that's a huge kill for them. Like being able to slow the Wind Ranger down, she's been like so far gone unchecked from the laning phase itself. Almost 6k net worth. I mean, slowly but surely they're getting this kills that are helping them catch up in terms of like XP. Like they really need all this like XP after missing out on the 7-minute Wisdom Runes.
For sure. It's just my concern is, and I think Kiyotaka is going to be feeling pretty pleased by this, is how do they take down this Timber? As long as he doesn't get, collapsed on by 3 or 4 heroes.
They're going to have a Vessel.
They will have a Vessel, actually. Crit, finding a decent amount of farm is making good progress there. And even now, the Maelstrom on RTZ kind of making a little bit of a difference. Taurus getting a little bit close to potentially catching a Rupture or something a little deadly for him. Shopify farming as much as they can with whatever parts of the map that they actually have. But you can see now 9Pandas eager to look for a fight. Solo, his smoke will break. He has Tombstone still level 2. He's going to toss it up on that cliff. There's vision up here. Saberlight pops the shapeshift. Will simply disengage here. Little stack stolen. Shopify Rebellion committing a couple of abilities.
Oh,
will be able to
Ramses.
secure the fight. Miracle. Oh, Miracle. He's got Aether Remnant. Oh, he's going to throw it down. It's going to catch Ramses now. Crit trying to do as much damage as he can. At least he's going to cop the Mystic Flare instead of Miracle, who's thinking about looking for this kill. Especially with Arteezy running on it. He's got Thirst Speed. Now the vision. Out comes the Rupture. Miracle connecting on the Aether Remnant. Arteezy collecting on the kill. Good stuff here. Nice poking and prodding out from Shopify as they look to fight on a different part of the map. Kiyotaka still getting solo kills though as Fly taken down, but Miracle looking to get activated here even further. Misses on the Mystic Flare, but it doesn't matter. Arteezy, oh, he's going to TP away in time. Good Blood Right to cover his tracks, and Miracle can't find a stun either onto the Void Spirit.
Man, Arteezy is actually playing so well in the Bloodseeker. Like all his moves, like getting a kill on the Wind Ranger, getting a kill on the Timber Saw, helping his team defend the tower. He's actually putting so much weight on his back, like keeping the game alive for his team.
I expect nothing less, honestly, from Arteezy here. Doing an excellent job. We'll see if they can keep this up and maybe even look for a kill on a Kiyotaka. Aether Remnant is going to catch him into a long stun on the arrow. Life Drain. Get him down. Body blocked by the creeps. He goes down. Solo might be up next. Holds on to the Tombstone on this life. It ain't going to do him any good here as Miracle secures the double kill. Avoids the Ignite. Last hits the range creep, but he's got Ramses now for company. There's going to be a 2x multicast stun. Shackle Shot as well. It's going to connect, but not latch onto a tree here. Mystic Flare not doing enough work, but silenced up. Miracle is going to be chased down and killed off by the Focus Fire. Good moves, though, from Shopify. Just be a little bit careful by these counter initiations.
I mean, it's still a good trade for them, They got 2 kills before that. So overall, I think you should still be happy if you are Shopify after losing the laning phase pretty hard. Like Arteezy is clearing up an ancient stack. He's under a ward though. Are they gonna come on time with this smoke?
Yeah. Let's see if they can catch him. Fly and properly positioned here to break smokes, and the hero showing down bottom was crit. So 9Pandas, no, they will persist. Trying to find their way into the triangle. Arteezy is out front. Is he going to be the target, though? Tombstone dropped as well. Fly just giving it his all, giving him the life drain, all for his carry, but not nearly enough. He's going to be next to go down as Nether Ward is going to be proving inferior here to the Tombstone, now level 3 for Solo.
I mean, gosh, they were so patient waiting for Arteezy to go to that camp, They're waiting for him to finish the Ancients, move forward to the camp so that they can actually kill him without breaking a smoke on the partner. Well played.
Indeed. Really good positioning. They're going to be rewarded with both kills and a little bit more map control and pressure. The only issue that 9Pandas really suffer from is they might kind of be unkillable when they group as 5, but their push is slightly lackluster. It's not that great.
Yeah.
In fact, that's probably their biggest weakness, which does give Shopify a real chance at still finding items on their cores.
And Ramses is the only one that can actually kill towers, buildings, The rest of the heroes, not so much. But they're very good at killing heroes. This Ogre and Skyra.
16 to 15. Shopify keeping it close as the Wolves going to be looking for a bit of damage. Ramses actually uses the Focus Fire onto the damn Centaur Conqueror. Down it will go. Fair enough here. Mid lane, though, they are fighting. Oh, Fly still alive, but taken down now is Miro. Going toe-to-toe against Miracle. In comes Kiyotaka. That's a lot of pure damage as well. Now Arteezy once again showing up to the fight as Kiyotaka ruptured up, trying to make it out alive. No stuns here for him. Miro not as lucky. Crit able to catch him, I believe with the arrow there to condemn him. And it's Shopify at least once again finding a 2-for-1 trade on the other side of the map.
Yeah, no thanks for Arteezy again. Once again, showing up to help his team.
He's playing a great game, honestly.
Yeah, all they need to do is drag this game as long as they can And then when your Lycan starts to feel ready to join the game, I mean, I feel like then the game is gonna start to fully turn around. Because Lycan is very, very good against the Skyraf, Undying. All these heroes cannot do anything against Lycan when he comes at you with the ulti form.
Especially when he's running at you with an ulti form Helm of the Overlord creep, which is now completed here, Winter.
Yeah, you just die if you're Skyraf. You see that shit running at you, you're like, alright, I have the TP.
Dead.
You have
and
the
there ain't
TP.
nothing that Shield of Scion's gonna do to save you either. That thing's useless. Useless. They're going to look actually for Saberlight. Shopify Rebellion with supports in the vicinity, though, as they look to turn back onto Antares. They don't have any detection for him, though. Solo as well, ready to erect the tombstone here as the arrow did not quite catch anyone. Miracle in the vicinity with an Echo Saber here. He's got plenty of damage and will be able to now jump onto Solo, but he got the tombstone out. Shopify Rebellion with numbers here, with 5 heroes ready to take this fight. The Rupture even onto Kiyotaka, but no stuns to prevent it from TPing away. Again, a convincing fight here for Shopify. And are they going to the Roche pit?
Yeah, they are. I mean, they have Lycan, they have Bloodseeker. I mean, the main difference why Shopify is winning like most of the fights is their carry is coming in. Whereas if you look at 9 Panas, like Ramses has been like farming away for the last couple of minutes. He's not really interested in joining the fights. Now he has the axe. I presume now is probably going to be the time that he starts to be more active in the team fights. But will it actually be too late right now, since Roche is down? You're probably gonna spend the next couple of minutes avoiding Shopify anyway, because they have the Aegis.
That's true. Especially now that they're coming into form a little bit here. This Vessel's kind of, you know, terrifying. That crit has online. BKB not yet in the quick buy for Kiyotaka, instead opting for the Ag Scepter. That'll be Ag Scepter number 2 of the team, with Ramses having his completed. And that'll be quite the annoyance until Shopify get themselves a Dispel or a Nullifier here. It's,
the Crimson is gonna be a huge item for Miro against the Lycan, the Bloodseeker.
Oh, true.
He almost has it.
Yeah, especially with the Midas Gold now starting to really stack up on top of the mechanism. Afterwards, probably we'll see Guardian Greaves, or even before parting, we'll see the Guardian Greaves. That's gonna be prioritized. Yeah, they needed to get a Nullifier, which is a second item in the quick buy now after the Manta style for Miracle. He's starting to really come into his own now, a bit more confidence and wind in his sails after Shopify have been able to connect quite a bit here, Winter. 9 Pandas, would you say that they need to defend this tower? No, well, I think they're going to maybe try. Antares caught by the arrow, though, and even the slam from the Ancient Thunderhide, putting him down. Solo holding on to the tombstone, gets it up onto the high ground as Miracle immediately losing the Aegis there. Miro finding a bit of a ding there on the multicast level 2, puts him down. Once again, Kiyotaka is going to be caught by the Rupture. This time, though, he actually can't TP away. TP on cooldown as Solo nearly ran down there by the Ancient Thunderhide. A 1-for-1 trade. The tower taking an advantage of Shopify Rebellion. Is that a bit too much from Shopify?
And Ramses is still farming creeps. Still nowhere to be seen, and they're gonna go on him. Miracles.
They are. Yeah, I think they're gonna get him as well. He's gonna maybe look to try and find a kill in return, but dusted up here, no chance. As Crit tanks through it. Good kill there. 9 Pandas will smoke up in their own triangle. They're going to be able to sneak across a ward here and get into the jungle. Question is, what will they find?
Ramses is just not playing the game, you know. He's like just AFK away farming. I feel like some of the fights, if he's already there, like he comes and joins, like he would have made a difference, you know. He just feels like he just wants to play in his own game.
Okay, life drain. He's going to take a bit of damage now as well. Oh my god, poor Fly. My man can't do anything. Kiyotaka just disrespecting him. Having tier 2 tower and a bit of help out from Antares to collect the kill onto the Pugna. But Winter, look at that. Shopify, they finally steal a Wisdom Rune from their opponents.
Are they going to get the second one as well? Yeah, Miracle seems like he's going to go get the second one. And 9 Pandas are going to realize their runes have been looted by their enemies.
Looted, what a word. I love that. All right, a couple big items now online. There's the Manta style for Miracle. Does give him a bit more survivability against that Ancient Seal especially. Has been a real big thorn in his side. Next into the Nullifier. It'll be a while till he's got that online though. Arteezy with a BKB. He's going to build Nullifier number 2 and Nullifier number 3 being queued up by Saberlight. So they really do not want these guys to be buffed up by anything at all, Winter.
We'll see whether Ramses decides to play the next couple of minutes or he's just gonna still AFK farming. He also wants to get a nullifier against the D-Crab.
That he does. Is it queued up immediately? It is, even before the BKB. 9 Pandas. We'll see if they're ready for this fight. They're going to try and burst through Solo right at the beginning of it, and he's still going to be able to at least live a bit longer. Silenced up, though. No Tombstone down in the fight, but still alive. As the Rupture again on a Kiyotaka. There goes the Tombstone on that very awkward clip. But Shopify Rebellion, they're going to be able to hold underneath their own ward. Still not a bad place for them to be fighting, but what do they have left in the tank? Waiting for cooldowns here on the side of Miracle. Now 2 Astral Steps ready again as Ramses just in too deep. Killed. A 2-man Astral Step now is going to set up Miro for a tough time as Arteezy with the BKB has all the confidence that he needs. That's a lot of damage out from Kiyotaka, and even now a buyback out from Solo, who's already dropped Tombstone in this fight. Miracle almost getting alive there off the grace of the Manta style, but Shopify Rebellion now leaving the fight. 3-for-3 trade here. Unable to get through the tanky Timbersaw, Winter.
Yeah, this Timbersaw is just such a beast right now. Like, he's doing majority of the damage since Ramses is somehow deciding that he doesn't want to play, or he doesn't really like know what he wants to do in the game. Like, he's just like walking around, just hitting jungles. He gets jumped on, and he just dies and does nothing. So the Timber has to do all the carry duties in terms of killing heroes right now.
Yeah, even a buyback there from Solo. I was surprised to see, as Shopify might have maybe considered going more. Big fight there for Arteezy. He stays alive and gets even closer now to this first nullifier for his team. Should be able to beat Saberlight to it, and by that point, Winter, you're going to be looking at double nullifier here for a very just run-at-you kind of a lineup. A really big window here for Shopify about to open up.
Yeah, it's going to dispel the Pavis, it's going to dispel the Glimmer, the Windrun. It's going to be huge. Like, no more running for 9 Pandas.
Yeah. And I think Ramsey is going for the right move here, opting instead for a Linken's. I mean, that's not even going to be enough when they eventually have all these things online. It's Miracle able to cut through on Taurus. Kiyotaka is going to prove to be a bit too tanky here, I believe. Although with the vessel nearby, nah, they can't quite go for it. So Shopify really starting to come into their own. Starting to also build up just the tiniest of a net worth lead here for really the first time this game, Winter. What do 9 Pandas have to do here? Are there certain items you'd expect to see from them? Any sort of, you know, areas on the map you want to see them playing around? Or what's the moves that they have to make?
I mean, I'm not sure what item would change the tide of the game for them, but definitely the part of the map that should be focusing on is the next rush. They're gonna get a Shackle. Ramses finally shows up in the game.
Arteezy, he's still farming though, and he's just gonna be ran down. Our Ramses, a bit too speedy, and with the Rupture, he is going to...
there we go, Ramses decides to join the game. Solo tips in right away.
I mean, hey, moves like that are certainly going to be able to allow you to wrestle back control here, especially as we do look for this next Roche window. Circles on the map, I believe drawn by Antares there, as he's going to try and get up there and plant a couple of wards. We'll see how quickly Roche respawns, but he'll spawn guaranteed top. Just a matter of how much time teams will have to take him. And who's going to be ready, you know, with the wards, with the vision. Should be a kind of an interesting couple of minutes here now with this Roche fight. Do you prefer any lineup? Oh, hold on. Actually, Shopify, they're just going in there. They want Ramses into the arrow, ate the Remnant combo, perfectly catching him with the Pavis. There's going to be the dust in time, but they just lack the damage to get through him. He's just so damn tanky. Shackle shot not connecting on anything as Saber Chad is going to run in, and he's just immediately dead. Okay. Took a stun to the face, completely swallowed the Mystic Flare, and is killed off by the damage of Kiyotaka. Oh, my. Kind of overestimating how tanky he was there. Showed up to the fight, wanted to say bing bong, got bing bonged right back. Didn't get to show off his new nullifier.
Ogre, Skywrath, Timber, and the Undying with the Flash Golem right-clicking you. Nobody survives that.
I mean, he's immediately queued up a BKB, but it's really the Timbersaw that I mean, 1,200 damage in a second there, Winter, from Kiyotaka. You just can't disrespect that. I don't know if we'll see him doing that one again. Oh, Miracle. Careful for a Shackle here. Gets off the Dissemblate and an Astral Step. He's A-okay.
Yeah, now Ramses has a Lincoln, so it's gonna give him more tools to survive in the fight. If you see like the last two fights, Ramses is not dying. He's actually surviving, doing damage. The fights are just so much more easier for 9Pandas.
Right. And now on Taurus, he's seen the Roche spawn top. It was a bit of a fast Roche. We were talking over it as he did spawn in. Ramsey's making a haste on over and should be able to kill this guy within the duration of a focus fire for sure.
Yeah, now he can play recklessly with the Aegis.
Shopify are unable to mount any sort of attack here just to try and contest Roche. Goes down just far too quickly. They're lingering over in the mid lane by the time they hear it go down, but they will still smoke up Winter. They feel like they can still take this. All right, Teasy pinging the Windrunner. We'll see who's actually the target here. And actually, that might be a kill. Kiyotaka just completely out on his own. Ruptured up now. They're going to make the jump onto him. He does get off at least the passive, but dispelled now. Oh, the cheese consumed. Still trying to fight through this one, but surrounded by 5-6 if you include the Ancient Black Dragon. He is going to die. 9Pandas just kind of separating there as soon as they take the Roche. Dusts all around now. Do allow them to catch the Skywrath Mage. He's in for a rough time now as well as he tries to get this kill onto Crit. Will be unsuccessful. They do have Miracle as well onto the next target already. Oh my goodness, the damage he brings onto Solo. Shopify Rebellion. I questioned the smoke. The Aegis had just been claimed by 9Pandas, but a beautiful fight. They'll take down 3 and once again claim both Wisdom Rings.
Yeah, 9Pandas definitely did not expect that, you know. You just get Aegis, you don't really feel like that your opponents are gonna just run at you, you know, when you just get the Aegis. So they were definitely not ready for that. And Timber, as a result, just died from full to 0 pretty quickly, and they couldn't run away quickly enough with the supports, and they lost another 2 heroes.
Yeah, not only that, threw a cheese as well, and they're going to be set to lose Miro here. Mechanism heal not nearly enough to see him through the amount of damage that Miracle had with the DD active. Fortuitous rune there for Shopify Rebellion as a swift turning point here after just losing the Aegis. Or sorry, losing the Roche. Things are starting to look up a bit for them.
It's time to regroup, reset, get into the right hate space.
Playing in this top part of the map again. I don't know, Ramses may have left the game. Nice, he's got Aegis, he's foot pushing.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I don't know what Shopify, they're just going to push here mid with the Ancient Black Dragon. Down it goes, Saberlight with the kill credit there. Neither team's done a Tormentor yet, which is kind of crazy. I guess they don't really value either of these shards. You don't really need the Illusion Clear on the Pugna shard. The Piranha shard is, wouldn't say it's truly laughable, but it's definitely not the highest priority, I would say.
I think there's too much going on in the game, that's why they couldn't really get time to get the Tormentor, but right now, things are gonna get spicy. There's a smoke, there's a Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, and there's going to be the jump now on a Kiyotaka, this time without a cheese, still ruptured up. They're trying to heal him up as much as they can, but he's still going to go down all the same, as eventually it's Saberlight able to sick the Ancient Black Dragon on him. Ramsey's now picking up the double bounty runes. Oh, that might be at the cost of his own life, as they have the Aether Remnant into the arrow, into the Blood Riot, into multiple nullifiers here. Solo next to go down. He's got a good tombstone up on the high ground here, but I don't believe Ramses makes it out of this alive. These wind runs being dispelled immediately, as Miracle immediately making the jump onto him. Yeah, he's been shackled, but the rest of the team free to now kill him off, as Miro in the thick of things somehow able to TP out, but doing nothing to alter the outcome of this fight. Shopify Rebellion fully in control.
Yeah, this is not good for 9Pandas. Like, you have the Aegis, you basically threw that out the window. You didn't really get to do anything with it. I mean, we saw both fights. Whenever the Timber gets ruptured and he's the first one to die, there's like literally no way 9Pandas can take the fight anymore.
Yeah, he just can't be the one to be initiated on. It's crazy. Normally, you don't want to initiate onto the Timbersaw. Shopify Rebellion now doing it twice in a row of 1-2 fights. Gone through the Aegis now on the Ramses, and Winter, none of these heroes with buyback right now.
And they should be able to still buy enough time and delay until Ramses is alive. Shopify decides that it's not worth the risk. They're just going back to farm and just push out the waves, get control of the map, just slowly but surely choke them out.
Things aren't going to get any easier here, though. I mean, I like Saberlight's build a lot. You know, immediately Helm 2, Nullifier, and now nearly a completed Heaven's Halberd coming out. So even if Ramses is going to be able to get off a BKB or something in these fights, he's still going to be highly restricted as far as his output. And if Kiyotaka just cannot stop getting caught first, there's trouble on the horizon here for 9Pandas. It's maybe already here, honestly.
Yeah, as long as the Wind Ranger is actually not getting caught in the fights, let's say they go on Timber, but the moment they go on Timber, if the Wind Ranger is there to output damage, I think maybe the fight is still salvageable. Because whenever Timber dies, you need to get something in return of it. If they go on Timber and you cannot do anything during that duration...
Oh, hold on. Careful top lane, Ramses. Okay, they're going to break Lincoln's with the Nullifier. They don't quite see him, though. Arrow going hunting, finds the mark. Crit! Sharpshooter, Mr. Sniper here. Has managed to catch... Once again, Ramses just out pushing waves. A huge kill without buyback again. XD out from Ramses. As Saberlight says, Ram Dog Dota. Okay. Bit of banter here between the teams.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I can't believe Saberlight said that. Has he been all chatting all tournament? I've got no clue.
I mean, Ramses just seems like he's disinterested in this game, you know. That's why they're making fun of him. Like, it's just
it started from the lobby when, of course, we had to wait to start the match for Winter to stop talking, for him to give us the okay. And Ramses in the lobby chat said, guys, can we please start? I want to go to sleep. So I think Shopify playing on that just a bit here, as they are finally able to take down a Tormentor. Who got it? No one good. Marana. Targeted leap, whatever. For 9Pandas, you know, it's starting to really fall apart here rather quickly. Now the death on a Ramses here through the Aegis. Shopify not quite confident to push high ground yet. What are they waiting for? And does this give any openings for the Pandas? And maybe we'll have to wait on that as... Ooh, Arrow does actually catch Solo. It seems like it's going to be just a lot to do about nothing here. What plays do 9Pandas have still to make? Is there still room for them to come back in this?
To get the right jump, I think if they get the right jump on the supports, the Pugna especially, I think that's the first hero you want to kill. Once Pugna is out, they don't have the decrep to save against the focus fire, then that's when Wind Ranger can start to do her thing in the fights, you know. Like, she still does an a big amount of damage if she's given the space and room to do it.
It's so hard. I mean, all 3 cores with a Nullifier against her, it is going to be difficult here. 9Pandas, though, looking for the jump. Kiyotaka, showing in the mid lane, but has support behind him this time. Shopify under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. They'll sweep across the map. They like top right now, and for good reason. Roche, well, he's going to end up spawning up there. Another 30 seconds until the fastest Roche spawn, but guaranteed to now spawn in this top lane. Last time around Winter, they didn't even try and contest Roche. Now, it seems really difficult for 9Pandas to even get in there.
Arrow.
Yeah, finds Solo. Nice job there on the jump in, and the follow-up damage secures the kill quite easily. 9Pandas are going to walk up the high ground here. That's a bold move, Winter. They have the ward up. It's going to be quickly lost. So Solo buys back. Ortiz activates the BKB. He's going man mode now. Taking down. No, not quite on Amiro. Yes, he has the kill there, and Ramses just has no chance. He can barely move. He's ruptured up, nullified twice, thrice maybe even in this fight. And without buyback, Solo giving it his all as the tombstones drop, but nothing can stop Miracle now from just simply jumping away on Terrace. And now Miero, having bought back, looking to try and find a way back into this fight. Solo up to the high ground, has certainly bit off more than he could chew here. Hit by the Nullifier. The stun's really being tossed out now, at least by the Ogre. Are keeping at least Shopify at bay. Saberlight chased down and killed off by Kiyotaka, but it's Miracle continuing to style another kill here for him. This time onto Solo. As Crit also going hunting. Miro is going to be scouted here. The Ancient Black Dragon, going to find him out. He also popped back here, Winter. And Kiyotaka feels like he needs to fight alongside his core. Ramsey still for 25 more seconds. The Shopify Rebellion, they're actually backing away. Kiyotaka with a DD rune. Need to still get a little bit more fighting in. Is rejoining the fight quite eagerly as Arteezy has Rupture yet again. But I don't believe we'll be able to quite catch up to Kiyotaka here. Unless he farms this wave. Winter? No, he will not.
I mean, I'm not sure what they have to do at this point, you know. Like, they need to rely on, like, maybe Shopify coming high ground and overextending somehow. Like, it feels like the Timber alone, he just can't do it anymore.
He's not cutting it.
And in the fight, Sabrina Ranger is also having a hard time, like, outputting damage. Every time you drop a nullifier on her and there's a decrep to save your team, like, she's just not killing anybody.
No, she is not. The nullifiers are constant. The disarms as well up from Saberlight are doing work here. Shopify Rebellion to find a quite impressive picture quite consistently. Are going to be rewarded now with third Roche. This guy with a Refresher Shard. Miracle now clutching the Aegis. What a recovery from him this game, right? And lots of deaths early on, receiving almost no help in that mid lane either. To the point where he was going even without bottle refills. Now just kicking off the fights, always finding his mark on these Aether Remnants and setting up Shopify for success. He's really impressed me here throughout the series, honestly, Winter, but especially in this game too.
Yeah, considering the start that he had, this is not something that you would expect in the mid game for the Void Spirit. He totally got owned by the Timbersaw in the lane. He lost his tower pretty early, like what, 8, 9 minutes, 10 minutes.
What is... Oh, Ramses. Oh no. Once again, Moonlight Shadow.
We've seen this movie before.
Yeah, we have. It's Saberlight at the ready to make the jump in. Nullifier number 1 connecting there. Pop the Lincolns, and they're going to pop the Ramses next. Buys himself a little bit of time on the shackles. Just no chance. Just not here.
What is he doing?
Puts his hand through his ear, scratching the back of his head. Miracle laughing it up there in the cams. It's the team now. Shopify Rebellion moving with confidence, with vigor here onto this last outer tower. And I think, Winter, we're finally going to get to see them siege this game.
I mean, Ramses has buyback. Okay, let's see what he decides to do here.
I don't know. Into this Aegis, I think we'd have to see quite the overextension out from Shopify. I'll see what ends up happening. A Sight the Bites is sure a good way to kick off the fight, as well as Miracle taken down through his first life. That's quite the item to reveal as you go up, knocking up to the high ground. Kiyotaka revealing that he's got an Octarine, so it's ready to go again. I was wondering when we'd see the first sight. I thought it'd be from Miero, but instead he's building up a different item, going for the Heaven's Halberd instead. And Shopify still in the area, maybe trying to force the buyback out from Ramses. Without the Aegis, clearly not looking as confident here.
How is this Timber like the fattest hero in the game still, you know?
Farms well, man. Look how quickly he farms. Kaya Sanj, all the items that he really needs. He's up to sell the Soul Ring, and he's about to get his second Chakram. The Blink Dagger now online to boot. Ramses is given the gem, so this time he doesn't get out. No, he's completely alone, Winter. Not like this. 9 Pandas. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah, rotating back over to support him. He immediately got caught underneath the ward, but with the gem, got the D ward in. Okay, Miracle. It actually misses on the Aether Remnant. It catches the Ogre, who might be in for a bit of trouble. He's actually scythed now. They are going to throw spells his way. Solo might be in a bit of trouble, but he bunkers inside of his own tombstone. They're going to try and focus that down now. Oh, but oh, goodness. Saberlight consumes the cheese. Still kept alive for now, but Solo is well on the high ground. As in goes Kiyotaka. They're going to force him back just a little bit, as that's Rupture Charge number 2, thanks to Arteezy popping the Refresher Shard. Wants to try and get through Miero, and that's both supports out of the fight now. Once again, someone bunkered in here. here was a couple of heroes, even by the looks of things, as they pop Ramses. Insta buyback there, but Miracle already nuking through all the supports. Kiyotaka can do nothing to change this fight. Still has the Scythe device, will now connect it onto Miracle, but the lift into the arrow now, keeping Kiyotaka out. The damage is lacking, and Ramses just cannot windrun her way. Constantly make that constantly nullified and killed off. That's the dive back there. Miracle beyond godlike now, triple on the kills here as Kiyotaka unable to TP away. That has to be it. Shopify Rebellion, they pulled this game back. They're gonna go even here against 9 Pandas.
Yeah, they're definitely showing why Bloodseeker is a top tier carry. Like, this hero is just so strong in the lane, and after that RTD showed that even though his team is struggling, especially the Void Spirit, but as a Bloodseeker you have all the power in the world to join the early fights, just start to slowly turn things around in your team's favor and just get to the mid game, even though the early game was pretty difficult for the whole team.
Yeah, 9 Pandas not looking too devastated over this loss. Still are going to be able to hold on to their first place in DreamLeague Season 20 here over in Group B, but still a chance for a little bit more out from the side of Shopify Rebellion left in this tournament.
So they have to win their last series 2-0 to make it to the next round.
I think they do, and it's going to end up being a little bit challenging, as I'm eager to see now what they have got still left for them. But again, really, really good stuff out from Shopify as they are able to bounce back in their second game here of this second series. And we'll be able to still keep their chances alive here. It's all going to depend on tomorrow, which does set us up, Winter, for a very, very interesting game indeed. Were you happy? Were you satisfied with that bounce back from Shopify Rebellion? Or maybe 9 Pandas not playing as clean as we've seen them previously? What would you say?
That game is a little like a question mark game, like for sure. Not sure if some players wanted to play the game or not, but definitely for Shopify it's a huge sigh of relief. They give themselves still a chance to get to the next stage. And I feel like with every passing game, with every series being played, they're just getting better as a team. Figuring out how to play with Miracle. Like, obviously they are ex-teammates, but it still takes some time before everybody gets used to each other's communication and figuring out what heroes you need to pick for each other. But so far, like, RTZ is still showing like why he is like one of the best carries around, you know, despite being dealt like an early game that was pretty difficult for his whole team, but he's able to still help his team get themselves back into the game and give themselves a chance to win the game.
Yeah, good stuff out from the side of Arteezy. Lots of highlight moments here as we'll take a look now at our highlights brought to us by Monster Energy. On these monster moments, we'll get to see, I'm sure Arteezy joining a lot of these fights, making a lot of difference here. As yeah, we'll see. Oh, right, this was this fight where Shopify end up kind of overextending. Bing bong for Mr. Saberlight, who gets absolutely deleted there in a second. But this, immediately after, this was the turning point in this game. The confidence out from Shopify to make this call. They had just lost Roche. They immediately choose to smoke as 5 and find the perfect pick onto the Timber. The game was just all theirs from here on out.
Yeah, look at the orange dot on the map all the time, you know. Like, he's just not playing the game, you know. Like, his team is like doing so much, especially the Timber. And Ramses is like, okay, I'm just gonna farm and kill some ancients and then get caught and die. And we've seen that same old movie the whole game.
Not really on the same page with the rest of his team in game number 2 after playing a pretty flawless game 1 as well out from Ramses. One little mistake on his own Bloodseeker performance, but it goes, yeah, again, and just the triple nullifiers, man. Just one target Shopify knew that they were going to have problems with. This fight as well, I was surprised 9 Pandas decided to boldly go up to the high ground after they had immediately lost solo on the buyback. And again, just nowhere for Ramses to go, caught by the rupture, caught by the nullifiers. Just every single fight, man. Every fight. Same story here for Ramses.
I mean, they just got to a point where their lineup just can't win anymore, you know, against the Bloodseeker, Void Spirit, Lycan, Tricore. D-Crab is just amazing against the Wind Ranger's Focus Fire. I mean, there's only so much you can do with the Timber, you know.
Yeah, true, especially by that stage of the game here. Able to even make it back onto the safety of the BKB and the base by the end, completing the team web, completing our series, completing our day here for Shopify Rebellion, able to draw a 1-1 even score line here for them. Again, are keeping their hopes alive here. I'm not sure if these scores have quite been updated. It looks like they mostly have now. With Shopify Rebellion now going 5-7, so they're still even with OG. Aster at 6-6 alongside Bet Boom. Shopify playing against OG, but I think they need one more match probably to go their way, depending on the Bet Boom and the Aster series. So still a little bit more left to go, and excited to see where Shopify go from here. Excited to as well hear from them, as I believe we've got an interview set up with Crit. We'll go ahead and jump over to that now. Hello, good evening, Crit. How's it going?
Good evening, not too bad. How about you guys?
Yeah, not bad at all. How do you guys feel now? Drawing against your series, still a chance to get out of Group B. What's the team vibes are like now?
Pretty okay. You know, it's been like a roller coaster every group stage where we lose every game 1 and then win game 2. So we've had some good bounce backs. I think we're happy about that. But it's I don't know how good it's looking because we kind of rely on the results of other teams tomorrow a little bit for us to go through, even if we 2-0. So we'll try our best. We'll try to 2-0 tomorrow and then see what happens. But yeah, it's been okay. Like I said, it's been very up and down, but that's sometimes how it is in best of twos.
Yeah, exactly. The best of 2 group stage. I'm sorry if you've had this question already, but I'm just personally curious. What's it like playing with Miracle here? Like, what does he bring to the team? Like, what's a little bit different? And how's the team now adjusting to him as we're ending the group stage?
I mean, I've played with him before, obviously way back in the day, but he's always fun to play with. He's very energetic. He's fun. He's always like cheery guy. He's a very good teammate, so it's easy to play with him. Obviously, he doesn't have exactly the same hero pool as Appet, and there has been some adjustments that we had to make, but that's with any stand-in that you play with, so we're lucky to have a stand-in of that quality to be able to play with.
Yeah, good to hear. I'm curious a bit, speaking of adjustments, you know, the game 1 to game 2 adjustments, kind of giving yourself a hero that could actually deal with solos Undying. Was that a very conscious decision, given that he loves the hero so much that he's got his damn profile picture as Tombstone? Or was that just kind of how the draft played out?
Yeah, I mean, he plays the hero really well. He obviously knows what to do on lanes. It's definitely one of his best heroes, so we had a rough time. I think both games, honestly, we had a rough time on lane against it, but I think this game we had like a better in-game response to it, and it was easier for us to kind of navigate because of that. But yeah, he kind of did me and Saber pretty dirty 2 lanes in a row, and yeah, I feel like we knew what was going to happen, but he still did it to us, so that's sometimes life.
I mean, was it just? Do you think the Undying was just a response to the Beastmaster, or Undying is just like a good hero right now in terms of how the patch is being played out?
I think it's just one of their heroes. I think he understands how to play with most of the heroes that Ramses likes to play. I think that's the biggest thing. I think if he's playing Undying, he knows how to secure the lane for him. So I think I mean, obviously they like it against Beastmaster, but I think they will play it against anything really.
And how about the second game? You know, what do you feel like are the adjustments that you guys made that make it so that the game is totally different from the first game in terms of like the drafts?
I think we had a little bit more of a well-rounded tri-core. I think our heroes made a lot of sense together. First game it was a little bit weird because we ended up with some Snapfire Beast, and we don't really have a hero that can get on top of the Bloodseeker. So that made the post laning stage a little bit hard for us, but I think in the second game we had a good idea about how to play the game after the lanes, even if like we didn't have a great time on lanes. Like they were roaming Miracle mid and bot lane was a bit rough for us, so I think we did really well after the laning stage to kind of come back into it and make sure that we were able to play the game and actually hit our timings, which we didn't really do in game 1. So yeah.
Cool. I think last question to round it out here. Thanks again for your time, Crit. You guys are starting a pretty long stint now on the road. I mean, probably already a weekend. I'm not sure when you guys arrive for this event. How do you guys like keep it chill? How do you personally prevent like from burnout and keep like a positive mental state, you know, in order to keep going and grinding these games out? What's your strats?
That's a hard one. I mean, this season has just been very packed in total. It's just been not a lot of breaks overall, and then it's just about pacing yourself a lot individually, making sure that you play the right amount of pubs to be ready to play, and then also not playing as many pubs that you're going to be completely burned out of the game. So I think we had a good season leading into this in DPC because we won against TSM early, and it kind of meant that we could take it a little bit slower. And then obviously we had one week break before this tournament, so it's a little bit unfortunate that Abbott's not here because we were kind of expecting to ramp up from now, but it is what it is, and we're trying to make the most of it. And then we'll just slowly ramp up on coming up to Riyadh, so that's the plan.
Okay. Well, thanks so much for your time for the interview. Speaking of not letting you burn out, we'll go ahead and let you go now and enjoy the rest of your evening before your last group stage game tomorrow. Well played today, guys, and congrats on the tie.
All right, thank you. See you guys.
See ya.
See you.
Lovely lad to talk to. Interesting response as well on the solo question and the adjustments to that in general. I'm just kind of identifying that solo's a G, man. I mean, just one of the best, most annoying 5 players, it really seems. Saying he did him and Saber dirty. Good response and adjustment by the team to be able to turn that around in game 2.
Yeah, it's just his play style, you know, like he has this long history with Ramses. Like I think as a position 5, like being able to have a very good understanding, at least come to a common ground, you know, it's pretty important in terms of the lane and in terms of like how you're gonna play the game, you know, the direction of the game. I think he's definitely one of the best plus 5 players in a long time, you know, for a long time, you know, when he's in good shape.
Yeah, and that has net 9 Pandas. Another draw here for them. They're up to 3-2-1. That ends our day as well. Let's go ahead and get caught up with our group stage standings just to go ahead and recap our day and see what we have in store for us tomorrow. As we'll jump over first to Group A. Of course, always going alphabetically here. Sadly for Liquid, already one of the first teams out of the tournament there. So their final series not going to be the most impactful for them. We'll look at the schedules later on though. But Secrets, look at that. What are they doing up there? 7-5 and an otherwise really neck and neck Group A, Winter. Who's making it out here? I only want to hear 4 teams. Who's making it out? Who do you have?
All the SEA players, Secret, Talent, TSM, LGD, they all have SEA players. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hell yeah, let's see that happen. I love that prediction. And we'll see how many C players we have in good position here for Group B, as Entity, the only team officially eliminated, as Crit, of course, referred to. It is going to take a little bit of luck for Shopify Rebellion to force some tiebreakers or just cleanly getting through into the second stage of the groups. But 9 Pandas topping right now at 8-4, tied with Gaming Gladiators. So those two neck and neck. Will be eager and quite exciting to see how those actually end up playing out later. But on the cusp here, Aster, BetBoom, Beast Coast, and even Shopify now still in the run to see how they can get going. OG as well in the same position as Shopify Rebellion and facing off against each other. I think a draw probably condemns them both. So I think both sides are going to be really playing for their lives for a 2-0. Speaking of the schedule, let's go ahead and take a peek over on that. It's a half day tomorrow, so we are going to only have a couple of matches per stream. Tundra and EG, OG, and Shopify closing it out. You couldn't have asked for a better game, I'd say, on the main stream. All the storylines, all the big names there, and all the stakes for either team to make it on through. Talon, LGD, Gaming Gladiators versus BetBoom over on the Ember stream. Over to the Storm stream, where not you and I, but instead Mr. Jonathan and Mike LaPhoenix will be guiding us through Team Liquid and TSM alongside Entity and Aster following that. And finally, wrapping this up over on the Earth stream, the D stream, we have our final 2 matches, Team Secret and Team Spirit, and 9 Pandas taking on East Coast. What are your not to miss games, Winter? What games are you watching here out of the 8 we've seen?
OG against Shopify. I think that's gonna be a very interesting game, like at least for me. Even though it's the battle to stay afloat, you know, it's not probably not the hypest game, but I feel like that would be a very interesting series, at least for me.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to have to agree with you on that one, Winter. I think that's probably the match to catch. if you're only able to catch one, to see what ends up happening there. Teams are going to drag each other down into relegation here in the first group stage, or if one team's going to be able to prevail with a 2-0. Winter, this might be it for us. We might not be back depending on how many tiebreaks we have to play. Any other closing thoughts or comments before you fly on out to the studio and enjoying the party there on the A stream?
Universal hero, best hero.
Very good. 5 universal heroes. Just pick them every time. Every time you pick a hero, make sure you pick a universal according to Winter. And from me, thanks for watching, everyone. It's this awkward Reddit shutdown period, but of course you can always tweet feedback at us to our Twitters at Dota, at WinterDota, if you please. But that's going to do it for us here as well for Dream League Season 20. We'll see you if we see you guys for the tiebreakers. Until then, we're not done yet with group stage here for Dream League. So make sure you guys return same time, same place for the conclusion of Dream League Season 20 for the group stage number 1. Until then, guys, stay safe, and we'll catch you on the next one.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.